In this world, everyone can become a god. He reincarnated as the weakest one, with nothing but bugs. Everyone hates him and wants him dead. No wonder, he's the main character. So he chose the fastest path upward. Sacrifice everything. Lives in, power out. Simple math. Millions die, his divine realm expands, and weaker gods fall next. When godhood is a competition, how far would you go to win? Let's go. The story begins with a world in which every person has the chance to become a god. According to their level of divine power, people are divided into demigods, true gods, elder gods, and supreme gods. Every person, upon reaching the age of 18, can awaken the god realm and gain their own indispensable representative. These representatives also have a rank. The more talented a person, the more potential their representative may possess, potential that will allow them to develop to the highest level. Under such circumstances, will Han Wu, a man who awakened the divine realm but gained a lower level representative, a worthless locust, be able to rewrite his destiny? Sometime later at school, Zhang Bin, the school bully, shouted at the protagonist, "Are you completely fed up with life? How dare he argue with him? He always gets what he wants. If he doesn't give up his divine power points voluntarily, he promises to destroy his god sphere." He wondered if this was Bin, the arrogant school bully whom the heavens had mistakenly bestowed with incredible power. His god sphere contained the power of a 5,000-strong orc army. The protagonist nervously shouted, "Let him try it if he dares." He wondered if this weakling was him, or rather, the guy whose body he found himself in. He was a scumbag with the most inferior representative, namely, a locust. The audience probably wondered why a weakling like him dared to answer back to a powerful idiot unfairly gifted by fate. Yes, he had only arrived in this wonderful world where anyone can become a god yesterday. Only upon arriving here, he found himself in the body of a pathetic, spineless wretch who on his 18th birthday awakened the god realm with a locust representative. Sometime later, MC came into the room with a special capsule and remembered how his grandfather, before he died, told him that his parents were lost in the chaotic sea of stars of the Imperial Academy. However, they must be alive. He was almost certain of it. If he had the chance, he should try to find them. He also remembered how Shuang had said that if he was willing to become her slave and feed her Thunderer with his locusts every day, she would guarantee that he would be able to graduate from school and get a high school diploma. He should think carefully about her offer. The protagonist recalled another memory, how Bin had said that tomorrow he would bring him 100 points of divine power. If he didn't, he would only have himself to blame. He'll lead his dwarven army against this pathetic locust, destroy his god sphere, and take away his last glimmer of hope for a bright future. MC, with a disgruntled expression, noted that the difficulty of this game had apparently been cranked up to hellish right from the start. All he has as representatives are locusts, and that's not even enough for a high school diploma, let alone entering the Imperial Academy and finding his parents. But first, he needs to deal with this clingy blonde. He's not going to just stand by and watch someone ruin his life. Since he's been sent to this world, he should at least try to fix the situation he's in. Simply giving up would be disrespectful to the other time travelers. The protagonist climbed into the capsule, and a system window appeared, notifying him that he was connecting to the god sphere. The user was successfully connected. A moment later, he found himself in another world with a swarm of small locusts. The protagonist, seeing this, asked in confusion, "Are these his representatives?" A swarm of locusts resting on the grass. He opened the status window which listed his stats, such as rank, divine creature, divine talent, chosen son of heaven, unique, divine abilities, growth acceleration, life sacrifice, divinity points, 1, divine strength points, 0, faith power 200,000, god glory level, level 1, representatives of the divine realm, locusts, number of representatives 800,000 adults, 160,000 juveniles, and 20 million eggs. After reading this, MC noted that, however, according to this body's memories, he previously had neither the talent, chosen son of heaven, nor the ability, life sacrifice. This meant that these abilities had appeared after his transfer. He opened the ability description, and a system window appeared. It stated that a chosen son of heaven is a person chosen by the heavens themselves, possessing immense luck. For each level achieved, he receives one unique ability, life sacrifice, an ability that allows one to sacrifice a creature's life once per day and receive a product equal in value to that creature's life. The product itself is randomly generated after the life sacrifice. The protagonist remarked that this must be his cheat, which he received when he was transported to this world. As for the unique ability, life sacrifice, he probably received by becoming a divine being. That's quite impressive. Perhaps, thanks to these skills, he will still be able to fulfill his grandfather's final wish, but that's only if he manages to survive the encounter with the blonde man tomorrow. MC read in the system window that the life cycle of locusts is 90 days. The talent, reproduction, involves growth acceleration and life sacrifice. 1 day in the real world is equal to 100 days in the world of the god's realm. He exclaimed that he understood everything. Well, he would have to take a risk and place a big bet. If he won, he would instantly become a master. But if he lost, he would lose everything and turn into a complete non-entity. The next morning, in the real world, Qin Shuang, the protagonist's friend, approached him and asked if he had thought about her offer. Was he ready to become her slave? If he accepted her offer, she promised that no one would lay a finger on him for the rest of the school year. MC replied that he refused. She exclaimed in displeasure. Did he even understand what he just said? Without her protection, he would simply be eaten alive. He replied that perhaps she was right, and they would manage to devour him before he graduated. However, he would still prefer to refuse. Even weaklings like him have self-respect. He greatly appreciated the fact that she cared for him so much, but his mind was made up. If she has nothing else to say, then she can go. Shuang turned around and remarked with displeasure that he would regret his decision. Immediately after, Bin approached him and asked if he had taken the 100 divine power points he had asked for. His bully friend added, "But don't be stupid. He can't force them to work so hard." Another guy pointed out that he had to give it up or they would destroy his pathetic god realm. He tried to grab his shoulder, but MC, with a serious expression, told him to take his hand away. Bin, with a sly smile, asked if he was completely tired of living? How dare he argue with him? If he didn't give up the divine power points voluntarily, then he gave his word that he would destroy his god realm. He replied that he should try if he dared. The guy, perplexed, wondered what was wrong with him today. Usually, he was afraid to even raise his head, and now this was happening. And this definitely has nothing to do with Shuang. The other students, seeing this, started shouting that they wanted to fight. They'd never seen what a destroyed god realm looked like. His stupid locusts were seriously lowering the average strength of their class, so let him quickly deal with him and force him to leave the school. They said this guy's orc army was among the top 60 representatives in the school. They'd be interested to see it. Bin, smiling, pulled out a plastic card and said, "Just don't let him say later that he didn't give him a chance. He'd chosen death himself." He even felt a bit sorry to waste 10 divine power points on a scumbag like him. He used the invasion card, which costs 10 divine power points. This creates a portal between the god realms, through which he can invade the world of his opponent's god realm. A moment later, the protagonist found himself in the arena facing a huge gate. Confused, he asked, "What is that?" At that moment, the gates opened and a huge horde of orcs emerged. Bin exclaimed that in the name of the orc god, he commanded them, let them crush his enemy's feeble locust army and destroy the world of his god realm. The orcs became inspired and roared in unison. The school students watching this began to mutter among themselves that they thought Bin's orc army had been replenished by at least 1,000 more orcs. They thought he was now at least in the top 50 in the school. Another student asked, "What top 50 is he talking about? Didn't he see that every orc in his army was armed with an iron weapon? That's at least the top 30. Let them see. There's some unusual creature standing at the front of his orc army." Now Hanwoo didn't even have a chance. Suddenly, the protagonist summoned self-detonating locusts and led his army into an attack. One of the students, seeing this, asked in surprise, "What kind of red insects were these? Is this how locusts should look?" Another guy shouted in surprise, "These are self-detonating locusts, an elite type of locust." But Hanwoo's god realm only had common locusts. How did he manage to do that? And in such numbers too? One of them wondered, so what if they're elite? They were still locusts. They don't stand a chance against the orcs. They shouldn't expect much from this trash. At that moment, the protagonist attacked with his army, and a powerful explosion rang out. The day before, while in the magic circle, he'd remarked that he'd have to take a risk and make a big bet. He'd leave 1,000,000 adults for breeding, and sacrifice the rest. A powerful magical vortex appeared, gathering the locusts in its wake. A system window appeared, stating that the first option was 10,000 goblin warriors, unusual creatures. The second option was a life-giving spring. The ability produces life-giving water, which better nourishes his creatures and has a beneficial effect on the environment of his god sphere. The third option is a level 1 sacred artifact, the Heart of Explosion. After placing the heart in his god sphere, there is a certain chance that individuals with the ability to cause explosions will be born among its representatives. MC thought that 10,000 goblin warriors was a very tempting offer. Thanks to this option, he can easily cope with tomorrow's problems, but it is a one-time thing, so in the end, he will still be the same weakling. The life-giving spring is something that will help his representatives evolve into stronger creatures, but this takes time, and he will be getting punched in the face tomorrow, so it is not suitable. The third option is the best. The reward effect is aimed at his main representatives, so it will not disappear after a while, if of course he is lucky and everything works. The protagonist chose the third option, and after testing the exploding locusts, thought that he was lucky after all. His orcs will survive a single explosion, but if he increases their numbers, then maybe something will work out. He needs to experiment. Currently, almost the entire orc army has died from such powerful attacks. Shuang, watching this, noticed that things had become a little more interesting. Bin nervously shouted, "Let all the surviving orcs quickly return to their native god sphere." The protagonist, smiling, directed the locusts to attack and asked, did he decide to run away? But it's too late. Let them catch up with them. And, if necessary, let the locusts invade this guy's god sphere. An instant after that, a huge army of locusts flew into the portal of the god sphere. Bin shouted, "Let him immediately order his insects to leave his sphere. He admits his defeat, so let him remove his insects from his domain and leave his orcs alone." MC, smiling, asked why that was. Wasn't he the one who threatened to destroy his sphere? He thinks it will be quite indistracts. It's only fair that he destroy him in revenge. The boy shouted furiously that he wouldn't dare. If he did that, his parents would destroy him. His father was a demigod, and his mother was about to become one. There was no way he could defeat them, so he should stop it. MC ordered, "Let the locusts destroy his sphere." A moment after these words, the army flew to destroy the main building. Bin tearfully shouted, "Make him stop." He promised to never bother him again, and he would fulfill any of his conditions. Just make him stop them. He replied that he didn't want anything from him. He just wanted the fate he wanted to bestow upon him. Suddenly, teacher Lu Ledian appeared and stopped him, saying that he had already won. There was no point in going this far. Bin cried out pitifully, "Make him stop this madman." MC ignored him and continued attacking the sphere. Enemy gods. The teacher shouted nervously, "Don't pretend he didn't hear him." He replied with a smile that he had heard him perfectly well. "What is he doing here?" Leitian replied that he was their homeroom teacher and he was responsible for them. Therefore, it was only natural that he decided to put an end to this madness. The protagonist said that it was fine then. He would ask him another question. Where was he when Bin and the others were bullying him and extorting divine power points? Why didn't he intervene? He thought, dumbfounded, that he was a real idiot for not understanding this. Would he expose himself because of a piece of trash like him? This guy's parents were demigods. The teacher said that they would talk about it after he stopped this. The protagonist said that he wanted to ask one last question. If he were in Bin's place now, would he intervene in their fight? Leitian only remained silent in response. He said that that's how he thought. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard, destroying the god sphere. MC indicated that he should leave his domain immediately. After that, the battlefield was closed, and they were transferred to the real world. Bin, sitting by the wall, noted that he really did it. Leitian entered the office and shouted for Hanwoo to come to him immediately. "Where is that insolent fellow?" One of the students excitedly replied that he seemed to have gone home. He furiously said that he would get him expelled. After some time inside the protagonist's god sphere, he said that it was time for him to summarize the battle. A system window appeared, stating that there were 18,090 self-detonating locusts remaining. missing. There were 4,050,643 regular locusts left. MC noted that he would have to start breeding self-detonating locusts. They would still be useful. And now, he would attach the fragment of the core of Bin's god sphere, which he received after their battle, to its core. A system window appeared, which said that the area of the god sphere had been increased by 160 kilometers. Fertile lands, 100 square kilometers. Mines, 20 square kilometers. Forests, 40 square kilometers. Deserts, 60 square kilometers. Mountains, 40 square kilometers. The core of the divine city of level 2 has been obtained. Sacred artifact of level 1. Orc hammer, 820. Iron equipment, several pieces. The protagonist happily said that this is not bad. This is enough for him to last until graduation. He remembered how Bin shouted that if he destroyed his god's sphere, his parents would destroy him because his father is a demigod and his mother is about to become a demigod. He will never cope with them. MC noted that he will not cope if 2 demigods come out against him at once, and, judging by the behavior of the teacher, the school will not become his protect. He'll have to rely only on his own strength. He sent the orc's iron hammer up for exchange, and said that maybe someone would offer something a little more useful in exchange. A system window immediately appeared, notifying that someone had responded to his exchange request, offered a fiery lava crystal. The protagonist noted that, it seemed to him, these crystals increase representatives' resistance to fire. If you think about it, this would also increase the force of the explosion. This would significantly strengthen his self-detonating locust. He accepted the exchange and immediately improved the locust. A new type of locust appeared, the magma locust. Representative class, unusual creature. Representative talent, magma explosion. Faith level, fanatics, faith strength, 1/5 points per day. Reproduction, 20 individuals per day. Life cycle, 250 days. MC threw one magma locust to the side, and looking at the explosion said, now the explosive power of these little guys can be compared to that of a hand grenade. And then there's that flying magma. The damage and blast radius are impressive. He could almost say he has a ton of fragmentation grenades now. Sometime later, in the vice principal's office, Bin's father, John Gang, furiously shouted that the core of his son's god realm had been destroyed and there was no way to restore it, and their school still hadn't given him an explanation. Shu Mei, the vice principal, excitedly replied that, as far as she knew, it was his son, who had been bullying some students for a long time, who was the first to invade another student's god realm. He furiously asked what she meant, that his son was solely to blame? So, neither the school nor the teachers had anything to do with it, right? Bin's mother, with a displeased expression, said that she believed the student who destroyed her son's core should be punished. The school should at least expel him. Meanwhile, the protagonist, in his god realm, he said he would use his growth acceleration skill to create as many magma locusts as possible. Suddenly, he received a call from the vice principal. He thought it was expected. The protagonist answered the call, and Shumei said she needed to talk to him about something. Recently, she had visited the parents of his classmate Bin, and they had demanded his expulsion. A little earlier, the vice principal had said that, as she had already said, they had already discovered that her son was the one who had provoked this conflict and first intruded into the Han-Wu realm of the gods. He had to accept the challenge. It was simple self-defense. They had no reason to expel him. Bin's mother began to scream menacingly. Does that mean their school will continue to cover for the bastard who destroyed his own classmate's divine realm? Shumei replied that she must be missing something. Han-Wu had always been an obedient and diligent student, and they had irrefutable evidence of her son's bullying. The woman exclaimed, please stop this nonsense. Just tell me whether they'll expel him or not. She replied that she apologized, but they wouldn't do it. Bin's father said he could accept the fact that their school wouldn't expel Han-Wu. However, as a father, he simply couldn't leave things like that. If they didn't grant him one small request, he would no longer care about their school's reputation. Shumei now explained that Bin's father finally offered to send a force of 1,000 of his representatives against him. The outcome of their intrusion into his god realm no longer interested him, but he said it would reassure him. She apologized, but that was all the school could do. He wouldn't make any greater concessions. However, she wanted to warn him that even 1,000 demigod representatives was a terrifying force. In terms of strength, it was comparable to 50,000 relatively strong representatives of a student. Would he be able to handle it? The protagonist thanked her and replied that he would come to school tomorrow and sort everything out. He ended the call and remarked that it seemed like the self-destructing locusts alone wouldn't be enough, so he'd have to speed things up a bit. After some time, the protagonist sacrificed 4,800,000,000 locusts to gain an upgrade. After this, a system window appeared stating that the first option was a level 1 sacred artifact, the bloody demonic eye. After the eye was absorbed by the god sphere core, there was a certain chance of birthing individuals with the bloody eye. The bloody eye improves the wearer's dynamic vision and, upon seeing blood, induces a berserk state. The second option was a level 1 skill crystal, the fireball. After the crystal was absorbed by the god sphere core, there was a certain chance of birthing individuals with the basic skill fireball. If a hero-type individual was born, they could master the ultimate fireball technique. The third option was the Imperial Wind Sword, a heroic type of wind sword. MC said that for almost 5 billion locusts, that was quite good. The choice had already been made. He chose the third option, and an instant later, the Imperial Wind Sword appeared. Race, Wind Sword, type hero. Talent, Wind Sword. Skills, Whirlwind level 1, Fury level 2, Storm Slash level 3, Iron Sword Style level 5. Iron Sword Style is a skill created by the user and cannot be evaluated. Faith level, Fanatics, Faith Power, 500,000 per day. Life cycle, 800 years, currently 150 years. The Sword Emperor himself said he needed a sword. The protagonist replied that it was no problem. Thanks to his continued efforts to accelerate the reproduction of his locusts over the past 2 days, they had begun to give him 100 million faith power per day. Eventually, this began to accumulate and transform into divine power points. If you include the points he received for selling excess lands, that would be 54 divine power points. He opened the online store and mused that equipment was divided into 4 categories. Normal equipment, made from pure materials without any energy infusion. Sacred equipment are true masterpieces, crafted from rare materials using the power of faith and often possess special effects. Divine power equipment is forged using crystals of divine power. This type of equipment often possesses its own soul, which evolves on its own. Divine equipment is an item that embodies the power and authority of the gods. Naturally, only these gods could wield it. The protagonist bought a whirlwind sword and gave it to the sword emperor. He struck once and remarked that he needed 3 more such swords to unleash his true power. MC wondered in surprise. 3 more whirlwind swords? That's a whopping 150 points of divine power. He thinks these points grow on trees, but tomorrow he'll have to fight a 1,000-strong gang army, and demigods shouldn't be underestimated. Fine, he'll have to try his luck. Sometime later, in the divine realm, Shuang, while meditating, recalled how the protagonist pulled her out of the river and performed CPR. She blushed and resentfully remarked that he was such an idiot. He would die because of his own stupidity. Her grandfather was a true god, and her family had 23 demigods. With her protection, he would have nothing to fear. Suddenly, the protagonist called her. Shuang answered and asked if he had changed his mind and decided to become her slave after all. He replied no, he simply wanted to borrow some divine power from her. She asked what she would lend him, and then what? How was he going to repay her with his trashy representatives? He shouldn't think he'd become so much stronger just because he defeated Bin. His self-destructing locusts barely reached the criteria for an elite type of creature, and were worthless. MC said to just forget about it then. After that, he ended the call. Shuang cried out nervously. Was it really happening again? Why did such caustic words come out of her mouth again? She didn't mean to say that at all. She was sure he had misunderstood everything now. The girl called him back and asked how much he needed to borrow. Let him send her the account number. After some time, the protagonist bought several more swords and said that he spent all his savings on it and got into debt on top of that. He would have to work it off. The next day, he came to school. The students began to discuss the fact that he really came. Wasn't he afraid that a 1,000-strong demigod army would trample his god realm? He must have completely lost his mind. They would see if he could remain so calm when a demigod army began to destroy his realm. MC thought that apparently everyone expected him to fail. Nothing surprising. Shuang approached him and asked if he borrowed her divine power points in hopes of challenging a demigod. She advised him not to waste his strength. Even a demigod's army of 1,000 was more than he could handle now. He replied with a smile that he had no other choice. She exclaimed that this was nonsense. He had a choice. If he agrees to become her slave, then she will ask her family to calm this gang down. His family had only 1 demigod, while hers had 1 true god and 23 demigods. He wouldn't dare disobey them. The protagonist stepped away from her and said he appreciated her concern, but his answer wouldn't change. Fine, he needed to prepare for battle. One of the students, seeing this, asked in bewilderment why Shuang was so worried about this scum. Well, that bastard will die today. Sometime later, Bin's parents entered the office. Leitian pointed and said that guy over there was Han Wu. The mother exclaimed furiously, how dare he encroach on her son's divine realm. Gang calmed her down and said they shouldn't break their agreement with the school. The teacher told him to get up and not keep the master waiting. MC replied, no, he would rather wait for Deputy Shumei. Leitian angrily asked, did he really think the deputy had nothing better to do? He alone would be enough to witness this battle, so he should stop acting like he was incomprehensible. Suddenly, the deputy herself entered the office and asked why he was making such a fuss. The teacher agitatedly apologized and said he was just trying to teach his students a few useful lessons. She replied that he should remember that he was a teacher first and foremost, not some demigod's dog. Was everything clear? Gang remarked that since the deputy was here, they should get started. Shumei nervously asked if Han Wu was ready. He agreed with a smile, and they began the battle. The man pulled out an invasion card, and they teleported to the battlefield. A gate opened before the protagonist, revealing powerful werewolves. The disciples, watching this, began to mutter among themselves, claiming that his entire wolf cavalry consisted exclusively of elite creatures, and the leader of his army seemed to be something beyond elite. The wolf cavalry was a combination of green orcs and wild wolves, and they were all equipped with high-quality gear. Han Wu had no chance. Gang shouted that he would make him pay for what he did to his son. He didn't even think he could escape alive. Shuang, watching this, reflected that the wolf cavalry consisted of 2 types of creatures, yet the god realm counted 1 orc and 1 wolf rider as 1 enemy unit. There are clearly more than 1,000 of them. What a bastard he is. She called out to her deputy and pointed out that his army only had 2,000 representatives. That was cheating. At that moment, Gang launched his army into the attack. The disciples, watching the battle, noted that he had almost 7 million elite locusts. Didn't he only have about 20,000 left yesterday? How could he have gotten 7 million in one day? Even for locusts with their increased reproduction, these are terrifying numbers. Even the weakest elite creatures, with the right amount of numbers, can become a formidable force. But Han Wu had the misfortune of having the battle scheduled for the very next day. Those 7 million would be no match for the wolf cavalry. He had already expended a ton of his self-destructing locusts, and the wolves and orcs didn't care at all. They escaped with only minor injuries. Leitian said that if not for his stubbornness and obstinacy, he would have been able to prove his talent in the future. It was a shame their school would have to part with such talent. One of the students pointed and asked, "What's that?" At that moment, an army of magma locusts swooped down from the sky onto the battlefield, decimating the enemy army. Shuang, shocked, asked, "What the hell is that?" The explosive power of this species is significantly greater than that of ordinary self-detonating locusts, and they even spray lava. Are these also elite creatures? Shumei inquired if anyone among the students possessed sensory abilities. Could anyone see information about this species? One of the students agreed, adding that his appraisal skill revealed that these were magma locusts, an elite creature. Gang exclaimed, "Don't even dream that some insects could destroy his wolf cavalry. Let his subjects use their strength." A moment later, the wolves began to howl, creating an icy aura. The disciples, observing this, noted that a demigod is just that, a demigod, and couldn't be defeated with such tricks. Even the elite demigod creatures possessed a vast array of skills and abilities. Han Wu had less than 500,000 self-detonating locusts left, and he was completely out of magma ones. He had nothing left to counter the demigod. Gang shouted that he would show him the meaning of despair. As soon as he reached his realm, he would be expelled from the school. Then, he would have no patrons left to shield him from his wrath. Let them destroy his core. Shumei resigned herself and declared that this was the end. Suddenly, one of the disciples shouted for them to look at the realm, there was someone standing there. He was holding whirlwind swords. One of those was worth 50 divine power points. 4 swords of 50 each. That's a whopping 200 points. Where did he get so many? They thought Hanwoo was an orphan, so what kind of creature was this? The vice principal remarked that it was a representative of the wind sword race. Such creatures, even elite-type creatures, aren't born. One of the students wondered if that made any difference. Gang, after all, had plenty of unusual types. Plus they had a wolf captain, whose strength even slightly exceeded that of unusual types. The captain could focus on this wind sword, while the rest of the wolves and orcs simply went off to destroy the god realm. Or was he mistaken? The girl thought that he was certainly right. But the fluctuations of power emanating from the wind sword weren't like those produced by elite-type creatures. He was most likely a hero. Gang, seeing the Wind Sword Emperor, was surprised to learn that he'd trained for decades and still managed to raise only one hero-type creature. And this brat was just a high school graduate, so how could he have a hero? He shouted, "Let them seize him, but don't kill him." He would take this creature for himself, let them destroy the boy's core, and bring him a hero. In an instant, the wolves began charging at the Sword Emperor. He, in turn, armed himself with swords and used the skill Storm/Level 3, which felled numerous opponents. Then, the Wind Sword used the skill Steel Whirlwind Level 1. One of the orcs froze his legs, but he activated Iron Sword style, and in an instant, a powerful explosion rang out, obliterating almost all the opponents. Gang shouted, "Let the wolf army general raise this place to the ground." Suddenly, the school principal intervened, asking if he really thought of breaking his word. He nervously replied that no, he wouldn't dare. Let the wolf cavalry retreat. Sometime later, in the real world, Shumei told Hanwoo that he'd done well, but he shouldn't relax just because he was lucky enough to acquire a heroic life form. He shouldn't think heroes are invincible. With his current level of strength, he'd have a hard time even squeezing into the top 3 at the school. The protagonist replied that he had a small request. He wanted to transfer to a different class. Hearing this, Letian excitedly said that he admitted he'd been too short on time for him in the past, but that would change from now on. He would do everything in his power to make him one of the best. And of course, he'd ensure he received all the necessary resources for his development. He should give him another chance. The teacher mused that if he continued to develop at the same pace, he would definitely be able to enter a prestigious academy. Perhaps he'd even compete for a place at the top academy. In that case, he, as his teacher, would be generously rewarded. He couldn't pass up such an opportunity. The protagonist replied that, no, he wanted to change classes. Shumei said he should forgive her, but he couldn't just change his class. There were many school rules. However, if he truly wanted to, he could try taking a test the school would prepare. If he passed, he could transfer to another class. He replied that he was willing to take the test. Shuang exclaimed that she also wanted to change classes and was ready to take the test. Letian replied that if she was unhappy with anything about her studies, she could tell him, her teacher. There was no need to act so rashly. He suggested they discuss it thoroughly after class. The girl replied that she had no complaints. She simply wanted to change classes. Suddenly, one of the students, Zhang Xiaolong, also raised his hand and said that he would like to apply as well. Letian exclaimed in shock. He was the class president, so why did he suddenly decide to change classes? He replied that he thanked him for all those years of teaching him, but he had good reasons for doing so. The boy thought that he would follow Shuang, and one day, she would definitely become his girlfriend. Shumei agreed and said that they would have everything ready by tomorrow. Letian should go with her. Sometime later, outside, Shuang ran up to the protagonist and asked where he got the heroic type creature. He replied that it had nothing to do with her. She replied that it absolutely did. He owed her 150 points of divine power, and if he couldn't repay it, he would become her slave. Therefore, she had the right to know where he got the hero. MC replied that he would repay her, and could even hand over 5 points as interest right now. But he wouldn't tell her anything about the hero. That's not how it works. After that, he teleported to his god realm. A system window appeared, notifying him that he had 1 billion common locusts, 1 million self-detonating locusts, and 30,000 magma locusts. The protagonist noted that he couldn't muster a large army in a couple of days. Tomorrow's test would be difficult. The Sword Emperor flew up to him and reported that the escaped wolves and riders had hidden in the mines of their world. Should he get rid of them? He thought about it. He'd known all along that some of the wolf cavalry hadn't managed to escape with the gang and were hiding somewhere in his divine realm. Leaving them alive was unacceptable. They might start destroying his other representatives. However, simply killing them would be a waste. He indicated that he should capture them, but not kill them, as he needed them alive. 2 hours later, the sword god brought back all the opponents. The protagonist sacrificed 1 billion common locusts and 24 wolf cavalry, after which he was given a choice. An alpha mechanism, a level 1 artifact called the Smelting Furnace Blueprint, which allows him to create a large furnace capable of producing sacred type equipment, and Observation Tower, 3 pieces, which provides visibility and prevents surprise enemy attacks. MC said the alpha mechanism was certainly good, but would he be able to control it through his mindless locusts? And he got the furnace. How would the locusts produce anything? And what would he be able to see from such a low altitude with the observation tower? None of the 3 options were worthwhile. Oh, by the way, he seems to have a couple hundred orcs left that he got after the battle with Bin. What are they doing there? The protagonist activated Hawkeye and saw the orcs mining ore. One of them thanked him for giving them a wonderful life. He said he remembered. After their victory, he gave them a single order: mine ore. Apparently, this clan was naturally predisposed to mining and creating, but Bin ignored all of that and turned them into ordinary warriors. If you look closely, they really do have a talent for it. Perhaps he can turn them into equipment makers. Then the furnace might come in handy. He gives them a smelting furnace and hopes they live up to his expectations. The orcs, in wild shock, exclaimed that God had given them a furnace. They wouldn't let him down. Sometime later, in the real world, sitting at his desk, Letian called out to all his colleagues and said he thought they were all already aware that the school was planning to hold promotion tests for Hanwoo, Shuang, and Xiaolong, and the school had entrusted them with preparing the tests. So, what do they think about this? One of the teachers asked, "What's there to think about?" He was very grateful to Master Letian for such a gift. 3 of the best students from his class will transfer to one of them. He said that then he would say it frankly. He didn't care what tests they prepared for Shuang and Xiaolong. Xiaolong, but he demanded that the difficulty of Han Wu's test be raised to the highest. They had to somehow punish a student who didn't give a damn about his teacher. He had never crossed them and supported them in every way, so he asked them to give in to him this time. After this, the teachers began to support him and raise their hands. Letian thought about how Shumei had almost eaten him alive yesterday because of the sudden transfer of these three. And because of this, his class's performance for the semester had noticeably dropped. He had to put Han Wu in his place. After some time, he handed out tests to the students. The protagonist took a piece of paper on which it was written that he must defend himself from 10,000 intruders. Shumei asked if he didn't think he was being too biased towards Han Wu's student. He replied that no, it was the teacher's decision, not his own. MC replied that everything was fine. The teacher simply wanted him to demonstrate his abilities to his new master. He nervously shouted at him not to be so overconfident. Shuang approached him and pointed out that her offer still stood. If he agreed to become her slave, no one else in the school would dare to bully him. The protagonist replied that he thanked her again for her concern. They would see each other after the tests. Xiaolong, watching this, thought he was digging his own grave. After some time, the test itself began. Thousands of orc invaders appeared on the battlefield. The students, watching this, began to mutter among themselves that Han Wu's test was apparently much more difficult than those of the other two. Now he was paying for his arrogance. MC, seeing his opponents, nervously noted that Letian was a bastard. Red goblins with excellent fire resistance, and so many of them. The teacher said it was his own fault for turning his back on him. An army of 10,000 red goblins would simply sweep away his locusts and quickly reach his core. One of the students congratulated him on his victory. Letian said it wasn't a victory, but a valuable lesson. There can be no hostility between teachers and students. Han Wu himself would soon understand this. Shumei, observing this, said he could do it. At that moment, the protagonist led his army of locusts into an attack. The goblins instantly burned all the attacking locusts to ashes. He thought that ordinary locusts wouldn't affect them at all. Then the self-destructing locusts would come forward. The protagonist attempted to attack, and powerful explosions erupted, killing 400 red goblins. By this time, Shuang and Xiaolong had already completed their tests. Shumei remarked that Han Wu would have a tough time this time. She thought so too. After all, locusts were just locusts, trash among the rest. No matter how hard you pumped them, they still couldn't compare to the others. The protagonist unleashed a magma locust attack and killed another 3,000 red goblins. By this point, the goblins had already reached his god realm. One of the disciples excitedly declared that this was definitely the end for him. Even his hero couldn't handle 6,000 red goblins at once. Shuang, watching this, remarked that this was pure madness. The red goblins were planning to destroy his divine core. Shumei contacted the protagonist and told him to simply admit defeat. There was no shame in it. He had fought with dignity. She was confident that, given time, he would be able to master this test. He replied that he had already made his decision, and she couldn't dissuade him. He would fight to the last of his men. Besides, he hadn't lost yet. At that moment, the Wind Sword Emperor used the skill Storm/Level 3 and destroyed several opponents, but the goblins began to attack him en masse. Letian, watching the battle, smiled and said that this would be his last lesson for him. He should remember this well, because soon he would be without his divine sphere. Suddenly, one of the disciples called out to him and pointed at him. An army of orcs appeared there. The orcs rose to defend their god, and the goblins looked at them with fear, after which the head orc gave the order, and the others rushed to kill the goblins. One of the students asked, "Weren't those Zhang Bin's orcs? Where did he get such talent? At this rate, he'll be in the top 10 by the end of the year." Meanwhile, the orcs dealt with the goblins, and Han Wu clenched his fists in joy and praised them. Vice President Xu and Shuang were overjoyed for him, while Teacher Liu, of course, felt annoyed. When Han Wu returned, the teachers ran up to the top 3 students, and began calling them into their classes. Xiaolong was about to go to the same place as Shuang, and MC asked the vice principal why his test was harder than the others. She told him that all the teachers worked together to set the test difficulty. Apparently, there were more of those who thought this level of difficulty was right. He asked her for a list of who voted and how, and she gave it to him without further ado. The teachers who voted in favor began cursing Letian. Han Wu thanked those who voted against the decision and asked what he could expect from joining their class. One of them said that today he had clearly demonstrated his ability to strengthen orc creatures. So he decided that if he joined his class, he would provide them with an orc army of at least 10,000 individuals. With such a formidable army, he would quickly become one of the top 10 in their school. After that, he might even consider enrolling in a good academy. Another teacher, Tian Wen, said that he believed the most important thing for each of them was to improve and strengthen their core representatives. He had several special methods at hand that could be useful for improving insectoid types. If he joined his class, he would help him achieve the emergence of all types of locusts. MC immediately decided to join his class, and Shuang, of course, followed him, followed by Xiaolong. Teacher Tian was naturally pleased to have 3 talented students in his class, and delightedly thought that at this rate, he would become the best teacher this year. In honor of their joining his class, he gave them small gifts, construction cards. MC received a level 2 hive construction card. It occupies 1 square kilometer and produces 1 million insects per year. Effect: adopts all the effects he applied to his other insectoid representatives. Han Wu was delighted, because this card was literally made for him. If he places the hive in his god realm, the resulting insects will immediately receive the effects of explosion heart and flame lava crystal. It turns out that this card will allow him to produce 1 million magma locusts per year. He bowed to the teacher in gratitude, but the teacher told him not to rush, but rather to show his gratitude through good results. Deputy Shu turned to the teachers and said that this was the end of today's tests. However, she wanted to remind them that important exams would be held in a week, and the balance of resources distributed among the classes would depend on their success. Let them prepare their students well. After that, MC went to his god sphere. Currently, his sphere contained 240,000 common locusts, 5,000 self-destructing locusts, 300 magma locusts, 52 red orc blacksmiths, and 1 representative of the heroic life form, the Wind Sword Emperor. The number of creatures seemed meager to him. If he had to take the exam tomorrow, he would end up at the very bottom of the school rankings. He urgently needed to multiply the magma locusts as much as possible and improve the other types. He noticed something strange. It turned out there were 52 red orc blacksmiths in his sphere, and he rose into the air to see it with his own eyes. He soon found a representative of the Red Orc blacksmiths. This is an elite type of creature, descended from ordinary orcs that evolved after a bloody battle. The creature has a talent for forging and fiery blood. The level of faith is fanatic. It produces 20,000 faith power per day. Reproduction, 1 individual per year. The life cycle is 80 years, 5 of which are infancy, 10 adolescence, 55 adulthood, and 10 old age. The talent forging increases the level of understanding in the field of blacksmithing, and fiery blood significantly increases resistance to high temperatures and facilitates the mastery of skills related the attribute of fire. Hanwoo was slightly surprised. He did not expect that orcs on their own could develop into an elite type of creature. This is simply amazing. It would be great if they became his main representatives. In that case, he could use the ability to accelerate growth on them and significantly increase their numbers. 4 days later, the common locusts had multiplied to 7.3 billion individuals, and MC thought that this should be enough. It was time to begin his favorite sacrifice. Afterward, a tornado swallowed the poor locusts, and all the insects died. There was a reward for the sacrifice, this time with 3 options. A second-tier sacred artifact, the Law of Gluttony. The main representatives of the divine realm gain the ability of gluttony. Once the energy they consume increases by 10,000 times, they evolve into creatures of a higher type. The artifact is broken. It only works on common creatures. The second option, a hero template. A creature that receives the template functions up to heroic type creatures. The third option grants a bit of divinity. He was delighted with these 3 options. He didn't know which one to choose, so he began to analyze everything carefully. The Law of Gluttony would be able to transform all his common locusts into elite creatures, but right now, he simply didn't have enough locusts to evolve them. The hero template sounds much better compared to the first option. Heroic creatures possess immense power. A little divinity is roughly 100 billion faith points, or 1 million divine power points. It's like winning the lottery. He decided to go with the first option, and figured he shouldn't be too greedy. He needed to start using the full potential of his core species. He only had a few common locusts left, so he'd have to raise them in a hive first. After a while, he came to the sphere to check on things, and was immediately surprised to see how enormous the locusts had grown. He named this species the Magma Locust Plus. At school, Shuang pestered him, as always, asking if he was considering becoming her slave, and she reminded him once again that he lacked the support of a wealthy family or the necessary resources. At this rate, it would be hard for him to stand out even among the children of demigods. He had improved his locusts well, but they would soon reach the top. Their potential is too low. His orcs are good too, but in the end, they are not his main representatives. He thanked her for her concern. He was already getting tired of it, so he asked her to stop asking him the same question every time. She would see everything for herself during the exam. She, of course, reacted badly to this, and while she tried to dissuade him, Xiaolong burned with jealousy. He swore that one day he would definitely make him disappear from Qin Shuang's life, while the teacher addressed the class, saying that this exam was very important for all of them, since the results would determine whether their class would receive the school's resources and equipment, so he asked them to give it their all. The school held sacred artifacts, additional lands for their spheres, core shards, legions of various creatures, and other useful materials. However, they would only receive them if they could perform well in the exam. He asked them to familiarize themselves with the exam rules, and a large screen appeared in front of them. The exam consists of 2 stages, the selection stage and the ranking stage. During the selection stage, all students undergo tests of the same difficulty. Those who pass receive 1 point and advance to the next stage. Those who fail are expelled. After completing the first stage, students who advance to the second stage can choose between refusing the ranking test or accepting it. The second stage involves defending against endless waves of invaders advancing on their god realm. With each wave repelled, their class will gain 1 point and their personal ranking will increase. Hanwoo smiled and thought that immediate expulsion from school was quite cruel. Then the rewards must really be worth it. Afterwards, the rewards were revealed. Students who enter the top 100 are given a random card of basic resources, land for the divine realm worth 100 divine power points. If a student enters the top 50, they will receive 1 level 1 sacred artifact, and if in the top 30, 1 reproduction card. This allows the reproduction rate of creatures to be increased 5-fold and lasts for 10 years within the kingdom. If a student places in the top 20, they will receive 1 level 1 temple structure, which spreads a level 1 sacred aura within a 100-meter radius, accelerating the recovery of wounded creatures. If a student places in the top 10, they will receive 1 divine weapon, worth up to 100,000 divine power points. The weapon style is chosen by the students themselves. If a student places in the top 5, they will receive 1 elite seed. This allows their creatures to sense the power of the elite type, increasing their predisposition to evolve to the elite type. The students in the top 3 places receive 1 additional core level, and the first place finisher will receive 1 divinity point. MC was overjoyed. He was willing to do anything for such a reward. After this, the teacher announced the beginning of the first stage of the exam and advised them to prepare well. He started the countdown, and Hanwoo was immediately sucked into the portal. As soon as the countdown ended, he found himself in another dimension, and huge doors opened, releasing monsters towards him. MC gathered his army and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Their opponents were demonic golems, causing Hanwoo to grit his teeth in frustration. Isn't this too much for the first stage? Although they are considered common creatures, their strength is close to elite ones. Durable scales, strong limbs, this monster is a difficult opponent, but fortunately, they are too slow. He waved his hand, commanding the magma locust to destroy them, and a rain of fire immediately began to fall on the golems. MC laughed at the sight and thought that the smell was good, like being at a barbecue. For a moment, he wondered if he could feed them to the locusts, and then ordered the red orcs to drag their bodies here. After 15 minutes, only bones remained of the monsters. Apparently, the locusts found them very tasty. Looking at them, Hanwoo joyfully exclaimed that this was no longer an exam, but a home food delivery service. He hoped that everything would continue in the same spirit. Meanwhile, the teachers were monitoring the exam. Letian glanced at the screen with displeasure and said that another of his students had failed. and he had placed more hope in him. Teacher Tian said that 20 students had already been expelled from his class, almost a third of the entire class. Their colleague said that in his class things were even worse, with half the students having already failed. Don't they think the school overdid it a bit by drastically increasing the exam difficulty? Shumei said that their principal and his deputies were fighting abyssal demon invaders in the borderlands today. She thought he had his reasons for choosing demonic golems as their students' opponents for today's exam. It was not for them, demigods, to discuss such matters. Tianwen suddenly let out a chuckle, switching to Hanwu's observation screen, and happily saying that he had thought of that quite well. His locusts simply began devouring those demonic golems, and they seemed to be doing just fine. Have they ever heard of creatures that could so easily consume demon flesh, ignoring their toxins? The other teacher asked in surprise, is that true? He had never heard of such a thing. They needed to study it urgently. Letian, as always, started showing off and asked, what's so special about that? Just because they were immune to toxins didn't change the fact that locusts were just trash in terms of strength and power. Luck, that's all. Teacher Tian said that luck was also part of strength, so he shouldn't forget that. This type of locust that Hanwu bred was very strong and useful. Let him see for himself. Locusts have already become an elite creature type, and yet, in terms of potential, they rank at the very bottom of the list for the transition from a common to an elite type. Letian raised an eyebrow in confusion and told him not to be ridiculous. These creatures, in terms of strength, can't even compare to common goblins. Teacher Tian said that he thought his thinking was too one-sided. He shouldn't just compare the locust's shortcomings with the strengths of other creatures. In his opinion, who reproduces faster, locusts or goblins? Teacher Lu refused to answer this question and said that he wasn't going to argue with him about it. He had a student in his class, Lu Mo, whose main representatives are goblins. They would have to see which of the two would end up in the final rankings. Tianwen agreed with him and said that something told him he had a reason for starting this. After this, Letian turned to the other teachers and said that they would witness their dispute. He would award 5 divinity points. Tianwen agreed, and Letian smirked, thinking he was an idiot. Lu Mo was his nephew. Naturally, he gave him far more resources than he should have. Could he boast the same about Hanwu? Time passed, and the system informed them that 430 students had passed the preliminary round of the exam, and 300 had decided to participate in the ranking round. Letian was perplexed that 130 students had simply refused, and he called them cowards. His colleague immediately said that he shouldn't speak like that about their students. The difficulty level of this exam was indeed higher than usual, so there was nothing shameful about it. Another teacher said that this was even for the best. They could only teach those students who could overcome their fear and survive this difficult battle. Meanwhile, the second round began, this time facing an army of skeletons. The teachers were surprised to see them, as they thought they were too easy opponents. MC, meanwhile, looked at them with disappointment and said they were mocking him. He had over 1 billion starving locusts here, and they were asking them to gnaw on their bones, but with nowhere to go, he ordered his army to devour them, and a huge swarm of locusts circled in the sky, after which the battle began. 2 hours passed. MC finally dealt with everyone and yawned, saying that it would be enough for a snack. The second wave began. The skeleton warriors emerged from the gate, but they were immediately bombarded by locusts. Some of them fell off the cliff into the lava, and Hanwu thought that if the lava continued to accumulate, these skeletons would not even be able to get close to him. Besides, this process could be slightly accelerated. He ordered the red orcs to douse them with molten metal from the great smelter, and they immediately did so. Watching the flames engulf the gate, MC said that from now on, the skeletons would die immediately after emerging from the portal. He didn't even have to do anything. He was so smart. One of the teachers asked him in surprise how he'd come up with that, and Tianwen told him it was all about proper training. Letian decided to pick on him and asked if he'd relaxed too much. It was only the 7th wave after all, and his disciple Lu Mo had already reached the 7th. Meanwhile, Lu Mo's realm had 13 first-level ballista towers, 9 first-level lightning towers, and 12 fireball towers. The teachers were surprised, because all of this was quite expensive, and Letian smirked, wondering which other idiot had invested as much in their disciple. That's right, no one. Lu Mo simply had to take first place in this exam. He was distracted from his thoughts by the teacher's excited exclamation, telling the others to look at the Qin Shuang realm. She had 100 lightning towers, a flock of elite thunder gods consisting of 300,000 individuals, and 100 ordinary wood giants. The teacher noted that the daughter of the Qin family was very strong. It was useless to compare her with others. Previously, he thought she was in the top 3 in the school, but now it seemed like she was the best. Another teacher said that even he, a demigod, did not have as many creatures in his arsenal as she did. Lu Letian became angry because of this and began to curse Hanwu in his mind, allegedly because of him. Soon the 10th wave passed, and only 18 students remained. The system warned them that the next wave would be radically different from all the previous ones, so they needed to be prepared for anything. They prepared themselves, and only one hero-type monster emerged from the gate, a bone collector. He has bone manipulation and bone fusion skills, which he immediately put to use. He began collecting the bones left over from the skeletons from previous waves and combining them, creating a gigantic skeleton. He soon finished and commanded his creation to attack and kill them all. The gigantic skeleton immediately crushed the army of one of the disciples, and the same fate befell the rest. The teacher nervously noted that not even 3 minutes had passed, and already 8 disciples had dropped out. This was too difficult for them. Letian said that something was wrong. Why was the bone giant in Hanwu's realm so small? He clearly cheated somehow. The bone giant in his realm, meanwhile, was trying to hold onto the cliff to avoid falling into the lava, and Tianwen told Letian that it was all quite obvious. This was all because most of the skeleton warriors had drowned in the magma that Hanwu had created. Naturally, the bone collector simply didn't have enough materials to create a bone giant. At this time, the Sword Emperor nailed this poor skeleton with an iron sword style, and just like that, MC successfully withstood this wave of monsters. Looking at him, Letian became furious and exclaimed that he definitely deceived them somehow. He didn't believe it. He must have somehow learned in advance about the monsters that were supposed to appear in the exam. Tianwen asked if he had proof, and he exclaimed that he simply decided to cover for his student. He should be more careful with this. He could report it to the appropriate authorities. It's clear without proof. Everyone saw what Hanwoo did to the skeleton warriors. No one in their right mind would be involved in cleaning up the body parts of damaged monsters. Unless, of course, that someone knew that a bone collector would appear in the future and use them. The teacher told him to stop spouting such nonsense, and he exclaimed that he had reason to suspect Hanwoo. The school should look into this and give him a severe punishment. Shumei decided to intervene and said that this was absolutely impossible. The principal personally selected the exam monsters. Even she didn't know the details of the upcoming exam. If Hanwoo had actually received any information about this, it would mean the leak had come from the director. Did he really think their powerful director could make such a mistake? Letian became nervous. One careless word, and he could offend the director. So he immediately told her that he hadn't even thought about it. Apparently, Hanwoo really was just lucky. It was just so unfair to the other students, so he became indignant. She looked at him with displeasure and said that he, as a demigod, should understand how absurd he had just said it. Each person cultivates their own god realm as they wish. There can be no talk of any justice in this matter. The strongest survive. If Hanwoo didn't break any rules and achieve these results through his own hard work, then he deserved it. By the way, does he think it was fair that he, using his position, provided his nephew Lu Mo with resources at the expense of the other students in his class? Or is it fair for Qin Shuang, whose family spent millions to strengthen their god realm, to participate in this exam? Upon learning of this, Tianwen immediately became indignant and exclaimed that he now understood why he had proposed that bet. His disciple Hanwoo had already passed the 11th wave, but his nephew had only just begun. Now they would see who would win. Meanwhile, Lu Mo had suffered a complete collapse, his entire army depleted. Realizing that this was his limit, he decided to surrender and loudly announced it. Tianwen told his colleague that his nephew had just lost. He had won the bet. He wouldn't back down in front of so many witnesses, would he? Letian handed him 5 divinity points and told him not to spend them, as he would definitely return them soon. An hour later, the 13th wave ended, leaving only Hanwoo, Shuang, and Huang Fei. The latter immediately surrendered upon seeing the monsters of the 14th wave, and Shuang surrendered on the 16th. Shumei was overjoyed, as this meant Hanwoo had taken first place. MC soon reached the 20th wave, his magma locusts constantly crushing the opponents. The bone giant began collecting the bones of his comrades, but the sword emperor immediately dealt with him. After 15 minutes, silence finally reigned in the realm of the gods. The system informed Hanwoo that the 20th wave of the invasion had been successfully repelled, and the 21st wave would begin soon. The next wave would be significantly more difficult than the previous ones, so he needed to prepare. He frowned in displeasure, as he thought this wave would be the last. The gate opened, and he looked up at the monster emerging from it and wondered why it was so huge. A huge woman appeared before him. It was the skeleton lord, and her appearance made the teachers worried. MC, meanwhile, thought that he didn't expect to see a lord-type creature here. He was afraid that he didn't have enough strength to deal with this colossus. He raised his hand and said that he surrendered, which made the skeleton lord very indignant. Apparently, she really wanted to face him in combat. After that, the gate began to pull her back, but she resisted and grabbed the gate with her hands, backing away to hold on. She growled loudly, after which she threw a huge bone at Hanwoo. Bewildered, watching it fly past him and explode, he asked what was even going on here. After that, the skeleton lord left and he returned to school. He was surprised to learn that he had won first place. Tianwen's class scored a total of 252 points, beating the other class that took second place by 20 points. Lu Letian's class scored 192 points in total and took 8th place. Li Tian was extremely angry at the results, and the other teachers were very upset, as they were facing dismissal. Meanwhile, the system congratulated Hanwoo on first place, and an hour later he was given rewards. 1 unit of iron ore, land worth 100 divine power points, a level 1 sacred artifact exchange card, a level 1 card granted by the temple, and a divine rank weapon, which can be exchanged, but the cost must not exceed 100,000 divine power points. He also received 1 elite seed, which transforms ordinary creatures into elite ones. He received a divine core enhancement card, 1 divinity point, and 1 reproduction card. Everyone was surprised to see this, and MC, meanwhile, pondered how to use all these cards wisely. Teacher Tian told him not to worry. He would help him choose the best options, and Hanwoo smiled and thought that he could be relied on. After that, Hanwoo went to his god realm. The land card for the sphere was successfully exchanged for 20 square kilometers of dense forest. The sacred artifact exchange card was successfully exchanged for a level 1 sacred artifact, the Poison Mist Pearl. The divine core level increased by 1, and construction of the level 1 temple was also completed. He decided to use the exchange card and was given a choice of 2 divine rank weapons. The Whirlwind Sword, since 4 swords would be enough for his hero, he would not take a 5th for now. He needed to look for something like a hammer for the Red Orc Blacksmith. He found the Purgatory Warhammer, worth 99,999 divine power points, created from the core of a Lord-type Purgatory Hydra. Minimum requirements for use: a heroic creature with the fire attribute. He touched his temple in confusion and thought that he couldn't use it right now. He would have to wait until the Red Orcs had a hero, but he decided not to be upset. He had gotten it for nothing anyway. An hour later, he returned to school, and the teacher said the main exam was a very difficult test, after which, in his opinion, only the strong remain. He would like to ask the top 3 from this exam to come to the board. Hanwoo, Qin Shuang, and another boy stood next to each other, and the teacher said that Hanwoo had achieved the highest result, so he would receive 100 class points. He could also choose any of the treasures provided to the class. He thought that now he was even curious about what exactly was in the class treasury. A system window appeared in front of him with a list of items: Fists of Giants, Life-Giving Spring, Iron Mine Core, Level 2 Frost Missile Skill, Level 2 Goblin Nest Building, and the elite creature type, Liger. He decided to choose the Life-Giving Spring. It produces life-giving water, which better nourishes creatures and has a beneficial effect on the environment of the god realm. His teacher smiled contentedly and thought it was a wise choice. He didn't chase immediate power and decided to start by developing his strengths. He had enormous potential. Time passed. MC was sitting in his seat, and Shuju approached him and congratulated him on passing the exam, asking him to sell him the divinity point he had received. He would give him 105 million divine power points for it right now. Hanwoo looked him over and wondered, who was he to order him around like that? So he added 5 million points on top of the usual price. Suspecting something was wrong, he asked why he was doing this, and he asked, what difference does it make? Let him agree. 105 million will be his in a second. This amount would be enough for him to change his main representative and change his destiny. MC refused his dubious offer, and the guy folded his hands in pleading, smiling, saying that, to be honest, divinity is what his grandfather needs. He lacks just a little bit to become a true god. If he sold him 1 divinity point, he would not only receive millions, but he would also become his debtor. Now Hanwoo thought about it. 105 million was a huge sum. With that amount of energy, he could increase the number of locusts that could fit in his sphere tenfold, and he would also end up in debt. He was about to agree, but was distracted by the sound of his phone's notification. Shuang messaged him saying that she could buy a divinity point from him for 150 million. He was surprised by that amount. How much money did her family have? In a new message, she asked if he really thought 1 divinity point was worth only 100 million. He could have done some research before trading divinity. Divinity can indeed be obtained by compressing 100 million divine power points, which is created by condensing the faith points of his beings. Such divinity would indeed cost just over 100 million. This price is due to the fact that if another god tries to absorb this divinity, there is a chance of failure. This is all because such a divinity will possess the faith of another god. Does he understand this? That's why his divinity point is worth at least 145 million, which is currently not on the market. He was surprised. She explained everything to him in detail, and he realized that Shuju was trying to rob him. He discontentedly ordered the guy to leave, and he, clicking his tongue, told him not to get arrogant just because he took first place in the exam. After insulting him one last time, he left, after which MC sold Shuang's divinity point for 150 million, which he was very happy about. After this, he moved to his realm of the gods, and, looking at the settlement of the Red Orcs, began to look for a place for a temple. He built a temple right in the settlement, and a life-giving spring in the desert. Over time, this land will also become fertile. The orcs immediately began to thank him, and even fell to their knees before him, but he told them to rise. He did not come empty-handed. He brought them a divine artifact, the Warhammer of Purgatory. In addition, he brought them an elite seed and gave it to the orc, saying that it would increase his potential, and he hoped that someday he would become a hero and lift this hammer. After this, he ascended into the sky, and the orcs wished him a long life. After this, Hanwoo took out the Pearl of Poisonous Fog, which his teacher advised him to take, and wondered why he needed it. His teacher immediately contacted him, greeted him, and asked if he wanted to talk to him about something. He replied that he wanted to say that during today's exam, he and teacher Liu had a bet about something. In the end, because he had surpassed his nephew, he had won 5 divinity points. He decided it would be fair to share some of the winnings with him. He showed him 2 items and said that this was a card worth approximately 150 million divine power points. He thought he himself understood the value of this card, so it was better for him to tell him about the second option. This was a trophy he had obtained during the battle in the outside world. It was an egg created by the insect king himself, a heavenly demon. They had already slain it without damaging the egg itself. However, this thing, even in death, could produce a huge amount of demonic energy every day, which could eventually transform his locusts into low-level heavenly demons. From the very beginning, he had told him that he should prioritize the cultivation of his core beings, and this egg would help him do that. MC thought that teacher Liu and the others dismissed him as a mere nobody because locusts were such weak creatures, but teacher Tian was different. Instead of mocking him, he offered him an opportunity to evolve his low-level locusts into heavenly demon beetles. They wouldn't be comparable to Qin Shuang's elite thunder sparrows, but they would at least be on par with ordinary creatures like goblins and orcs. The teacher distracted him from his thoughts and reminded him that he could choose one of these rewards. He answered him with a confident smile that he would choose the egg, and he said that he had no doubt about it. By the way, poison synergizes very well with demon cultivation, so he could infuse the power of the poison mist pearl into his core right now. The result would definitely surprise him. Hanwoo thanked him for the advice and said he would try to live up to his expectations. Does he know where he can acquire a large quantity of cheap meat? He doesn't care about quality. Quantity is what matters. It's just that it's too expensive at regular stores. Tianwen was surprised and said that if he wanted to feed the locusts, he wouldn't recommend buying meat at the stores. It's too expensive and not very useful. The director recently took part in a battle with an abyssal demon. There were still a huge number of demonic golem bodies lying on the battlefield, so he'd ask him about it. MC thanked him for his help, and after the call ended, he went into the forest. He thought the effect of the gluttony artifact was too strong. His locusts were literally sweeping away everything in their path. The power of his core wasn't enough to feed them, so he urgently needed to find alternatives. He placed an egg at the roots of a tree, and thought that if he placed it near a centuries-old tree, the process of demonic energy release would proceed faster. Perhaps it would even satisfy his locust's hunger a little. 2 days later, he returned to the spot and, looking at the traces around the egg, noticed that it looked like one locust had already managed to gorge itself on demonic energy. He couldn't wait to see what would emerge. How many days did they develop? Suddenly, the egg cracked, and he excitedly thought that it had finally begun to hatch. A celestial demon beetle emerged from the egg, a normal-type creature with the cruelty talent. The fanatical level of faith gives 1 point of faith power per day. The creature's life cycle is 200 days, 30 of which are the larval stage, 150 days as an adult, and 20 days as an elder. He was very happy. He found it hard to believe that this was a normal type. This beetle was 100 times stronger than his locust. Judging by the lack of a clause regarding reproduction, demon beetles will only appear after absorbing the egg's energy. If he understood correctly, the energy released by the egg in 1 day would be enough to transform 200,000 locusts. The beetle suddenly doubled in size, apparently due to the gluttony effect. It turns out that transforming the demon beetles into elite forms wouldn't take long. He decided to use the poison core pearl, and the beetle turned black, becoming an elite creature called the poisonous demon beetle, the ox. Meanwhile, the school principal looked at the huge pile of bodies in front of him in confusion and wondered how this had happened. And what should he do with this mountain of dead demons now? Even if he managed to seal them inside the card, sooner or later its divine power would run out, and a a huge pile of bodies would once again pour out into the world, poisoning the environment. At that moment, Teacher Tian called him. He greeted him awkwardly and apologized for disturbing him. But he had one question. One of his students wanted to buy the bodies of abyssal demons from him. He was surprised and asked why he needed their bodies, and the student replied that he was planning to use them as food for his creatures. His main representative is the locust, which had already demonstrated during the main exam that it could consume the bodies of demons without any consequences. He asked if he was by any chance talking about the genius who had defeated the demigod a couple of days ago. He hadn't thought his locusts could be so useful. It was a shame that locusts simply wouldn't survive in the abyss. They could have saved their divine power points and simply released his creatures right there. He handed the teacher a card and said that it contained 1,000,000 demon corpses, and that he should pass this on to him and tell him that there was no need to pay. The next day, Tianwen contacted him again and awkwardly said that yesterday's demon bodies had already run out, and his student asked if he could arrange a constant supply of these bodies for him. The director was very surprised by this, and the teacher said that he had told him that it would be too impudent of him. The director did not let him finish and excitedly asked him to wait, after which he cleared his throat, regaining his composure, and asked him to tell him that this was a one-time promotion. Now we are talking about a constant supply. He cannot throw away his divine power points like this, so for every 100 bodies, he will have to give him 10,000 divine power points. 5 minutes later, Tianwen contacted him and conveyed Hanwu's words that he agreed and wanted to start with 1,000,000 divine power points. A few days later, the locusts multiplied, and MC thought the time had come. He sacrificed billions of lives, after which the system gave him 3 options to choose from. By choosing the first option, he could obtain 5 giant warriors, an elite type of creature. The second option, level 3 skill crystals, poison burst. After fusing the crystal with its core, its creatures can master the basic poison burst technique. Heroic creatures can also master this technique, raising it to the ultimate poison burst technique. The third option, the disintegration mechanism. This allows one to disintegrate matter and extract pure energy. He thought these were pretty good options for sacrificing 12 billion elite creatures. Even the first option didn't seem so bad to him. Everyone knows that giant warriors are a very formidable force. Even one such giant can yield at least 10,000,000 divine power points. He took a deep breath, mentally telling himself to calm down. He needed to explore the other options. Poisonous Burst is a perfect match for his Demon Bug and Poisonous Mist artifacts. However, his third level core simply can't accommodate this crystal, so the second option is currently useless. So he decided to go with the third option. The decay mechanism will break down materials and give him energy crystals. They say such crystals are needed for the development of creatures that rely on magic, and they are very expensive. Now he can earn money without doing anything. A huge machine immediately appeared in front of him. First, he tried decomposing iron ore in it, and after 5 hours, he received 3 iron crystals. He looked at it in bewilderment and wondered if this is the crystal that is usually used to forge equipment or food for certain special races. If his memory serves him correctly, each crystal costs 5 points of divine power. This, of course, is not what he expected, but it is also not bad. In the long run, he can really make good money from this. He was distracted from his thoughts by someone's voice. Apparently, it was one of his representatives. He informed him that while they were working, they were attacked by unknown undead. 3 of their workers were wounded, and their leader, armed with a hammer he had given them, was trying to hold off the enemy alone. Now they were praying to him for the salvation of their people, the Red Orcs. MC was surprised and thought that it seemed the temple had begun to broadcast the prayers of its creatures to him. But how did the undead manage to get into his god sphere? He used his skill to see what was happening there, and seeing a skeleton, he wondered why it was emanating the aura of that monster from the exam. Meanwhile, the skeleton dodged the orc's attack, and then attacked in response. Seeing its strength, Hanwoo smiled and asked the system to give him all the information about it, but nothing happened. The identification attempt had failed. The creature was not his follower, so he could not reveal information about it. He became agitated and ordered the Sword Emperor to go there quickly, and a few seconds later, the old man landed in front of the skeleton, and then taught it a lesson by scattering all its bones. But the skeleton wasn't so simple. He quickly gathered his bones and stood up, and the MC, appearing before him, told him to submit to him, to believe in him. Only then would he be reborn. But the skeleton wasn't going to give up so easily. He waved his hand, but since Hanwoo didn't appear before him in a material form, he couldn't strike. The MC said he was so naive. As long as the core of his divine realm existed, he couldn't hurt him. He told his representatives to continue cutting him up until he surrendered. After 3 days, his followers completed their task, and the skeleton and his comrades fell to their knees before Hanwoo, declaring their desire to submit to him. The MC patted his head and praised him, thinking that now he would be able to view information about him. He is a lord-type being, but at the moment, he is weakened, incomplete, and sealed. He has a talent called Crystal Bones and Resurrection, and his faith level is devout, granting 1,000,000 faith power points per day. A new day has arrived, and with it, a new exam. The teacher told them directly that this exam will greatly widen the gap between them, as their results will determine which academy they will be admitted to. His words made Hanwoo think. Before his death, his grandfather asked him to find his parents in the chaotic sea of stars of the Imperial Academy. Apparently, this academy is one of the best educational institutions in this world. Tianwen said that this time, their test will take place in a dimension called the Demon Abyss. They will receive exam details immediately after they are transported there. They only have an hour to prepare, so they should use this time productively. One of the students said that in the Abyss, everything is said to be shrouded in a demonic aura. There's a good chance the creatures they send will become infected with this aura and turn into uncontrollable demons. No one but demons and the undead can last longer than an hour there. He'd also heard that crazy undead roam the place and attack any living creatures. Who even thought of holding an exam there? The other students started looking for a partner with a demonic representative, and Xiaolong smiled widely, thinking that this was perfect for him. It was his time to shine. He'd see how Hanwoo would get out of this. and then an unknown number called him. Before answering, he left the classroom. It turned out it was teacher Lu. He said he'd like him to help him get rid of one person. Xiaolong immediately realized he was talking about Han Wu and said he didn't even have to continue. He planned to do that himself. Ledian said that it wasn't for nothing that he considered him his best student. If he didn't let him down, he could count on a good reward. He showed him a creature card and said that as long as he could take this small gift, it would greatly help him in the exam. It was a dragon demon card, an elite creature type whose strength is comparable to heroic ones, and Xiaolong was very surprised and pleased by such a gift. The exam finally began. Everyone was transported to the abyss, and the system showed them the exam conditions. First, the student can choose their incarnation and summon creatures. However, if their divine form dies, the student will also die. Second, they can only summon their creatures once a day, with a maximum of 100 summoned representatives. Third, the student's final ranking will be based on the points earned from exam tasks. The first task is to destroy the skeleton camp. A huge camp of demonic golems has appeared in the Demon Valley. They need to get rid of 90% of the demon army and destroy their camp banner. Hint, there are between 8,000 and 10,000 common and elite creatures in the demon camp. As a reward for the quest, they will receive 60 points and 1 random level 1 sacred artifact. Now they can choose which incarnation they want to appear in this dimension. MC has the following incarnations: Locust, Red Orc Blacksmith, Windsword Emperor, and Skeleton Lord. He chose the last option and thought it was obvious. The undead are the only type of creature that will not be affected by the destructive effects of demonic aura. Immediately after, streams of demonic energy appeared around him, turning him into a skeleton. He looked at his hands in surprise and thought that the demon abyss is a true paradise for the undead and demons. After that, he summoned 100 locusts, but as he thought, the insects did not survive due to demonic influence. Then he decided to summon demonic beetles. Time passed, they found demonic fruits, and MC ordered the beetles to collect them, and at that moment he felt someone's presence behind him. It was the newly risen dead. Han Wu prepared for battle, wanting to test the skeleton lord's power, and ordered the undead to attack. 10 minutes later, he had dispatched them all, which was far too easy. He glanced at the beetles that had brought him the fruits, and thought they'd collected so much, yet the system had only given him 20 points. But he certainly had no intention of fighting demigods for 100 points. He didn't think he stood a chance against them. He decided to focus on quantity, and ordered the beetles to continue collecting fruits. A day later, MC received a card for this, and laughed maliciously, thinking that he'd cleared all the demonic fruit trees. Now no one would be able to complete the 49th quest without his help. He wrote in the class chat about selling demon fruits for the 49th task, and someone indignantly wrote that this was a real scam. How could this be allowed? Another guy said it was just a profitable trade. He was willing to pay 50 divine power points for it. Others showed up, and the teacher warned them that they could only trade and exchange resources mined in this dimension. After 3 warnings, they would be disqualified. Han Wu thought things were going well. He had obtained the universal currency of this dimension. Xiaolong, meanwhile, looked into the chat and thought he was an idiot. He didn't even have to look for him. This time, he would definitely finish him off. He and his pack of dogs were ready to finish this idiot. Several hours passed, and MC noticed that he was falling in the rankings, and thought that his representatives were too weak to fight strong monsters. But if he didn't start taking on difficult quests, he would very quickly find himself at the bottom of the rankings. What should he do? At that moment, a crowd of skeletons appeared behind him. They all froze, looking at Han Wu, and then one of them growled. He walked towards them, and thought that he didn't know if he could subdue the local undead, thanks to the skeleton lord's incarnation, but it was worth a try. They watched him, not taking their eyes off him, and he asked if they recognized him. Recognizing him as a comrade, the skeletons immediately bowed before him, and he looked at them in surprise. He didn't expect it to actually work. Before he could even say anything, he already had a small squad of skeleton warriors. He asked them to stand up and lead him to their camp, and an hour later, MC was there. Seeing a skeleton knight riding a wolf, he was very surprised. Apparently, it was their leader. He was delighted, and thought that now he had his own army of the undead, and at that moment the knight bowed his head to him, saying that he was once a member of the first legion of skeletons. However, after a battle with demonic golems, his squad was forced to separate from the main skeleton army, and he founded his own camp. The golem invasions were becoming increasingly violent, so he had to send his warriors in search of demonic fruits that could strengthen their bodies. Han Wu touched his chin in confusion, and thought that since they were now his followers, he really couldn't help but strengthen them somehow. A new day dawned, and MC noticed that his ranking had dropped significantly, and realized there was no point in delaying it any longer. He told the skeleton knight that he would provide him with the fruits he had managed to collect, and he should distribute them among his party members himself. 10 minutes passed. The skeletons had become significantly stronger, and Han Wu said that their target was the demonic golem's lair. They set out on a campaign. He thought the quest had said there were 8,000 to 10,000 creatures in the demon camp. He only had 1,000 skeletons, so a direct confrontation was impossible, so he would have to act cunningly. He waved his hand at one of the skeletons from the party and sent it to the golem's cave as bait. After the skeletons stood there for a few seconds, demons rushed out of the cave with loud cries, but seeing a whole squad of them there, they hesitated. After that, the skeletons attacked the confused demons, and MC, watching them from the side, thought it was convenient. After the demonic golems died, they could be turned into skeleton warriors. They killed enemies and grew their own army. That's why he loved the undead. Just an hour later, Han Wu's skeleton army already numbered 7,000 warriors. Since there were now only 3,000 creatures left in the demon lair, he decided it was time for a full-scale battle and ordered the skeletons to fight. 3 hours later, the knight presented him with a precious stone signifying victory, and MC praised them, happily thinking that the task was completed. For this, he received 60 points and rose in the ranking to 108th place. Meanwhile, Xiaolong was waiting for him, but his patience was running out. He cursed and wondered where he was. He decided to check the ranking and thought he got 60 points. Apparently, he cleared the demonic golem's lair. He exceeded his expectations, but this was his last achievement in life because he would soon die. Han Wu found his camp and seeing the skeletons thought, did he secretly acquire 10 skeleton warriors? He was very cunning. Did he want to use them to get a higher place in the exam? But he could only dream of that. After that, he ordered the hellhounds to attack, and they pounced on Han Wu with a loud roar. The skeletons immediately rushed to his defense and began to hold back the dogs, and Xiaolong, meanwhile, thought that this was only the second day of their stay in the demon abyss. And MC had already managed to gather a large army. What would happen in a few days? Then even he wouldn't be able to cope with him, so he needed to kill him now. He completely transformed into a dragon and began slicing through the skeletons with his teeth, even killing a knight. When he reached Han Wu, he asked why he had attacked him and his creatures. There had never been any animosity between them, it seemed. Xiaolong angrily exclaimed that he simply didn't like him, after which he roared loudly, attacking him. When the skeletons saw their lord being wounded, they became very worried about him, while Xiaolong took off and said that he didn't even want to waste his time on such a pile of trash. He flew away, and the skeletons saw him off with menacing roars, while MC recovered from his blow. He stood up and sighed with relief, saying that he was lucky that the skeleton lord had the talent resurrection. The skeletons turned to him, and he told them not to stand still. To gather an army, they needed to leave. After that, he silently told Xiaolong that it was his own fault. Their next meeting would result in his death. Xiaolong, meanwhile, was perplexed why Han Wu wasn't on the list of those eliminated. Seeing his name on the rankings, he was greatly surprised that he hadn't died, and immediately rose into the sky, shouting that he would still kill him, even if it meant wasting his precious time. He returned to his camp, but no one was there. He ordered the dogs to begin searching immediately, while MC gifted the skeletons a bone crystal, and thought that due to Xiaolong's sudden attack, he only had 5,000 skeleton warriors left, and needed to strengthen them urgently. It looked like he would need many more stone crystals. The skeletons glowed, filling with power, and Han Wu, looking at the rankings, thought that everything was bad. With this result, he would never be able to enter the Imperial Academy. Now he had to complete the 64th quest, clear the lair of fallen demons. As a reward, he would receive 80 points and a level 2 skill crystal, Chain Fireball. He figured that fallen demons were the main inhabitants of the demon abyss dimension, but aside from toxic fumes and some cunning, they had nothing. If they were rated at 80 points, then there must be at least 1 million of them in the lair. Deciding that they would serve as fodder for his army, he ordered the skeletons to set out their goal, the lair of fallen demons. 2 months passed, and the teachers met in the conference hall and began their discussion. The teacher said that a student from his class, Huan Fei, had managed to create an army of 100,000 demonic goblins. He had earned 3,200 points in total and firmly secured first place in the participant rankings, which lived up to his expectations. Second place is currently occupied by Liu Mo, who also managed to find a way to evolve his goblins into demonic ones. He currently has 3,010 points. If he puts in the effort, he might even be able to compete for first place. Another teacher turned to Tianwen and asked how his student, Han Wu, was doing. He took first place in the exam, but now he is nowhere to be seen. Teacher Liu said with displeasure that he had warned him. This guy took first place simply because of luck. He was always at the bottom of his class, and suddenly, blinded, Teacher Tian mistook this mediocrity for a treasure. Tianwen asked him not to forget that he is a teacher. Such words are unacceptable towards students. He responded by asking, what was he doing wrong? This guy is a waste of their school's time and resources. The other students would have become much stronger if they had received the first place rewards from the last exam. He thought it was difficult to say whether this boy would survive the test. Teacher Tian was getting fed up with all this, and irritably said that if he was so sure, they could make another bet. He would bet 10 divinity points that Han Wu would again take first place in this exam. Letian indignantly exclaimed that he didn't have 10 points right now, but he could bet something of equal value. If he agreed, the bet would be valid. Letian pointed at himself and said he was betting his divine healing on level 3. Tianwen replied that they had an agreement. He just wanted to tell you that Han Wu had recently taken on a task worth 80 points, and something told him he would complete it very soon. He thought that only tasks worth 80 points were considered practically impossible for a high school student. If he could complete this, he would secure invitations to prestigious academies. His place in the rankings would fade into the background. Sometime later, the Demon Abyss, Dimension G793826, the lair of fallen demons. Originally, 1 million demons inhabited the lair, but by now, there were approximately 100,000 left. The protagonist stood at the edge of the cliff. He thought that the strategy had worked. Now he had over 900,000 skeleton warriors under his command. It was just in time. Then he pointed his hand forward and shouted, attack. His skeletons immediately rushed into battle, attacking everyone in their path. Then the skeletons stopped and, looking at the creatures in front of him, asked why they didn't just surrender to their lord's mercy. Then the protagonist, against the backdrop of a huge flag, raised his hand and shouted, victory. He then cast a spell, and several skeletons directed magical energy at the fallen bodies, from which a new creature emerged, the Skeleton Reviver. Race, skeleton. Type, elite. Talent, strong bones, skeleton revival. Faith level, devout. Faith power, 500,000 per day. MC thought, what? The Skeleton Reviver is stronger than even his Skeleton Knight. Then the Skeleton Reviver moved forward and the remaining skeletons were covered in energy. The protagonist said, wonderful, all the warriors of his army are back in action. After a while, one of the skeletons knelt before him and, holding out a crystal, said, respected lord, a trophy. The protagonist picked up the item, and a system window appeared, revealing a level 1 sacred artifact, a staff of flame. If this artifact is placed in the core of a divine sphere, its primary ancestors can gain the basic skill Fireballs. The skill's destructiveness will depend on the creature's strength, and it can be used as a divine weapon. A quarter fragment of a hero template. If the entire hero template is collected, a heroic creature type can be created. A source of the fallen imbues a race of creatures with the properties of fallen demons. Effect: creatures gain resistance to negative effects and ignore the demonic aura of the demon abyss. The protagonist thought a source of the fallen, a true treasure for this dimension, so he could later produce his own locusts. Well, now that he has a 1,000,000-strong army of skeletal warriors, he has no fear of that damned Xiaolong. Then he said that this should show him the rewards. A system window appeared in front of him saying, obtained 80 ranking points, ranked 401st, received a second-level skill crystal, Chain Fireball. The protagonist looked at this and thought, okay, that's sorted out. It seems there was another quest to clear the local demon lair on the lists. We we need to hurry. Then he pointed his hand forward and shouted, forward his army. 3 days later, Tianwen folded his arms across his chest, and the man next to him looked at the system window which said, real-time ranking update. Hanwoo quickly completed 2 quests for 80 and 70 points, rising to 4th place in the rankings. He said, amazingly, in just 3 days, Hanwoo managed to rise from last place to 4th place. Teacher Tianwen, there really is a genius in his class. At that moment, Letian folded his arms across his chest and asked, who cares about 4th place? It's not 1st place. Then, a message was announced in their room about the 1st tier academy, Warfree of War. After the exam is over, they invite disciple Hanwoo for an interview. A message from the 1st tier academy, Hidden Demon. After the exam is over, they invite disciple Hanwoo for an interview. A message from the 2nd tier academy, Green Mountains. After the exam is over, they invite disciple Hanwoo to enroll in their academy without taking the entrance exam. Letian shouted indignantly, Deputy Shu, this is unthinkable. Why did they report invitations from academies for only one disciple Hanwoo? He was told that no other invitations had been received yet. He shouted that he didn't believe it. Hanwoo was only ranked 4th. How could the academies have overlooked 3 other disciples who were higher than him in the rankings? He was told that the academy had an unspoken rule. They only send invitations to those disciples who managed to score at least 3,000 points and complete one task worth 80 points. So far, only student Hanwoo has met these requirements. Just now, student Shuang completed a task for 80 points and scored over 3,000 points. The Fury of War Academy has raised an invitation for her. Letian thought, who cares about these invitations? The main thing is that Hanwoo doesn't take 1st place. Then he contacted Xiaolong and said that the Tianwen class only has 3 tasks left. He must get ahead of Hanwoo and complete all of them before him. He mustn't let him get ahead. He replied that he understood. He thought he could complete the 90-point task before him. Meanwhile, MC looked at the system window, which said, outstanding tasks, 100 points. He must destroy the followers of the Dark Frog Demigod. 90 points. He must destroy the Minotaur Demon Tribe. 90 points. He must destroy the Dark Forest Ants. He thought that if he currently had 34 and 80 points and was ranked 3rd, he was still 130 points short of 1st place. To win the exam, he needed to complete at least 2 tasks, and all this looked quite difficult. On the other hand, he wasn't exactly weak either. 20 million skeleton warriors, 2 heroic creatures, and 190 elite ones. His chances were pretty good. Okay, first he'd deal with the Demon Minotaurs. After a while, the Demon Minotaur tribe's territory. Xiaolong shouted, how cool. He must try harder. He doesn't want Hanwoo to get ahead, does he? Shu Sun shouted, stop talking already. If he wanted to, he wouldn't have teamed up with him. At that moment, the huge Minotaur swung his huge weapon. An hour later, he was beating them with a huge bat. Xiaolong said, damn it, we need to get going, otherwise they'll die here themselves. Shu Sun agreed. If they couldn't complete this task even by teaming up, then Hanwoo definitely had no chance. Then Shu Sun looked to the side in confusion, noticing the huge number of skeletons, and said, what the hell is this? He shouted, where did the undead even come from, and what are they going to do? Then the Minotaur swung its enormous weapon, and Shu Sun shouted at him not to worry. There might be a lot of them, but they were just ordinary skeleton warriors. They'd just break through them. At that moment, the protagonist extended his hand forward and asked, are they trying to run? He wouldn't let them go that easily. Forward, Bone Collector. The enormous skeleton moved forward and began waving its arms while the other skeletons pulled souls from the monsters. Shu Sun shouted in surprise, what? These idiots started turning their dead creatures into their skeletons. Xiaolong shouted at him to forget about the creatures. We need to save our lives. At that moment, a huge skeleton appeared before them, and the protagonist shouted at them to freeze. They cried out in surprise, wondering what he was going to do with them. The protagonist, standing on the huge skeleton's shoulders, said, oh hello dear classmates Xiaolong and Shu Sun. Xiaolong shouted in surprise, Hanwoo, where did such a scumbag get such powerful undead? After all, his main representative was a locust. Before he could finish speaking, the huge skeleton swung its leg, and the protagonist said, Xiaolong, he's only polite enough not to mock him and will spare him unnecessary suffering. Then Xiaolong looked at the huge skeleton's leg approaching him and shouted, no, he must stop. The next second, Shu Sun cried out in fear. There had never been any disagreement between them. He could apologize for this misunderstanding, but his death would do him no good. The protagonist answered yes, but he couldn't just let him go. Shu Sun shouted that he would give him all the treasures mined in this dimension. He only asked that he let him go. The protagonist replied that they had an agreement. He had to get out of here. The next second, Shu Sun ran in fear in the opposite direction. 5 hours later, the Minotaurs knelt, and one of them said that they surrendered and were ready to obey him, His Excellency. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist, stating that the task had been completed. He had received 90 points. His points are 3,570. First place has 3,610 points. There were 2 tasks available. He thought, great. No one had yet managed to complete the second task in 90. The next second, the system reported that the task worth 90 points had been completed. He shouted in confusion, what? Someone just completed one of the remaining tasks? But who else could? Then the system reported that Shuang had scored 3,580 points and risen to second place. He said, why isn't he surprised? It turns out that first place is only for him if he finishes off the demigod frog of darkness. He thought that the difficulty of this task was beyond the capabilities of ordinary students, but if he wanted to attract the attention of the Imperial Academy, then he simply had to rise to first place. Then he stepped forward with his right hand and shouted, forward, his army. Their target is the frogs of darkness. After a while, Letian said thoughtfully, the remaining students had already left the dimension. Only teacher Tianwen's students remained in the abyss of demons. A system window appeared in front of them, which said, second place, Shuang, 3,580 points. Third place, Hanwoo, 3,570 points. Tianwen said, Shu Sun, 7th place, 3,320 points. What are they even doing there? Letian asked. Just messing around, don't you get it? They only had one last task left, killing a demigod. None of these brats would dare challenge such a powerful being. Moreover, if they lost, they would lose everything. No one in the history of the school had ever managed to master this task. Tianwen said, that's exactly what they were going to do. Shuang and Hanwoo set off to meet this god. they would all see the outcome very soon. He, unlike him, believed in his students. At that moment, Shuang flew forward. Several more birds flew nearby, and she shouted, "Attack!" Several lightning strikes rained down on the huge frogs, the leader of which shouted, "Reckless woman, activate the protective barrier." A huge barrier appeared, and she screamed, "How dare she attack her tribe? She'll kill her and all her followers." Noticing this, Shuang screamed, "This is bad." A stream of powerful energy struck her. She spun in the air and used the divine tree of purification, then flapped her wings and screamed, "Lightning strike." Multiple bolts of lightning struck the barrier, and then she screamed, "Storm sparrows. They must all use lightning strike." Powerful attacks flew straight at the barrier. Then it collapsed, and Shuang screamed, "It worked." The frog said, "Forward, her demonic toad, swallowing mountains." Shuang, she screamed, "What?" A huge toad appeared right in front of her, pointing its tongue at her, and then it wrapped its tongue around her and swallowed her. "Shuang, I'm going inside," she said. "Damn it. This toad is too big. Its lightning bolts don't harm it at all. If this continues, it will definitely be the end for her." At that moment, she received a call from the protagonist. She thought, "Hanwoo? She's dying here after all." Then she answered the call, and the protagonist, after greeting her, asked where she was. She replied, "None of his business." Then he asked if they should maybe unite for a while. Otherwise, in 10 minutes, there really will be nothing left of her and her sparrows. She said, why should she even agree? Before she could finish speaking, she then said, Okay, they must unite. Only the body of the demigod will she take within herself. Everything else is his. Did they agree? He replied, they agreed. She just has to command her thunder sparrows to pick him up and his elite creatures. It just so happens that he's in a place where he can't even reach the battlefield. Then Shuang shouted, "Thunder sparrows, their goal is to lead them to the swamp." Forward. Numerous birds swooped forward, and the protagonist, looking at the sky, thought, "And they're fast." He waved his hand and shouted, "Hey, here, they're here." Then he perched on one of the sparrows and shouted, "Let's go." And they can't forget about his skeleton army. After a while, the sparrows with the skeletons on them returned to the battlefield. The frogs began to head towards them, and MC looked at the mountain of bones and thought, the skeleton warriors are certainly too weak individually. They crumble at every touch of these frogs. But at least a large number of bones had accumulated here. Then he shouted, "Now it's your time, bone collector." At that moment, the creature began casting a spell, and the bones began to surround themselves with powerful energy. At that moment, the frogs sat in a circle and began to concentrate their energy, while a huge skeleton advanced toward them. The protagonist shouted, "Skeleton resurrectionist, Minotaur shaman, we must attack." They rushed to attack the frogs, and then the skeleton declared, "They must rise." Numerous skeletons rose to their feet and stood opposite the frogs, while sparrows unleashed powerful lightning strikes. The huge frog said that it had underestimated them and would have to be a little more serious. The next second, the creature cast dark magic, pitch black. The sky became covered with dark clouds, and the protagonist, looking around, thought, a terrifying spell, but it instantly killed all his skeleton warriors. What to do now? He gathered all his creatures, but there was no sign of victory yet. Then he heard a voice. "Dear God, he wants to fight. They're ready to go too." The protagonist clenched his fists and asked, "Is that the wind sword and his red orc blacksmiths?" Just in time. If the new followers can't handle it, then he'll have to use the power of the old ones. The next second, a huge portal formed and his followers emerged, shouting that they would destroy them. They headed to attack, and then the MC heard a voice. "Dear God, he has made his choice. He must sacrifice their lives to defeat them." The protagonist looked at the system window in surprise and said that he didn't expect the reward to be so timely. Could the heavens really be watching over him? The system window said, "The sacred flame of hope, a special item that dispels darkness and negative effects from his creatures, buffs his creatures, a gift from the creatures whose lives he sacrificed." He raised the torch and shouted, "The sacred flame of hope. This shall dispel the darkness in their path." The frogs looked around in bewilderment, and the protagonist smiled and said, "It's their turn." The frog screamed, "How is this possible? How could some puny artifact dispel her dark spell?" She doesn't believe it. The next second, the MC flew right above her on a huge sparrow, holding a staff aloft. Energy scattered in all directions, and then the protagonist, noticing the enormous frog in front of him, thought, it seems Shuang has been swallowed by this giant toad. He shouted that we must quickly deal with this mountain-eating toad. Then the troll charged and shouted, "Yes, sir!" The Wind Sword Emperor also charged and shouted, "Good." They began to deliver their terrifying blows to the enormous toad. The next second, its belly ripped open, and Shuang emerged, concentrating a huge ball of energy and sending it straight at the toad. Following this, everyone rushed to the attack. A powerful explosion occurred. A huge skeleton began to trample the frogs beneath it, and the leader of them shouted, "Arrogant idiots." She got them. She looked at the protagonist and shouted, "What?" The next second, Shuang struck her with a powerful lightning bolt, and the frog fell to the ground. Shuang looked at the protagonist and said, as she had said, she only needs the body of this demigod. The rest is his. A few moments later, the protagonist approached the frog, and she said, they must let her go. She will give everything she has in exchange for her life. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and said that after she dies, everything that was hers will pass into his hands. The next second, his representative plunged his sword into the frog's body. Half an hour later, Shuang, looking at the enormous mountain of treasures, told the protagonist not to worry. She wasn't going to covet his loot. He asked if she was sure she could take a couple of artifacts from there. She replied, no, she knew how to keep her word. Everything except the toad's body was his. In response, the protagonist placed the crown on her head and said, fine. She could consider it interest on that debt. She turned away sheepishly and said, well then, she'll accept it. At that moment, Tianwen contacted the protagonist and said, good work, Hanwoo. The leadership of their school and representatives of some academies want to meet with him upon his return. He will collect the bones of his skeletons himself. He needn't worry about that. After a while, Tianwen walked forward and said, but he asks them to be extremely polite. All these people are true gods. It's best not to trifle with such people. After a while, they passed through a room with several people. The protagonist looked at them and wondered if the true gods would notice his unique talent and ability to sacrifice his life. Then one of the men folded his hands in front of him and said, so they'll start with her? Shuang. She's the descendant of a very influential true god family, right? She also managed to obtain a demigod body during this exam. If he understood correctly, she plans to use this to create a lord-type being. How many divinity points does she currently have? The man next to him thought in surprise. Shuang plans to create a lord-type being before even becoming a demigod? They, the school's leadership, even as gods, hadn't been able to approach such beings after all these years of effort. Then Shuang said, "That's right, she has 4 divinity points." The protagonist thought, a whole 4 points? So her family must have spent at least 450 million divine power. Such sums were beyond his comprehension. Then the man said, well, in that case, he had good news for her, Shuang. She fully meets the requirements of their 3 academies. As soon as she creates a lord, she should confidently apply to any of them. She will be informed in advance of all the intricacies of training at the academy of her choice. In response, she thanked him, and then the man turned his gaze to the protagonist and added, regarding her classmate Hanwu's disciple, they had already looked over his results. Its main representatives are locusts, right? MC replied that this was correct. The man made a note in his document and then asked if he currently possessed 1 divinity point, correct? The protagonist again replied that this was correct. The representative made another note in the document. Then he added one last question. They were very curious as to how he obtained a wind sword emperor-type heroic creature, even a weakened one, but still the embodiment of a skeleton horde. The protagonist thought that perhaps they were unaware of his unique ability after all. Then he had no reason to reveal this information. He asked if he could not answer this question. He replied that he did, but then he would have to disappoint him. Although he had placed first in the last 2 exams, he did not meet his other requirements. If he still wanted to enter one of their 3 academies, he must strive to maintain this dominance in the entrance exams. Shumei then apologized to Hanwu, but it seemed the academy representatives did not appreciate his outstanding achievements at all. MC replied that she shouldn't worry about it. He'd still prove himself in the entrance exams. Then the representative waved and wished them luck. Then Tianwen placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that he admitted the top academies had very high requirements, and it was okay if he couldn't get in, but he should remember that he had an invitation from a second-class academy. He replied, "No need, Master Tianwen." He was still aiming for the Imperial Academy. Then he left the office, and Shuang leaned against the wall and asked, "Did you hear that, Hanwu?" After she managed to create a lord-type being in her realm, she would be able to enroll in the preparatory courses at one of the top academies. He probably understands that there will be far more resources for development there. So he's aiming for the Imperial Academy? He replied that it was true, and he was sure he would get in. He thought that he had an obligation to fulfill his grandfather's last wishes and find his parents. Then she added, actually, she wanted to go there too. She'd already made her choice a long time ago, so the entrance exams were still a long way off, but she would soon be enrolling in the preparatory courses at the Imperial Academy. By the time he got there, he'd already be no match for her, because now, while she was busy with the Lord, he still had the chance to become her slave. He should think about it. He walked forward, looked at her, and said that he was doing quite well without her. She had seen his results herself, so he didn't see any point in becoming her slave. Well, he still needed to sort out his trophies, so he was off. She blushed and added that he should think about it. She thought he was such an idiot, but his little skeleton form looked quite cute. After some time, in the realm of the gods, Hanwu, the protagonist, clutched the card in his hand and shouted, "Absorb divine card." A system window appeared in front of him saying, Hanwu, rank divine creature. Divine talent, chosen son of heaven, unique. Divine abilities, growth acceleration life sacrifice, unique. Divinity points 2. Divine power points 3. 5 million self-produced, 76 million other substance production. Faith power, 79.3 million. God realm level 3rd level, gluttony level 2 artifact, malfunctioning, poisonous fog, level 1 sacred artifact. God realm representatives, locusts, 209 super elite creatures, 49.8 million elite creatures, 2.38 billion normal creatures. Other representatives, wind swords, heroic type creatures, wind sword emperor, red orcs, heroic type, god's hammer, 2 super elite type creatures, 58 elite type creatures. Skeletons, 2 heroic type creatures, bone collector and skeleton resurrectionist, 190 super elite type creatures. Demon bulls, heroic creatures, demon bull shaman, 14 super elite creatures, 289 elite creatures. God realm structures, 1st level smelter, 2nd level insect nest, 1st level temple. Special items, life-giving springs, reckoning mechanism, flame of hope. He smiled and said that he could, of course, spend all his money on good equipment for his powerful creatures, but his first priority was the evolution of his main locust representative. First, he would use the source of the fallen. With these words, he concentrated energy in his hand, and then directed it at the locusts. He uttered, more resilient, stronger, with immense resistance to negative effects and complete ignorance of demonic aura. Well, that's what he'll call them. Fallen locusts. Then he added, and he will strengthen the second batch of locusts with the dark magic of that frog's heart. The enormous heart began to emit energy around the locusts, and then he said, so they can fly stealthily and cast various negative effects on their opponents? Then he will call them cursed locusts. Then he heard a voice, oh magnanimous God, they beg his forgiveness for the fact that their fellow man, while working with the ore and the disintegration mechanism, dropped a sacred relic there. They apologize. Oh, magnanimous God. The protagonist turned around, then abruptly ran and asked, what artifact? We need to check everything urgently. He stopped near the god's hammer and his younger brother. One of the orcs stood up and said, he begs him, Lord, he must spare their lives and forgive this idiot for not keeping an eye on the artifact. MC spread his arms in front of the orc and said, okay, he forgives them this time, but let this be a lesson. Then he looked at the smelter, where a burst of fire erupted, and a system window appeared in front of him, saying, Flame Crystal 2, Gold Crystal 1, Sacred Artifact Source. Used to improve the repair of sacred artifacts. The protagonist was surprised. Repair? It seemed gluttony was malfunctioning. Could it be fixed? Then a system window appeared, saying, gluttony, sacred artifact source. A fusion occurred, and the system window said, a normal creature can evolve into an elite after fully restoring its energy 990 times. The protagonist was surprised. What? He could swear this indicator was 1000 before. It had decreased by 11. So if he continued to improve gluttony, he could fix it and use it to its full potential. However, this would require 1000 sacred artifacts, and where would he get that many? Then he opened the system window and said he'd see what people had to say online. He then posted on the forum, asking for help. He had a divine piece of equipment that was also a sacred artifact, which he'd found during a battle on the outer front. Only it was broken. Did anyone know how to fix it? For a generous reward, of course. They told him it was better to just give up. It was pointless. He'd already tried fixing one, but it was a waste of time and money. MC thoughtfully asked, so there's no other choice? He'd have to slowly fill that 9999 bar himself. Then another message appeared in response. Perhaps he could help him. He should send him a private message if he was interested. The protagonist clicked the send button. Then he saw an incoming call and cried out in surprise. So fast? The caller asked. Can you really help me fix my divine weapon? MC replied that he couldn't give him a 100% guarantee, but his post had been sitting on the forum for a while, so he had no choice but to try his method. If he wanted to try, he'd have to send him a couple of sacred artifacts he didn't particularly need. He replied that he'd warn him right away. He had a divine app from an anti-scammer organization, so he shouldn't try to trick him either. What sacred artifacts did he need? If it's below level 4, he'll give it to you right away. If it's above that, it'll take some time. The protagonist thought, above level 4. This man is incredibly rich. Then he raised his index finger and smiling, said, level 1 is enough. The next second, a huge box labeled, package for Han Wu, fell to the ground in front of him. He shouted, wow, he got so many artifacts so quickly. Holy heavens, over 100 sacred artifacts right here. Maybe he should just disconnect and run away? Then he remembered the warning, and thoughtfully said, no, it's better not to risk it. What if the anti-fraud representatives really do show up? He then took out the artifact fragments and placed them in the smelter. 2 hours later, a huge mountain lay before him, the source of 109 sacred artifacts. He said that help requires payment, so he'll keep 9 sources for himself. He doesn't think he'll notice. After he sent the necessary ones, his interlocutor shouted, Master, he is his true savior. He asks him to help him Yuanzhang. In the divine realm, this is very important. The protagonist smiled and thought, Yuanzhang, a hostile race. That name suits him. Then he said that those were 2 big words. He didn't mind, so he would try to help. After some time, Tianwen concentrated the energy in his body. He remembered Letian handing him the pendant and telling him to take the 3rd-tier healing sacred artifact. He shouldn't rush to sell it, Master Tianwen. He might have to return it soon. Then he was surprised to notice an incoming call from Han Wu. He answered the call and said, what's wrong, Han Wu? MC responded by greeting him and saying that it wasn't like that. Nothing had happened. He just wanted to know if he knew a way to get the resources needed to increase the level of the God Realm core. He searched the internet but found nothing. He replied, and it's no surprise he found nothing. Rare resources like divinity, divine core fragments, and so on are snapped up almost instantly by large corporations. Ordinary people don't even get their turn. If he helps him defeat Letian, he'll share some of his collection with him. The protagonist replied, okay, he's grateful, Master Tianwen. Then the master added that there was actually another way, but he might not like it. He'd once gotten his hands on several high-level sacred artifacts, but he simply couldn't use them due to their low core level. Then a well-connected senior brought him to a place called the Blood Arena. The organizers of these games reward the winner of the arena with a divine core fragment. But this is a very dangerous undertaking. This arena attracts a wide variety of individuals, and sometimes even representatives of other civilizations drop in. The chances of losing a huge number of your own representatives and rolling back your progress are high. He should think carefully before making his choice. The protagonist folded his arms and thought that he had just spent a huge amount of resources on upgrading his representatives and wanted to test their current strength. This was a perfect opportunity. He then said that it was no problem. He needed the resources. He already had more than enough locusts. The next day, the bloody arena. The MC walked inside and said in surprise, yes, this place is truly amazing. Tianwen handed him a mask and told him to take it. This mask would conceal his personal information from the demigods and divine beings. After all, this is the outside world, so he should be careful here. Then the bloody arena worker handed over some documents and said that he requested this registration form. Tianwen folded his arms and said that the fights here are divided into 3 types, between divine beings, between demigods, and between true gods. Unless the participants themselves request it, fights between participants of different levels are not held. There's no limit to the number of creatures used, meaning defeat is only possible if you lose at least 50% of your creatures. But particularly stubborn participants can continue to resist until they lose absolutely all of their representatives. The next second, a system window appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that they had selected an opponent for him. He should prepare to move. He asked in surprise, already? Then he began to move and shouted in surprise, where is he being transported? A few seconds later, he found himself in the arena, and his opponent said, hey brat, he can't read his information, but he doesn't need that to know he's still a rookie. He pointed at himself and added, but he shouldn't worry. Uncle Rats cares deeply about rookies, and he'll lose quickly and almost painlessly. Conversations could be heard in the arena. This guy is still very new, and this is his first fight? Poor guy. He'll have to face this scumbag's merciless rats in his very first battle. Come on, they all have to go through that. And this flower, raised in a hothouse, simply needs to understand the cruel rules of the outside world. The protagonist frowned and thought, judging by the audience's shouts, this rat is a very difficult opponent. Then a system window appeared in front of him, asking him to please summon his creatures. The battle will begin in 3 minutes. Then his opponent laughed and shouted that he was sure he hadn't yet seen how many creatures the other guy had. He understood his confusion, brat, so he offered to surrender without resistance. He promised to let him go immediately after he destroyed all of his representatives. The next second, a huge number of rats appeared before him. MC asked, was he trying to scare him with the number? Then he released a huge number of locusts. The rat laughed and shouted, was he trying to compare his pathetic locusts to his rats? He shouldn't fool around, brat. He should just surrender, and Uncle Rat will definitely take care of him. Then the system signaled the start of the battle. Uncle Rat shouted, Ratman, to your weapons. The next second, the rats grabbed small crossbows, and he commanded, fire! A huge number of arrows flew straight at the locusts. The protagonist frowned and shouted, fallen locusts, they must provide protection. A huge barrier appeared in front of the locusts, and Uncle Rat shouted, they must not stop, we must keep shooting. The protagonist said, it's their turn. Cursed locusts. They must go and disorient the enemy. Several locusts appeared behind the rats and released powerful waves of energy. After that, the protagonist added, and now they, the heavenly demon beetles, they must kill them all. They headed for the rats, releasing a huge number of stings. Then the leader shouted, this is a crushing defeat for the rats. The scoreboard read Han Wu, 99.99% surviving surviving creatures. Rat Clan, 22.73% surviving creatures. The rat uncle thrust his hand forward and shouted, "He must stop, that's enough. He doesn't want to continue fighting anymore, he surrenders." Then a crystal appeared above the huge mountain of rat bodies. The protagonist looked at it and said, "Divine Core Fragment." He extended his hand towards it and added, suspiciously similar to his ability, "Life Sacrifice." The system reported, "The battle is over. Participant Han Wu has won. He should prepare to move to the waiting area." After a while, Tianwen approached him, placed his hand on his shoulder, and said, "You did well, Han Wu. Such a confident victory, even though it was his first fight. He must be happy to have received such a coveted reward, right? Since he didn't lose even 1% of his creatures, he's surely eager to face his next opponent in the arena. He'll say right away, if he wins the second one, he'll receive a core fragment 10% larger than the previous one." The protagonist replied that in that case, they'll continue. He needs a lot of fragments. Day 32. MC looked at the fragments and said that he won again, but lost about 100 million of his elite and even super elite locusts. But how many divine core fragments he'd received in 89 victories? At this point, he could easily level up his core to level 7. He thought about it, but with each level, the requirements for upgrading become greater. To reach level 8, he'll need more fragments than for upgrading all the previous levels combined. Then Tianwen said that he meant that with the current strength of his creatures, he could even compete with some demigod. The protagonist asked, but would he receive more fragments as a reward if he were to challenge such a formidable opponent? He replied, of course. For defeating the demigod, he would receive a reward 10 times greater than what he had received previously. And since he had already won 89 times, all of this would be multiplied, giving him a fragment 90 times greater than a normal core fragment for defeating the demigod. The protagonist considered this for a moment, and after some time he submitted an application to participate in an inter-rank battle. The worker was surprised. Was he really sure of his choice? It was very risky. He replied that he was. After a while, the arena spectators began to mutter among themselves, and the young man became arrogant. He'd heard about this brat who'd been in the arena for over 30 days, and it must have gone to his head, since he was asking to challenge the demigods. Let them show him the place. He was betting on a demigod. Demigods have a completely different level of divine core, can use high-level sacred artifacts, and have numerous divine spells. What was he thinking when he agreed to this? The guy next to him said he thought it was his overconfidence. He checked his stats. He'd only lost 3 times in his entire time. Apparently that was the basis for his careless confidence. Meanwhile, Tianwen looked at the protagonist and asked if he knew, and people didn't really believe in him. The odds were 1-to-1. The protagonist replied, "Teacher Tianwen, he can't bet on him himself, but he's asking him to bet 10 million divine power on him." The teacher laughed and said he had no doubt in his own mind. Okay, he'll bet another 5 million of his own money on him to make it more interesting to watch. If he wins, he promises to buy some divine weapon. So what? MC smiled and thanked him, then added, although it didn't really motivate him, he was already really excited about this battle. After a while, he took off his mask and thought that he hadn't added a single sacred artifact after upgrading the core, so where should he start? He found himself in the realm of the Hanwu gods, and said he didn't think gluttony or poison would help him in the upcoming battle. Then Yuanzhong asked, "Respected master, has he already obtained today's batch of sacred artifact sources?" The protagonist asked, "By the way, he said he could immediately obtain artifacts up to level 4, right?" He replied, "Yes, master. His god realm has a whole bunch of sacred artifacts of levels 1 through 3. If he needs any of them, he just needs to say so." MC replied, "Well, then he won't refuse. He needs powerful sacred artifacts of the second level, preferably with the attributes of poison, earth, darkness, and fire." The next second, a huge box appeared in front of him. He jumped aside and shouted that this guy was incredibly rich. The second level sacred artifact is the Magoma Sphere. It carries the power of the fire and earth attributes. It increases the defense and resistance of creatures and also accelerates their recovery. The second level sacred artifact is the Shadow Nail. It carries the power of the darkness attribute. After absorbing the divine core artifact, a divine realm being can gain the Shadow Nail skill. Shadow Nail locks the target's shadows in place, preventing them from moving. The protagonist looked at this and said, "It's quite suitable for the fallen locust and the cursed locust. We should use it." After a moment, the items combined, creating a small explosion. The MC created a locust around himself and said, "Excellent, his locust has successfully evolved." Now the upcoming battle no longer seemed so hopeless. After this, the system announced, "Participant, please return to the arena to begin the fight." The next second, he flew to the right spot, and the arena spectators shouted, "Mammoth Lord, he must evolve him. He must show him what mighty demigods are capable of. Lord, hey, Locust, he must hold out for at least 3 seconds, or he will lose the bet." The protagonist's rival folded his arms and said he'd never have thought he'd be so lucky, showing off to an arrogant newcomer and making a nice profit at the same time. That's a true gift from heaven. So, young man, is he ready to part with all his creatures? He's amazed by his courage, but don't confuse that with feeble-mindedness. Today he'll show just how terrifying a demigod can be when he's angry. The protagonist responded, "What a talkative man he is." Then his rival shouted, "He must show himself, his glorious legion of mammoths." The next second, the arena was filled with a huge number of mammoths. The spectators shouted, "He must crush him. The Lord of the Mammoths. Crush him. What a colossus. It's breathtaking." The Lord of the Mammoths folded his arms and said it was his turn now, young man. He must try to at least amuse him a little. At that moment, a gigantic thunder mammoth stood before the protagonist. The protagonist unleashed a massive swarm of locusts, thrusting his hand forward and shouting, "Forward swarm." A poisonous sky demon beetle, raised from demonic eggs in a nest using poisonous fog and gluttony. A magma fallen locust, raised in a nest using gluttony and a magma sphere. A shadow cursed locust, raised in a nest using gluttony, dark curses, and a shadow nail. The mammoth lord furrowed his brow and said, "Not bad for a beginner. He can't wait to get started." Forward, his legion. The locusts charged at the mammoths, and the MC shouted, "Cursed locusts, here they come." He thrust his hand forward, and his locusts released their stings, hitting several mammoths. The audience screamed, "They must see." The mammoth froze. "What kind of ability is that?" He hit the shadow, but it affected the body. "I've never seen anything like it." The protagonist shouted, "Poisonous sky demon beetles. tentacles. Now they come. Their sting pierced the mammoth's head, and the mammoth's owner, folding his arms and laughing, shouted, "It's all useless, brat. He should just accept it." Yes, he managed to stop his thunder mammoth, but what's the point? His locusts, even if they were super elite, couldn't even scratch his giant. MC frowned and asked, "Is he so sure about that?" The next second, the locust began to explode, and the mammoth lord thought, "Damn, he didn't expect that, so he's trying to take out his strongest creature with the help of his death squad? Damn him." Then he shouted, "Protect the thunder mammoth, everyone to him." The locusts flew forward, and the protagonist shouted that they must stop them. Then the locusts began to explode again, and the mammoth master began using magic. Thick hide, aura of blood, healing. The mammoths began to heal, but the explosions continued. He chuckled and said that he had forced him to use his magic, which already says a lot. Therefore, he offers him to surrender, in which case he will leave exactly half of his creatures alive. The protagonist chuckled and asked, "Surrender?" What made him think he had already lost? He raised his hand and added, "Surrendering is not in his rules. Forward, him, his demon minotaurs." A huge number of minotaurs appeared behind him. His opponent, perplexed, shouted, "Where did he even get demon minotaurs?" Then the minotaurs began to attack the mammoths. The next second, a huge number of skeletons also appeared from a huge portal, and the protagonist shouted, "Skeletons, their turn." The skeleton bone collector and skeleton resurrector rushed forward. The MC turned around and shouted, "Skeleton resurrectionist, he's counting on him." The resurrectionist then flew forward, heading straight for the mammoths. He swung his staff, resurrecting the body of one of the mammoths. The protagonist's opponent shouted, "Damn skeletons, they're resurrecting his creatures. He shouldn't think a demigod can be broken so easily. Giant war mammoth, he must activate his war stomp ability." The mammoths rushed forward with renewed vigor, and the spectators shouted, "Overlord, he must crush this brat." The protagonist thrust his hand forward and shouted, "Demon minotaurs, back off. Collector, he knows what to do." The collector then charged forward, creating a small explosion, after which the giant skeleton stomped the ground. The protagonist's opponent then shouted in surprise, "A heroic type of creature? And one that strong, too?" He thrust his hand forward and shouted, "Gigantism." The next second, the mammoths grew in size. The huge skeleton grabbed the mammoth by the tusks and screamed loudly, throwing it over itself, and then slamming it into the ground. He then directed a punch. The mammoths were powerful opponents. One of them wrapped its trunk around the skeleton's arm, then slammed it into the floor with all its might, and stood up on its hind legs. The skeleton realized what was about to happen to it and became frightened. Before the mammoth could trample it, it jumped aside and then struck back. MC ordered him to finish the mammoth now, and the skeleton, climbing on the beast, grabbed a tusk and then broke it, causing the mammoth to scream loudly. The owner was frightened and told the beast not to give up and get up, but the skeleton immediately grabbed a second tusk and broke that too. Han Wu looked at his representative and thought in surprise that he hadn't ordered the bone collector to learn close combat skills for nothing. He had exceeded all his expectations. After that, the skeleton struck again, knocking the mammoth back, and it landed right in front of its owner. The man looked at this in shock, then ordered his giant mammoths to attack as a group, to surround and exhaust him. But even these giant mammoths were small compared to the bone collector. He began kicking them, scattering them like footballs, and then began using his arms. The mammoths continued to try to break through his defense with their tusks, and eventually, they overwhelmed him with sheer numbers. MC immediately summoned the minotaurs and ordered them to cover the collector to help him escape. They immediately dealt with the mammoths, and as soon as the bone collector freed himself, he transformed his opponents into undead, and they turned on their own. Dust rose in the arena, and the man exclaimed in shock that this couldn't be happening. The demigod only had a tenth of his creatures left. The invasion of the evolved locusts proved too deadly. The newcomer had indeed defeated the demigod. After this, Xiang Meng admitted his defeat, and streams of energy flew out of his beings, which formed into a single crystal. Han Wu took it and thought with a smile that the divine core fragment for defeating a demigod would be larger. After this, the management of the bloody arena contacted him. They invited him to a meeting, and he was immediately transferred to another room. A person from the management told him not to worry, they would not harm him. He asked what they wanted from him, and he replied that they had closely watched his performance and noticed a couple of his tricks. But this did not change the fact that he had indeed defeated an opponent who was a rank higher than him. He proved to them that he was worthy of becoming the heir of the bloody arena. The bloody arena was originally conceived as a place to identify the owner's heir. Anyone who could defeat an opponent far superior to him in strength would be honored to become that very heir. So, was he ready to accept this role? He was very surprised by this, and then thought about it. A huge number of people flock here every day, and other races too. He can't even imagine how much the arena management makes from this. And now they're offering him to become the heir to all this wealth? Something is clearly wrong here. He said seriously that before making a decision, he needed to know how many heirs there were to the blood arena, as well as understand the benefits and responsibilities that came with that status. The image of the man from the management appeared before him, and he said that he was surprised. Not everyone could just let go of thoughts of huge sums of money. Since they asked him with good intentions, they will explain everything to him. Currently, the Blood Arena has 349 heirs. Of these, 221 are divine beings, 118 are demigods, 9 are true gods, and 1 is a supreme god. By becoming the heir, he will receive the eternal coordinates of the Blood Arena. He will also be able to teleport to any of the worlds connected to the Blood Arena without any artifact. Naturally, he'll have to pay 1 million divine power points for this. Along with this, he'll receive permission to build his own arena within his divine realm to train and support the evolution of his creatures. The responsibilities are simple. Once there are 500 heirs, the struggle for the title of true heir will begin. The fights will take place in the bloodiest arena. The true heir, as expected, will inherit the arena. Participation in the inheritance is mandatory. MC thought, given the morals of the arena and the creatures that come there, this inheritance will be quite a test. For the right to possess such a treasure, contenders will be ready to fight to the last drop of their creature's blood. But now there are only 349 applicants. You will become 350. And all 500 are needed. Perhaps by the time the required number is gathered, he will already have become a supreme god. The man asked him for an answer, and he firmly agreed. Immediately after, the system congratulated him on receiving the role of heir, and then a sharp pain shot through his shoulder and he was transported to another room. The teacher immediately ran up to him and joyfully exclaimed that he was a real treasure. Now they were both rich. He handed him the phone and he, seeing his bank account, thought in shock. Where did all those zeros come from? Here, it was 1 billion. The teacher calmed down and warned him that spending a billion is not as difficult as he thought. He advises him to first buy powerful artifacts. Hanwoo shrugged and said that he was still only a divine being, so he's not sure that he'll be able to use any really powerful artifact. Tianwen smiled and told him not to worry so much. The teacher would take care of everything himself. He knew one place where they would definitely be able to find a suitable artifact for him. MC thought that, in fact, he was planning to do this himself. At that moment, his opponent's voice was heard behind him. He quickly ran up to him and said that he finally found it. Hanwoo fearfully hid behind the teacher, asking him for help, and he exclaimed that as long as he was around, no one would dare harm his student. Xiangmeng excitedly said that he had misunderstood everything and had no intention of taking revenge. He extended his hand to Hanwoo and said that he had only sought him out to establish a friendly relationship with him, as he considered him a capable guy. He was a first-year student at the Imperial Academy. MC emerged from his hiding place and shook his hand, saying that he now understood why he was so strong. He smiled and said that he was probably still a high school student. Which academy was he planning to enter? Had he already passed the entrance exam? Hanwoo replied that in fact, he hadn't entered any entrance course yet. He was an ordinary high school student. The man's eyes widened in surprise, and poking him in the chest, he asked, "Is he making fun of me?" That was simply impossible. He asked in response, why would he lie? His teacher could confirm everything. Tianwen said it was all true. He had been invited by many universities, but he had decided to enroll in the Imperial Academy. But the representative of that academy wasn't interested in his candidacy. Xiangmeng said that the Imperial Academy was the most powerful of the 3 top academies. He had personally witnessed his considerable abilities, so he hoped that he would still be able to become his junior. He would definitely inform the academy of his very promising candidacy. The academy's leadership would still want to test him. When he returned, he shouldn't waste time and should immediately start leveling up his main representatives. Let him take full advantage of the opportunity he had given him. MC asked in surprise, will he really help him? He laughed in response and confirmed it, saying that he had potential. The path to becoming a true god is long and thorny, and only loyal comrades he trusted could make it a little easier. Moreover, the academy would give him a bonus in the form of resources if the candidate he proposed passed the test. You can't refuse free gifts after all. Hanwoo folded his hands in a respectful gesture and thanked him, and he finally told him that now everything depended only on him. He advised him to focus on breeding his main representatives. This would make his task much easier. Although he shouldn't underestimate the tests of the Imperial Academy, he wished him luck and left. And after that, MC and the teacher went to that very place, the artifact shop. That's what it was called, and Hanwoo thought it was trivial. At the entrance, they were met by a pretty woman. She greeted them and asked what level of artifacts they were interested in, or did they want to meet the forging master straight away? She led them to the master, and MC thought the teacher didn't even bother looking at the selection. Was this master really that good? The woman led them to the portal and with a smile, told them to enter, but no one dared to do so first. Hanwoo noticed his teacher looking at him, then passed through the portal and saw a man there who said he hoped he hadn't come empty-handed. The sight of him made MC uneasy, and he wondered if it was too late to leave. Tianwen followed him through the portal and introduced Hanwoo as his disciple. Tony took a break from his work and decided to explain the rules of his shop. Everyone is welcome here, but there are no discounts for students. MC looked at him with displeasure and wondered, is he serious? Any other store would offer at least a minimal discount for students. Actually, it's not that easy for them, students, to earn this money. He was only able to accumulate 1 billion thanks to hard work and a bit of luck. Noticing his expression, Teacher Tian said that Master Tony was kind, despite his words. Besides, he creates truly high-quality artifacts. Tony smiled and said that he didn't know he could speak like a human being. They'd known each other for so many years, and only now had he said something normal. After that, he frowned, not liking his earlier words, and thinking that he first needed to remember himself, and only then say such things in front of his student. He smiled and told Hanwoo to come in. He would show him his work. Seeing a room completely hung with weapons, MC was surprised, and Tony said that each of these items had his own mark, indicating that they were handmade. They looked around, and Tianwen asked Hanwoo if he liked anything. He remained silent and thought that now his first priority was to prepare for the Imperial Academy trials. For this, he would need a goo jar, which costs 4 divinity, or just under 600 million points. He told his teacher about this. The goo jar is a 2-star artifact with 2 functions, attracting insects and purifying. The first function involves placing 100,000 insects inside it, and a goo purification ceremony begins. The insects will fight each other, and the last surviving creature will evolve. The highest possible level of evolution is heroic form. The second additional function is attracting insects. The artifact attracts insects from the surrounding area. The range of this function depends on the amount of divine power invested in the jug. Tianwen glanced at his disciple with a smile and thought that 2-star artifacts weren't known for their high power, but the goo jug was perfect for him. He'd made an excellent choice. Master Tony approached Hanwoo and said the jug would cost him 4 divinities, or 580 million divine power points. Could he afford that price? MC was startled by his sudden appearance, and Tianwen grabbed the man by the shoulder and told him to give him a discount out of old friendship, or give him another artifact. If he didn't, he'd still find a way to recoup his losses. Tony agreed, saying 600 million, and would give him another very useful artifact, the Eye of Identification. With their shopping done, they both headed home, but Master Tony excitedly asked them to wait. He ran up to Hanwoo and said that he'd recently come across fragments of ancient civilization technology and created an interesting artifact. He thought it would be perfect for him. Tianwen examined it carefully, and noticing something suspicious, immediately exclaimed indignantly that he had treated him like a friend, but he had decided to deceive them. He checked the useless orb. It contained not a drop of energy, and he didn't notice any functions. Tony told him to calm down and listen to him first. If he understood correctly, the ancients called this artifact the Hungry Wolf. This orb is capable of improving itself by absorbing other artifacts. The Hungry Wolf is an artifact belonging to an ancient civilization civilization that lived and prospered precisely by stealing and collecting various artifacts. However, such artifacts become bound to their owner and cannot be used by other gods, as long as the original one is alive. After the fall of that civilization, the ruler of the Ming dynasty began collecting their most valuable artifacts, and was greatly disappointed when he learned of the peculiarity of this. He then ordered his most skilled craftsmen to begin studying them, and after several generations, the craftsmen finally managed to uncover the secret of one of the artifacts. They recreated the hungry wolf. It can improve itself by absorbing other artifacts, inheriting their functions and effects. Dozens of civilizations declared a hunt and began to destroy them so that no one could get hold of such a powerful artifact. In the end, the Ming dynasty itself disappeared under the onslaught of dozens of enemies. He turned to Hanwu and said that he saw that he knew a thing or two about artifacts, so he decided to offer him this. He was in a good mood today, so he was willing to give it to him for just 1 billion divine power points. MC was confused and thought it was too cheap for an artifact that had wiped out several civilizations at once. Was he trying to trick him? Tony immediately warned him that this artifact had its flaws. After all, he only got his hands on part of the technology. His artifact can also improve by absorbing other artifacts, but the improvement itself will be 10 times slower than the original. Also, his hungry wolf could only inherit some passive skills and was completely incapable of retaining any divine skills. Tianwen indignantly said he was right, it was a useless orb. Tony pointed his finger at him with displeasure and said that he could insult him as much as he wanted, but he would not allow him to offend his child. Han Wu suddenly confidently declared that he was willing to buy it for 400 million, and his teacher nervously replied that it was quite a large sum. And besides, money doesn't come out of nowhere. He smiled and thought that, in fact, even with such shortcomings, the hungry wolf was still a very useful artifact. Its ability to devour other artifacts could be especially useful. For example, if he faced an opponent wielding a powerful artifact, he could greatly weaken them if the hungry wolf dealt with the enemy's main weapon. He told his teacher that he had misunderstood him. The fact is, he admired Master Tony's work. With only fragments in his hands, he was able to practically recreate one of the most powerful artifacts in history. That's why he wants to support it in this way. But 400 million is all he has left, and he's not sure that Master Tony will want to part with his brainchild for such a pittance. Tony was flattered by his words and asked if he really thought so, or was he just trying to get a discount. He confidently answered him that he really thought so, and he agreed to give it to him for 400 million. After that, MC received the artifact and went home. He laid out the artifacts in front of him and concentrated. He dripped his blood on each artifact, and they recognized him as their owner. A frog jumped out of the jug. He pointed his finger at it and told the artifact to begin, but the hungry wolf for some reason didn't react, and he thought, does it need more blood? After that, the artifact lit up, and a small wolf appeared from it. When it landed in front of him, he thought, is this the hungry wolf? It looks more like an ordinary puppy. The wolf howled, saying it wanted to eat artifacts, and Han Wu thought he'd just summoned it, but it was immediately hit by the gluttony effect. Where was he supposed to get an artifact for it? He was broke himself right now. He tossed it a crystal, and the wolf immediately caught it in its teeth, then began gnawing on it with a satisfied expression. MC, meanwhile, decided to see what his creatures were doing. Locusts were eating grass, orcs were mining ore, and minotaurs were studying something. The Sword Emperor was cultivating, and skeletons were devouring crystals. He thought that thanks to the source of sacred artifacts he'd received from that guy, he'd finally been able to fix the law of gluttony and raise this artifact to level 3. But he couldn't have imagined the effect would be so strong. Now his creatures could evolve to an elite form simply by eating regular food. If he continues to improve this artifact, then very soon all of his locusts will be able to evolve to elite form, provided they have enough food. That's tens of billions of elite creatures. A week passed, and he decided it was time for another sacrifice. This time, he killed 13 billion locusts, and when their bodies disappeared, a system window with rewards appeared in front of him. He sacrificed no less last time, but this time the result was much better than the previous one. The first reward gives him 10,000 Night Demon Hunters, a super elite life form. The second reward is the 3-star sacred artifact, Steel Blade, which allows his main creatures to summon the artifact during battle and use it as a weapon. The second effect increases the effectiveness of his attacks against beast-type creatures by 15%, and the third effect grants a divine art called Invulnerable Body. The third reward is the second-tier sacred artifact, Sphere of Enlightenment. After fusing with his divine core, it grants his main creature's humanoid form. Before this, its main creatures should not have a humanoid form. He chose the third option because it sounded funny, after which a Sphere of Enlightenment appeared in his hands, which he immediately shattered. A bright beam of light shot into the sky, and the locusts that were touched by it immediately took on a humanoid form. Hanwu looked at them in delight and exclaimed that this was incredible. Now he had a human locust in his sphere, a super elite class of creatures. Talents: flight, rudimentary intelligence, humanoid body. Level of faith: fanatic, faith power of 50,000 per day. Reproduction level: 5, produces higher quality eggs. Life cycle: 10 years. He was very happy that the power of faith was so great, but he was distracted by a call from the teacher. Tianwen informed him that a representative of the Imperial Academy had called the school and said that they were ready to conduct a retest for him. The representative would arrive tomorrow, so he should prepare well for it. He was delighted and told him that he understood everything, and soon a new day arrived. His friend approached him and asked how things were going with his divine sphere. Does he need any resources by any chance? There's nothing interesting on the internet right now, but his family's demigods can get him anything he needs without any problems, so he should contact them. MC smiled and asked, what about a fragment of the divine cores? Can his family get it for him? He needs to go from level 7 to 10 right now. He told him that they could get it, but it would cost him a lot of money, even taking into account their good relationship. An order of at least 400 million. Han-woo thought that if he had that money now, he wouldn't have to mess around with the core anymore. But the guy said there was another option. His family said that these 400 million could be replaced with 1,000 super elite skeleton knights. MC agreed to this without further thought, and the guy, clearly not expecting this, thought that he didn't expect that he would agree so easily. He should have asked for more. He should have even offered to trade for the collector. The teacher entered the classroom, calling Han-woo and telling him that a representative of the Imperial Academy had arrived and was waiting for him in the staff room, so he needed to hurry. When the Academy representative saw him, he was slightly surprised. This was the same guy he had rejected last time. And how did he manage to get an internal recommendation? But even so, it made no sense. The Imperial Academy's tests are much more difficult than high school exams. Besides, to avoid any shortcuts, their academy can only use their core representatives in the test. But his was only locusts, a lower form of creature. He said that today he would test him on behalf of the Imperial Academy. Does he have any questions for him? MC had no questions, and the man said that he was to invade the border city of Dolong, a small civilization. This civilization is based on an elaborate career hierarchy system that will affect both him and his core representatives. He would warn him immediately. As soon as this system recognized him as a demon destroyer, the most powerful masters of the city would hunt him down and would not rest until they found and destroyed the source of the danger. This led to the purpose of his test. He needed to kill at least one master guarding the city. Han-woo inquired about the number of troops and defenders in the city, to which he was told that despite the fact that the town itself was small and located practically on the outskirts, about 10 million people lived there. More than 10% of them were masters, and only 5 defenders. He would have to obtain the rest of the information himself. He had 1 hour to prepare. After that, MC told the teacher that he would like to exchange the class points he had earned for 3 first-level sacred artifacts, and he smiled and said that he could choose them himself. After this, Han-woo moved to the Divine Core and by inserting a crystal into it, upgraded it to level 10. This will allow him to upload 3 more sacred artifacts to the core. The first was the level 1 sacred artifact, Poison Glands. Its primary representatives have a certain chance of acquiring the poison attribute and poison glands. The second sacred artifact was the Earth Core, with which its primary representatives have a certain chance of acquiring the Earth attribute and additional defense. The third artifact was the Goblin Shortbow, both a sacred artifact and a divine weapon. Its primary representatives have a certain chance of learning to summon the Goblin Shortbow during battle, and the wielder also gains this ability. When the artifacts were uploaded, a radiance began to emanate from its representatives. An MC chuckled as he thought that most of the heavenly demon beetles had acquired poison glands. Half of the fallen locusts had their defenses greatly increased, and on top of that, almost all representatives of the human locust species gained the ability to wield the Goblin Shortbow. Now he could fight. An hour later, he returned to the Academy representative, who showed him the sphere and said that as soon as he touched it, he and his main representatives would be teleported to the outskirts of Dolong City. Han-woo placed his hand on the sphere, and it began to emit a glow, frightening him, and then he was transported to another world. The system immediately recognized him as an intruder and asked him to leave this world immediately. Otherwise, the inhabitants of this world would recognize him as a demon destroyer and destroy him. Since the intruder refused to leave this world, he was recognized as an enemy. The code name of the intruder is the Demon King of Locusts. The demon's level is assessed, and an interface opens. The system showed his status window in this world, which simply displayed his skills, talents, and the like. He was slightly surprised by this and wondered if he could view information about the recently appeared humanoid locusts. The system window showed that his humanoid locust was level 60, with no profession or equipment. It had talents such as Magma Burst, Cruelty, Gluttony, Flight, and Humanoid Body. Skills: Magma Spit, Summon Goblin Shortbow. He wondered what level 60 meant. It was hard for him to judge levels without comparisons or explanations. He was distracted from his thoughts by the locust, which had arrived to inform him that they were under attack by local creatures. He immediately mounted the Magma Locust and flew after his representative to personally check on the situation. Meanwhile, his locust was being beaten by local adventurers. Thorn, a reincarnated professional adventurer, looked at the locust swarm in the sky and noted that there were so many demons. Where did they even come from? His comrade, Fist of Fury, who was currently swinging his fists at the locusts, said he should be happy they were in the right place at the right time. The more demons, the higher the reward. If they killed them all, they could get enough money for the rest of the team to also undergo a second transformation and become stronger. There was another adventurer on their team, a water sage. Her spirit brought her a crystal dropped by a locust, and she thanked it with a smile. Meanwhile, the fire mage began luring the locusts to incinerate them all at once. Thorn told them to remain vigilant and keep an eye on their surroundings, while MC had already arrived and was observing them. He used the Eye of Identification and saw all the adventurers' information. Thorn Evans is a level 37 adventurer, a dragon's blood warrior, in his second transformation. He wields a divine rank steel sword and also wears holy rank steel armor. Talents: Fighting Spirit, Giant Sword Mastery, Dragon's Blood. Skills: Crushing Blow, Giant Slash. As it turned out, all 4 have the same emblems. The only difference is that Thorn's emblem is silver and the other 3 are bronze. Apparently, this guy is the leader of the 4. Meanwhile, Thorn, noticing that there were too many demons, cursed and told the others to prepare for retreat. Han-woo decided to test their capabilities and sent a humanoid locust towards them. It landed in front of them, blocking their path, and they froze in horror, since this demon was at least rank 3. Thorn turned to the others and told them to run from here. He would try to buy them time. After that, he swung his sword, using the skill Giant Slash, but it left only a scratch on the locust's body. He nervously retreated, realizing he had no chance against such a powerful creature. At that very moment, another locust attacked him from behind and then gave chase to the adventurers. All 4 of them ended up tied up in front of Han-woo. To them, he was a vile demon. Furious Fist cursed and called him an ugly monster, ordering him to stay away. MC grimaced in displeasure and said that the guy standing in front of him was actually handsome. Why the hell was he calling him ugly? If they wanted to live, they'd have to answer a few questions. What does he look like in their eyes? Fist of Fury protested and declared that he was not going to answer the dirty demon's questions, for which he immediately paid. The locust quickly dealt with him, and Hanwoo looked at it in shock, after which he exclaimed that he just wanted to scare them. Why did it do that? The girls from the squad screamed in fear, and MC ordered them to shut up and also called the locusts of curses. Thorn asked what he wanted from them, and he suddenly approached him and said that he had already asked his question. What does he look like in their eyes? He nervously answered that he had huge eyes and long antennae on his head. Hanwoo scratched his head in confusion and thought, does this mean he looks like a locust man? Does this world deliberately disfigure aliens? He smiled and called Thorn a good boy. Let him continue answering his questions. 3 hours later, he finished and untied the adventurer, saying that that was all he wanted to know from him, so he could leave. Thorn immediately ran to the Adventurers Guild to tell them everything, and MC quietly followed him through the sky. He looked at the city and thought that this was his main goal. He was sorry, but he couldn't let him into the city yet, so let him be a good boy and lie here until he completed his task. He struck Thorn and, puzzled, touching his chin, thought that according to their words, there were millions of people like him in the city. It would be foolish to simply attack and go against their entire army with just 3 of them. His locusts may be tier 3 by local standards, but he needed more of their strength. Suddenly, a whole crowd of goblins appeared in front of him, out of nowhere, and immediately began to worship him. He glanced at them and thought it was better than nothing. Most of them were ordinary low-level creatures, but their leader had already reached level 62 and risen to rank 3. But how did he manage to obtain a profession? He approached the bearded goblin and asked how he had managed to obtain his profession. He answered that he had eaten many profession fragments left by adventurers, and Hanwoo happily asked, so you can get a profession here by eating fragments? It turns out his locusts can do the same. After that, he called the locusts and told them to keep a close eye on any adventurers they spotted and bring him all the fragments they could get. 3 days later, his creatures brought him many crystals, and he decided it was time to begin. Lifting the crystals into the air with gentle waves of his hands, he called up a system window, asking to select the profession: mage, fighter, warrior, archer. He chose the archer profession, thinking it would be perfect for his special locust. Now his magma demon locust had acquired the archer profession, and he joyfully exclaimed that it had worked. He told it to continue developing its skills. It was no longer just a 3rd-tier demon, but a demon with the archer profession. Now even one of the local heroes would have a hard time dealing with it. The locust flew up to him and informed him that they had found a cave nearby, but the pressure emanating from within had stopped their reconnaissance. MC immediately asked it to lead him there, and soon they were in front of a cave entrance. Hanwoo immediately sensed an aura of divine power, and he wondered who was hiding there. He and his locust walked deeper into the cave, but there was a cliff ahead. Approaching the very edge, they saw a huge dragon bound in chains below. He smiled and thought that in class, the teachers had mentioned that in some worlds, inhabitants often sealed opponents they couldn't defeat. Apparently, this black dragon in front of them is exactly the same poor fellow who was shackled by some very powerful person. He activated his eyes of identification and learned that this dragon's name was Elphus. It was a level 103 black dragon in a sealed state, but its original level was 149. Its profession was rebel, and its equipment and divinity were unknown. It had the talent Dragon's Blood and the skill Breath of Darkness. Suddenly, the dragon opened its eyes, and the locusts immediately fell under its influence. They headed for the exit, as if hypnotized, and MC called out to them with displeasure, ordering them to stop. They immediately froze and turned to him nervously, and then the dragon stood up and asked how he dared interrupt the meal of the great rebel, the black dragon Elphus. He would devour his flesh along with his soul. He opened his mouth wide, getting ready to attack, and Hanwoo immediately rushed to the exit. After that, an explosion occurred. MC returned to the dragon after 5 minutes, and cautiously peeked out from his hiding place, asking, is he finished? Elphus shouted in rage that he was a worthless person. How dare he tease him? He would never forgive him for this. Hanwoo ran to the exit again and thought that this time he would have to run further away. 10 minutes later, he returned to the cave again and said that he did not come here to insult or tease him. On the contrary, he would like to help him. The dragon displeasedly said that it immediately recognized his trick, so let him get out of here, otherwise it will devour him. But this time, MC wasn't going to run. He took out a bow and said that he would now test its capabilities. After that, he fired an arrow at him, but it bounced off his scales, and he said that his armor was invincible. He couldn't even scratch him. Now Hanwoo decided to use a sword. He went on the attack and said that he would try again, and then swung his sword at him, but again there was not a scratch on him. He cursed and pounced on him again, exclaiming that he was so stubborn. Apparently they would not be able to talk until he wounded him. He used 10,000 divine power points and delivered several powerful blows that pierced the dragon's thick scales. He caught his breath from the pain and asked how he dared to wound the great rebel. MC took out a dagger and said with a smirk that he still had many other weapons in stock. If he continued to threaten him, he would definitely die. The dragon asked what he wanted, and he replied that he had a dream. He wanted to kill one of the heroes defending Dolong City. However, he was not yet strong enough to go against such a monster alone, so his help would be very useful. Elphus asked how he could help him if he had been in unbreakable shackles for hundreds of years. The chains that restrained him were a divine artifact, specially created by the Adventurers Guild to seal him away once and for all. Even his dark energy could not destroy it, let alone his vaunted weapon. Hanwoo asked, so his goal was the artifact? He confirmed his words and said that he never lies, for his word is unshakable. MC smirked, took out the artifact and said that in that case, he had a great idea. He brought it to the chains and told the wolf to come out. It was time to eat. The chains immediately caught fire and melted, which surprised the dragon greatly and excitedly asked him to destroy all the other chains as well. He orders him to free him from the shackles. Hanwoo looked at him with displeasure and asked what he said. Elphus answered him that now is not the time for questions. Let him free him right now. This is an order. MC said that he showed him his sincerity and destroyed one of the chains that deprived him of freedom for many hundreds of years. How did he decide to answer him? He began to order him around like some kind of slave. He asked what he wanted in return. He wanted him to kill the hero for him. He agreed, and now let him free him. He said with an enticing smile that he had changed his mind. Now he wanted him to serve him for 100 years after saving him. The dragon became very angry and called him a pathetic insect, after which he exclaimed, has he completely lost his fear? He would never bow to anyone. Hanwoo sternly told him not to forget that he could either save him or kill him. If he didn't agree to his terms now, he would simply become another stepping stone on the path of his cultivation. He had heard that dragons were walking treasures. He wondered what kind of weapon would be made from his unbreakable bones. The dragon remained silent. He clearly didn't want such a fate and so agreed. He would serve him for 100 years, and now let him remove the rest of his shackles. He didn't want to feel the weight of these chains for another second. MC smiled and told him to take his time. First, they would have to sign the contract. A system window with the contract appeared in front of Elphys, and he exclaimed, does he want to make a slave out of him? Dragons have never been and never will be slaves. Seeing the crystal in his hand, he immediately fell silent, and he said that he felt how much he had weakened over these centuries, so after signing the contract, he would provide him with this darkness attribute crystal as a snack. Elphys grew nervous, looked down at the contract, then signed it. Hanwoo immediately ordered the wolf to continue eating. The dragon quickly freed itself from its chains, immediately shattering its prison and rising into the air. Meanwhile, the guild learned of his release, and the heroes gathered to discuss everything. The martial artist said that the black dragon had freed itself from its chains, but it must be weakened by now, so he suggested that they unite and finish it off once and for all. A saint named Rose said that after its release, the black dragon would likely try to find some secluded place to recuperate. They didn't know exactly where it would go, so they would have to involve all the adventurers in the search. The swordsman of ice and fire said that the dark energy emanating from the black dragon affected monsters that were near it. This would add to their troubles in the form of demons empowered by dark magic. They must strike first, before these power-intoxicated demons rushed into the city. Windrunner asked, why are they so excited? It was just some weakened dragon that had broken free from its shackles. He turned to the dragon slayer and asked what he thought of this. He replied that it was an ordinary dragon, and there was no need to panic over nothing. He had once single-handedly dealt with a wind dragon. It had been difficult for him, but not so difficult as to call together all the adventurers in the city, so there was no reason to worry. The martial artist said excitedly that the black dragon was completely different. According to the ancient scriptures, he was a rebel of the dragon race, that is, a traitor. They should not underestimate him. The dragon slayer gave him a displeased look and asked, did he doubt his strength? He was a dragon slayer who had undergone the fourth transformation, chosen by the heavens themselves. He existed only to slay these scaly creatures. The martial artist looked away, unsure of what to say to this, and he said that he would deal with this dragon himself, and let them take care of protecting the city. That was all. Windrunner volunteered to go with him, after which they both headed for the exit, and he promised that he would not interfere. Meanwhile, MC was gathering an army for himself, using the authority of the dragon. He spread his arms to the sides and addressed the demons, asking if they would continue to eke out an existence as mere prey for hunters. The great rebel, the black dragon Elphys, calls on them to unite in an alliance of demons and fight back against the Adventurers Guild. From this day on, they will begin hunting these idiots themselves. They looked at him with surprised glances, doubting this undertaking, and he thought that now the number of his own creatures was severely limited, so he would have to turn these demons into true warriors, capable of going into battle. He showed them the crystal, and said that it would help them gain this power. Each member of the Alliance of Demons will be rewarded with energy crystals, equipment, and profession shards obtained for killing adventurers. A few days passed, Hanwoo decided to bathe in dragon blood, and he told him that his dragon blood would help him break through the third transformation, but losing so much blood would greatly affect his condition. He thinks he will need at least 500 darkness crystals to replenish his strength. MC told him not to play it cool. He thinks these crystals come out of nowhere. He won't be able to get so many crystals in a short time. The system informed him that his second-tier profession had undergone the third transformation and transformed into a black dragon warrior. He also received a new talent, Black Dragon Blood. This increases his physical stats by 50%, increases resistance to each element by 50%, and also significantly increases the power of darkness attribute skills. He received the Black Dragon Transformation skill. He decided to take advantage of this, after which he grew wings and a huge tail. He was now level 125. The maximum level of a creature he controlled was 85 plus 20. His new talents and skills were also displayed in the status window. Feeling his strength, he thought that he could now single-handedly deal with the heroes of Dolong City, and at that moment the dragon let out a loud roar. He raised his head asking what had happened, after which two bright sparks flew towards him. They were the Windrunner and the Dragon Slayer. They both landed in front of them, and the Dragon Slayer told Elphys that he saw a black dragon with the purest bloodline himself. He was confident that if he killed it, he could finally raise the level of his profession. He turned to his partner and ordered him to take charge of the others, not to let those pathetic demons distract him. The guy told him not to worry, he would definitely deal with them. After that, he raised his hand and raised a storm barrier above them, and then turned to Hanwoo and said that he didn't think such a monster was right there at their side all this time, but he wouldn't let it stand in his friend's way. He remained silent and thought that he wanted to practice a little on ordinary adventurers first, and only then go looking for heroes, but apparently fate had decided otherwise. He used his skill and saw all the information about him. His name is Carl Smith, he is level 131, and his profession is on his 4th rotation. For equipment, he has a 1-star Wind God Blade and a 1-star Green Lotus Bow. He has a talent for daggers, an affinity with the air attribute, lightness of body, and embodiment of the storm. For skills, he has Hero's Nobility, Storm Barrier, and Windblade Slash. Carl changed weapons, and MC immediately threw 2 swords at him. Windrunner jumped, avoiding the attack, and then appeared behind him, but then for some reason, there were 2 of them. This disoriented Hanwoo, and he was unable to parry the blow. He nervously ordered the Locust to destroy the barrier, Meanwhile, the Dragon Slayer used his abilities and the ghost dragons pounced on Elphys. The blue dragon attacked him, but he was able to dodge. Meanwhile, the Slayer appeared behind him. He swung his heavy sword, wounding his wing, and he immediately fell to the ground. The man landed on him and exclaimed that it was too easy. He ordered the dragon spirits to carry the black dragon carcass to the city, after which he called out to Carl and asked if he needed help. He refused and answered him that he could handle it himself. He can go, he will catch up with him soon. After that, the Dragon Slayer left and MC nervously ordered the locusts to destroy the barrier at all costs. The locusts began to beat against the barrier, trying to destroy it, and they succeeded. They penetrated the dome through a huge hole and headed towards Hanwoo, and Carl exclaimed in surprise, "Did he finally break it?" After that, a swarm of insects pounced on him and he began to fight off the attacks, but there were too many of them. He knew that things were bad. He would run out of steam if he continued like this. He needed to finish them off quickly. He began to randomly swing his daggers, trying to drive away the locusts, but the swarm swarmed all over his body and began to devour him. That's how he died. His skeleton fell to the ground, and an academy representative contacted Hanwoo, congratulating him on successfully completing his task. Now they will open the portal leading back. MC asked him to wait and said that he could not go back now. The man asked if he really wanted to free the Black Dragon. He confirmed his words and said that he was obliged to do so because of the contract between them. The academy representative smirked and advised him to think carefully. If he went to rescue the Black Dragon, he would have to face the entire might of the city, which included millions of professional adventurers, led by 4 heroes. Besides, the rest of the civilians would also be able to fight if they took up arms. With such a scenario, even a demigod would have a significant chance of losing this battle, and for him, a divine being, that was all. He replied that he understood this, and therefore requested permission to use the power of all his beings. In exchange, he could increase the difficulty of the exam, and make it his goal to capture the entire city of Dolong. The man was surprised, but nevertheless accepted his request, saying that now he would appear in this world in his true form, and therefore had no right to fail. Immediately after this, a huge portal appeared in front of Hanwoo, from which his creatures emerged. A level 140 Sword Emperor, a level 113 Red Orc Divine Hammer, and a level 135 Demon Minotaur Shaman, as well as a level 75 Bone Collector, a level 132 Skeleton Lord, and a level 86 Skeleton Resurrectionist. MC looked at them with a smile and thought that there really were too many adventurers in the city. His creatures, although strong, were few in number. Apparently, the Alliance was destined to make its contribution to this world after all. He waved his hand and ordered the locusts to carry his word to all the demons, and then turned to the Sword Emperor and the Minotaur Shaman, saying that they would go with him. Meanwhile, the local monsters began to discuss the situation. The wolf said that the Black Dragon had already been killed. What was the point of this demon alliance anyway? They just have to go to certain death at the hands of adventurers? That's simply ridiculous. They should follow this guy's orders into the jaws of Dolong. Does he look like an idiot? It would be much easier and better for them to just kill him and take all the energy crystals he has. He paid for these words immediately. The goblins looked at his body in fear, and then Hanwoo approached them and asked if not only had they betrayed him, but they had also decided to appropriate his wealth. Apparently, they were tired of living. One of the goblins pointed a finger at him and exclaimed, "They served the great rebel even before his arrival." Who is he to ask them anyway? MC didn't let him finish and sent a stream of energy in his direction, which threw him back, and he said, he is not asking them for anything, he is ordering them, and those who do not obey, only death awaits them. The goblins quickly bowed before him and shouted loudly, "They are awaiting his order, sir." He turned around and said, "Excellent. Then forward. Their target is Dolong City." At that moment, in the square of Dolong City, the Black Dragon was shackled and put on display. The guy approached the man sitting on the throne and said, "Sir Demon Slayer, the preparations for the Black Dragon's execution ceremony are complete." Lady Rose also asked him to find out from him where the Windrunner went. The man thought, it's true, half a day has already passed. Did any problems really arise on the way back? He replied, perhaps he was delayed somewhere. As soon as the ceremony was over, he would personally go after the Windrunner. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out, which startled him. The boy blew his horn and shouted, "A horde of demons is rushing towards the city. All adventurers need to prepare and accept the fight. There are too many demons, so women and children should take refuge in underground shelters, and men who can hold weapons will fight on equal terms with the adventurers." Meanwhile, a crowd of demons appeared at the city gates. Someone said Ents, goblins, trolls. This is the first time he has seen these monsters act together. He ordered that the locusts not be forgotten. There, in the sky, the warrior pointed his finger at the monsters and told the mages that their priority targets will be the demons in the sky. Let them shoot them down with everything they have. But before they could even begin fighting, their bodies were pierced by long arrows fired by the locusts. The mages began casting spells, extending their arms and directing a stream of magic at the locusts. But the monsters successfully dodged the fire. One of the monsters ran up to the city gates and struck them with a huge hammer. And MC told the Resurrector and the Collector that it was their turn to join the fight. They mounted the locusts and headed to the battlefield. And the Resurrector revived all the dead, turning them into skeletons, after which they headed towards their former comrades. The order rang out, kill. Meanwhile, the monster knocked down the gates, but Rose was already waiting for them behind them. She folded her arms across her chest, after which giant vines emerged from the ground and headed towards the monsters. They stopped right in front of them, blocking the passage. Meanwhile, the Demon Slayer swung his sword, setting the vines on fire, ensuring that the monsters couldn't get inside. The man pointed straight ahead and ordered the warriors to prepare to meet the enemy. He shouted, "Mages, let them strike with full force and prevent the demons from breaking through." The mages extended their hands forward, creating a huge magic circle in front of the gate, after which large streams of flame were directed at the monsters. The monsters were scattered in different directions by the explosions, and the demon slayer decided to begin the execution of Elphys. He spread his arms out to the sides and addressed the proud adventurers. He told them to spare no effort against these monsters, and as a reward for their valor, he would take the life of this black dragon. Hanwoo waved his hand and ordered the collector to act. He jumped off the locust to the ground, scattering all the bones around, then commanded the skeletons to rise. The bones began to gather into place, forming the body of a giant skeleton. It headed for the city gates and got close to the vines blazing with bright fire, after which it grabbed it and began to pull towards itself, opening the way. MC, along with the others, ran through the gate and shouted, "Elphys, he's come for him!" The dragon immediately opened its eyes and, seeing him in front of it, asked in surprise, "What is he doing here?" The heroes at that moment were standing on the roof of the building, and the demon slayer said that he had no lack of courage, since he personally came here. The man became very angry and threw himself down, shouting loudly, "How dare this demon act up in their city? He will deal with him." He thrust his fist forward and ordered him to die. The Minotaur immediately attacked him and shouted, "Anyone who insults their god will perish into oblivion." Rose came down from the roof and screamed loudly, "Damn demons!" She launched vines towards MC, but the divine hammer riding on a locust attacked the vines with a hammer. Rose was very surprised to see that her vines were burned. The dragon slayer also descended from the roof and approached Hanwoo. He displeasedly told him not to dare interfere with his plans, a pathetic demon. Otherwise, he would destroy him. He summoned 2 dragon spirits, and they both went to attack, but the giant skeleton immediately hit one of them on the head. The skeleton screamed loudly, "Kill!" The dragon roared loudly and they began to strike each other repeatedly. The skeleton scratched its head in confusion and said, "He is hungry." He pushed off the ground, and jumping on the dragon, sank his teeth into its body. The dragon began to try to throw him off, and the demon slayer, noticing this, pounced on the skeleton and screamed, "Why is it attached to his dragon spirit? Is he also eager to die?" He swung his sword and dealt a powerful blow, causing the skeleton lord to fall to the ground, his bones shattering. But a second later, his body parts immediately snapped back into place, and he jumped up with a smile, heading back toward the dragon spirit. He continued devouring him, and the killer exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of monster is this?" Hanwoo, meanwhile, told the wolf cub, "It's time to eat." He rushed to gnaw on the chains that bound Elphys, who said, "A loyal ally he, the great rebel black dragon Elphys, will forever remember his gesture of goodwill." MC said that since he wants to thank him somehow, let him add a couple more centuries to his term of service. He threw several crystals into his mouth and said, "Here, let him swallow a couple of dark crystals to recover from his wounds." Sensing something behind him, he quickly turned around and, seeing that vines had pierced the red orc's body, he ordered the locust to quickly support the divine hammer. He gritted his teeth and thought, the situation is slowly becoming critical. If they don't leave this city soon, he will soon lose his army. Elphys said, "True ally, he, the great rebel Elphys, wishes to show his favor in return. Therefore, he has decided to bestow his name upon him. Today, he, his faithful ally, will become the next great rebel." His sparkling eyes illuminated Hanwoo and began to cast a spell, causing streams of energy to envelop his body, and the system window reported that he had acquired a new talent called Rebel, the effects of which are unknown. He crouched, then grabbed his sword and rushed toward the demon slayer. The demon slayer saw him about to attack and barely managed to raise his sword in front of him, but the force of the blow caused blood to spurt from his mouth. He wondered where he got so much power from. While he was holding back Hanwoo's attack, the skeleton lord sneaked up behind him, piercing his body with his hand and laughing lightly. The hero's body fell to the ground, and the skeleton lord summoned a blood knight from his body, which is a heroic mutant creature. MC at this time aimed at Rose and swung his kick at her face, causing her to fly back. She rose and clenched her jaw, saying that he had killed him. Hanwoo replied, "She's next." He turned to the divine hammer and said that he could repay her double for what she did to him. He thanked it and, clutching the hammer in his hands, walked towards her, after which her blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, the swordsman was fighting the sword emperor. Hanwoo went to his aid and decided to attack the hero from behind, but he quickly reacted and turned around, blocking his blow. At that very moment, the sword emperor stabbed him in the back, using the 1,000 blades technique. The swordsman quickly died from this blow. Seeing this, the martial artist broke into a run and shouted, "It's over. They cannot be defeated. Let everyone run." Suddenly, he braked abruptly, seeing the blood knight in front of him. He asked, "What?" At that moment, the minotaur behind him swung his club, then delivered a powerful, fatal blow. The MC broke the city's flag, showing his victory. He shouted, "His loyal subjects, they have won this difficult battle. All that remains is for them to clear out the rest of the city. Let them drag all the treasures to him, and in return, he will reward them with the coveted crystals." The warriors cheered, and he returned to the black dragon and said, his friend, he hopes that he will soon regain his former strength. Elphys burst into tears, and, with a smile, his friend, saying that he would now follow him without a doubt. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of MC, and an academy representative congratulated him on successfully completing the exam. He had literally accomplished the impossible. His portal home was already ready, and he had 3 hours to collect his loot. Hanwoo thanked the teacher and said he had one question. Could he open a permanent portal here from his own realm? He wouldn't even mind giving him all the loot he had obtained here for it. The man's eyes widened in surprise, and he paused for thought. He said he understood that he wanted to put down roots in a respectable, civilized world, but did he know the considerable risks of such a decision? Creating a stable portal was not difficult at all, but in doing so, he would be exposing himself to potential invasion of his divine realm. If locals or other beings reached its core, things would end disastrously. Hanwoo replied that he had already weighed the pros and cons. The teacher said, okay, he'll arrange for a stable portal to be provided within 10 days, and he'll share an alarm device that will warn him if someone else uses it. 10 days later, standing in the main square of Dolan with the skeleton lord, MC said that from now on, this city would come under his control. He would leave all the skeletons and minotaurs here. There was still a risk of an attempted invasion by adventurers. He decided to immediately warn him that they didn't need to act heroically. If he realized that the situation was unfavorable, he should immediately retreat to the portal. He told him to try to avoid unnecessary losses. The skeleton replied that he understood everything, after which MC ordered the portal to be opened. He returned to school and walked down the corridor where he met teacher Tianwen. The teacher asked, "Hanwoo, what's wrong with his eyes?" He took out his phone and saw that his eyes had turned black and his pupils were now glowing. MC asked if this had something to do with acquiring the rebel talent. He opened the status window and clicked on the rebel talent, but the system reported that he needed to reach the demigod rank to access the information. He was slightly surprised and said that he didn't think he needed a higher level even to view the talent description. A man approached him and said, "Hanwoo, you've done well in the Imperial Academy's test." He offered him admission to their academy's preparatory course, but he would need to fulfill some conditions before admission. Hanwoo inquired about the conditions. The man replied that to enroll, he needed to meet at least 2 of the academy's 4 requirements. First, its core representatives must be born as elite forms. Second, they must have cultivated a heroic type being. Third, they must have 4 or more divinity points. And fourth, they must be a saint-type being. As far as he knew, he met the second requirement, so that was all that was left. He hoped he'd make it in time. MC scratched his head in confusion and said, "That even sounds complicated." The man frowned and replied, "It all comes down to his diligence. The doors of their academy are always open to him." After that, Hanwoo turned to teacher Tianwen and asked if he by any chance had any ideas where he could get a divinity point soon. The teacher replied that he'd returned a bit late. If he'd asked yesterday, he would have certainly lent it, but unfortunately, he'd already spent his reserves. As for ideas, the only thing left was the exam, which was due in a month. If he takes first place, he might get a divinity point. MC frowned slightly and pursed his lips, and the teacher told him to stop looking at him like that. He wasn't lying to him. Hanwoo returned to his divine realm and said, "Well, since there was no other way, he'll have to take a risk." He created more tornadoes and sacrificed the lives of his representatives, but got nothing. Hanwoo looked at the system window and sighed heavily. He said, "No one said it would be this easy, so he'll try tomorrow." The next day, he sacrificed the lives of beings, but still didn't get any divinity points and said, "No problem. He needs to keep trying." 7 days later, he cried because he was having no luck. He said, he once had this divinity point. If he had known that he might need it at the most inopportune moment, he would never have exchanged it for 150 million. If the heavens take pity on him and grant him another point, he swears he will cherish it very much. Suddenly, the system notified him of a new message. Yuanzhang wrote to him, greeting his master. He found the perfect place to collect some sacred artifacts. After reading this, MC thought, Yuanzhang has already reached the rank of a true god. Perhaps he has a couple of divinity points lying around. He should at least try. He asked, will he lend him a divinity point? Yuanzhang, after reading this message, thought, lend 1 divinity point? Why would such a powerful being need to borrow anything? He is sure that his master is an elder god, and such a being never lacks resources. Maybe he is testing him somehow? He said, okay, in any case, he does not want to upset his master. Okay, he agrees. He sent it to him, which made Hanwoo very happy. He asked, so quickly? True gods don't waste time on trifles. He received a message with the location of the Divine Canyon ruins, and he asked, what is that? He needed to look into it. The Divine Canyon ruins are an unfinished project of an ancient civilization. Due to the excessive depletion of the mineral composition of the earth in this world, the ruins began to emit harmful radiation. Over 90% of the surviving creatures in this world underwent random mutations due to the constant radiation, eventually transforming into unimaginable monsters. These monsters adapted to their new habitats, their bodies beginning to purposefully absorb harmful radiation to enhance their own mutations. Excessive consumption of radiation can cause radiation condensates to appear in the monsters' bodies, which in turn grant the monsters the ability to undergo controlled mutation. Later, these condensates became known as gene stones. It turned out that gene stones can be used to develop one's own creatures. Even the lowest quality gene stones are comparable in effectiveness to third-level sacred relics and are worth millions of divine power points. That's why these stones are quite popular among demigods and even true gods. MC nervously wondered how high Yuanzhong thought of him. If he decided to tell him about a place where demigods and true gods hunt, he wondered how much such an invitation cost him. The system reported breaking news. An unknown elder god decided to breed gene stones and went bankrupt. Hanwoo read this and thought, was he trying to breed mutants? He remembered, it has a decay mechanism. It will turn even the most worthless ore into a perfect crystal. Accordingly, if mutants absorb the pure radiation from this, he will obtain high-quality gene stones. It might work. He went to the city beyond the ruins of the Divine Gorge and put on a robe and mask. He said, however, he didn't want to show his face to everyone he met. Privacy, above all else. A guy approached him and said, he believed this was his first time in the Divine Gorge area. Would he like to use the services of an honest and reliable guide? MC cleared his throat and asked him to give at least one reason for that. The guy frowned and replied that he knew the locations of at least 18 places where mutant monsters gather. Naturally, mutants from different habitats will differ from each other, and he, the guide, knows their special traits. He also has information about the city's various supply points. He knows who is honest and who likes to cheat. He assures that as long as he is around, he will receive a decent payment for his work. And also, before he could finish speaking, Hanwoo suddenly waved his hands and told him to stop. He was not interested in the mutants themselves. He came here for radioactive ore. Is that what they sell here? The guy narrowed his eyes and said, so that's it. So the gentleman is interested in ore. He raised his hand to his mouth and spoke. Perhaps he doesn't know this yet, but recently one of the true gods went bankrupt because he purchased low-quality ore. His mutants simply couldn't complete the formation of gene stones and died due to excessive radiation. The business, in which over 100 billion points of divine power were invested, simply collapsed, and all because he refused his services. MC turned and saw a man who asked the guy who was with him. The guy smiled and replied, Mr. Hay, this is his esteemed guest. He is interested in purchasing radioactive ore. He decided to introduce his guest to Mr. Hai, the owner of the largest mines in the Divine Gorge ruins. The man said, that's right, over 70% of all the ore in their world passes through his hands. All his goods are carefully checked, so he doesn't sell low-quality ones. His reputation is convincing. Hanwoo said, that's fine. He'd like to acquire samples to test their effects on divine realm beings. Let him give him as many as 10,000 divine power points would suffice. Mr. Hai replied, no problem. After that, MC went to the ruins of the Divine Gorge. He looked at the bag in his hand and said that in the end, he purchased 40,021 crystals. The price-quality ratio suited him quite well, but he still knew nothing about their effectiveness. It was better for him to test it here before dragging it to his world. At that moment, he noticed a beast with a first-level mutation and thought that it must be a wolf, a normal-type creature that had undergone primary mutation. If he remembered correctly, their life cycle was only 20 days. To extend their life, they need to constantly consume radiation and strengthen their mutation. He pulled one crystal out of the bag and threw it aside, deciding to test its power on the wolf. MC screamed, it's just in time. They'll test it on the creature. Go ahead. The wolf happily ran after the crystals and began licking them. Suddenly, a horn grew on the wolf's head, and its body increased in size. Hanwoo saw this and was very surprised. He screamed, what? It only licked the crystal a couple of times and already evolved into a second-level mutation beast? After that, another crystal fell into the creature's mouth. The wolf chewed it, and its body expanded once more. MC was very surprised and asked, third-level mutation? In just a couple of minutes, it went from first to third level, if he feeds these crystals to his creatures. Suddenly, the wolf exploded, leaving behind a red crystal. Hanwoo approached it and said, true. And you shouldn't forget about the risks. Radiation is a dangerous thing. This wolf's body was literally torn to pieces due to the excess power it absorbed. But he still achieved the main thing. The mutant left behind a gene stone. Now he has no doubt about the effectiveness of the crystals. He picked up the gene stone, and the system window reported that the gene stone requires third-level permission to use it in the divine realm. The effect of this is that it causes a mutation of the jaws, resulting in creatures acquiring long fangs. A side effect is that it shortens the lifespan of creatures by 3 years. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice behind him say, young man, if he values his life, let him give him this gene stone, and let him not forget about the bag of crystals. He thinks he himself realizes that he doesn't have much of a choice. Hanwoo turned around and was surprised to see the demigod John Gang standing before him. He wondered what he was doing here. Apparently, he didn't recognize him because of the mask. At least something made him happy. He asked, what will happen if he refuses? John Gang waved his hand, summoning his wolves, and told him not to ask obvious questions. After this, the wolves rushed towards Hanwoo, and he bit his finger until it bled. He screamed, transformation into a black dragon. The wolves froze in place, their mouths wide open in shock. MC charged and began attacking the creatures, and John Gang waved his hand and shouted, blessing of fury, wolf cavalry, attack. Many wolves rushed towards Hanwoo, but he suddenly rose into the air and the wolves widened their eyes. Hovering above them, MC smiled and asked, is he trying to wear him down? This tactic is as old as the hills. He asked with a smirk. Does he now understand that it won't work on him? John Gang asked. Fool? He didn't think that some pathetic weakling would start insulting him instead of begging for mercy. He activated divine magic, the shackles of heaven, and ordered the idiot to descend to earth. MC felt a shaking and cried out in fear. He fell to the ground and thought, where do these demigods get so many trump cards? Hanwoo turned to face the wolves and John Gang shouted, go ahead, let them tear him to shreds. Suddenly, Hanwoo saw a sign on the side that said, no entry. He ran forward and shouted, damn it, apparently the creatures don't really care about this ban. The wolves quickly ran after him and John Gang ordered, hurry, let them catch up with him. The monsters sitting on the branches woke up and rushed towards Hanwoo. He looked at the monsters in fear and ran away. He said, horror, these idiots don't look weak either. The best solution in this situation is to run. Suddenly, John Gang struck the monsters and ordered them to get lost. He stepped on the creature's body and asked with displeasure, horror, where did it go? He turned around and told his wolves, what a strange aura there is. Okay, they're leaving here. MC approached the river and looking at his reflection, exhaled loudly and said, he thought he had broken away. He scooped up water in his hands and spoke, his throat almost dry. He saw a huge fish with legs underwater and his eyes widened. Hanwoo screamed, what's going on? Was the local water also saturated with radiation? He needed to get out of here quickly. He opened the map and thoughtfully asked, where did he even end up? This river wasn't marked on the map. He couldn't have gotten lost, right? At that moment, monsters with glowing red eyes appeared in front of him. MC frowned and thought, well, now's not the time to panic. Since he'd wandered there anyway, why not start collecting gene stones? There are plenty of mutants here. He threw stones towards the monsters and shouted, dinner's served, guys. It exploded, and Hanwoo laughed and said, getting gene stones isn't that hard. A few hours later, he looked at the bright glow in the mountains and said how quickly it got dark. Spending the night among wild mutants was not the best idea. He needed to find some secluded place. What was that light? Hanwoo frowned and said he thought there were some ruins there. Perhaps it was an abandoned city of an extinct civilization of this world. Ruins were better than nothing. He would spend the night there. He activated the black dragon transformation and headed upward. MC flew up to the castle and thought it looked like some kind of old abandoned castle. Hanwoo descended and looked around, thinking he didn't think anyone had managed to take a fancy to this place, but it was better to be wary with the local mutants. He looked down and saw scattered sheets of paper. MC asked again, paper? He looked around and thought he felt some kind of energy disturbance. Hanwoo saw several people in robes and thought, who the hell are these, and what are they doing? He pressed himself against the wall and began to listen. The man in the robe spoke. Their master had lost 100 billion points of divine power, but at the same time, he had given them the opportunity to perform this ritual. They had no room for error. Success or death, there was no other choice. The man looked to the side and said, the time has almost come. It's time to begin. A full and bright moon was visible in the sky, causing the stones on the ground to ignite. A huge, bright trail quickly rose above the castle. A seal formed over the castle, and the man shouted, it worked. They had finally loosened the seal left by the Divine Gorge ruined civilization. Hanwoo frowned and thought, the network had said that the civilization of this world had stopped and sealed their research due to some risk. Apparently, the master of these people had been secretly studying this seal, under the guise of breeding mutants and mining gene stones. He tried to sneak up and thought, fortunately, due to a number of restrictions, only creatures with no more than 10 divinity points can enter the world of the Divine Canyon ruins. He doesn't think that a creature who has lost 100 billion points of divine power to some ritual will be able to penetrate there, so he is relatively safe, right? The system window reported the beginning of unlocking the source of mutations of the Divine Canyon ruins. The monsters raised their heads and a voice announced, it has begun. Suddenly, red system windows appeared in front of MC, and it announced, "Attention, attention! It has been detected that the initiator of the unlocking is not one of the highest warriors of the Divine Canyon civilization. The process is suspended, activating the security system. Gamora, a monster of the 6th level of mutation, has been released." Monsters and people in robes clutched their heads, the system window reported. "Seal integrity violation. The source of mutation is becoming unstable. The beginning of source suppression." Hanwoo crouched down and puzzledly thought, what kind of horror is happening there? Suddenly a being appeared and greeted the messengers from the divine worlds. They could call the being the source of mutations. It was immensely grateful to them for freeing it from the fate of eternal slavery, and in gratitude, it would grant them the opportunity to become its host. As they understood, it would not be able to divide itself into all of them, so the being would have to organize a selection. The people in robes began to ask fearfully, "Who is it?" A voice asked, "Why don't they play a little game?" A green glow illuminated everything around, turning the space into emptiness. A green, curved being came out to the people and said that as it saw, they were willing to play. Well, then it would explain the rules. They needed to raise a mutant capable of defeating Gamora, a 6th level creature of mutation. Each of them would receive 10,000 radiation crystals, which would be used to mutate their own beings. The source of mutations grinned and said, the first one who could create such a creature would become its host. The guy frowned and said that he felt sick at the thought of becoming a carrier of such thing. If it didn't let them out of there right now, he would summon creatures from his divine sphere there. They would destroy the creature. He tried to move and asked irritably, what's going on? Why couldn't he connect with his own world? The creature spoke. And here comes the first loser. A huge Gamora, a 6th level mutant creature, appeared out of nowhere and attacked the guy in the robe. He only managed to scream loudly before the monster devoured his body. MC raised his hand and said in confusion, he also can't connect with his divine sphere. So, how then was he supposed to summon his creature, which would become a mutant? The people in robes turned around and asked in confusion, who the hell was he? How did he even get there? The monster waved its appendage and said, don't worry, young man, that won't be a problem. Hanwoo looked toward the portal and frowned, thinking, as he expected, it was one way, there was no escape. 3 hours later, the robed men began to worry. The guy said, they're in dire straits. Most of his creatures simply couldn't withstand the radiation and were dying. About 10% survived, but even those only gained a little strength. What about the rest? The others replied, 80% of the test subjects died, and so did the others. MC sat next to a large locust and said, the decay mechanism is a real treasure. He fed the creature a dozen unrefined crystals and obtained 6,000 of the purest ration crystals. However, to obtain such a useful artifact, he recalled, he had to sacrifice the lives of hundreds of millions of locusts. The 3rd level mutation locust ate the stone, and MC said encouragingly, he believes in Brother Chiang. Let it show them how good its accelerated regeneration is. Hanwoo took out a few more crystals and said, here. 3 months later, a guy screamed, what kind of monster did he create? Another guy cried out, good heavens, he succeeded. MC smiled, and behind him was a huge locust, a 6th level mutant creature. The creature ordered Gamora to test them. It looked down on the humans and grabbed the creature of one of them. A loud cry rang out, what? The monster grinned and said, the losers, as is customary, don't deserve to live. Gamora grabbed the humans with its toothy mouth, from which a loud cry rang out, no, let them help. They don't want to die here. The monster looked at MC's locust and said, it's his turn. Hanwoo said that in order to strengthen Brother Chan, he fed the creature absolutely all the gene stones he had. However, MC burst into tears and said that because of this, Brother Chan's lifespan was shortened to just 1 day. He waved his hand and said, go ahead, Brother Chan. Let it make them realize the value of their lives. The creature changed its appearance and said, what a wonderful speech. It was practically ablaze. His creature was worthy of stepping onto the battlefield. It waved its hand and ordered Gamora to move forward. The battle between the monsters began. The locusts quickly and accurately struck Gamora. The creature hit the locust's body, and it flew up. Gamora became very angry and roared loudly, increasing in size. The monster folded its arms across its chest and said, not bad. It even managed to anger Gamora. This is a wonderful sight. 18 hours later, the battle continued, when suddenly the locusts were able to defeat Gamora. The creature spread its arms out to the sides and asked, that was magnificent. Doesn't he think so, dear host of the creature? Hanwoo placed his hands on his chest and asked, what host? What was it planning to do with his innocent body? The monster looked at him, puzzled, and screamed. From now on, they would share flesh, his flesh. An energy flow was directed into the protagonist's body, and he screamed loudly. After a while, he opened his eyes and asked, is he dead? A system window with his stats appeared in front of him. MC asked, so, who is he now? Is he Hanwoo or the source? The creature spoke. He's already awake, dear host of the creature. MC said, the only thing missing here is the monster. The creature asked, why is he so cold? On the contrary, he should be grateful to the monster. After all, with the creature's power, he will soon surpass all of their deity civilization. By the way, it suppressed his ability to accelerate growth and replaced it with accelerated directed mutations. That's much better, right? He needn't worry about his condition, because from now on, they will have to get along with each other, and conflicts between them will lead to nothing good. It is the first and last super gene of the mutation of the great civilization of the Divine Gorge world. Getting a monster is akin to a miracle. Does he understand? Hanwoo waved his hand and ordered the creature not to mess with his head. Let it tell him how to get out of here instead, the monster replied. There is no problem with that. The only mutant of the 6th level of mutation who guarded the seals is now dead. Nothing will keep them here anymore. MC snapped his fingers and returned to the castle, where it all started. The monster said, by the way, he forgot to warn him about something. Removing the seals is a very noisy business, so all sorts of demigods and true gods have already flocked to the ruins. So, as soon as the last shackles are removed from the monster, they will burst in here. Hanwoo screamed loudly, why didn't it say this before? Do you think they will believe him if he says that he didn't take anything valuable here? Yes, they will fleece him to the last thread and then kill him. They need to get out of here, but he has no idea how. Suddenly the MC put his hand on the ground and said, exactly. The coordinates of the bloody arena. People screamed loudly. The aura of the seals disappeared. They ran towards it and shouted, they're coming. The guy extended his hand forward and ordered them to stop. It's theirs. But Hanwoo at that moment was no longer there. Zhang Gang crouched down and saw the locusts and said, it's a dead locust. Could it really be that kid? After a while, a loud scream rang out. How is this possible? Useless idiots. Who dared to steal his prey? Let them use all their creatures. Let them search without rest, day and night. but let them begin what is rightfully his. After a while, the MC stood inside the bloody arena, his hands in his pockets. He said, yeah, spending 1 million divine power points for one teleportation is too much. However, he simply has no choice. Okay, it's time for him to go home. A system window stood before him, informing him that the esteemed heir had just been challenged by another successor, a vicious dragon who was a divine being. Was he prepared to accept the challenge? It reminded him that if he refused the challenge 3 times or lost, he would be stripped of his status as heir. Hanwoo screamed in irritation. Damn it, he had only just arrived, and he was already being challenged. Good, his fists were itching. He entered the portal, from which loud cries were coming. Let the dragon crush him. Go. The system window asked him to prepare his creatures for battle. The cries continued. The Locust King. He had bet on him, so let him not fail. They laughed loudly, and ordered him to summon his bone collector. Let him show this dragon his giant skeleton knight. Does he think this pile of bones can stand against an army of half-dragons? No way. Dragon. Someone had poured 500,000 on him. Let him not dare lose. MC folded his arms and asked, a whole 500,000 for his defeat? Apparently, this guy doesn't mind his money at all. The guy came up to him and said he'd heard of him, the so-called Locust King. His main representatives are locusts, but he usually wields skeletons. But this time he had bad luck with his opponent. Let him believe him. He'll beat everything out of him. Hanwoo extended his hand forward and ordered them to stop chatting. They needed to finish. He wanted to go home. The guy shouted, okay, if he was so eager to die, he'd gladly help him. He waved his hand and ordered his dragons to move forward. The dragon attacked the locusts, and the guy asked, kid, does he really think he's weak? Let him summon his undead here. MC sat down on the floor and said, of course he will, but first let him deal with his locusts. The dragons began breathing streams of fire, and the guy ordered them to use their skills. Hanwoo shouted, locusts, let them listen to his commands. Fallen locusts, the defense is upon them. Heavenly demon beetles, they're attacking. Dark magic locusts, they're waiting for the right moment to sneak up on them. The locusts were attacking the dragons, and the boy was ordering them to gather up and burn these idiots. Half-dragon hero, let him start firing. The boy folded his arms and ordered them to stop kicking and summon their undead. If he continued like this, he would destroy all his locusts. Hanwoo thought he had a point, but he was wasting his creatures. He'd have to summon the divine hammer and the minotaur shaman. He held out his hand and said, divine sphere. The green creature screamed. Why did he have to endure all these insults? He was beginning to doubt his host's choice. MC asked, what is he proposing? The monster repeated, isn't it clear? We need to crush these half-dragons with the locust's power. Hanwoo said, it can see for itself that the locusts can't handle them. The creature screamed. What made him think that? He'd already forgotten who killed Gamora, a 6th level mutation creature. The source of mutation itself can't have weak races. The main thing is to manage it skillfully. Now let him use his new ability, directed mutation, and destroy these pathetic half-dragons. MC thought this was a good opportunity for him to test his new power, especially since if something went wrong, he could always summon more powerful creatures. The guy asked if he decided what mutation vector he wanted to give his locust. The protagonist replied that fallen locusts were good as living shields, so he wanted to increase their damage resistance so they could protect other creatures. A system window appeared, stating that option 1 was armor mutation, which thickened and strengthened the fallen locust's natural armor, increasing its resistance to physical damage tenfold. Option 2, gland mutation, meant that fallen locusts would acquire new glands, allowing them to coat themselves with a persistent slime, greatly increasing their resistance to elemental attacks. The price was a 90-day reduction in the creature's lifespan. Option 3, full mutation, caused mutation in all areas of the creature, strengthening all aspects of the fallen locust. The price was a reduction in the creature's lifespan to 24 hours. The protagonist smiled and said that these half-dragons attack with both fire and physical might, so he can't be greedy. He chose the third option. In an instant, the fallen locusts mutated and grew in size, then began attacking the half-dragons. MC joyfully exclaimed that he had succeeded. He had managed to give his locusts the mutation vector he needed. He would deal with the heavenly demon beetles and the dark magic locusts until they mutated. At that moment, shadow needles began to powerfully attack the half-dragons. The evil dragon screamed in wild shock. What the hell is going on here? How could they become so powerful in an instant? He clearly used something forbidden. Where is the judge? The protagonist smiled and noted that his humanoid locusts had also mutated. He would have his work cut out for him against them. The humanoid locusts began firing arrows at the half-dragons. Suddenly, a hero-level half-dragon took off. He shouted that his hero-level half-dragon was the first target. Let them deal with him first. The evil dragon tearfully cried out that he surrendered, that he shouldn't kill him. Suddenly, one of the men who had placed the bet furiously shouted, what about his 500,000? Let him fight to the end. The protagonist smiled and said that he had warned him that betting on his defeat would lead to nothing good. He took the divine core fragment and the blood arena seal, and then returned to his god realm. A system window appeared, stating that a new structure had been created, the Blood Arena. This is a place where god creatures can hone their skills in battles with each other. The victorious creature has a chance to advance to the next rank of creature types. There's also an extremely small chance that a victorious elite type creature can lower all intermediate ranks and immediately become a heroic type creature. The protagonist asked if there was a tiny chance to immediately transform into a heroic type creature. What a pleasant surprise. A divine core also appeared at his base, and he asked in surprise, what's that? He seemed suspiciously happy these days. Suddenly, a mutation source appeared next to him and asked why he was so excited about all these little things. He'd already said that this was just the tip of the iceberg. With his help, they would reach much greater heights, so he should trust him. MC agreed and asked if he was done. He wanted to start leveling up. The spirit agreed and added that he could begin. He mused that he would definitely get rid of it as soon as he became stronger. The protagonist activated the life sacrifice ability and began sacrificing the locusts. After some time, system windows appeared with a choice. The first option was Storm Armor, a level 4 sacred relic. When fused with the core, it grants the god's creatures the ability to summon storm armor during combat. The second option was a level 3 structure, the observatory. When placed in the divine sphere, it allows precise situational awareness at a distance of up to 10,000 kilometers. The third option was a book on creating a golem. Once created, the golem inherits the powers and abilities of the creatures from whose flesh and blood it was created. The abilities and powers of a completed golem cannot be changed or improved. The protagonist wondered, surprised, what if there was an option to create a golem? What if he combined the remains of Brother Chiang and the mutant Gamora? He chose the golem creation book and smiled, noting that he thought he would soon become much stronger. After 10 days in the God Realm, the protagonist happily declared that he'd now seen for himself that his 10 million divine power points and high-level materials had been well spent. His golems were simply adorable. These golems were stronger than some heroes, and their regeneration is not inferior even to the Wolverine. They would be his Chiang babies, in honor of his fallen brother. Well, the time had finally come to challenge fate. He was already on the threshold of the Imperial Academy. His grandfather needn't worry. He would definitely enroll and follow his parents into the Sea of Chaos stars. 3 days later, MC arrived at the Imperial Academy, and looking at the building, asked in shock, so this is what the Empire's best academy looks like. It was noticeable. Even on the outskirts of the city, half the passersby exuded the aura of a demigod. An academy employee called out to him and asked if he was Han Wu, a preparatory student at the Imperial Academy, right? He greeted him. The academy had sent him for him, so he asked to come with him. A helicopter was waiting for them. He told him not to worry about anything. He would help him settle into the academy dormitory. After some time, they arrived at the dormitory. He led him into a building with incredibly luxurious renovations. The protagonist, surprised, asked where his roommates were. The employee replied that this place was reserved for him alone, no roommates. He, completely shocked, said that this was a bit much. The man headed for the exit and remarked that he could rest today. He shouldn't be late for classes tomorrow. MC, looking around, said that, judging by everything, this place was teeming with all sorts of geniuses. He needed to get busy, absorbing divinity as soon as possible. The next day, all the students at the academy were discussing the fact that a new student had transferred in. They started saying he was some kind of scum who'd somehow gotten in. His family must have helped him out somehow. He wouldn't have gotten in without connections. People like him only tarnish the reputation of the Empire's finest academy. Hearing this, the protagonist began to wonder if he'd have a peaceful life here either. At that moment, teacher Lena approached him and asked if he was Han Wu's newly enrolled student, right? She was the preparatory course teacher at their academy. Classes were starting soon, and she invited him into the classroom. Afterward, they entered the classroom. Shuang, seeing him, stood up and called out. The students began to mutter among themselves, perplexed. Did their goddess really know this newcomer? Lena, smiling, said she'd like to introduce them to their new classmate, Han Wu. Before entering the academy, he'd attended the same school as their student, Shuang. Shute, a student, nervously shouted out that he wanted to know how this guy managed to get into their cram school. She replied that she didn't know how he was taught at his previous school, and she didn't care, but in her class, you had to raise your hand before asking a question. If he still hadn't gotten the hang of it, she'd find another way to drill the local etiquette into his head. The guy fearfully apologized and added that it wouldn't happen again, he promised. Lena, smiling, said that regarding his question, it would be better if he asked the student himself. Shute said that he didn't really care how he got here. It didn't matter. He just wanted to personally verify his worthiness to study with them, so he was challenging him. The protagonist, with a serious face, replied that he was crazy. He had to refuse the offer. He furiously shouted that he was a cowardly scum. How was he going to study here if he was afraid to even accept a challenge? Shuang slammed the table and angrily shouted that he hadn't done anything wrong, so why was he picking on him? The MC, watching this, thought that was just like her. Even here, she had managed to acquire some nasty henchmen. Sometime later, during recess, Shute and his friends approached the protagonist, but Shuang immediately appeared, shouting, "What's he doing again? If he wanted to bully him, then he should deal with her first." He replied that it was none of her business, and that she should leave him alone. If Han Wu still had any courage left, he should stop hiding behind a girl. He frowned, stood up, and said that he was too lazy to deal with him, but he, too, had his limits. What did he want from him? Shute, with a sly smile, asked if he realized he was just a random piece of trash. He has no right to study here, and he'll make sure he gets the hell out of here. One of his friends yelled that they'd beat him up until he dropped out. The protagonist turned to the girl and smiled, saying it must have been hard for her to be in the same class with those idiots for so long. She replied that they'd been perfectly normal until that day. She didn't understand why they were so angry at him. MC smiled, noting that she probably hadn't gotten close to them yet, so she probably wouldn't mind if he gave them a good beating. Shuang warned him not to underestimate Shute's strength. His main representatives were Steel Knights, an elite type of creature. This guy was incredibly strong. Even her Thunder Sparrows were no match for his knights. He smiled, saying that if she was afraid he'd hurt them, she should just say so. The girl said she didn't care. Let him do what he wanted. Shute himself inquired, "Do you seriously want to hurt them?" One of his knights would be enough to wipe out all of his creatures. He invites him to the arena. Shuang wondered why he was so stubborn. She couldn't even help him. While the arena was being created, a system window appeared asking him to choose a battle mode. Super Elite Battle, Army Battle, 10v10, Hero Battle, Elite Battle, 5v5. MC said he didn't think the arena had so many modes. This was a great opportunity to try out his little Chiang. He chose 10v10. After a while, they appeared in the arena. Shute said with a smile that he didn't know if he was an idiot or just overconfident. There was no way he could beat him in 10v10 mode. Had he already forgotten what Shuang had told him? The protagonist silently spawned his golems. Seeing this, he wondered fearfully, who are these? He summoned hero-type creatures, but they gave off a strange aura. Apparently, he'll have to go all out. He can't screw up with a goddess watching. The guy spawned Steel Knights and told him to prepare well. Even a lord-type warrior would have a hard time against his horde. Shuang, watching the battle, asked in confusion what kind of creatures these were. When did Han Wu manage to acquire such monsters? One of the disciples, after analyzing him, replied that he summoned golems and they were comparable to hero-type creatures. But man-made creatures would never compare to Shutei's living heroes. Why did he summon them? It would be funny to see his face when he lost his expensive army. He knew it was someone's rich son. He managed to get his hands on hero-type golems. Another guy agreed, adding that those were probably worth at least 30 million. Now he understood how he'd ended up in their class. Shuang wondered if they were just talking nonsense, not even knowing that Hanwoo had no family left. He simply had no one to ask for such a large sum of money. But then where did he get those golems? She'd have to ask him after the battle. Meanwhile, Shutei ordered his army to attack. The steel guards began to fight the golems. He asked with a sly smile, "Can you hear that?" Those were the gratifying sounds of his creature's bones crunching. The protagonist asked, "Have you fallen asleep, or had you already resigned yourself to defeat?" Shutei looked at the warriors, and seeing that the steel guards weren't penetrating the golems, asked in wild shock, "How could that be?" He exclaimed that this was just the beginning. Now it was his turn. Let his little ones begin to crush. Immediately after this, the golems began actively pressing the enemy warriors. The disciples watching this began to wonder in disbelief. What kind of monsters are these? They're pushing back the steel knights. Or rather, like they're beating kittens. Shuang, in sheer shock, wondered why Hanwoo was so strong. MC asked with a smile, "Will he give up already?" Shutei nervously shouted, "Don't get carried away. He hasn't shown even half his true power. Let the Steel Knights unite." The protagonist asked with a smile. Unification? Suddenly, the Steel Knights began to disassemble and reassemble into a single robot. He asked with disgust, "What are they doing? Should he just ignore this?" A moment later, a huge knight stood before him. Shutei grinned and asked, "Is he scared yet?" The united Steel Knight contained all the might of his beings. "This cowardly scum is finished." After that, the Steel Knight charged and began beating the golems. The boy, smirking, shouted that he would now show him the strength of someone truly worthy of studying at the Imperial Academy. He would soon realize he had no place among them. MC mockingly shouted that he was so strong. Shutei, smiling, replied that it was all true. If he admitted defeat, then he would spare his awkward creatures. But he should hurry. His offer would only last for 10 seconds. He began a countdown, but the protagonist counted down to 0 and said that time was up and he could continue. The boy, with a serious face, exclaimed that he himself had refused, so he shouldn't cry later. Suddenly, all the golems healed and began attacking the Steel Knight. The protagonist shouted, "Let them tear this tin can apart." After a few blows, the Steel Knight's head fell to the ground. Shutei, in complete shock, said that this couldn't be true. This was the end. Everything was lost. After the battle, MC returned to the real world. Suddenly, Xiangmeng approached him, hugged him, and shouted that he had indeed passed the Academy's test. He hadn't doubted him, so it was no accident that he had recommended him. He asked in surprise how he had gotten so young. He looked like he'd lost 10 years. The guy replied with a smile that he'd chosen that look specifically for the arena because he thought he wouldn't be taken seriously. But this was an academy, after all. And there were a lot of girls here, so he'd returned to his true form. One of the students asked if he'd gotten here thanks to a recommendation from an academy student. He thought he was here through connections. Another student apologized and said they'd misunderstood. Xiangmeng, smiling, exclaimed that he was a first year at the Imperial Academy. And from now on, anyone who dared to taunt his friend Hanwoo would be dealt with by him. Did everyone understand that? He grabbed him by the shoulder and said he'd introduce him to his friends. They approached his friends, and Xiangmeng happily announced that his junior had finally gotten in. Xiatian, a first-year student at the Imperial Academy, greeted him and introduced himself. Yiling asked with a smile, "So, he was the one who defeated their friend in the bloody arena?" MC greeted them, and after introducing himself, replied that it was more likely a coincidence. She said it wasn't a coincidence, but rather, luck. And luck is also a kind of power. They'd heard a rumor that during the next lesson, the preparatory course students would be sent to Zombie City, a low-level secret realm from their wealthy academy's collection. They'd like to ask him to bring them something from there. The protagonist asked, why did they need the help of some newbie from the preparatory course? After all, since they'd already reached the demigod stage, the girl smiled and replied, "Don't be so modest. A newbie? Don't make her laugh. Zombie City is a low-level secret realm in the academy's collection, intended only for preparatory course students. They have no way to get in." Xiangmeng, showing off his biceps, said that if he were allowed in, he'd destroy the entire city in a couple of hours. The protagonist agreed, adding that they had a very strong one. Yiling explained that, in short, an extremely valuable item can be found in this secret realm, the Fruit of Wisdom. This fruit can help improve the intelligence of non-humanoid creatures, and they are willing to buy it for 1 divinity point each. MC was overjoyed, but he didn't show it. Thinking that this was exactly what he needed, he said he'd take it on. The girl gave him the seed and told him it would be useful for the next lesson. Sometime later, the protagonist returned home and, lying in bed, pondered his belief that he'd thought he could achieve demigod transformation as soon as he absorbed 6 divinity points. If not for Master Lin's explanations, he would have certainly wasted his potential. He recalled how she explained that he could initiate the demigod transformation ceremony by absorbing 6 divinity points, but such demigods were artificial and could only fuse with the lowest level divine authority. She hoped he wouldn't waste his enormous potential and would continue accumulating divinity points. However, she wanted to warn him that it wouldn't be easy. After absorbing 6 divinity points, each subsequent increase in divinity would require increasingly more of those same points. For example, 7 would require 2 divinity points, 8 would require 3, and so on. The maximum number of divinity points a divine being can attain is 10. Demigods with 10 divinity points possess the greatest potential and are capable of merging with level 5 divine power. She reminded him that divine power is the ultimate stage for both demigods and true gods. The protagonist joyfully remarked that teacher Lena had such high hopes for him. He simply couldn't let her down. He would gather as many fruits of wisdom as possible and accumulate divinity points. A few days later, at the Imperial Academy, the protagonist's classmate asked if he had heard that they were going to send them to the outside world in the next class. Rumor had it would be Zombie City, one of the Academy's secret realms. Some of the elders, having learned of this, began approaching their students. They wanted them to retrieve some valuable resource. At that moment, Shutei approached them and asked if he'd like to make a bet with him on the duration of this expedition. MC inquired about the bet. He replied, with a serious expression, that if his grades in this class were higher than his, he wouldn't even look at Shuang anymore. If the opposite were true, he'd stop thinking about her and harboring any hopes. The protagonist asked him to be honest. Did his family get along with the rector of their academy? He simply couldn't understand how he'd managed to get here with such a tiny brain. What difference did it make whether he thought about her or not? She didn't like him, so he should just get over it. Shute said it was none of his business. He'd do everything to keep Shuang away from him. Suddenly, the girl herself approached them and asked, meaning if his grades were better than his, he'd stop pestering her. The guy nervously replied that he really did like her. Why does she need this idiot when she has him? She said he should answer her question. Shute angrily exclaimed that it was all true. He'll stop bothering her if he's better than him. Shuang asked if he could do her a favor and take his bet. The protagonist pointed out that everyone he met here was a genius. She shouldn't blame him later if he lost. She replied that she believed in him. He would win. Suddenly, teacher Lena asked with a smile if everyone was ready for class. She was sure many of them had already heard about it, but she would repeat it anyway. In this class, they would go to a zombie city, a low-level secret realm. All they had to do was survive. However, this place would be strikingly different from anything they'd seen so far. So they began. The teacher snapped her finger, and in an instant, they found themselves in a projection of the zombie city. System windows appeared, indicating that the survival simulation in the outside world was activating. To avoid detection by the outside world consciousness, all functions related to the divine realm will be disabled. They are affected by the aura of the outside world, causing their divine being body to become mortal. The ranking table was opened. The main scenario, Zombie Town, is a very welcoming and hospitable place where the sweet local zombies will kindly take care of their brains cramped inside their skulls, and at nightfall, they will invite them to a dizzying carnival. Shute, perplexed, asked where this terrible hunger came from. His classmate noted that the same thing happened to him, but he can't activate his spatial ring, and it was full of food. The protagonist explained that divine beings like them practically don't need food and can starve for a month or more, and now they have been turned into mortals and all their artifacts have been disabled. This, indeed, is true survival. He felt like his basic abilities were working just fine, so they had nothing to worry about. They needed to explore this welcoming city. Shuang summoned a bird and told him to climb on it while they looked around from above. The protagonist replied with a smile that he didn't need to. He had his own wings. He transformed into a black dragon, and they set off. After a while, the MC noticed that this city was full of things. The cafes and restaurants alone were worth it, and he'd thought there was no one here except zombies. He heard the girl's stomach rumble and chuckled. Shuang blushed and exclaimed that there was nothing to laugh about. The MC said he suggested she try this restaurant first. They entered the room, where a waiter greeted them. He asked what they'd like to try. They could look at the menu. The protagonist said hello, and remarked that they'd arrived from out of town, so they were currently having some money problems. The man pointed his gun at them angrily and shouted at them to get out of the restaurant. Did they mistake him for those mindless zombies that roamed around here at night? Nothing free in his restaurant. Shuang nervously replied, what's wrong with him? The protagonist stopped her and asked if she'd already forgotten they had mortal bodies. One bullet and they were gone. He thought about what Elder Yeling had said about those seeds being useful in Zombie City. He should try it. MC pulled out a seed and said he remembered he had something lying around. The old man, seeing this, immediately became kind and apologized, then added that he didn't know he had such valuable seeds on him. He was willing to buy the seed from him for 10 gold. What would he say to that? MC replied that they were too hungry to bargain right now. Could he get them something to eat first? He agreed with a smile and set the table with a plentiful supply of delicious food. The protagonist, while eating, asked if he could tell them a little about their city. The old man replied that there was nothing secret about it. They had found themselves in a remarkable place. In the zombie city, humans and zombies have learned to coexist. Humans hunt these zombies for valuable resources and money. The zombies, in turn, grow stronger by eating the brains of the locals. Every night, the streets of this city are filled with hordes of the dead, who, in search of prey, can even invade people's homes. The victims, in turn, defend themselves not only with swords, shields, and firearms, but also with special magical plants. And this seed in his hands must be the seed of a third-tier magical plant, and he would be very happy if he sold it to him. MC wondered if these were anti-zombie plants? That sounded familiar. If we were to draw a parallel, then first-order plants probably correspond to ordinary creatures, and third-order plants to elite ones. Shuang asked where they could get more of these seeds. The old man replied that he had one in his hand. Okay, if they needed more seeds, they could buy them at the city store, but frankly, they were very expensive there. Another way was to kill zombies. They also dropped seeds. The protagonist thought that it was too dangerous in this city at night, and they needed to find a place to spend the night. The old man said he saw their interest in their city. If they wanted to settle here, they could contact the mayor and buy a house, or they could rent a room at the inn. He didn't recommend them wandering around here at night. After a while, they left the restaurant. MC remarked that they should buy a house. At that time, a preparatory course student also came to the same restaurant, but the old man shot him and he lost 500 points. Shuang excitedly noted that the old man actually shot him. Luckily, he stopped her in time. They needed to get a house quickly. Sometime later, they arrived at the mayor's house. Schwarzenegger, the mayor of Zombie Town, said he was willing to pay them 1,320 and 1,160 gold coins, respectively, for their seeds. He should say that the cheapest house in their city cost 1,200 gold. Shuang noted that she was short. The protagonist, smiling, said he would give her the rest, so she shouldn't worry. The mayor said he would advise them to buy one house together. He even had a good option in mind, priced at 2,350 gold coins. They looked at photos of the house and were quite surprised, as it featured a huge mansion with a swimming pool, and then agreed. Schwarzenegger smiled and said there was one small condition. There was a rule in their town. Only married couples could buy a house together. Were they willing to get married for that? Seeing their faces, he asked, perplexed, what was going on? If they didn't want to get married, they couldn't buy a house. Their town was small, so they tried their best to preserve their traditions and prevent promiscuity. Shuang sheepishly said they weren't even dating. The protagonist looked at her and remarked that it was only for the house. She sheepishly agreed and hugged him, and he, in turn, said with a smile that they agreed to this condition. The mayor joyfully exclaimed that it was wonderful. Besides, they looked great together. Let them fill out these papers, and they could be considered married. Afterwards, he gave them several items, saying they were the key to their house. 150 pea shooter seeds and 50 coin flower seeds, all as they'd agreed. He wished them a happy life together. Shuang said their marriage was a forced decision, so he shouldn't get his head around it. The protagonist replied that he understood. She nervously wondered why he'd agreed too quickly. Didn't he have an opinion of his own? A system window appeared, stating that purchasing the property and becoming full citizens of Zombie City had earned them 1,000 points. They'd moved up to first place in the leaderboard. Afterward, they arrived at the mansion. MC admiringly remarked that the house was even bigger in real life. Shuang said that he really hadn't seen much in his life. She was tired, so she'd take a shower and get some sleep. He replied that he'd still have a little work to do. He needs to at least understand what these pea shooters and coin flowers are capable of. Practice is essential. That same evening, the protagonist went to her room and shouted that several hours had already passed. Time to wake up. He had already managed to grow pea shooters, but she was still sleeping. The protagonist entered the room, and there was Shuan changing. She became very embarrassed and shouted for him to leave her room. He excitedly replied that it was an accident. After some time, MC went outside and approached the plants. A system window appeared, stating that the name of the plant was a coin flower. The plant's level was first tier. The plant's power is coin generation. It absorbs death energy dissipated in the air and generates coins. 10 copper coins equals 1 silver coin. 10 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. 1,000 gold coins equals 1 diamond. The plant's lifespan is 1 year. The second plant's name is Pea Shooter. Its level is tier 1. Its power is Pea Shot, which fires a pea projectile once per second, damaging zombies. Its lifespan is 1 year. He noted that these plants grow quite quickly, even though it had only been a couple of hours. Shuang approached him and asked what he was muttering under his breath. MC replied that he was muttering nothing. He looked at her and blushed deeply. She, perplexed, noticed that his face had turned red for some reason. He hadn't been thinking about that incident, had he? He remembered her changing clothes and replied with a smile that he hadn't been thinking about it. The girl shyly shouted that if he made that face again, she wouldn't be responsible for herself. He should forget about it. Suddenly, a strange noise was heard. She used her light skill and launched a light projectile in the direction of the noise. Suddenly, a horde of zombies appeared on the street, running towards them. The protagonist noted that they were just in time to see what these plants were capable of. Instantly, the pea shooters began attacking the undead with peas, but their attacks were too weak. He asked in confusion, "Is that all? Isn't it too weak?" He needs to enhance this with the dark attribute. MC cast his magic and created dark pea shooters, which in turn began quickly destroying the zombies. He began to wonder if enhancing the dark attribute was draining too much of his own energy. With this mortal body, he simply wouldn't have time to enhance all the shooters, and they would soon be surrounded. What should he do? Shuang exclaimed that this was bad news, since Shute had apparently also set up home here and already had 1,300 points. If they continued like this, he would lose to him. The protagonist began to think that in that case, he would have to find a way to kill these zombies even faster. He needs to understand that these are living creatures, which means they too are capable of mutation. He applied directed mutation, and a system dialog appeared with a choice of 4 mutation options. The first increases the firing range of pea shooters. Doubling the firing range shortens the plant's lifespan by 1 month. The firing range can be increased 13 times, with the shooter's lifespan being 12 hours. The second increases the firing speed of pea shooters. Doubling the firing speed shortens the plant's lifespan by 2 months. The firing speed can be increased 7 times, with the shooter's lifespan being 12 hours. The third increases the number of pea shooters' heads. For each additional head, the plant loses 3 months of life. The maximum number of possible heads is 5, with the shooter's lifespan being 12 hours. The fourth increases the size and strength of pea shooters' roots. Each time the roots are strengthened, the plant's lifespan is reduced by 6 months. The roots can be strengthened 3 times, with the shooter's lifespan being reduced to 12 hours. The protagonist noted that all the options looked pretty good, so he wanted to try them all. He mutated the plants, making them much stronger. Suddenly, larger zombies appeared on the horizon. One of them was holding a flag. The protagonist remarked that those zombies looked completely different and would be difficult to deal with. The large zombie threw the flag toward the plants, but the pea shooters dodged and shot it. He took the banner with a smile and remarked that it was made of multiple tempered steel. Not bad. He was confiscating that. Wait. He almost forgot about his money plants. It was time for them to mutate too. A system window appeared, stating that there were 2 mutation options. The first increases the amount of coins produced by the coin flower. Doubling the plant's productivity reduces its lifespan by 1 month. Productivity can be increased 13 times, with the plant's lifespan remaining at 12 hours. The second one increases the radius of death energy absorption. Doubling the radius reduces the plant's lifespan by 2 months. The radius can be increased 7 times, with the shooter's lifespan being 12 hours. The protagonist exclaimed that he was taking everything. Let his plants work. Shuang joyfully shouted that he had overtaken Shute again. At this point, the guy himself, seeing the rankings, was very surprised. He picked up the seeds of the blazing dragon flower, a 4th tier plant, and said that he shouldn't even think about surpassing him. 2 hours later, a huge blazing dragon plant grew where the seed was planted, burning all the zombies. In an instant, Shute again took first place in the rankings, and afterward, with a grin, said that he had already figured out everything about him. Hanwoo was just an orphan, left without parents or relatives. He, a scumbag, shouldn't even try to compete with him, the descendant of a true god, and he'll make him regret it. As dawn broke, the zombies began to burn in the sun's rays. Shuang, standing next to a mountain of gold coins, noted that they had survived the first night. Their plants had somehow miraculously held off the zombies. By the way, how had he strengthened them so much? The protagonist replied that he had recently mastered the ability of directed mutation. From what she could see, it had come in handy. The girl happily said that it had come in handy, but unfortunately, they were still lagging behind in points. MC, looking at the ranking, noted that this was just the beginning. They were in no hurry. Besides, they now had enough local currency to acquire better seeds. After some time, he bought new plants and said with a smile that under the protection of second and third tier plants, he felt more confident. Shuang, standing on the roof with binoculars, warned them that they were in trouble. Completely different zombies had arrived. These were third order zombie knights and a fourth order dancing king. The protagonist, surprised, asked where such a monster had come from. The girl asked what they would do. He replied that they needed light. Zombies are very sensitive to light and sound. Let her turn on the light, and they would hope that this dancer wouldn't notice them. They turned off all the lights in the house and hid. She asked if the zombies had left. MC, watching them, replied that it seemed to have worked. They ignored their house and headed to the next one. If memory serves, that's where their neighbor, Mrs. Sal, lives. Great. The scariest one is gone. Now it's their turn. Let her use her light spell. Xuan cast a light spell and created a huge ball of light, which she then directed at the zombies. The bright flash caused the zombies to turn around and begin to attack. Pea shooters started shooting at them, and broccoli boxers started beating up the knights. The protagonist noticed Sun Qingyan had broken through the rankings and asked in surprise, how did he manage to climb so high? The guy laughed and shouted, surprised by his rapid progress. The MC turned around and seeing him standing next to a woman asked, have you become a gigolo? Zombies with poles began jumping over some plants, but Qingyan shouted, let the oak snipers attack them. Let those pathetic monsters come to him and give him the coveted first place. The protagonist said with displeasure that he didn't think anyone among them would fall for the local woman. Shuang asked, what's wrong? Was he jealous? He replied, let her remember that if he loses, that idiot Shute will continue to pester her. Suddenly, the zombie dancer summoned 2 more second-tier zombie dancers and headed for the house. The protagonist, watching this, noted that apparently the dancing king had managed to break through this gigolo's defenses. Suddenly, the zombie stepped on a spring trap and flew into the neighboring house, right towards him. The MC screamed in shock. Who knew he could be so easily fooled? Let the pea shooters concentrate all their power on this skeleton. The plants began to attack him, but the dancer didn't care about their shots. Xuan noticed that their plants weren't coping. They needed shelter indoors. The protagonist replied that no, if they didn't stop him here, nothing would help them. He transformed into a black dragon and shouted that he could handle him himself. The protagonist charged and tried to strike, but failed to penetrate him, and he cried out excitedly, what the hell? He didn't even move. Looks like he'll have to fight for real. Let him pay respect to his idol and kill him with that man's favorite move. He used the machine gun strike skill, and with such high-speed strikes, he broke the dancer's neck. Afterward, a system window appeared, stating that he had killed the Dance King, a level 4 zombie, and received a level 4 plant seed, a copy of the tap dance skill, crocodile skin boots, and 500 points. MC noted that he dealt with a level 4 zombie, but he'd only been given 500 points. Yiling, watching him through binoculars in the real world, said that this guy was truly something. It was a shame they couldn't see their rankings. Xiangmeng smiled and said, let him see. He's got a keen eye, deciding to team up with the goddess of the preparatory course. That's according to his teachings. Shatian replied, don't flatter yourself. Do they think he'll be able to find the fruit of wisdom? The girl said, it all depended on how he perceived the zombie city. If he thought it was just a place where they grew strange plants and fought zombies, there was no way he'd get the fruit of wisdom. But now she wondered what place this guy would rank. She even began to consider handing Xiangmeng over to teacher Ling for the chance to watch their competition. Suddenly, the teacher herself approached her and asked, so, in her eyes, she was some kind of merciless monster? Let them confess who they've decided to bet on. Xiangmeng and Yaling replied that they'd bet on Han Wu. Lena smiled and said that was fine. In that case, she'd let them watch, let them follow her. Afterward, they arrived at the office, where she pointed to the screen and remarked that there was something interesting there. Meanwhile, the protagonist, fending off zombies, shouted for the pea shooters to concentrate on this target. Xiangmeng noted that the pea shooters possessed the firepower of a tier 2 attack plant. Yaling said that now she understood why he lost to him. But what was going on here? Why were zombies of level 3 and above starting to attack him? Judging by his positioning, his opponents should have been level 1 or 2 zombies. She saw Qingyan using his traps to redirect zombies toward him, and said they were simply being tossed at him. This was pure mockery, but this guy's strength deserves credit. Not everyone can cultivate plants to such a level. Who's supporting him? Lena replied that he was a preparatory student of Qingyan's, and no one was supporting him. Xiangmeng, perplexed, said that it was impossible to achieve such a feat without outside help. Yaling pointed out that he had simply taken advantage of a city resident's wealth. Lately, new students have often appeared who are willing to do anything for good grades. And who is this Shute? He's a full 100,000 points ahead of Qingyan, and their junior, Han Wu, is currently only in 3rd place. Xiangmeng agreed and added that he too was curious about what this guy was doing. Meanwhile, Shute was burning all the zombies with his dragon, then shouted with a smirk that Han Wu shouldn't even try. He couldn't defeat him. Yaling said he had a fire dragon plant. Apparently, their rival Shenjuan had decided to support this guy. Xiangmeng angrily declared that he had already hit the jackpot in Zombie City and taken an obscene amount of useful resources. Apparently, he was determined to repeat his success and had invested heavily. Lena agreed and added that Shute and Shengjuan had made an agreement. Shute pledged to support him financially and prepare him for the lesson, in exchange for Shengjuan handing over 70% of all the resources obtained in Zombie City. The 3 of them began grumbling. Suddenly, Shengjuan himself approached them and asked with a smile, whom are they insulting? He saw that they had gathered there to observe the preparatory course students. Maybe one of them wants to bet on who will end up first? Xiangmeng asked with a serious expression. Did he take them for idiots? They already knew he made a deal with Shute, who currently held 1st place. He asked with a smile. Do they lack the courage to accept someone's challenge? They were just useless bastards. They studied at the Imperial Academy, the best academy in their world, and the 3 of them huddled together in a hobby group and started playing their stupid games. He was even ashamed to call them his classmates. Xiangmeng shouted furiously. Has he decided to say goodbye to his teeth? Well, he's going to do it now. Yiling grabbed him and told him to calm down already. He was deliberately provoking him in front of the teacher. They created this, as he called it, club, to help students from poor families, and they weren't obligated to consider the opinion of someone like him. So he wanted to bet? Okay. She's proposing to see whose help would be more useful. Shangguan replied with a smile that was another matter. His bet was 10 divinity points. Would they agree to that? Yiling agreed and also bet 10 divinity points. He said Lena would be a witness to their bet, so they wouldn't be able to get out of it. Shangmeng asked if she was sure it would work out. This Shute seemed like a pretty strong guy. Yiling replied that it was okay. Their junior, Han Wu, was no slouch either. The teacher remarked that he could only take first place if he could uncover the truth hidden in the zombie city. On the second day of survival in the zombie city, 2,000 points were obtained. MC was lying on the ground and saying that he couldn't even get up. He was so tired. Shuang was sitting nearby and telling him not to strain himself. He had worked hard. She would pick everything up herself. She thought that it was good that Hanwoo had retained his strange abilities after being transferred to this world. She was afraid that without them, they would have lost. MC smiled and said, "Okay, wifey." She turned around in irritation and screamed. What did he say? She kicked him, and he told her to calm down. He didn't make the rules of this world. They will have to obey them so as not to give themselves away. Let her think about it for herself. Shuang said she didn't care. He's an idiot. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard. He was surprised that they had enough time for this terrible flirtation. MC turned and saw Qingnian, who laughed and asked, "Hanwoo, has he looked at the ranking table lately? He's only in 3rd place so far." Shuang opened the system window and looked at the rankings. She said, "Oh my god, the gap between him and Qingnian has widened to 200,000. MC shouted joyfully. He didn't have to worry about him. He still had aces up his sleeve. What about him, Qingnian? Had he already managed to earn back the kindness and care of the local rich girl? Shuang laughed and said, "He's disgusting." Qingnian pointed at him and asked, "What aces are you talking about? Loser, he'd already lost. His springs will make sure he'll have plenty of guests today." Hanwoo said, "And this will definitely do him good." He looked thoughtfully toward his treasure and asked, "Are these 4th tier seeds?" The system window reported, "Enchanting mushroom, a 4th tier plant. Its ability is to release a gas bomb with hypnotic properties at opponents. Any zombie caught in the mushroom's ability is temporarily controlled by it. These zombies can be turned against their own kind. At the same time, these zombies will be brainwashed." The corn cannon is a tier 4 plant. Its abilities include firing a corn kernel, capable of instantly killing a tier 3 zombie and causing significant area damage. Hanwoo said, "The abilities of the enchanting mushroom are simply incredible. It's a true puppeteer in the plant world. And thanks to the corn cannon, they now have some kind of artillery. This little guy will definitely keep their guests busy today." Shuang turned around and said, "She's watching," and he perked up. Then they can go to the trading post. They need to sell everything they don't need and buy more high-tier seeds. MC gave her a thumbs up and said, "Okay." He wanted to say wifey, but stopped himself in time. She looked slightly embarrassed and told him to stay closer, just in case. She thought he might as well have finished the sentence now that he'd started. An hour later, they left the house, and Hanwoo skid in displeasure and said he'd thought the copy of the tap dance skill dropped by a level 4 zombie would be worth something, but they didn't even buy this one. Shuang smiled and said it wasn't so bad. The rest of the loot had brought them 243 gold coins, enough to buy a good deal. Besides, the merchant said the mayor liked to collect all sorts of weapons. Maybe he'd agree to accept the banner dropped by the zombie and give him something worthwhile? MC replied, "Okay, let the mistress of the Han mansion have the final say." Shuang asked sheepishly, "Why Han right away? Maybe the Qin mansion would be better?" Hanwoo replied that that wouldn't do, as that would turn him into a useless son-in-law, accepted into his wife's parents' house. Shuang clenched her fists and swung it, screaming, "Here he is, mocking her again." MC started to run away, shouting, "Domestic violence." After a while, a shout rang out in the mayor's house. "What? He wants a weapon from his collection?" Schwarzenegger said, "Come to think of it, his banner is truly a rare thing. Okay, he managed to interest him. He can choose something." MC followed him, smiling. After a while he said enthusiastically, "It feels like this sword is literally calling to him." He took it and asked, "What is this feeling?" "This sword, it resonates with his dragon blood." He turned around and shouted, "Mr. Mayor, he wants this sword for himself." Schwarzenegger smiled and said, "He has a keen eye, but one banner won't be enough. You'll have to offer him something else." MC held out the artifacts and said, "A copy of the tap dance skill and 3rd tier seeds, that's all he has." The mayor said he could keep a copy of the skill. He didn't need it, but he'd be happy to take the seeds. Hanwoo shouted happily. They had a deal. Schwarzenegger said, "Here's some friendly advice. Tap dancing is useless to him, and he doesn't look like a dance fan, but his neighbor, Mrs. Saul, as the former dance queen of their city, might be interested." MC put away his sword and scabbard and told Shuang to go. They needed to visit their friend Sun Qingnian's golden woman. After a while, MC laughed and said, "But he's still as pompous." Shute said, "Hanwoo, the gap between them is only growing. So he himself should understand that victory is as far away as he can see. If he gives in now and admits defeat, then maybe he'll have mercy and, well, let him study in the same class with Qin Shuang." MC asked his wife, "Is this idiot an acquaintance of hers?" Shuang replied, "No." Sute shouted in irritation, "Wife, how dare he call her that? He'll crush him, Hanwoo. He'll destroy him." Shuang and MC grabbed each other's hands and started running away from him. MC told her to ignore that idiot. Shute said, "He's signed his own death warrant, Hanwoo. He won't just disgrace him, he'll do everything in his power to ruin his entire future destiny." After a while, MC knocked on the door and asked, "Miss Saul, is she home?" The door opened, and Qingnian said, "It's their neighbor, Hanwoo." Hannah folded her arms and said, "Her darling has already told her what happened last night, so she can guess why they came to her. If they want some compensation for the damage caused, they can safely leave. It's their own fault for their weakness, and he, Hannah Saul, doesn't have to pay them for it." Qingnian asked, "Hanwoo, shouldn't he bother them?" MC replied, "No, that's not it, Miss Saul. That's not why he came here. In fact, he admires her. The mayor recently told him that she was once quite famous in the city and proudly bore the title of dance queen, and by a lucky chance, he received an item that he believed only she was worthy of possessing." Hannah smirked and said, "He probably thought that with his blatant flattery he could change her attitude towards him, but he was wrong. Boy." MC took out a book and asked, "Let her tell me, Miss Saul. Will this skill copy be able to change that somehow?" Hannah's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing this. Qingyan asked angrily. Hanwoo, isn't he being insolent? Is he trying to buy them with some old book? Hannah screamed. This is the lost skill book of the Dance King. Let him name his price, man. She's ready to give everything she has. Qingyan looked at her in surprise and thought, if Hanwoo asked Mrs. Sal to kick him out, she won't bat an eye. He folded his hands together and said, Hanwoo, buddy, they're classmates. Couldn't he? MC interrupted him, gave the book to Hannah and told him to give up her idea. Mrs. Sal, they're neighbors after all. They should help each other. Let her take it. He promises that if he gets anything else like this, he will bring it to her right away. Hannah happily thanked him and asked him to forgive her for her rudeness. From now on, he can just call her Hannah, and she hopes they get along. MC and Shuang started to leave, and Hannah waved after them and told them to come visit. The system window reported that Hanwoo had become friends with the dance queen Hannah Sal. Their friendship points 99. He opened the Sal family's personal store, plus 30,000 points. MC screamed, 30,000 points? How many zombies would he have to kill to get that many points at once? Maybe this is the true meaning of Zombie City? Shuang asked, what's going on? Did he do something? She just received a notification that she had become friends with Mrs. Sal, the dance queen of Zombie City, and the Sal family store opened for her, and 10,000 points added. MC thought, does this mean that because of their marriage, Qin Shuang also gets some of the points? After all, they didn't get married for nothing. He folded his arms and said, he's just doing everything for his wife, that's all. Shuang stepped forward and screamed, there he goes again, the shameless one. Hanwoo opened the system window and said, okay, they'll see what's so interesting in Sal's store. The system window displayed the names of the items. Third order clover seeds for 10 friendship points, dance tutorials for 20 friendship points, divine danceware for 35 friendship points, and fruit of wisdom for 90 friendship points. MC said, fruit of wisdom, that's just what he needs, but the price is very high. It's better for him not to throw away friendship points for now and buy the fruits before the end of the test. After a while, MC laughed and thought, 4th tier plants improved by his directed mutation. Tonight will be hot. MC stood on the porch, arms folded across his chest. He carefully watched the crowd of zombies heading towards them. The fruits started attacking them, and Hanwoo asked, where did all the high-level zombies go? Only the little ones are climbing. He looked ahead in surprise and saw Hannah in front. He said, that's it. Hannah waved her hand and said, neighbor Han. She put away all her springs so as not to cause him problems. MC said, it seems the fun is cancelled, and since their house is not in danger, then why not take a walk? He flapped his wings and headed high into the sky above the city. He looked at the zombies and said, now these are not zombies, but precious points. He grabbed his sword and quickly headed towards them. He started attacking the monsters, which were raining down small coins. He clicked his tongue loudly and said, considering how much they got for the level 4 zombies, the small change was already useless to him. 4 hours later, he stood on the dome of the chapel and looked down. Hanwoo looked at the system window and thought, the gap in points had certainly narrowed, but it was too early for him to relax. On the 3rd day of survival, he got 3,000 points. He approached the house and asked, and him. The knight turned around and said, hey, he's greetings. His name is Rick Grimes. He's a resident of this city and the captain of the local guard. He saw him chopping up zombies last night, so he came to invite him to the city guard. They need smart guys like you. MC asked if he'd only heard of the Guardians of the Galaxy, so could he tell him what they even do? Rick replied, they guard their city. What else would the guard do? In fact, they often have to hold back invasions of level 5 and higher zombies. If such monsters roamed here, there would be nothing left of their home long ago. Hanwoo thought, level 5 and higher? Yes, this is a real treasure. In general, with such opponents, he will instantly rise to first place. He asked Captain Rick to accept him into the guard. Rick put his hand on his shoulder and laughed. He said, of course, after all, that's why he came to him. He is sure that with him, it will be easier for them to protect their city. The system window reported that he had become friends with the city guard captain, Rick Grimes, and he opened Rick Grimes's personal store, plus 60,000 points. He joined the city guard and opened a personal guard store, plus 50,000 points. At that moment, he saw that he was in first place in the rankings and cried out, is he in first place? Rick waved his hand and said, he is waiting for him tonight. Shuang rushed to him and shouted, Hanwoo, this is incredible. He rose to first place. How he managed it. What did he do last night? MC answered, he just... At that moment, there was a knock on the door and MC asked displeasedly, who brought them so early? He opened the door and saw a girl who said hello and said that last night he was downright relentless. Such ferocity. He asked, who is she? The girl answered, she is the one who really wanted to look at the guy who did incredible things last night. Shuang came up to him and asked, Hanwoo, what did he do yesterday that everyone is looking for him now? The girl saw Shuang and asked, who is this girl? Shuang answered, she is Hanwoo's wife. And who is she? The girl came close to MC and asked, Hanwoo, doesn't he think that getting married at such an early age is a little wasteful? But honestly, it doesn't bother her much. She can also be a mistress. By the way, her name is Jessica. She turned around and said, well, see you then. Let him not forget that he is now in the city guard. Shuang looked at MC's embarrassed face and said, she sees he doesn't really want to break up with her. She grabbed Hanwoo by the ear and screamed, idiot. So he started messing around with some girls at night? So that's how he earned so many points in just one night. Did he decide to follow Sun Qingyan's example and find himself a rich girl? MC replied, no, that didn't happen. In general, she got it all wrong. This Jessica was just saying that to piss him off. That's all. Last night he was chopping up city zombies, and apparently the city guard captain noticed it and asked if he wanted to join them. He agreed and got a lot of points for joining the city guard. Shuang blurted it out, but he didn't tell her about it. What is she supposed to think when some girl comes to him and says she wouldn't mind being his lover? Hanwoo screamed. So she was jealous of him? She doesn't have to worry about it. She's actually trying really hard to overtake Shute and help her. Shuang screamed. What jealousy? She doesn't care who he's doing there or what he's doing there. MC handed her a small pouch and said, okay, they forgot. Today he plans to join the guards and kill a couple of high-level zombies, so the safety of the house is on her. Look, there are quite a lot of high-order seeds here. Shuang asked again, high-level zombies? Then let him be careful there, they are very strong after all. Hanwoo asked her not to worry. He already tested his sword on a level 4 zombie yesterday. It split in half in a split second. He'll be fine. Sean screamed, and yes, let him not fall into the net of this cunning fox, does he understand? After a while, on the street, Rick waved his hand and said, so he did come, Hanwoo. Jessica grabbed MC's hand and said, they hadn't seen each other for several hours. Did he miss her, Hanwoo? The guide skied in displeasure and said, Jessica, there she goes again. This guy actually has a wife. He welcomes them into their ranks. His name is Johnson the Giant Hammer. The guy slung his sword over his shoulder and asked Mr. Han, could he tell them about his strengths? MC changed his appearance and flew up. He said he thinks his strongest asset is transformation. Jessica screamed with delight. Let them just look at him. This guy is definitely her type. Captain, maybe he'll let her take care of him herself? She wouldn't mind working with such a handsome man. Rick said, well then, Hanwoo, today he will be paired with Jessica. Let him just remember that even seemingly weak zombies pose a serious danger. So for now, he must obey his partner in everything. Jessica took a stance and, releasing mana, ordered them to prepare for battle. The monsters are already approaching. MC looked at her and thought, wow, they have some weapons. 2 tier 5 plants at once. Flame shooter and frost shooter. Johnson screamed, giant tier 5 nut, fusion. He grew in size and clutched a huge hammer in his hand. The guy screamed, sentinel pine, gladiolus swordsman, fusion. Rick said, zombies are coming. He rushed towards them, and Jessica ordered them to eat her bullets. She started shooting at the monsters, and Johnson screamed, let these be left for him. He hit the zombie on the head with his hammer and widened his eyes in surprise when he saw that the monster had grown huge tentacles. Rick saw this and attacked the creature with his bright mana. He ordered it to die, and the guy grabbed a spear and screamed, he'll cover from this side. MC watched them and said, so this is what a battle with high-level zombies is like. But they're doing brilliantly. It's time for him to stretch his legs. He is a deity after all, a god of murder. Damn them. He started attacking the monsters and said it was easier than he thought. Suddenly, a scream rang out behind him. Be careful. Jessica knocked him to the ground, and Hanwoo screamed, he can't breathe. What happened? Jessica turned around and shot at the monster. She stood up and said, a level 5 zombie is many times more resilient than a level 4 zombie. He seriously wounded the creature, but did not kill it and exposed his back. He can't underestimate these idiots. MC thanked her for saving him. Jessica replied, there's no room for heroism here. He's still a rookie, so he should focus on supporting her and stay close to her. She quickly turned around and started attacking the zombies. MC rushed to fight the zombies in the other direction, and the system windows reported an increase in points. He gained 6,000 merit points and received a 4th tier plant seed, the healing sunflower. 3 hours later, he wiped his forehead and said, I'm so tired. Hanwoo looked at the squad members and asked, oh my god, where did they get all this energy from? Jessica laughed and asked, they've only just started and he's already exhausted handsome? With such stamina, he'll never be her lover. MC thought she was right about something. He may be an immortal body, but he still had the powers of a deity. How could he be exhausted after 3 measly hours of fighting? Maybe it was all because of the transformation? At that moment, he heard a voice. Guess who came, dear host? Hanwoo said, Source. Did he really have time to chat with him? The source responded, feeling a dark note of resentment in his head. He woke up to someone making unflattering remarks about his host's physical capabilities. He simply wouldn't tolerate such an insult directed at the host. No need to worry, this magnificent female will soon take her words back. Well, it's time to open his gene lock. Let him get comfortable, dear host. The source opened the lock in MC's body, after which his body was covered in bright mana. MC screamed. What a refreshing feeling. He seemed to be bursting with energy and strength. The source said he had opened his gene lock, so now his body could gain short-term mutations. Only to do this, he would need to borrow genes from the cells of some powerful creature. Hanwoo thought it was practically the same as merging with plants. He wouldn't mind gaining such strength and endurance either. The system window reported a 4th tier plant, an incinerating sunflower. He threw it into his mouth, after which strength began to accumulate in his body. He flew up and created a huge energy flow around himself. It began to dissolve the zombies' bodies. Jessica laughed joyfully and said, what a dazzling man. The guy put his hand to his face and asked, did some kind of angel descend upon them? Rick screamed, they are not distracted. He quickly rushed forward and began to strike the zombies. The huge creature extended its hand towards MC, when suddenly Rick ordered to protect Han. They need to push back the zombies. The huge creature hit Johnson and Rick screamed, this is bad. This 6th level zombie was tougher than they expected. Han, let him run from there. They will distract the creature. MC stood motionless and the huge monster aimed at him. He said not to worry, he can handle it. He dodged the attack when suddenly the zombie screamed loudly when the creature's body touched MC's mana. Johnson cried out in surprise. He won. Han defeated that monster. The system window reported that he had befriended Jessica Smith, a civilian of Zombie City and a member of the city guard. He had unlocked Jessica Smith's personal store, plus 50,000 points. He had befriended Johnson Giant Hammer, a citizen of Zombie City and a member of the city guard. He had unlocked Johnson's personal store, plus 50,000 points. He had befriended David Ham, a citizen of Zombie City and a member of the city guard. He had unlocked David's personal store, plus 50,000 points. He had killed a level 6 zombie and earned 23,000 merit points. The source asked, dear host, how does it feel to have the genetic shackles removed? MC happily replied, wonderful. He couldn't say it any other way. The source said he was glad, but he needed to tell it some bad news too. Hanwoo asked in surprise, what other bad news? What was it going to do to him? He had no way to pay the creature, and the divinity points he had worked so hard to earn, he couldn't. The source interrupted him and said, who needs his divinity, young one? It was talking about the side effects of removing the gene lock. MC exhaled and said, just side effects then. He realized what he heard and screamed, what side effects anyway? Why didn't it warn him? What will happen to him? Is he a cripple now? The source ordered him to calm down. The host of the creature shouldn't be so vulnerable and soft. Let him not worry. The side effects will not affect his physical health. The problem is that he won't be able to use the release of shackles on a permanent basis. It has, as he would put it, a recharge time. It is necessary for his own safety. MC asked, well, why was it necessary to scare him like that? Okay, how long will this ability recharge? And what will happen if he still uses it before then? The source answered that at the moment, due to the insignificance of his physical body, he is able to use it only once every 10 days. If he starts using it more often, it can lead to genetic disorders. Then temporary mutations can turn into permanent ones. Or maybe he wants to test it out in practice? MC waved his hands and said, no, he doesn't want to spend his life as a giant light bulb. Rick asked, Hanwoo, is something wrong? Is he okay? MC smiled and answered, yes, everything is fine. Jessica rushed him and said, oh my god, he's handsome. He literally captivated her with his dazzling beauty. Now she is 100% sure that he is right for her. Doesn't he want to spend an unforgettable night with her tonight? MC looked at her mockingly, and Johnson asked, Jessica, maybe you should stop pestering the guy already? He's probably already completely exhausted, and she's also trying to drain him. Bro, if he's tired, he can go home and rest. They can handle the rest of the level 5 monsters themselves. MC smiled and said, yes, he really was a little tired. He thanks you for your concern. Then they will meet tomorrow. He left them and turned into the street, thinking that the gene lock could only be used in 10 days. Which meant he urgently needed to increase his basic combat power, right? He had personal shops now. There should be something useful there. It's time for him to buy something. He said the points he'd earned should be enough. He opened the shop and half an hour later said, here's the plant fusion skill. This will serve as a replacement while the gene lock recharges. The source asked mockingly, will this garbage he called a skill be okay with that? The plant fusion skill was just a crude and superficial method of fusing different life forms. MC replied, yes, but he'd have to spend 70 friendship points with Ham on this garbage. Regardless, he had no other choice. What can he do if an incredibly cool gene lock can only be used once every 10 days? The source replied, it's only the weakness and worthlessness of his human body that's to blame. He may not believe the creature, but it can take his pathetic fusion skill to a whole new level with just a few manipulations, and he'll only take 2 divinity points for his work. So, does he agree? MC replied, no, thanks. He's not ready to part with it. The source said with displeasure, he's greedy to the point of impossibility. He has no idea what he's giving up. 1 divinity point, it won't get any cheaper. Hanwoo thought he was still too young to compete with it in this field. If only he knew how he haggled at the market just a couple of months ago. He said, okay, we're done. The source snapped its energy fingers and opened MC's head. Hanwoo screamed. He can't believe it. It was actually able to improve his fusion skill. Now, instead of 1 plant, he can fuse with 3 at once. What, there's even a slot for a 6th tier plant. He's shocked. The source said, amateur, let him remember that he owes the creature 1 divinity point. MC asked, how could he forget something like that? Thanks to his dragon blood, he has a strong affinity with the element of darkness, so the first slot will immediately go to a 5th tier plant, the Dahlia of Doom. The system window reported, 4th day of survival, plus 4,000 points. MC laughed and said, the points are accumulating. He looked at the leaderboard and said, Qin Shuang is also coming close. At this rate, she'll overtake Shute in a couple of days. After a while, he entered the room and asked what she was doing. Shuang turned around and said, he's in a good mood, you see. He had a good time with that beauty. She guessed right? MC replied, nothing of the sort. Shuang threw a weapon in his direction and shouted, here's his share. Let him sell it himself. Hanwoo replied, he doesn't need it anymore. She can keep it. Besides, why should a married couple divide anything between themselves? Shuang started hitting him on the head and ordered him to stop torturing her. They agreed to split everything equally, so she doesn't need his share, and she doesn't need his pity either. MC waved his hands and said, he got it. Shuang said she'll go practice dancing with Miss Sal. He can rest for now. MC told her to just be back before sunset. He thought, Qin Shuang, she's a smart girl, so she immediately figured out that you can earn points by improving friendships with the townspeople. But how much pride is in her? 9 days later, MC came to the knights and greeted the elders. Jessica waved to him and said, yeah, hi, handsome. He asked if something happened to them. They look a little worried. Jessica said, nothing can be hidden from him, handsome. Today is the day of the lunar eclipse, which happens once a month. As he probably already guessed, the waves of zombies on such days are more ferocious than usual. During the previous lunar eclipse, one of their guards died. Jasmine's sister. Rick said it was his fault she died. However, that won't happen today. He gives them his word that none of them will die before him. The guys told Captain Rick not to talk like that. Jessica grabbed MC's hand and said that she might not be able to protect him today, so he has to promise her that he will run away if he is in danger. MC thought she was right. Right now, he is the weakest of the guards. If something serious starts, then most likely he will be the first to die. He is pleased to know that she is worried about him. Hanwoo said that she does not need to worry about him. What kind of man will he be if he starts hiding behind a fragile girl? He will try to protect her himself. Jessica ordered him to take care of himself. MC thought he needs to prepare as much as possible. He opened the store and bought the 5th order golden dragon herb. He thought he is sure there are dragon genes in this. Because of their compatibility, the fusion will be even more successful. He changed his appearance, and Rick looked at the sky and said, here it begins. The monsters began to roar loudly and change their appearance. Rick rose into the air and ordered to get ready. The zombies began to increase their levels. The battle will be hard. Jessica prepared her weapon and said, she understands, Captain. Johnson and David answered loudly. They understand, Captain. MC said, he is ready, Captain. The monsters began to scream and Rick ordered to stop them. Jessica shot at the monster's body and commanded the creature to devour it. Johnson turned around and ordered the Captain and Jessica to continue shooting at the monster from a distance. They'll hold off the monster. MC thought it was time for him to take the stage too. He walked around the monster and saw a crowd of monsters. Hanwoo began slashing at the monsters with his sword. Rick noticed this and said, good job, Han. An hour later, the monsters were lying on the ground, and Rick was ordering Jessica to quickly run to Mayor Schwarzenegger and request reinforcements. Jessica turned around and asked the guys to hold on. She's quick. At that moment, a zombie attacked David, who screamed loudly. Johnson quickly rushed to attack, and David ordered him to leave him and get out of here. Rick asked to hold off the monster. It's close. Johnson screamed, Captain. Rick swung his sword and struck the monster's body. At that moment, the system window reported that the 10th day of the gene lock recharge had ended. MC said, just in time. He shouted, Captain Rick, he'll buy them some time. Rick said, it's too dangerous. Hanwoo, now is not the time for heroics. MC replied, it's okay. He's a member of the city guard, so he has to do everything to protect their city. Besides, he's not going to die today. He clicked on the system window and shouted, open the gene lock. A bright light appeared around his body, after which vines burst out of his back and headed towards the zombies. Rick shouted, this is incredible. After a while, MC let out a tired breath, and when he saw the monster, he shouted, nightmare, there's no end to them. Jessica ran and shouted loudly, quickly. Han, let him hold on. They're coming. Schwarzenegger ran forward and ordered to finish them off already. Rick ordered to stop. He senses serious danger ahead. Schwarzenegger took out his binoculars and said, he's right. There's clearly something wrong with this fog. Rick said, Mr. Mayor, everything is covered in fog here. In the dark, they can still find their way around, but through this fog, they can't see anything at all. If he has any plants that will solve this problem, they will be very grateful for his help. Schwarzenegger took out a seed of the fourth order plant, wind-blowing clover, and planted it in the ground. A moment later, a rustling sound was heard from under the ground, and the plant quickly grew. MC thought how quickly it grew. The clover began to spin quickly, creating a wind current. The system window reported, flower pot. This is a pot for planting seeds, which increases the growth of planted plants 100-fold. Han cried out. He can't believe his eyes. This is a real treasure. Schwarzenegger turned around and said, Han, if he likes this pot, he will give him a couple after this whole trap. Captain Rick had already told him about his contribution to the common cause, so they will consider this gratitude to him on behalf of the whole city. MC said, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The system window reported that he had become friends with Arnold Schwarzenegger, the mayor of Zombie Town. He had unlocked Mayor Schwarzenegger's personal store, giving him 100,000 points. Han said there was definitely something worthwhile in the mayor's store, as he thought it was like a biological weapon. He took it. The system window reported that the Black Death mushroom spread deadly spores that, upon contact with zombies, accelerated their growth and transformed into new Black Death mushrooms. MC directed this towards the monsters, and black mushrooms appeared on their bodies. Han said that he was about to try out an interesting idea. Excellent. Almost all the zombies had already been infected with the spores. Time to begin. Mushrooms are also a kind of living being, and since they appeared thanks to him, all these creatures must obey his will. Activate life sacrifice. A bright glow moved towards the zombies, followed by a bright explosion. The system window reported, Option 1, the seed of the tree of wisdom, a plant of the 8th order. If you plant this in the divine sphere, it will strengthen its stability and begin to bear the fruits of wisdom when it reaches its fruitful age. Fruitful age, 1,000 years. Life cycle, 100,000 years. Option 2, a golden flower pot. Special plants planted in this pot gain immortality. Option 3, a 4th level building, the Botanical Museum. Every 24 hours, it creates a seed of a special plant. MC looked at it and said, nightmare. All the options are so tempting. He chose a golden flower pot and said, he'll take it. If you combine his directed mutation and the immortality this pot grants, you can create something truly incredible. And the 9th order seeds can be obtained later. Rick screamed, damn it, a new wave of zombies. MC thought, now the Black Death mushroom, this is his strongest weapon. No time to think. He screamed, activate directed mutation. The system window reported possible mutation options. Significantly increased the amount of spores emitted, increased spore activity, accelerated growth of new mushrooms. MC screamed, there's nothing to think about, he'll take all three. Han grabbed a clover sprout and pointed it towards the monsters. Rick said joyfully, the zombie horde began to slow down. Loud screams began to echo. They won. Excellent. The zombies have been stopped. Schwarzenegger said the eclipse is entering its final phase. The zombies will become even more ferocious and powerful. He should be careful, boy. MC looked at the eclipse and then saw a huge monster that grew horns. Schwarzenegger waved his hand and ordered everyone to retreat. They need to focus on the main gate. People started running and asking questions. They thought it was already over. Are they all going to die? How creepy. MC thought, if these people lose all their fighting spirit now, then victory is out of the question. He needs to somehow encourage them. He rose into the air and ordered them not to dare lose heart, because people are counting on them. They will definitely defeat the terrible zombies. He rushed forward, and the men clenched their fists and screamed, yes, the guy is right. They will do it. MC turned around and said, keep it up. Suddenly, a long green vine wrapped around his body and he screamed loudly. Jessica stretched out her hand and screamed. Han! Rick caught her and ordered her to stop. She would only ruin herself senselessly. They will get to him, step by step. Let her not be reckless. Han, let him hold on a little longer. They are coming. MC ordered the monsters to keep their vile tongues away from him. He broke free from the monster's captivity and thought, he just needs to fly in the direction from which he was dragged, and he will find himself in the city again. Half an hour later, MC was flying in the right direction and wondered what kind of nightmare. Where did the city go? Had he flown in the wrong direction? Suddenly the source asked. He still didn't understand anything. The carrier? He was caught. MC asked, is it a trap or something? So, does the creature have any ideas on how to get out of this? The source replied, of course he knows. He is the source of mutation, created by the great civilization of divine ruins. Such a trap is nothing to him, but the creature's advice will cost him 1 divinity point. Han replied that he had no more divinity points, only his life left. Let it take it if it wants. The source said, well, he had made his choice, but as an exception for his host, he would still give 1 free piece of advice, even if he didn't think he could just wait it out. There would be no saving Dawn. He had already fallen under the influence of the fog, so he could consider time to have stopped for him. MC thought if it was telling the truth, then this was no joke. That is, no matter which direction he flew, nothing would change. He could only fly up. Right. This terrible fog must have boundaries. After a couple of minutes, MC asked, is this a dome? He gripped the hilt of the sword and swung it, shouting, have they decided to lock him here, like some kind of insect in a jar? He struck it and said, that's strong stuff. They'll see how long it lasts. He managed to pierce the dome and frowned, asking, what is this? He descended and saw huge trees. The voice said, welcome to its domain, stranger. MC thought, so this tree is to blame for everything? And how did it understand that he doesn't belong to this world? And will the fact that he was exposed somehow affect his points? The voice said not to worry, it won't kill him. MC asked, then why did it drag him here? The tree answered, because it has one request of it. He must save this world, stranger. MC asked again, save the world? Does it want him to kill all the zombies? The tree screamed, no, on the contrary, he must expel all the inhabitants of this town. Hanwoo thought, inhabitants? Apparently, with this simulation, everything is not as simple as he thought. He asked, could it explain in more detail? The tree answered, this tree of wisdom is the guardian of this secret world, and it has been faithfully fulfilling its sacred duty for 10,000 years. This world was a quiet and peaceful place. That is, until a stranger stumbled upon it and wanted to appropriate all the benefits of it for himself. He brought hundreds of his creatures to their world to begin collecting the seeds of special plants that he created, and all for the sake of enrichment. How could he simply patiently watch as the children of the tree were used as bargaining chips? But even though he had guarded this world for millennia, the tree had no power that he could use against the invaders. So he began praying to the god of death. He wanted revenge on the strangers in exchange for their belief in the creature's death. Then he gained the power to turn corpses into zombies. And so the war between humans and zombies began. For millennia, he had been systematically increasing the number of his zombies and weakening the humans. And 30 years ago, deciding that this was enough, he launched a large-scale attack. At first, everything went as he planned. The humans retreated and hid in their last city. However, at the most decisive moment, one very powerful man appeared. It doesn't know how he managed it, but he grew a huge amount of fire dragon plants overnight, a special fourth-order plant. The march of the tree's zombie army was crushed. This man single-handedly stopped the entire horde of the creature. Years later, it realized that this unknown person could also be an outsider, because he possessed abilities that no one else in this world had. And today, during another large-scale attack, it noticed him. His abilities are also different from those of the townspeople. MC asked, does this mean it wants him to betray the townspeople and help the tree take revenge? The tree replied, yes, and if he agrees to help, it will give him 10 fruits of wisdom. Hanwoo thought, 10 fruits of wisdom for him, that's 10 divinity points. The tree said it can also offer him 3 corpses of gods. Yes, they died thousands of years ago, but their bodies are still active. MC thought, this is too tempting. He ordered himself to calm down. The zombie city is a secret world that belongs to the Imperial Academy. He's sure that one of the Academy's leadership members is guarding it. If he helps the Tree of Wisdom, he will incur the wrath of very powerful upper echelon gods, and it's still too early for him to compete with them. MC frowned and said, let it forgive him, but he won't even try to help this. The tree said that if he helps the tree, it will introduce and recommend him to the great god of death. Hanwoo asked again, the great god of death? He thought, this is simply an excellent chance to obtain a 5th rank divine title, death. If he can obtain such a rare title, then most likely he will become a being revered by all the gods. The tree asked, so what, does he agree now? MC said okay, he will do everything in his power. Only on one condition. He needs to somehow establish a connection with his divine realm and summon creatures from there. In any other scenario, he would be of no use. The tree replied, it was possible, but it required his oath before the great god of death. If he broke his oath, a terrible curse of death would fall on all beings. And this applied not only to those he led into their world. Hanwoo thought, I see. So it was afraid that he would seize their secret world, like that stranger before him. But that was nothing compared to the divine title of the 5th rank. He said, yes, yes, he swears before the great god of death. A seal appeared on his hand, and he cried out in surprise. What kind of seal was this? The vines created a portal, from which huge locusts burst out. MC thought happily, this familiar aura of the divine sphere. He thought he even felt the aura of a lord-type being. The tree said, well, stranger, it hopes that he will fulfill his part of their agreement. Let him step. MC tumbled out of the sphere and screamed loudly, damn him! He fell to the ground, then frowned and said, what impolite behavior. The tree was so eager to get rid of everyone that it didn't even offer him a cup of tea. Now he just had to figure out how to drive all the city's inhabitants out of here. But first, he needed to at least get there. Rick turned around happily and shouted, it's Han. He's back. Jessica turned around and quickly ran to him. She hugged him and said, Han, she's so glad he's okay. Johnson clenched his fist and said, Han, he was great. Schwarzenegger put his hand on MC's shoulder and said, Hanwoo, in recognition of his services to the city, he awards him the title of Excellent Citizen. MC laughed joyfully and said, thank you, all goods will now be discounted for him. A shout rang out, the lunar eclipse had passed. They won. At that moment, the system window reported that Hanwoo was in first place in the table with 12 million points. Shute asked irritably, how on earth did they manage that? There's no way he'll overtake him at this rate. He clicked his tongue in displeasure and said that since he couldn't defeat him head on, he'd have to take a roundabout route. He pulled himself together, and 20 minutes later, he loudly asked, he's the best assassin in the city, right? There are 8,000 gold pieces here. He wants him to help him get rid of Hanwoo. The man said, okay, let him wait for good news. At that moment, locusts were watching Shute, and MC said happily, I see, so he decided to use dirty methods. He thinks that he won't be upset if he repays him in the same coin. He shouted, locusts, their way out. Let them eat their fill. The locusts began to devour the flowers and fruits, and Shuang asked, Hanwoo, those locusts in the city, they were his doing, right? How did he manage to bring them here? And what is he trying to achieve? MC replied, it's a secret. If he tells, he'll have to kill her. Shuang screamed, idiot, who is he planning to kill? If it's a secret, then let him just keep his mouth shut. She grabbed MC by the ear, causing him to scream loudly. At that moment, a loud shout was heard. Hanwoo, let him come out, idiot. Shute stood outside the window and ordered her not to tell him that he had nothing to do with this. MC greeted him and asked if he could find out what he was talking about. Shute threw the cloth with the locusts on the floor and shouted, he has no honor. Hanwoo. So it dawned on him that he couldn't defeat him with just special plants, and he decided to resort to trickery, somehow summoning his terrible locusts into this world. MC asked what he was talking about. How did he think he could summon his creatures here? Something doesn't seem right to him, Shute. Besides, why would he need to do that? He's not good at math, but even he understands that his 12 million points are much higher than his 7 million. He can't keep up with him anyway. Maybe he should just leave his house on his little scooter? Shute clenched his jaw in irritation and started cursing. He thought, let him talk while he can, idiot. He, in turn, will try to do everything in his power to ensure that he does not see tomorrow's dawn. After a while, the men were shouting loudly, they need insect poison. Yes, they do too. The man said, gentlemen, unfortunately, he has run out of insecticides, but he promises that a new batch will be ready by tomorrow. The old man asked, so what should we do now? His plants simply will not survive until tomorrow. The guy asked, how is that possible? Of all his plants, only a 4th order piranha remains. He will not survive the night. Schwarzenegger shouted, citizens, the city has declared an immediate evacuation order. They need not be afraid. The city churches will call to themselves everyone who is not sure they will survive the night. No one will die today. Hanwoo stood to the side and thought, this is not bad. If the townspeople gather in the churches, then there will be no one to poison his locusts. If things continue like this, Soon the city's citizens will simply have nothing to fight off the zombies with, and they will have to leave the zombie city. After a while, Rick said, here comes their Han. The zombie army suffered heavy losses last night, so today won't be too stressful for them. He can take a day off. Jessica came close to him and said, but on the other hand, she would be very glad if he stayed and kept her company. MC smiled and said, well, then he should probably wander around the city and look for weak spots in their defenses. After a while, the locust said, Shute and that hired killer began to act. Hanwoo replied, well, let them come, and he will find a deserted place to give them a proper welcome. After a while, MC was sitting on a stone and saying, they finally showed up. Shute and the killer ran down the street together towards him, and MC said, you can't keep your target waiting like this. Shute screamed, was he the one who gave him up? The man replied he could insult his appearance, his character, anything, but not his professionalism. Shute screamed, who cares? It's unimportant. The main thing for him is to finish off that idiot Hanwoo. MC asked, does he even understand what he's doing? He should know that the academy is recording the progress of their lesson. Does he think that after killing him, nothing will happen to him? Shute replied, it's the mercenary who will finish him off, not him. So why should the academy punish him? The man asked, why is he talking to a dead man? He begins. He created a ghostly vine, and then a ghostly flash and rushed towards MC. Hanwoo blocked his blow, and the man asked in surprise, what? MC asked again, is that all? He thinks that for 8,000 gold pieces they could have hired someone stronger. The man screamed, Shute, did he break their contract and turn him in? Shute asked, Hanwoo, how did he even know that? MC said he has eyes and ears everywhere. Now it's his turn, right? Go ahead, his little ones. Shute looked at the locusts and asked, isn't it possible he was able to summon his creatures here? He ordered the man to finish him off. The locusts headed towards the killer, and MC went towards Shute and said, well, he'll probably deal with him himself. Shute screamed, he can't kill him. He said himself that everything is controlled by the academy. He definitely won't be able to leave peacefully. Hanwoo frowned and asked, who said he was going to kill him? He could just throw him right into a pile of zombies and be done with it. The zombies will finish him off, not him. So why would the academy punish him? His words, right? Shute started running away and ordered them not to come near him, to leave him alone. He ran away and asked for help. MC quickly caught up with him and grabbed his shirt. He started slamming him on the ground, and Shute asked him to stop. His family won't forgive him for this. He doesn't want to be the target of a true god, does he? Hanwoo picked him up and said, who cares, that's for tomorrow. He threw him into the air, right towards the monsters. After a while, he laughed and said how cruel, only bones were left of him. He even wanted to celebrate. He took off and told the locusts that they could rest for now, and he would take care of the remains. After a while, people were shouting loudly in the street, it's over, he lost all his plants. He has nothing left. What are they supposed to do now? There were people sitting in the room. The guy said, Mayor, they can't last that long. Another guy agreed with him and said, there isn't enough room in the churches for everyone. They need to do something. Schwarzenegger frowned in irritation and said, he himself understands the situation they are in, but MC interrupted him and said, he has one idea. Schwarzenegger said, he is ready to listen to him. Hanwoo. MC asked if they ever thought about moving to another world. The men immediately began discussing this, and one of them excitedly said that he would agree if it were possible. His friend said that he wouldn't mind either. He was tired of falling asleep every night thinking about zombies. Schwarzenegger told Hanwoo that it wasn't that they didn't want to leave this world. According to what he'd read in the archives, the portal to their world had been destroyed after the zombie war began. Hanwoo slapped himself on the chest and said that he was only worried about them not wanting to leave their world. They didn't need to worry about the rest. He'd already found a new home for them, the city of Dolong. He would personally take care of the portal problem, but it will take some time, but he promises that everyone will survive. Schwarzenegger was very happy and said that they agreed. He should let him know if he needed anything. They would help him in any way they could. After that, Hanwoo went to the tree and said that he had done everything. The city's inhabitants were ready to leave this world. He will need to fix the portal, and he will find them a new home. He happily said that this is wonderful news. He has been waiting for this moment to come for so long. He thanked him and said that he does not need to worry about the portal. It is within his power. Let him just lead them to the entrance of this forest tonight during the full moon. He did everything as he should, brought them into the forest at night, but Schwarzenegger had doubts. He asked if he was sure that the portal would appear at all. Night is the time of the reign of zombies. The girl excitedly told the others to look ahead. There is the tree of wisdom, right? They followed her gaze and noticed with surprise that there really is something, after which a portal appeared in the roots of the tree, and Hanwoo led them there. He waved his hand and said goodbye to them, and Schwarzenegger almost burst into tears, saying that he is their savior. The girl kissed him on the cheek in gratitude, then headed toward the portal and said that she hoped he would think of her at least sometimes. He followed her with a surprised look, and when they disappeared into the portal, he said that it was finally all over. This ordeal really had dragged on. After that, the teacher informed the students that the research into the secret world called Zombie City was declared closed. They were transported back to the classroom, and she said that first, she wanted to congratulate all the students who had successfully returned to their world. Unfortunately, 2 of them could not cope with the hardships of the secret world and died. Their academy sincerely hopes that in the next life they will become stronger and be ready for something like this. Hanwoo frowned, displeased that they hadn't even warned them that death in the secret world meant death in the real world. Shute was to blame himself, but imagine his surprise when he saw him in the crowd of students and how furiously he looked at him. It turned out he wasn't dead. After that, the teacher smiled and told everyone to take their seats. She would now announce the results of their lesson. Hanwoo took first place with 16 million points. Qin Shuang took second place with 12 million points. And finally, Sun Qingnian took third place with 10 million points. Shute suddenly jumped up from his seat and exclaimed that he wanted to report Hanwoo for cheating. She asked, what cheating? Does he have any evidence? The guy smirked, turned his gaze to Hanwoo, and said that his locusts had appeared in the zombie city. He had seen him summon his creatures with his own eyes. His friends confirmed this, and the teacher asked why they assumed they were forbidden to summon their creatures to the secret world. The objectives of the lesson were survival and adaptation. Hanwoo found a way to summon his creatures to that world and took advantage of it. Some might consider this luck, but she believed it was all thanks to his strength and clarity. Shute persisted, declaring that he believed she was deliberately sheltering Hanwoo and wanted to speak with the academy's leadership. She responded that no one was stopping him from doing so, could speak with them if he so desired. However, as his teacher, she also had the right to punish him for disrespecting her. Her suddenly oppressive aura frightened him, after which she declared his punishment to be a year of hard labor in the secret world dungeon. He was immediately sucked into the portal, after which she glanced at his friends and asked if anyone wanted to join him. They smiled nervously and said she was absolutely right. He had indeed shown blatant disrespect and deserved his punishment. She smiled and suggested that they move on to the rewards. Han Wu would receive a jade flower pot, and Qin Shuang would receive something else, but that was irrelevant. After class, the elders came to Han Wu and called him, and he said that he was just looking for them to pass on the fruits of wisdom. The boy smiled and said that they had heard about it. How much did he collect? He answered that he had to spend a little in the last battle, so he only had enough for 9 fruits. He hoped that would be enough. After that, he thought that before the end of the test, he spent all his friendship points and received 12 fruits, but 9 would be enough for the exchange. He thought he would still need the rest. The boy gave him a thumbs up and praised him for his amazing result. The girl agreed with him and said that, besides, thanks to the fact that he took first place, they earned another 10 divinity points. Huang was probably furious right now. Let him use his 9 divinity points wisely. After all, it was a considerable sum. Suddenly, a boy's voice was heard behind Han Wu, who said that this was a large sum even for him. He turned around and saw Huang Shengjuan flexing his fists and asked, "So this is the one he spent a fortune on?" Brother Meng immediately stood up for Han Wu and exclaimed, "What is he doing here?" Han Wu was confused and asked what was going on, and the girl said that someone just couldn't admit defeat. This guy's name was Huang Shengjuan, and he could consider him their sworn enemy. He approached them after their class started and started provoking them. They ended up arguing with him. Huang bet on his classmate, and they bet on him. As a result, he helped them earn 10 divinity points. Han Wu turned to this guy and asked who he bet on. His friend smirked and told him that he bet on that fool with the fire dragon plant. Han Wu immediately smiled and said that this meant it was Xu Te. He was very sorry for his defeat. Shengjuan got angry and asked what he said. Wasn't he being too bold? The seniors immediately stood up for Han Wu and told him to just try to touch him. After which the red-haired guy ran away and shouted that he would pay for it. Let him not forget that their next big lesson will be with first-year students. He shouldn't have angered him. Brother Meng turned to Han Wu and apologized to him for dragging him into this. That idiot only took on him because he lost the argument, and he was right about their lesson. Maybe even they couldn't protect him from it. Han Wu patted him on the shoulder with a smile and told him not to worry about it. He can't even imagine how many times he'd been threatened in the past months. It made him mature and strengthened. Every idiot like him only makes him stronger, so now he's able to stand up for himself. His friends told him to contact them if anything happened. They would help him in any way they could. Meanwhile, a demigod arrived for an audience with His Excellency. His Excellency, seated on the throne, asked what he wanted to talk about, and he, kneeling before him, said that his name was Zhang Gang, and that he had come to report a discovery that could clarify the situation that had occurred in the world of divine ruins. The man immediately rose from the throne and ordered him to speak immediately. If his discovery proved useful, he would reward him. He opened the box and showed him a dead locust, saying that he had found it in the very place where his people had performed the ritual. He knew only one person for whom locusts were the main representative, Han Wu, a student at the Imperial Academy, and he was sure that he was somehow involved in that incident. He asked what he knew about him, and he answered that, as he had said, he was a preparatory course student at the academy. He was an ordinary average student who grew up without parents. At the moment, he was still a divine being. The man became very angry and exclaimed, "Does he mean to say that some divine being was able to infiltrate the ruins of the divine ravine, kill the 6 demigods he sent, and take what was rightfully his?" Zhang Gang immediately began to bow to him, asking him not to be angry. At first, he also couldn't believe that a divine being could have entered the divine ruins, but a little later, he confirmed his suspicions by inquiring about it among the locals and examining the area for traces of its creatures. A merchant who sells radioactive ore admitted that Han Wu had recently purchased a shipment of ore from him. He had already checked the records of payment with divine power points. It was indeed he. There were also records from the inn through which he had entered the Divine Gorge world. His Excellency sternly asked, does he understand what awaits him if his words turn out to be a lie? He tossed him a chest and told him to take his reward and leave. He excitedly thanked him, after which the man turned to his subordinate and said that he knew what to do. Let him check on this Han Wu and make sure he doesn't have his treasure. If he does have it, then let him turn this impudent thief into ashes. Han Wu sneezed and, wiping away his drool and snot, thought, has it really gotten cold? He needs to prepare properly for the next big lesson. He's afraid it won't be easy for him with this guy. After that, he took out a jade flower pot and said that Teacher Lena's reward was truly good. A seed planted in this pot will produce seeds of a corresponding plant every cycle. The higher the order of the plants, the longer the cycle. He glanced at the seed and thought that if he combined the plant fusion technique and the 6th order ghost vine, it would truly be a killer. And thanks to the jade flower pot, he would have a constant supply of ghost vine seeds. It was the perfect combination. He remembered that he had the bodies of demigods. They would be perfect as a catalyst for creating the Locust Lord. And then, when he feeds him the fruit of wisdom, his combat power will skyrocket. At that moment, Teacher Lena called him. She had bad news for him. He asked if this had anything to do with the zombie city. She confirmed it and said that the secret world, Zombie City, was once given to their academy by Master Shu Hai himself, one of the 3 main teachers of the Imperial Academy. Because of his actions in the secret world, the academy lost the coordinates of Zombie City. As he already understood, Master Shu had already found out who the culprit was, and was very angry. He frowned and asked, does this mean he will be expelled from the academy now? She replied that of course, that wasn't true. His actions didn't go against the academy's rules. Master Shu simply did not know what to do with his anger, so he decided to challenge him to a duel. She will be their referee. He sighed with relief and said that now he will at least know that he will not be killed. He can rely on her. She told him that it was natural. She wouldn't let anyone harm her students. So she asked him not to worry about anything and just give it his all. After this conversation, he lay down on the bed and thought that what was done could not be undone, so he needed to listen to her advice. After that, they went to the academy arena. Hanwoo's friends began to support him, and soon teacher Lena brought Master Shu and told him to say hello. MC greeted him with a gloomy expression, and Shuhai said that in a duel with him, he would not use any of his abilities or spells. Only 1 million of his creatures, that's all. Victory or defeat doesn't matter to him. He just wants to repay him for his secret world. Does he agree to such conditions? He answered that he does. He will do everything in his power not to disappoint him. After that, Lena clicked something on the system window and said that then they will not hesitate. The duel will take place in a hilly area, and they can begin summoning their creatures. As soon as she said this, Shuhai warned Hanwoo that he was starting, and then waved his hand and robots appeared behind him. Seeing them, Xiangmeng became nervous and asked what kind of monsters they were. They had a terrifying aura. His friends said they were Homo sapiens, a subspecies of the human race, incredibly rare representatives. If he remembered correctly, they were naturally super elite creatures with innate high intelligence and enormous potential for development. Rumor has it that they developed so quickly that without special support from a god, they reached the heroic type. He didn't think Master Shu would use heroic creatures against a student, but these monsters oozed power. Their junior would have a hard time. Meng loudly told Hanwoo to surrender. If he did, he would only lose half of his creatures. He would always have time to take revenge. Now, he needed to preserve at least what he had achieved. Shuhai rudely ordered him to shut up and thought that this meant that this brat was afraid of him. He turned to Hanwoo and asked if he wanted to summon his creatures. MC immediately opened a portal behind him and apologized for keeping him waiting. After that, a huge swarm of locusts flew out of the portal, filling the entire sky, and Shuhai asked in shock how he managed to evolve them into super elite creatures, and in such numbers. In the middle of the swarm, he saw something that greatly surprised him, a lord-type creature. And behind the locusts were red orcs, led by a lord. Seeing the minotaurs, he was completely taken aback and exclaimed, "Where did they even come from? Was there really a lord among them?" But that was not all. The Windsword Emperor appeared, and he was also a lord. Shuhai was shocked, unable to comprehend what was happening. Skeletons emerged from the portal, and he realized he had 5 lords and a bone collector, a being at the peak of heroic combat power. Even a seasoned demigod couldn't muster such an impressive army. This guy was definitely a divine being. Meng cursed and exclaimed that he thought he had no luck back then in the bloody arena, but now he clearly realized he didn't stand a chance against him. His friend urged him to calm down. He wasn't alone. He wasn't sure even among their classmates there were anyone who had managed to assemble such an army. Yiling smiled and said their junior had a great future. All he needed to do was officially enroll in the academy. After that, they began to cheer him on, telling him to show his best. Meanwhile, Hanwoo sent his beetles to attack, and they towered over the robot army. Meanwhile, they clasped their hands together, creating streams of energy above themselves, and then a dome appeared above them, protecting them from attacks. Seeing this, MC cursed, and then the robots began shooting at him. He ordered the demonic beetles to retreat, and the fallen locusts to create a barrier. Very soon, the insects were protected, and Shuhai exclaimed that this was not enough to stop the onslaught of his creatures. He ordered them to begin, and they created a huge ball of energy in the sky, causing Hanwoo to gape in shock and wonder what the hell that was. Shuhai ordered them to open fire, after which MC excitedly exclaimed that if this continues, they are finished. They need to destroy this barrier. He ordered the divine hammer to do this, and the orc immediately rushed to attack. He swung the hammer in a jump, and then struck the barrier with all his might, and a loud crack was heard. The cracks in the barrier began to sparkle, and Hanwoo ordered the locust to attack. The insects filled the sky above the robots again, and Hanwoo's friends exclaimed with delight that he had a chance. Shuhai smirked, calling him a brat and saying they were just getting started. MC thought he certainly had a lot of locusts, but their combat power still left much to be desired. He didn't think he could wipe out this entire crowd with just one locust, so it was time to use his backup plan. He ordered the skeleton lord to begin, and they immediately ran forward while the robots began to attack. Some shot the locusts out of the sky, while others held them back. Hanwoo thought they had an absurd number of skills, some kind of all-around warriors. Things had moved forward, but he was still losing. He needed to do something about the locusts urgently. He needed a mutation source. He told him that this time his opponent was a cut above him. If he didn't go into hibernation right now, he might be able to detect it. Therefore, directed mutation and gene lock would be unavailable for now. He wished him luck, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Is he making fun of him? This is no longer funny. Let him come out." And anyway, why did he decide to leave at the most inopportune moment? He sighed heavily and thought that it was all useless. He told the skeleton that now all hope was on him. Let him show them what they were capable of. The skeletons destroyed several robots and made them part of their army, which made Meng happy and exclaimed that this was the trump card. But for some reason, the skeleton robots did not want to obey the Lord. They all exploded at once, and MC looked in shock at the flash of flame, not understanding what was happening. Shuhai said he acknowledged that the undead have their own incredible strengths. Replenishing their ranks with the bodies of their enemies is an unheard of luxury for other creatures. That's why tens of thousands of years ago, the undead were a living nightmare for all civilizations. However, those times are long gone. Thanks to the research of many gods, they have discovered dozens of reliable ways to tame the undead. All gods of the rank of true god and above have at least one trump card designed to combat these creatures. If he considers this his trump card, then he will never rise above demigod. MC was confused and thought that locusts were practically useless against his creatures. The undead cannot be summoned, so the skeleton lord was also useless. And the red orcs, together with the demonic minotaurs, would number less than 1,000. Would he really have to surrender? But there were still active figures on the battlefield. The sword emperor and the minotaurs were crushing their opponents, and Hanwoo, looking at them, cursed, thinking that they had penetrated too deep into the enemy lines. They were already starting to be surrounded, and if he didn't do anything, they would die sooner or later. He sent a dark locust to their aid. It fired its bow, and a roar echoed in the sky, which the robots immediately noticed. After that, a single arrow turned into thousands, and they began to fall on the enemies. Dark arrows possess the corrosive properties of the dark attribute and inflict the numbness of the shadow attribute. Despite their high durability and protection, some of the robots still suffered the effects of corrosion and numbness. MC said he didn't expect the fruit of wisdom to boost the dark locust's capabilities so much. The arrows became much more deadly. Thanks to this, the Sword Emperor and the Minotaur found it easier to break through the enemy lines. They ran forward, attacking everyone in their path. Hanwoo, seeing the robots rise, exclaimed that these idiots recovered too quickly. Suddenly, clouds gathered in the sky. He was surprised that it had darkened so quickly. Then, Elphys flew out of the clouds and came to his aid. After that, the clouds dispersed. It turned out that the dragon hadn't come alone, but with a squad of half-dragons. Yahello grabbed Shetian's hand and, pointing her finger at the dragon, exclaimed that it was a purebred dragon of darkness. She couldn't believe that their junior had been hiding such a treasure all this time. Men's mouth dropped open in shock, and he exclaimed that it really was a purebred dragon, and one of the rare dark attribute. He was sure that this colossus had the potential to rise to the level of a monarch. He was very upset, and Shetian said that his defeat was predetermined. Shuhai, meanwhile, smiled nervously, and thought that he hadn't expected to have such a trump card. And this guy hasn't even entered his first year yet. A great future definitely awaits him. But upon seeing the half-dragons, he was even more surprised. By this time, it turned out they had already routed his army. He thought he seemed to understand. They were few in number, but there was no doubting the power and insane recovery of these creatures. Now even he didn't know what their confrontation would lead to. He offered Hanwoo a draw, which slightly surprised MC, and Elphys shouted menacingly that he would never agree to that. Meng asked in surprise, had he heard everything correctly? Teacher Shu offered him a draw. Did Teacher Shu really see Hanwoo as a threat? Yiling happily said that if this news came out, Hanwoo would become famous. Teacher Lena didn't let her finish, and measuring them with a menacing look, said that they, children, seemed to be missing something. If Teacher Sue had used even half of his abilities, Hanwoo wouldn't have stood a single chance. He just values talented students. They turned to her in fear, and she continued, saying that Master Sue's suggestion of such an outcome meant he recognized Hanwoo's disciple's potential, and now he definitely wouldn't want to let such a promising young man slip away. Apparently, his ascent to greatness would begin today. Meanwhile, Shuhai approached Hanwoo and said that he had already calmed down, so further fighting would only lead to completely unnecessary losses. Besides, it would be beneficial for him to agree to a draw, since he planned to hand over the remains of his robot army to him as an apology. Elphys exclaimed menacingly that he would never agree to that. He was the great dark dragon, and he would not accept such an outcome. MC excitedly shut him up, then awkwardly turned to the teacher and asked, "Is he serious?" He confirmed this and said that he would hand over the robots to him, but he had one condition. When he officially entered the Imperial Academy, he would have to become his disciple. Hanwoo was very surprised by his offer, and teacher Lena quickly approached him and asked why he didn't thank Master Shu for such a wonderful opportunity. He was not only one of the 3 most powerful mentors at the Imperial Academy, but also an excellent teacher. Every year, the line of students wanting to be under his guidance stretched for half a kilometer, and she was not exaggerating at all. MC immediately calculated how many people would be in such a line and felt uneasy. There were at least 1,000. She said he was thinking correctly. Did he know how many students their academy accepted at the beginning of the year? Only 2,500 people. After that, Hanwoo immediately bowed to Shuhai and said that he was very grateful to him for the opportunity. If he wanted, he could become his disciple right now. He replied that they had agreed. As he promised, he would send the remaining 820,000 robots to his divine realm. This would be considered his investment in his future. However, his apprenticeship would still have to wait. First, he had to officially enroll in the academy. He couldn't care less about others, but he was very demanding of his students. So before entering the first year, he had to become a perfect demigod. Does he know what that means? He replied that teacher Lena had already explained to him that before becoming a demigod, he needed to imbue his body with divinity. Shuhai said that he would also have to receive a divine title from the god of death himself. If he managed to fulfill these 2 conditions, he would officially become his disciple after entering the academy. After that, MC's friends ran up to him and started congratulating him, and Shuhai asked with displeasure, did that mean they had an audience? He hoped they understood. No one should know about what happened here. He emphasized that this also applied to their teachers. Was he making himself clear? Shetian smiled awkwardly and said that he knew their teacher's character. They won't be able to get out of it if he asks them about it. To keep them silent, he gave all 3 of them a gold card, and they immediately said that they had already forgotten everything they had seen here. Lena said with displeasure that they had completely lost their fear if they decided to blackmail the elder god. The next day came. An old friend of Hanwoo came to his place and sheepishly asked him for a favor. They went for a walk, and Shuang said that her family had decided to intermarry with the Shute family, and as far as he understood, they wanted to marry her off. He was surprised and asked if such a thing really still existed in the modern world, and her parents weren't against it. She answered him that her parents were just demigods who had only recently received the divine title of the God of Light. They could not influence her grandfather's decision in any way. Her grandfather was the only true god in their family, so his decisions were considered indisputable. He asked who would be her match if it wasn't Shute. She told him that this was how it had been initially, but the heads had changed their minds after Shute's defeat at the last lesson. Now her fiancé was to be Shu Gang, Shute's older brother. He remarked that their families were apparently serious. He asked how he could help her, and promised to do everything in his power, for which she thanked him. He grinned and asked what she was thanking him for. After all, they were already married, and it would be strange if he didn't stand up for his wife. She, in her embarrassment, slapped him across the face with all her might, after which he said that now he recognized his old friend. She shouldn't worry. In any case, he would go with her and try to help her abandon this marriage. She only smiled in response, and 3 days later they set off for her city. Seeing how everything was arranged there, he exclaimed in surprise, "What is she? Some kind of princess?" She replied that although Qin City was not comparable to the imperial capital, it was home to 10 million people. school. A man, Uncle Zhang, approached them and told the young lady that her parents had ordered him to pick her up and that they were already waiting for her at the old residence. She thanked him for his concern and introduced him to her friend and classmate. Zhang, smiling, asked Hanwoo if this meant he was also a preparatory course student at the Imperial Academy. He must be very talented. MC thanked him for his kind words, after which Zhang led them to the car. While they were driving to the residence, Shuang was very nervous, and Hanwoo, noticing this, told her not to worry. If anything happened, he would definitely protect her. After that, the car stopped, and Shuang, turning to the window, announced that they were there. When they approached the door, they heard her family members talking in raised voices. Her father shouted that no one had ever even mentioned before that he would have to repay the family with his daughter's freedom in the future. He was outraged that she should suffer alone for the good of the whole family, and considered this unacceptable. His third brother asked how he could say such a thing. His daughter had achieved such results, in part thanks to their family's resources. What was wrong with repaying the family for this? He exclaimed in response that his children also benefited from the family's resources. However, he had never seen them sacrifice anything to repay the family. For example, his third daughter spent a lot of the family's money to enter a less than perfect academy through connections. Perhaps then she should marry Shugang, as he said. This way she would be able to fulfill her duty to the family. His brother ordered him to shut up. He shouldn't talk to him like that. After listening to them, MC said it was some kind of clown show. Does everyone in their family treat children like objects? Unable to listen to this any longer, Shuang threw open the doors and ran into the house, declaring that she was not going to marry into the Shu family. One of her uncles asked, "What nonsense is this? And in general, how dare she interfere in the elders' conversation?" Apparently, she was very tired from the journey. She should rest in her room first. Her other uncle affectionately called her little one, and said that she herself understood that, as a member of their family, she was obliged to contribute to its development. The Shu family is a very wealthy clan with a true god at its head. If she marries Shu Gang, she will have everything she desires. Her father immediately stood up for her and told them not to even think about it. If they even touched his daughter, he would not vouch for himself. His brother exclaimed that he was spoiling his daughter too much, and it wouldn't do her any good. He responded by saying that he was only doing it for her own good. His daughter was a preparatory student at the Imperial Academy, the one who would definitely become a true god in the future. He wouldn't let them ruin her future. His older brother jumped up from his seat and shouted, was he completely mad? Would he persist until their father himself said so? His daughter had incredible potential, he agreed, but for now she was still only a divine being. And when will she become that true god? In decades or even hundreds of years? Right now, their family had one true god, and they must save him by any means necessary. He himself was well aware of the steps other families would take when their Qin family lost their one true god. They simply couldn't allow that. Hanwoo, meanwhile, turned to Uncle Zhang and asked how the Shuang marriage and the safety of their family's head were connected. Uncle Zhang hesitated, choosing his words, and then explained to him that some time ago, when their leader was traveling through the world of an alien civilization, the inhabitants of that world captured him and began threatening him with execution. They also put forward the condition that they would negotiate only with a true god. As far as he understood, only the Shu family responded to the request for help, and even then, with the already known condition. MC touched his chin in puzzlement and thought that the Shu family was perfectly aware that Qin Shuang had every chance of becoming a true god in the future. He would even be surprised if they didn't take advantage of such a golden opportunity to seize her for themselves. He realized something. Did this mean they just needed a true god who could conduct negotiations? He needed Yuan Zhang. He went outside and called him. And when Yuan Zhang answered, he immediately asked if he wanted to borrow some divinity from him again. He answered that this time he wanted to ask him for a favor. He needs him to rescue the true god from captivity in one of the outer worlds. It doesn't matter whether he kidnaps him or negotiates. The main thing is that he gets him out of there. Yuan Zhang understood everything and told him not to continue. He knows who they are talking about. He also knows that the true god of the world where he is imprisoned is quite strong. He thinks that he should be weaker than him. Hanwoo was delighted and asked, so he will help him? He answered him that he will agree to this only if they agree on a price. MC thought that it does not take a genius to understand that the services of the true god will cost a fortune. The Qin family, of course, can pay him, but it will be a huge blow to their treasury, and this in turn can affect their attitude towards Shuang. Well, since he agreed to help, he will do everything himself. He asked, does he still need sources of artifacts? How much does he want? He laughed and said that he was very perceptive, as always. He spent about thousands on repairing his spear, so let's make it 30,000. Hanwoo agreed and said that they had agreed on 30,000 for saving the true god. He would send him his coordinates since they needed to discuss the details. Meanwhile, his friend's uncle exclaimed that she couldn't give in to her selfishness. Suddenly, MC entered the house and interrupted the argument, saying that he would like to intervene. The man shouted angrily, who is this? Is this a passageway or a meeting room? Let them throw him out of here quickly. Shuang stood up for him and exclaimed that he was her classmate and he came here to help her. Her uncle exclaimed angrily, what classmate would get involved in such a dangerous matter? It was obvious that he was her lover. Now he understood why she was so zealously opposed to marriage. She embarrassedly exclaimed that this was complete nonsense, and her uncle said that Shuang was a descendant of a true god and should find a partner worthy of her status. He asked the young man if there was a true god in his family, and he proudly replied that there was no true god, not even demigods, in his family. He was on his own, but he did have a bottle of divine liquor. Shuang told him to stop, and her uncle said that he had just proven his worthlessness. He was nothing but a brat, unworthy of being part of their family. They would never allow Qin Shuang to marry him. He handed him a card with 500 million divine power points and said that this would be enough for him for the rest of his life. So let him take it and disappear from her life. Hanwoo agreed without hesitation. hesitation, and said that in that case, he would use the money to pay for the services of the true god, whom he asked to save the head of their family. The man looked at Shuang with irritation and said that she had seen it all with her own eyes. He had traded her for 500 million without a second thought. He also said that he would use it to pay for the services of a true god. He called this nonsense, and his younger brother exclaimed, "Does he really think that 500 million is enough to pay for the services of a true god? They won't even lift a finger for such a pittance. Has he even met the true gods? This guy is just stalling and probably works for some other family." Her father told her that he understands that this guy is trying to somehow stand up for her, but there's not a shred of sense in his words. She should better ask him to leave. She exclaimed that since he said he asked the true god for help, it must be so. She believes him. Meanwhile, her eldest uncle turned to Hanwoo and said that his patience is not eternal, but since he is so confident in his words, he's willing to spend a little of his time. How is he going to get the help of the Shu family's true god for a mere 500 million? The MC spread his arms wide and asked in response, "Who said that?" He appealed specifically to the Shu family's true god. "Aren't there other true gods in the world?" The man finally lost his patience and shouted that he had enough and didn't want to listen to all this nonsense anymore. He told him to take the card and get out of here, adding that if he weren't Shuang's classmate, he would have kicked him out a long time ago. Suddenly, his younger brother excitedly told him to wait, and he felt the aura of a true god. Hanwoo said with a smile that apparently his acquaintance had already arrived here. He wanted to immediately warn them that this guy was much stronger than the Shu family's true god. The man nervously said that this was definitely a true god. He could feel his oppressive aura. Did that brat really tell them the truth? But this was complete nonsense. His brother asked, does he understand that his lie will be revealed right now? You can't joke with true gods. MC said that if they didn't believe him, then they should ask him about everything themselves, and he would go and meet him. As soon as he went outside, he saw him floating in the air. He landed, and a man immediately ran up to him and excitedly greeted him, saying that he must have heard about their leader being in trouble and decided to lend them a helping hand. Yuanzhang looked him over and said that he wasn't interested in demigods, which made the man slightly taken aback, and Hanwoo quietly laughed at him. Yuanzhang asked where Hanwoo was, while Shuang and her father came outside to look at him, and he wondered if this true god had really been invited by her classmate. His brothers, meanwhile, asked if he heard it too. He named the brat. MC awkwardly told Yuanzhang that it was him, and he thought in surprise. So, he called this divine being, ranked brat, his master. He pointed at him and asked doubtfully, is this really the same Hanwoo he'd been cooperating with all this time? He confirmed it, and showed him the source of the artifact, after which Yuanzhang cursed in surprise and patted him on the shoulder, saying that he couldn't imagine him being so young. He responded that he could say the same about him. They walked into the house, and Yuanzhang looked around, asking, so this is his family? He replied that the Qin family had nothing to do with him, and the man nervously thought that this guy clearly harbored a grudge against them. He turned to the sixth brother and asked, this guy is his daughter's classmate, right? Maybe he could try to convince him to help their family? His brother joined him and began to beg him, saying that they were one family and should stick together. He couldn't just abandon them in such a predicament. Let him think about it himself. If this true god helps them rescue the head, then Shuang won't have to marry Shu Gang. He wanted this himself, right? So let him influence him somehow. He looked thoughtfully at his daughter, then approached her and said that she was an excellent judge of character, since she managed to become friends with such an incredible young man. Now was the time to take advantage of their acquaintance. If they could save their head, then no one else in their family would dare even hint about her marriage. She looked down, embarrassed, and asked what he was talking about. She wasn't on that kind of relationship with him. He said with a smile that it was only a matter of time. She thought he hadn't figured out his daughter's character yet. If she didn't like him, she would never have brought him to their home. He's not against his candidacy at all, so let her talk to him. She awkwardly approached Hanwoo, who was discussing something with the god, and he said that she was just in time. He had already agreed to save the head of their family. She should tell her father to give him the information about her grandfather and the agreement token as soon as possible. He said he was in a hurry. She asked in surprise, already? What about the reward? Did he really agree to that 500 million? He immediately covered her mouth with his hand and excitedly said that she didn't need to worry about the reward. He would settle everything. Just let her do as he said. She looked at him in surprise and thought that she didn't believe that a true god would agree to help for 500 million divine power points. MC must have promised to give him something from his pocket. And all this for her? Yuanzhang reminded him about the payment, and the man smiled kindly at him, saying that they would definitely pay him, after which he flew away. Hanwoo waved at him and told him to come back quickly. The men of the Qin family immediately warmed up to him, and the eldest of them offered him to stay for dinner. He must be tired after all this confusion. His younger brother agreed with him and noted that it was his first time visiting them. They could give him a short tour after dinner. MC pulled Shuang close and said that if she hadn't asked him to help her, he would never have helped them. Therefore, they should thank her, not him. Her father laughed and said that he was such a good boy, and she sighed heavily. 2 days passed, and all this time Shute searched for them throughout the academy and even got his friends involved, but they were nowhere to be found. He cursed and exclaimed that they had been missing for 2 days. Had they really gone to her family, he wouldn't let them interfere with their plans. After that, he went to his grandfather and said that he was sure that Qin Shuang and Hanwoo had gone to her family. They were clearly up to something. The grandfather immediately set off with his grandchildren, because it was not right for their family's fiancé to be wandering around with another guy. And if this news were to surface, their family would suffer a huge blow. They followed him, and Shute thought that this time he would definitely finish him off. Meanwhile, MC and Shuang were sitting in the forest. While she was meditating, he thought that for 500 million divine power points, he could obtain about 100,000 artifact sources. 30,000 of them would go straight to Yuanzhang. The rest should be enough to raise gluttony to level 4. Apparently, very soon he would have a whole army of heroic locusts. He laughed loudly, and Shuang asked what he was thinking about that his mouth was watering. At that moment, Uncle Zhang ran up to them, worried, and Shuang, immediately realizing that things were bad, asked what had happened. He told her that the true god of the Shu family had arrived. Shu Te and his older brother were also there. Her father ordered him to warn her and hide her somewhere. Meanwhile, the men began a meeting. The eldest said that judging by the signals from their formation, they would arrive within 10 minutes. The true god of the Su family wouldn't just show up unannounced. It probably had something to do with the marriage. Shuang's father exclaimed that now that Han Wu had resolved the issue of rescuing the head, there was no point in a marriage between their families. His older brother said he was too narrow-minded. The head of the Shu family is a complex person. If he finds out what they did, he might decide that they don't respect their family. Then it will be very difficult for everyone. He exclaimed that in that case they would have to pretend to the last that everything was still in place and hope that the head would return soon. They had no other choice. His brother asked, did he think the head of the Shu family was some kind of fool? Since he decided to show up to them in person, it meant he had foreseen everything. His other brother became very nervous and said that their affairs were bad. They were really at an impasse. They would have to agree to this marriage after all. If the true god became angry, then their entire Qin family would suffer. His younger brother exclaimed in rage, what nonsense? What would they tell his son-in-law then? Let them not forget that it was he who invited his acquaintance, the true god, and decided the issue of saving their father. They could not betray the benefactor of their family like this. His third brother told him to stop resisting. Did he really want their entire family to die because of his one daughter? The man shouted in rage that he had crossed the line. Why was he shifting the blame onto his daughter when he was the one who initiated this marriage? Their elder brother ordered them to stop immediately. They were acting like children. At the moment, he saw only one way out that would suit both parties. Let Han Wu and the son of the Shu family decide in a duel who would get Shuang. Her father exclaimed in rage, why were they all treating his daughter like some kind of object? His brothers, of course, approved of the elder's idea and began to persuade the younger one. But suddenly, the stern voice of Elder Shu was heard. He was very unhappy that no one even came out to greet him. They immediately bowed their heads before him in excitement, and he ordered them to stop. He was not here to listen to their nonsense. He demanded that they arrange his grandson's wedding immediately, and then he would go save their leader. Let them bring Qin Shuang here immediately. The eldest of the Qin brothers excitedly said that his niece's classmate had already invited a true god and resolved the issue involving their leader. Therefore, he hoped that he would show his magnanimity and forget about her. Elder Shu became extremely angry and exclaimed that he was nothing more than a pathetic demigod. How dare he openly go against the words of a true god? Does he think that he will simply turn a blind eye to their insolence? He literally burned with rage, and then a powerful wave of his oppressive energy swept through the entire house. They immediately fell to their knees before him and began begging him to stop. And at that very moment, Shuang burst into the assembly hall and asked him to stop destroying their house, followed by Han Wu. Now, in the place of their house, there was a glacier, very suitable for fighting, and Shu Te told his brother that this was the Han Wu he had told him about. Shu Gang said that he would not get out of here alive, after which their grandfather told Shuang that if she wanted him to spare her family, then she should simply humbly accept her fate and agree to marry his grandson. He would not harm his own family members. He gave his word. She exclaimed in response, why should she even do that? She would never agree to that. Her uncle immediately began to apologize to Elder Shu, telling him not to be angry with her. She was still too young and did not fully understand how their world works. Their leader would definitely teach her a lesson when he returned. His younger brother, meanwhile, told the six to calm his daughter down before she angered him further, and Elder Shu, turning his attention to Han Wu, asked, so, he is the benefactor who came here to interfere with their families? Let him talk, but if he doesn't like his explanations, he won't get out of here alive. He answered that he was only here to help his friend, who was in a difficult situation because of them, so he didn't think it was necessary to explain himself to him. Or was there a rule in their world of gods that forbade helping your friends? Shu Gang angrily called out to Han Wu and asked how he dared to disrespect his grandfather. He sneered and replied, is the pride of true gods really that vulnerable? He only spoke the truth. How could he see disrespect in his words? Shu Gang said that his brother had said a lot about him, but he never imagined that he was so arrogant. If he was still in his right mind, then he should leave here right now and try not to be seen again. Otherwise, he would perceive this as a provocation by their family. MC responded with a sneer. Have they even gotten to the point of provocation? Okay, so be it. But he will not leave here. He pounced on him and said that his pride would cause him to die. Shuang's father rushed towards them and asked worriedly, they're not going to fight, are they? Elder Shu stopped him and said that his grandson had decided to fight to defend their family's honor. Does his family really want to interfere in this matter? In that case, he won't stand aside. Meanwhile, Shu Gang had transported himself to Han Wu's divine realm and, opening the gate, exclaimed that who would have thought that the benefactor's divine realm would have so many wild, undeveloped lands? It's simply a disgrace. Steel warriors, super elite beings emerged from their gates. MC frowned and thought that this guy's steel warriors could modify their armor. They were much more dangerous than Shu Te's steel knights. Shu Gang spread his arms and told his warriors to crush anyone who stood in their way, while Han Wu summoned his locusts. The battle began, and the warriors and the swarm of insects clashed. A locust archer shot at the enemy, who was about to strike it, while another locust attacked the enemy with a spear and knocked him aside, after which it pinned the warrior to the ground. Looking at this, Shu Gang had to admit that he had underestimated him, but it wouldn't happen again. He waved his hand and commanded the creatures to attack. A huge divine steel warrior appeared from the portal, immediately drawing an equally huge sword and attacking the small locust. It jumped back in fear, avoiding the blow, and MC exclaimed, what? He really thought he'd crush his locust lord, who had tasted the fruit of wisdom, with such a trifle. Shu Gang said it didn't matter whether it was a lord or not. An insignificant locust, in any form, would remain the same useless locust. Han Wu responded by exclaiming that, in that case, he'd have to demonstrate just how terrifying locusts could be. He mutated the locusts, and his opponent was greatly surprised, after which a swarm of giant mutated locusts flew at him. They all aimed at the steel warrior. Shu Gang used his steel transformation skill to strengthen his armor, after which his warrior waved his hand and erected a shield in front of himself. MC said with a smirk that he didn't think he would go on the defensive so quickly. He was sorry to disappoint him, but this was only the beginning. He activated the mutation of the heroic locusts, and they immediately acquired human form and pounced on the enemy, piercing his armor. Shu Gang was very surprised, and Hanwoo asked, "Are his locusts still insignificant?" He remained silent, and he said that since he didn't want to answer him, he would show him something else. He gave the locust 1,000 poison attribute crystals and ordered it to take revenge on that idiot, after which the locust immediately became filled with strength. Its muscles grew, its body became stronger, and it also gained the ability corrosive poison. The locust pounced on the steel giant, pouring poison on him, thus melting his shield. Seeing this, Shu Gang cursed in surprise and ordered the steel warrior to immediately return to the divine sphere. MC asked, "He thinks his divine sphere is some kind of walk-through courtyard where you can just come and go as you please." Shu Gang became nervous, wondering what he was planning. And when he saw other creatures behind him, he was very surprised. He fell in shock and exclaimed, "How is this possible? He's just a monster." The gates opened in front of him, and when a huge, fat dragon flew out, he exclaimed in shock, "Where did he get so many creatures?" Meanwhile, the Minotaur was crushing everyone with a huge log, and the Red Orc and the Sword Emperor were working as a team. The Skeleton Lord revived his opponents and made them part of his army, and Shu Gang, unable to fight it any longer, nervously asked Hanwoo to stop. He didn't want to continue this, so let him leave his divine realm. He responded with an enraged exclamation. So, he decided to stop his invasion. Then it was his turn. He turned to his loyal subjects and ordered them to seize their opponent's divine realm. Shu Gang watched his creatures heading toward the portal, and thought that if he didn't do something, this idiot would actually invade his divine realm. This couldn't be allowed. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at his creatures to stop them. He would close the gate. The gate began to close, but a few warriors still managed to slip through. He breathed a sigh of relief, but the gate immediately opened, and MC said that he didn't want to upset him. But he had special locusts that could strengthen the connection between spheres. They were very weak on their own, but as long as they were alive, he would never be able to simply run away and slam the door. He was the one who invaded his world first, and now he just wanted to repay him. Shu Gang fell to his knees before him and asked him to stop. He had lost. Let him withdraw his army from his divine sphere. He told him that it wouldn't do. Anyone who starts a fight should understand that they can also get punched in the face. He believes he acted fairly. He ordered the robots to destroy the enemy's divine sphere, and the guy immediately jumped up, exclaiming that he was giving him one last chance. Let him withdraw his creatures from his world right now. He hasn't forgotten that his grandfather is watching them now, has he? He is a true god. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't compare to him now. He exclaimed in response, "Does he take him for a fool?" He knew perfectly well what would happen to him once he withdrew his troops and left the divine realm. His grandfather would simply finish him off with his naked divine power. He could consider himself his prisoner. As long as he was in his hands, the true god wouldn't dare attack him. Shu Gang ordered him to stop his advance. He promised he wouldn't let his grandfather kill him. He placed his finger to his lips and asked him to be quiet. His locusts were currently searching for his divine core, so he needed to concentrate. After that, he smirked, saying he had already found everything, and an hour passed like that. Elder Shu became worried, as his grandson had been there too long, and at that very moment, locusts appeared on the battle observation screen. The men of the Qin family were very surprised to see that the locusts had already dealt with the Shu Gang creatures. The man exclaimed in shock what was going on, and his older brother noted that the divine core was now under Hanwoo's control. One of the locusts had already reached the crystal, and the elder, seeing this, appeared before Hanwoo as a projection and ordered him to immediately remove his hands from his grandson's core. He replied that he felt he was in no position to threaten him now. He called his subjects and ordered them to deal with the remnants of the steel warriors, after which the old man cursed and asked him to stop. What does he want? MC said that this is where he should have started. Now he feels ready for productive negotiations. Elder Shu gritted his teeth in rage and mentally told him not to even hope for an easy death. He would torture him for 3 days and 3 nights. At that moment, Yuanzhong returned. Having sensed his aura, Hanwoo was overjoyed and said that, judging by the density of the second divine aura, he managed to save the head of the Qin family. The men were very happy. Then the eldest of them turned to Elder Shu and said that they had a big event. Their head had finally returned to the family. Would he like to stay with them for a while and attend the celebratory banquet? He politely declined. After which he contacted Hanwoo and said that the true god he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Now can he let his grandson go? He replied that he was not ready yet. It was better to wait until he personally appeared here. He was not sure he could defend himself if he wanted to kill him during this. Yuanzhong immediately appeared next to him and said that everything was fine. As long as he was here, no one would lay a finger on him. MC was surprised that he was already here, thinking that this meant that the true god in the family, valued, had also arrived. He told Master Shu that he was now ready to release his dear grandson. He would leave his divine realm and release all the captured beings. After this, Shu Gang said that he remembered him. Let him remember that next time, there will be no one to protect him. He responded by advising him to think about how to quickly rebuild his army of steel warriors. He was in no position to throw around such phrases now. Elder Shu immediately hit his grandson on the head, telling him to stop humiliating himself. After which they fled, and the head of the Qin family shouted after him, how dare he encroach on his family while he was gone. They were cutting off all ties with them today. He hoped that they were smart enough not to mention marrying Qin Shuang again. There was silence for a few seconds as they watched them go, and then the head of the family gave Hanwoo something and thanked him for taking his granddaughter away from an unenviable fate and saving him. Let him accept this as a token of his gratitude. He received a genealogy tablet that could return creatures to the first representatives of their lineage. He thought, so this thing could turn his locusts into the most ferocious prehistoric species? He can't wait to see it. 3 days later, Shangmeng said, Hanwoo, he needs to step outside for a second. There's something I need to talk to him about. The protagonist walked out of the room and then noticed his acquaintances waving and shouting. Over here, bro! The MC turned to them and said he welcomed them. So what did they want to talk about? Shangmeng said, he hasn't forgotten about their important upcoming lesson, has he? Well, they were still sure that Shengjuan would definitely try to harm him during this lesson. So they decided to share with him all the information they had about him. Xiaqian folded his arms and said, although it's unpleasant to admit, this guy managed to become their class president. They should take precautions. The protagonist opened the records and asked him, so his main representatives are ordinary goblins? Shengjuan must really be a genius to be able to rise up like this with just goblins. Then Yeling added, so he's somewhat similar to him. No, he's even tougher, because locusts are inherently much weaker than goblins. In short, he can handle him, she's sure of it. Xiatian added, yes, he has absolutely nothing to fear. So what, a couple hundred lords, 3 monarchs, and a divine title? He'll crush him. The protagonist asked, was this their way of encouraging him? After a while, MC sat in a meditative pose in the building. He thought Shengjuan will definitely try to kill his 3 locust lords, and he can't let that happen. Of course, he could use radiation crystals and directed mutation to create super strong locusts that would die the next day, but that would only keep his lords safe. That wouldn't be enough to defeat Shengjuan. Then he looked at the pot of mushrooms and thought, yes, the Black Death mushroom. It's already proven useful during battles with zombies, so there's no doubt about its effectiveness. It could wreak havoc on the enemy's ranks. Then he opened the system window and thought, found it. He took the object in his hand and then began to imbue it with divine energy. After a while, Lena pointed to the side and said, okay, the topic of their lesson today will be resisting invasion. Their examiners will be first-year students, but they shouldn't worry. They will only use the power they possessed a year ago. Naturally, all students who successfully defeat the invasion in their divine realm will be rewarded, and those who fail will face a tedious journey through the secret dungeon world, and so they must prepare. Soon their seniors will begin the invasion. After a while, the protagonist walked into a bright light. He walked forward. Shengjuan folded his arms and, grinning, said, he warned him, Hanwoo, he shouldn't have crossed him. He stood surrounded by his goblin army. The protagonist thought, wow, that's quite a scale. The infantry alone is worth something. And behind the infantry are archers, the superpowered flame goblins, and the elite frost goblins, and those damned lords are leading them all. Then the protagonist shouted, if they're planning to fight seriously, then his army needs to form up too. Locust army assumed defensive formation. He spread his arms, and a huge number of locusts appeared on the battlefield. Common locusts, demonic beetles, fallen locusts, primeval locusts, and even locust lords. Shengjuan frowned and thought, he managed to break into the Imperial Academy and has such weak core representatives, so he really is capable. He won't underestimate him and will show him his full potential. He shouted, frost and flame goblins, fire! Spheres of energy flew straight at the locusts, knocking some of them to the ground. MC thought he wanted to seize the initiative and crush him with the power of his ranged attacks. Not so fast. He pointed his hand forward and shouted, fallen locusts, they must create a barrier. Sky beetles, dark locusts, they must ignore the goblin infantry and attack the archers. The locusts charged. Some of them created a barrier, and the goblins aimed their bows at them. Shengjuan shouted, first squad of infantry, fall back. They must protect the archers. The protagonist shouted, not a bad decision. Primal locusts, intercept. The locusts charged. Sky beetles, dark locusts, they must destroy the archers and ranged goblins. Shengjuan frowned and said, does he think he's as easy as Xiangmeng? Naive as he is, he should let him demonstrate his true strength. He thrust his hand forward and shouted, third squad, change target and attack pattern. Fire. A multitude of magical attacks flew straight at the barrier. The protagonist looked at this and thought, damn, he finally managed to break through its defenses. Shengjuan shouted, fourth squad, they must split up. Scattered fire across the dome. Fire attacks flew forward, and then he added, now he will show him what happens to those who dare insult him. Goblin lords, break ranks. They must attack the enemy locust lords. The protagonist thought his heroic locusts couldn't spread out much while his army's formation was blocked by goblin lords. He was grateful that he himself had freed his hands. Then he said, locust lords, they must concentrate on the goblin lords for now. Then he pointed his right hand forward and shouted, poison squad, they must use the Black Death mushroom spores. The spores began to fly in all directions, covering the goblins' bodies. Mushrooms began to grow on their heads, and Shengjuan shouted in confusion, what is this? MC thought, great, here comes the fun part. Shengjuan shouted, what kind of attack is this? The goblins looked at their bodies in surprise. They were practically unharmed. Shengjuan laughed loudly and shouted that he didn't know what kind of spell it was, but its destructive power left much to be desired. Did he want to tickle his goblins a little? The protagonist asked if he'd ever heard of continuous explosions. Of course he hadn't. After all, he invented them. Then he explained the principle a little. Soon, there would be a new series of explosions, and this one would be more powerful than the last one, and then another one. How many cycles did he think his goblins could withstand? The next second, the enormous goblins were covered in flames and began to fall to the ground. Shengjuan concentrated energy in his hands and raising it shouted, no way, divine magic. The goblins began to recover. He cast a shimmering area of effect healing spell. The protagonist held his hand out to his side and said, oh, Shengjuan, he's grateful he healed him too. He frowned and replied, no problem. Overall, his army is still in a better position. He'll heal them every time he explodes. He'll still defeat him in the end. Then another powerful explosion occurred, and Shengjuan looked at the bodies of his goblins in surprise. He shouted, what the hell? He didn't say the powerful explosion would grow exponentially. The protagonist laughed and awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying he hadn't expected that either. Apparently, his divine magic had also affected the mushroom spores lodged inside his goblins. And who was he even fighting for? Then a huge mushroom appeared on the goblin's head, and Shengjuan shouted, he's finished. The protagonist crouched down and told him to listen. It seemed the situation had gotten a little out of control. He was afraid the next explosion might finish him off too. Shengjuan frowned and thought he, a genius from the Imperial Academy, had come here to examine the brats of the preparatory course. If he lost to him, he would never be able to wash away such shame. He couldn't give in to him, even if he had to lay out all his trump cards. creatures. He then said that he admitted that Hanwoo was strong. However, it was still not enough to deal with him. MC smiled and asked, is he planning something? He used divine magic, the flames of battle. This boosts morale, increases physical capabilities, and reduces sensitivity to pain. Shenjuan concentrated energy in his hands and shouted, military divine magic. When killing an enemy with this, his creatures recover 25% of their body damage, converting the excess into their own physical stats. Shenjuan shouted, divine earth magic. From now on, the earth nourishes his creatures with the power of the earth and significantly strengthens their defenses. He shouted that it was his turn to attack. The mushrooms fell from the goblins' bodies. The protagonist thought, so he just got rid of all their mushrooms? After this, the goblin raised his sword above himself and shouted loudly, their revered god favors them. Forward, brothers. They must destroy these vile bugs in the name of their master. The goblins ran into battle, shouting, for the glory of their lord. The protagonist extended his hands forward and shouted, army of locusts, they must stop them. Meanwhile, Lena, watching the proceedings from the big screen, asked, so, colleagues, have you had any thoughts about the students in their preparatory course? The man said he was particularly impressed by student Shuang. She managed to raise a golden-crested thunder sparrow lord at such a young age. She's certainly worthy of official admission to their academy. The teacher said that this boy Shutei's steel knights are also good. Incidentally, she heard he has an older brother who possesses more advanced versions of knights. Perhaps they can persuade his brother through Shutei to enroll in the Imperial Academy. The next teacher said he'd taken a liking to Qingnian with their fox-like creatures. Yes, their combat prowess is only average, but this guy more than makes up for it with his advanced analytical skills and strategy. A promising young man. Lena folded her arms and asked what they thought of Hanwoo. The teacher said it looked as if his defeat was inevitable. He still lacked strength. The man added that he didn't think so. Shenjuan is the freshman class leader, and the fact that he had to use all the trump cards allowed by the rules shows the strength of the younger Hanwoo. Lena added, it's also worth remembering that he's currently only using his primary representatives, the locusts. He's already proven himself capable of confronting one of the strongest freshmen using just one of his creatures. Yes, his defeat is inevitable, but expelling such a capable student because of that is sheer sacrilege. The other teachers agreed. They support him. He agrees too. On the battlefield, Shengjuan pointed forward and shouted, Goblin army, focus on the enemy lords. The goblins charged forward, and the protagonist asked, will he really lose? At that moment, they heard a voice. Lesson over, stop fighting. Shengjuan frowned and thought, damn it, he was so close. He brought just over 100 million goblins, and barely 50 million survived. He also lost many goblin heroes. He even managed to finish off one of his lords, and his lords, in turn, all survived. After a while, Lena, smiling, stood in front of the class and said, as she had warned, those students who failed the exam would be expelled. Those who did well would be given rewards and the opportunity to participate in battles in the outside world. So, now we will announce the results. First, she calls the top students, Shuang, Shutei, Qingyan, Qianlili, Nufan. MC thought, does that mean he'll be expelled? Well, right, he lost to him. He screwed up. At that moment, Shutei looked at him and said, well, he's shown his true self, Hanwoo. Shuang told him not to worry about it. After all, his opponent was senior Shengjuan. She was sure the teachers had seen through his strength. Shutei said he lost, so it doesn't matter. Lena spoke up, and Hanwoo. These 6 students performed admirably and deserve praise. She congratulates them. Shutei cried out in bewilderment, then raised his hand and said, teacher, he has a question. She asked, what is it, Shutei? He said he wanted to know the criteria she used to evaluate their battle. How could he have passed the exam with flying colors if he lost to his senior? She replied that she couldn't tell him the exact evaluation criteria, as it was a matter of teaching confidentiality, but she would say that the decision was made not by her personally, but by the board of teachers at their academy. Yes, Hanwoo lost the battle to his senior, Shengjuan, but the performance he had put on was quite sufficient to assess his level of strength. Will that explanation satisfy him, Shutei? He answered in the affirmative. Then she added, well, if there are no more questions, then everyone is dismissed. Oh right, she wanted to warn them that the 6 top students would only have 1 day to prepare. In 1 day, the Imperial Academy would send them to the outside world to wage a real-life war of the worlds. After that, the teacher left the room and slammed the door behind her, destroying a nearby table. The students were surprised. Teacher Lena, as always, was awe-inspiring. She simply destroyed a table made of 1,000-year-old wood, and it cost a fortune. His classmate added, gods of war and invasion are no different. Shutei walked to the exit at that moment and, looking back at the protagonist, told him not to get too excited. Idiot, they'll meet again in the outside world. At this moment, Qingyan put his hands on the protagonist's shoulders and, smiling, decided to warn him, buddy. It seemed Shutei and his superior were plotting against him again, so he should be careful. He headed for the exit and, waving his hand, said, okay, it's time for him to go. What could be better than a date with a rich beauty? Shuang approached the protagonist, put her hands on her waist, and asked why he was drooling. Was he jealous? He asked, jealous? He would never stoop to such a level. Why would he need someone else's wealth? He'd earn it himself. Then Xiaomeng appeared from the hallway, waving his hand and shouting, bro, they should have lunch together. After some time inside the establishment, Xiatian said that the Imperial Academy currently had only 3 outer worlds in mind that would be suitable for the preparatory course students to invade, namely, the Rune Civilization, the Totem Civilization, and the civilization that had taken the path of biochemical development. For obvious reasons, they couldn't provide details, but they were able to share some information. Yahello handed him a bag and said, look, these bags contain information about these worlds, some clues. But she warned him right away. It could only be opened after he entered one of these 3 worlds. The protagonist looked at the bag in his hands and thought, if he truly wanted to become Master Shu's full-fledged disciple, he needed to become a demigod as soon as possible. He could only achieve this if he managed to defeat the invasion of the outside world. The others joyfully shouted that they believed in him. Hanwoo! A day later, Lena handed the disciples a special device and said that, as they knew, disciples, who were only divine beings, could independently contact their divine world once they reached the outside world. They should take it, and it would help with this. They must hurry. The others were already waiting for them. After some time, they boarded a special ship and then departed into space. After a while, Meanwhile, MC opened the doors, and the system announced that the mission to invade the outside world had begun. Then the protagonist, standing on a cliff, looked at the pouch and said, "Okay, I'll see what the elders have prepared for him." The next second, only one of the 3 pouches remained, and he cried out in surprise, "Where have the other 2 gone?" It was a shame, of course, but at least he still had one. He then opened the pouch, and then the scroll lying inside. It said that the world he found himself in was inhabited by a civilization that developed the art of runes. As he had already understood, runes are the sources of power here. In total, this civilization had developed 26 runes. Different combinations of these runes possess unique properties. These combinations are commonly called the language of runes. And yes, he should understand that some of these runic words possess incredible power, so he shouldn't underestimate them. Then he took a few cards and said, okay, that's more or less clear. Now he will move on to the sources of the universe. So these cards contain energy capable of suppressing the will of the outer worlds. The more of these sources he has, the more of his creatures he can summon here. It turns out that these things are some kind of connection to his god realm. And according to Master Lena's instructions, the easiest and most common way to obtain them is by hunting local creatures. It's not as hopeless as he thought. Then he said, well, it's time. He spread out the cards and used the summon half-dragons. He shouted, "Start the hunt!" An hour later, he crouched on the ground, sighed loudly, and shouted that he'd been hunting them for an hour and had only earned half of one source of the universe. This is too slow. He'll have to use more. He thought he had 5 more cards left. He summoned 50,000 common locusts. After that, he found the necessary camp and shouted, "Forward, his dears! They must capture this camp." A multitude of locusts headed towards the camp. Meanwhile, Shute, having pulled out a special item, said that Elder Shengjuan had proven much more useful than he thought. He said that this iron-blooded demon would be stronger than most heroic-type creatures. He'd played too much, Hanwoo. So all he had to do was let it absorb Hanwoo's hair. Elder said that after that, the iron-blooded creature would hunt only him. He took out the hair and then placed it in a special device, and energy began to flow out. He commanded his creature to move away and smash the container. The creature complied, and then a huge demon emerged from the container. He said, "Yes, this thing will definitely crush Hanwoo." He laughed and then shouted, "The hatred this demon has accumulated for 1,000 years while imprisoned can only be washed away by the blood of its target." Meanwhile, MC used several small items, closed his eyes, and thought that this should be enough to unlock the dragon transformation. And he would use the remaining 5 cards to summon the remaining half-dragons. He sent the cards forward, and thought that now all 10 half-dragons were gathered. A huge wolf appeared before him, and the protagonist ordered him to deal with it. Sometime later, in the Wolf King's lair, MC stopped next to the wolf and, noticing the items, asked, "What are they?" He opened the scroll and said in surprise, "It's a rune word." He thought, "That's excellent. All that remains is to assemble the right combination." He crouched down, laid out the runes in front of him, and a system window appeared, saying, "Rune language, low-level beast power. The word's effect increases strength by 10%, durability by 20%, and wound recovery speed by 20%. Effect on melee weapons, 20% chance to inflict bleeding after wounding an enemy, 15% increase in attack speed, and 10% vampirism." He took off his clothes and thought, he doesn't have a suitable weapon for the runes yet, so he'll cast the word on his body. He looked at his fists and thought, what a strange feeling, as if he'd become much stronger for just a moment. The number of ordinary locusts is 2. Then he looked to the side and wondered what was going on. He assumed the form of a dragon and flew out of the cave, then headed back to his army. He saw a huge feline creature tearing apart his half-dragons. He shouted, "A lord-level demon? This is serious." So the huge cat continued to fight his representatives, and then was surprised to notice how one of the half-dragons began to regenerate. After that, the cat headed towards the protagonist. He began to emit an aura and shouted that it was just in time. A powerful energy engulfed his body. Then he struck the cat in the face. The system reported that he had defeated one of the lords of this world, plus 2 sources of the universe. He frowned and thought, not bad. Now he can summon his favorite skeletons. Who knows, maybe he'll even manage to raise his rank to demigod sooner than he thought. 3 days later, the protagonist noticed locusts near him and asked, did he find the cave with fire crystals? He raised his hand and said, excellent. Their next target is this cave. After some time, he stopped near the entrance to the cave and thought, wait, this place emanates the aura of some rather powerful creature. Had someone already taken a liking to his cave? He walked inside and felt a powerful wave of heat. A huge lion came out to meet him, and the MC shouted, "Who is that?" Burst the cat. Now the lion. Well, he'll begin. Then the lion stopped abruptly, and the protagonist looked at the girl behind him in surprise. New Fan grabbed the lion by the tail and shouted, "Where did he run off to, huh?" The protagonist looked at her and asked, "She's New Fan, right?" She frowned at him and shouted, "This is her territory. She was the one who got here first. He must get out of here." He replied that they would start by saying that there are no territories here. Even if that were true, what would she do if he refused to give up this cave to her? She shouted that she would give him a good punch in the face, of course. He wanted to die? She leaped at him, and he used the Shadow Vine plant fusion. Death Rain. A hole began to grow in his body, and New Fan, approaching him, shouted, "What kind of pathetic tricks are these? He thinks this will help him?" He replied, "Oh, yes, he will help. She'll see for herself now." Then he drew his sword and she aimed a punch, after which MC swung his weapon, cutting off one of her horns, and said she lost. Next time he'll aim for her neck. She said, "Yeah, nothing more to say. She lost. Fine, he can keep this lion." He asked why he needed this fire lion. It's just another lord, from which he'll get a couple of sources of the universe at most. He came here for crystals. She rose to her feet and said, "Okay, then she'll take it. By the way, after she deals with him, they can join forces." The protagonist waved his hand and said, "Skeletons, follow him. It's time to get to the hard work of the miners." After a while, the clouds began to thicken, and New Fan cried out in surprise, "Is this his doing too?" The protagonist asked, "Does she think there's anyone with such a suffocating aura among his creatures?" The next second, a huge iron-blooded demon appeared before them. It pointed its hand at the protagonist and shouted that it could smell his enemy. Anu will wash away this shame with his blood. In response, MC used Golden Dragon Grass Fusion. He sent Golden Dragon Breath forward. The demon spread its arms out to the sides and used aura release. In response, the protagonist used Phantom Flash. New Fan added a powerful fire strike. The protagonist thought the fire attribute was most effective against him. He shouted, "Summon Divine Hammer." He used the Origin card and summoned the Divine Hammer. He pointed pointed his finger forward and shouted, "Divine hammer, it must destroy that vile demon." He responded, "As he commands, O great god." He concentrated energy in his hammer, and the demon aimed an attack at him and shouted that he must die. Pathetic servant. In response, the hammer attacked him in the same way, tearing apart several parts of his body. The demon screamed, "No, he must stop." Then the hammer swung its enormous weapon, after which it delivered a powerful blow, creating a small explosion. The protagonist joyfully shouted that he had never doubted it. The hammer. He must keep up the good work. Another explosion occurred, and the protagonist, shielding his face, said, "God, it's so cruel. The hammer." Then he stopped in front of the flattened demon and said, "The demon's soul is still not destroyed. Apparently, it's not that easy to get rid of it, but if they just leave it here, it might come back and cause trouble again." He had an idea. He could ask the collector to absorb his soul and turn it into a skeleton. The demon screamed. Anu admits defeat. He is ready to swear allegiance to the great deity, but he must spare the soul of insignificant Anu. The protagonist sat down next to him and pointed a finger at him, saying that even so, he couldn't fully trust him until he signed a contract with him. He replied that he agreed to the contract. The protagonist said, "Well, then they won't waste any time." A system window appeared in front of him, stating, "Slave contract." The master was Han Wu, and the slave was the iron-blooded demon Anu. Niu Feng asked him to listen. Right now, he's acting worse than the most notorious swindler. The MC, meanwhile, had already signed the contract and asked, "By the way, what abilities does he have?" The demon replied, "Master, Anu is an iron-blooded demon, so he can turn his body into metal. He also has the ability to corrode, which affects living organisms too." The protagonist thoughtfully said that this sounded good, but there were many in the world of deities who possessed flame-manipulating abilities, and they all knew that these iron-blooded demons were particularly weak against fire. For now, he had more weaknesses than strengths. The demon cried out, "Master, he must not rush." Anu could become his weapon, possessing a powerful corrosion effect. Upon contact, any metal weapon would quickly rust and begin to crumble. The protagonist said, "Now that sounds good. Good, he must begin." The demon then blew air onto the sword, destroying it. The protagonist slung the enormous sword over his shoulder and said, "Anu, it came at just the right time." He had long wanted to change his sword. It would significantly ease his path to demigod rank. Now that the preparations were complete, all that remained was to begin another slaughter to earn more sources of the universe and increase the number of his summoned creatures. A few days later, the boy hiding behind the hood crouched in the tall grass and thought, "My god, is this really an army of the undead? An army of 500,000 undead warriors. He must report this to the city lord immediately." Sometime later, in the city's main castle, the lord, sitting on his throne, shouted in surprise, "What did he just say? 500,000 undead." His subordinate, kneeling, replied, "Yes, his lord, that's right." An army of the undead had appeared near their lands. The lord thought he only had 50,000 guards at his disposal right now, and even with the mercenaries, there would barely be 100,000. If such a large army of the undead attacked them, there would be nothing left of the city. Then he shouted that he must immediately send a message asking for help to the nearby cities. His subordinate shouted, "It will be done, his lord." A day later, the subordinate said, "His lord, the reinforcements he asked for have arrived in the city. Now their army numbers 300,000 guards and mercenaries. The Holy Court has also sent them 5,000 of its followers." He replied, "Excellent. The forces of the Holy Court have always been renowned for their effectiveness against the undead. Now they have every chance of victory." He spread his arms and shouted, "Guardians, mercenaries, and followers of the Holy Court, they face a tough battle for survival. They must stop the undead army, even at the cost of their lives. They must protect their homeland. Stop the damned enemy." Then he mounted his horse and rode forward, shouting, "Forward, brave warriors. They must destroy the damned undead army." Sometime later, MC and Nufan were sitting near the roots of a huge tree when a locust flew up to them and reported that an army of 350,000 human warriors was approaching. The protagonist shouted, "Oh, so they have decided to welcome him after all. How hospitable." Nufan shouted in surprise, "What?" The protagonist slammed his fist into his palm and said that his scouts had reported to him that an army from the nearest city was moving towards them. What about her? Should she join the fun or sit on the sidelines? She replied that he was simply trying to take advantage of her power and creatures. Did he think she was some kind of fool? After a while, the MC lay down in the grass and, noticing Nufan, was surprised. Huh? He thought she didn't want to get involved. She also lay down in the grass and said that her hands were just itching. She wasn't here to help him. He stroked her head and, laughing lightly, said that he liked her lively personality. It was cute. She pushed his hand away and shouted at him to take his hands away. They needed to focus. After some time, the human army stopped in a huge clearing, and the protagonist shouted, "Skeleton army, they must come out of the ambush." The warrior shouted, "Shields. It's an ambush. Damn it, why did he even come here?" The next second, the skeletons continued their attack on the warriors, and the undead rose from new bodies. One of the warriors shouted, "Priests, they must attack." The priests directed their energy at the rising skeletons, and the protagonist shouted that he knew they would appear. "We must get rid of the priests." At that moment, Nufan ran forward. MC took the form of a dragon and shouted that he too was not going to sit in the rear. She launched several attacks at the priests, and the protagonist flew forward, attacking everyone in his path. He pointed his hand forward and shouted, "Suppression." The warriors looked in fear at the approaching undead, and then one of them ran up to the lord, shouting, "His lord, they have been defeated. The undead army is advancing." The lord watched from the balcony and shouted that they had lost. They must begin a full evacuation. A few hours later, the protagonist said, so he traded 350,000 of his skeletons for a couple thousand universe sources. It felt like he'd been cheated. Nufan joyfully put her hands to her face and shouted that she was rich. So much had fallen into her lap. The protagonist walked forward and said how happy she was. Naturally, she'd lost practically nothing. Well, never mind, they were supposed to drop runes. They needed to be divided. The protagonist thought he still had 4 more rune slots. A system window appeared in front of him, which said, Incredible Power, a low-level rune. Body effects, increases durability and strength by 40%. Effect on hammer-type weapons, increases destructive power. MC thought, but these runes are too weak. It's better to give it to his creatures. The next window said, Raging Flame, a low-level rune. Body effect, access to fire magic. Increases fire attribute affinity by 15%. 20% and fire resistance by 20%. Fireball spell enhancement increases power by 20%. Armor type equipment effect grants a fire shield that absorbs 30% of flame magic damage. Patronage, a mid-level rune. Armor type equipment effect grants patronage, increasing defense by 50%. New fan pointed to the second system window and said, I'll take this for myself. She's one step closer to getting her first monarch. She's grateful to him, Hanwoo, for that. He winked at her and said, no need to thank me. Then she looked at him and thought, how funny, no wonder Shuang likes him. After a while, the lord in his castle cried out in surprise, is this true? An undead army has captured the city of Lindun? His subordinate dropped to one knee and shouted, yes, your majesty. And it's not just Lindun that's been destroyed. 4 nearby cities have also been destroyed. The undead army now numbers nearly 10 million skeletons. The lord then extended his hand and shouted, bring the archbishop to him quickly, and also contact the elf king, the minotaur king, and the werewolf king. A short time later, a large conference room was formed. Those present, perplexed, shouted, where did this undead army even come from? The werewolf king clenched his fist and shouted that they must unite to destroy the enemy. His werewolf army is already ready for battle. The elf king said that he too had completed all preparations, and the elf army was ready to move. The lord frowned and shouted that he was glad they had agreed on everything so quickly. Their united army, supported by the church's followers, was obliged to destroy the damned dead. Meanwhile, the lord's daughter sitting on Qingnian's lap said that her father was planning to unite with the elves, priests, werewolves, and minotaurs against the undead army. Qingnian, burying his face in her neck, asked, is that so? He wondered. An invader controlling the undead? Who else could it be but Hanwoo? This guy had amassed such power in just a few days that it forced the 4 largest kingdoms of this world to unite. A man worth befriending. Thanks to this girl's hints, he finally understood how to break through to the rank of demigod. To become a demigod in the divine realm, one simply needed to accumulate enough divinity points. However, in the outer worlds, things are different. Here, one must meet the criteria set by a specific world and its civilization. And to become a demigod in this particular world, one must master a special runic word. The problem is, even the royal family doesn't possess such a treasure, so he can't even imagine what that word will be. The only possible option is to team up with Hanwoo. He will be responsible for the information, and he will be responsible for the military power. Only together can they find that runic word. But he won't just team up with him, which means he needs to think of a way to deal with the union of kingdoms. At that moment, the lord's daughter asked, what is he thinking about? She was talking to him after all. By the way, the elf queen is coming to see her father tomorrow. He replied, even the elf queen cannot compare to her beauty. Then he placed his hands on her waist and thought, here comes the next target. There is no woman in the world he cannot handle. Then he laid her on the sofa, and the girl, laughing slightly, said how spoiled he is. After some time, the protagonist shouted in surprise, what? The union of the 4 kingdoms and the holy church? Nu Fan, placing her hand on his shoulder, asked what he was afraid of. He has a whole horde of skeletons. He replied, yes, but it's not about quantity, but quality. A skeleton army is too weak when it comes to a large and well-trained force. Skeletons can only overwhelm with their numbers. That would be quite a hassle. At that moment, a spirit flew up to him and asked, host, how about turning to the great source of mutations? MC looked at him and asked, what's he up to now? He replied that he had an idea that would help him, but it would cost him 1 divinity point. The protagonist thought, well, damn, all he knows is begging for divinity. Then he said, first he needs to explain at least part of his idea to him. Otherwise, how will he know it's worth the investment? The spirit smiled and said, actually, he's a bit familiar with the runic civilization and knows that certain rune words can lead to a pretty good mutation. MC asked, what rune words? He handed the spirit a coin, and in return, the spirit thanked him for his generosity. Bearer. He then gave him the information he needed, and the protagonist folded his arms and said that this really could work. Well, then, they'll give it a try. He thought, of course, he felt sorry, but his information was worth 1 divinity point. At that moment, Nufan looked at him and asked why his expression had changed so abruptly. Had he really come up with something sensible? He smiled, looking at her, and said that soon she would see everything for herself. After some time, the warriors charged at a huge swarm of locusts and shouted that they must destroy them. Locusts and undead are on the same side. They all serve the same being. The warriors rushed to the attack, shouting, excellent, keep it up. Then they looked in surprise at their armor, which had sprouted huge mushrooms. They screamed, what the hell is this? One of the warriors then tore a mushroom off himself, but was overcome by dark energy. A huge number of skeletons were approaching them. Nufan, looking around, said it was easier than she expected. The Black Death mushrooms had become even more effective. The protagonist said it was worth his investment and effort. The Black Death spores themselves are very similar to a virus, but they don't have an excessively destructive effect. This can be corrected with a runic word. Then the Black Death will become a true disaster. Plague, a mid-level rune. MC held the mushrooms in his hands, and the system windows said, effects on the body. Every cell in the body becomes a carrier of the plague. After some time, the protagonist, standing on the edge of a cliff, pointed his hand forward and shouted, fight! The undead went into battle. Thanks to the Black Death and locusts that carried the plague, Hanwoo's army routed the first detachments of the Alliance army in just 3 days and captured 10 nearby cities. The army was also reinforced by 5 new heroic skeletons. After a while, the Lord shouted, do they have any ideas? If they continue to lose men and retreat, soon there will be nothing left of his kingdom. This cannot be allowed. The only option left is a peace treaty. But who should they negotiate with? The werewolf king said, good question. In all their fighting with the undead army, their leader hasn't shown any signs of being anything special. At that moment, Qingnian entered the room and asked, His Majesty, could he please leave the negotiations to him? The werewolf shouted, him? A brat who's never been to war, wishes to negotiate with the lord of the undead army? The archbishop frowned and asked, who even let some princess's favorite in here? At this moment, the lord's daughter approached her father and said she believed he was quite capable of this. Qingnian said, Your Majesty, doesn't he trust his daughter's insight? Then the elf queen said she could confirm that this man was smarter than anyone else present. She also supported his candidacy in these negotiations. The lord said he had no other options anyway, so he offered to give him a chance to prove himself. Sometime later, in the skeleton army's territory, Qingnian approached the protagonist. He looked at him and said he didn't expect to meet him here. He asked, So, has he also come to the outside world? Qingyan placed his hand on his shoulder and said it was a long story. It would be better for them to talk about it later. He actually came here on behalf of the 4 kings of the Holy Church's patriarch. They want to make peace with him. MC asked. How did he contact them? Is he talking about making peace? Of course, I'm ready to restore my immortal army, but only for the right price, he answered. Naturally, he came to inquire about that very price. The protagonist said gold and silver were out of the question. All their treasures would have been his anyway. On top of all this, he wanted high-level runes and words. As he understood it, rune words should be the most valuable of all available, and it would also be a good idea to stock up on runestones. They would start with a 5-digit number. Qingyan said, and so he would summarize. The human kingdom owes him 20 rune words of the highest quality and 200,000 runestones. He shouldn't worry. He would make sure they gave him the best they had. He thought that without the princess's help, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such influence and position, so he needed to somehow help her save face. He said the elves would pay twice as much, and the werewolves and the church 3 times as much. Then he thought that he didn't want to offend the elven queen either, so they would have to settle for double the price. She still had to warm his bed, so he'd shift the brunt of the workload to the 2 remaining kingdoms and the church. Then, the protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and said, okay, if he can negotiate with them on these terms, he'll stop his army. Qingyan replied that he shouldn't worry, he could handle that. He added, by the way, that he'd scoured the human kingdom's archives for information on how to become a demigod in this runic civilization, and he thought he'd found something worthwhile. They'd need to find ancient relics of the gods. The protagonist said he took the hint, they'd work together. Then Qingyan moved on and said, excellent. Then he'd go convey his terms. They'd meet later. MC added, by the way, that he should tell them that if they refused, he'd raze all their cities to the ground and take everything they'd asked for by force. Yes, it would require more time and effort, but he'd done it before. After some time, the Minotaur kings said their kingdoms simply didn't have that many high-level rune words and stones. How could they possibly fulfill his demands? Qingyan said they should replace it with something equally valuable. For example, information about ancient divine relics, or simply hand over the divinity points. The elven queen leaned on his shoulder and said the elves had to pay more than she expected. So why were the humans allowed to pay so little? He replied that he decided to soften the terms for the humans, having already destroyed a couple of cities and turned thousands of their warriors into his undead. Her Majesty, he was sure she wouldn't want to exchange those rune words and stones for the lives of her subjects. Then the Lord's daughter sat down next to him and said her father had asked her to tell him he agreed to all the conditions. Qingyan looked at her and asked, Princess, would you like to personally reward the brave knight who entered the undead's lair on a sacred mission? She replied, of course. After a while, the patriarch entered the room and shouted, this is pure robbery. How could he agree to such humiliation? Their holy order never bows to the forces of darkness and death. Qingyan replied, it's his business to hand it over. The Minotaur king thought, the patriarch is right. They cannot agree to such terms. If the church fights, then we can try. The werewolf king thought that the 3 of them could probably push back the undead army, and if they lose, they could simply buy themselves off with rune words and stones. After a while, a haven of light. The patriarch reflected that in previous clashes, the church had not deployed its elite, so their losses were minimal. However, for this battle, he had carefully prepared and summoned the core of his land. 3 entire elite legions of the Holy Church, warriors who were so close to becoming demigods. They had never suffered a defeat or let him down. Damned followers of death, they shouldn't have dared to venture into the land of saints. Today they would stop them. After some time, the protagonist realized that almost all the local buildings were fortified with light crystals, which were detrimental to his skeletons. The patriarch had indeed summoned all his elite troops. Fortunately, Qingyan had passed on this information to him beforehand. These light crystals were truly irritating. Because of this, the Haven of Light turned into an impregnable fortress for him. It was good that he had ordered the skeletons to simply surround the city. Otherwise, he risked losing most of his army. So, to capture this place, he needed to create a breach and plunge the Harbor of Light into chaos. But how could he do that? Then he looked at the crystal in his hands and thought, right. He swallowed it and activated his plant fusion ability. He held a vine in his hand and thought, he'll give it a try. He waved his hand and then looked at it and said, not bad. The power of the ghost vine exceeded all his expectations. He thought, it's time to have some fun with these holy men. Then he walked forward, and the church ministers shouted in surprise, what? Who is he? In response, MC swung his weapon and pointed the vine straight at them. He cut one of them on the arm, and he, kneeling, looked at his comrade and shouted for him to use purification. Now, he shouted that it wasn't working. Then knights approached the scene. One of them shouted, get him. He swung his weapon and shouted that the intruder must be stopped. The protagonist sharply dodged, and the warrior said that he hoped he didn't finish him off, that he needed to interrogate him. What? Where did he go? At that moment, MC attacked the warrior with his sword in the stomach, and at that moment his partner jumped towards him and shouted, unholy. The protagonist noticed the weapon in his hands, then appeared behind him and launched his attack. Afterward, he looked to the side and declared that he was the only one left. He noticed a glow in the warrior's body and thought, this one must be stronger than the others. He was surrounded by a holy aura that resisted the energy of death. Several church ministers pointed their hands at the protagonist and shouted that they had a chance. They had to stop him. Then the MC jumped up and swung his sword. He then shouted that if he couldn't get rid of him, he would at least finish off his support team. He charged toward the church servants, but at that moment, a warrior thrust a spear in front of him. Then the protagonist noticed a small explosion in the building and thought, it's time to begin. He leaped onto a vine and shouted, his loyal skeleton army, attack. A huge number of skeletons approached the castle. In the battle for the Harbor of Light, approximately 2 million church followers perished. 3 elite holy legions were completely annihilated. However, they still managed to significantly reduce the undead army's numbers. Hanwoo lost 15 million of his fearless warriors. At that moment, the Lord lowered his head and said, this was beyond his expectations. So many losses. He had made a mistake. If he had agreed right away, the Holy Order would not have suffered such catastrophic losses. What should he do now? He frowned and asked whether he should continue fighting or surrender. At that moment, Shute entered his room and said, His Holiness, he can help him fight off the attack of the cursed undead. He shouted in surprise, who is there? One of the knights shouted that the undead were advancing again. The protagonist ordered them to kill them. The skeletons continued to advance, killing the knights. The patriarch said that the undead should stop their vile advance and voluntarily leave the sacred haven of light. Perhaps then the god would halt his righteous judgment and spare them. In response, the skeletons continued to advance. He said that he expected nothing less from the empty-headed slaves of death. Let the mighty divine legion, Iron Fist of Justice, cleanse their world of this undead that defiles them. The protagonist asked, "Are those copperheads again?" He wondered if this local patriarch had allied himself with Shute. The Iron Knights began to destroy the skeletons, while the saints continued to support the patriarch. MC summoned a bone giant and sent it to attack. With a single blow, the enormous skeleton began to destroy the Steel Knights and absorb their souls. The patriarch turned to Shute and told him to continue releasing his Steel Knights. No matter how many dimensional sources he needed, their holy order would provide it. He agreed and spawned several more warriors. Earlier, Shute had told the patriarch that the creatures he would summon would be perfect for dealing with the undead besieging them. However, the price for his help would be dimensional sources. He asked why he should trust him. The young man replied that he would first allow him to observe his wares in action. He was sure that Han Wu would bring the majority of his army here tomorrow, and then he would decide whether to accept his offer or not. Currently, the protagonist, watching his skeletons being destroyed, nervously considered that if he continued like this, he would lose his entire army. This time, he needed to retreat. He would think about destroying the order later. He ordered his warriors to retreat and walked away. After some time, Niu Fang inquired, "So what now?" The order had secured Shu Tei's support, and the Haven of Light was now protected by Steel Knights. MC nervously said it was all that bastard's fault. He should have buried him last time. She replied that he should forget about him for now. The Minotaurs and werewolves, seeing the Holy Order's success, began to fawn over the patriarch again, claiming they'd been with him from the start, since they both refused to negotiate peace with him. The protagonist said she shouldn't worry about those idiots. They could crush them all when the time came, but at that moment, a skeleton ran up to them, reporting that the human king had sent a messenger. He replied that they should bring him to him. MC wondered what they could possibly want from him. After his first defeat, had they decided to finish him off while he was down, or something else? Qingyan approached him and said the king had asked him to convey his full agreement to the terms he had proposed, and tearfully begged them not to attack his territory again. The protagonist remarked that he had proven wiser than the others. The young man grabbed him by the shoulder and asked what he planned to do with this holy order. He said that for now, the patriarch should rejoice in his fleeting victory while he dealt with the remaining fighters for justice. Qingyan grinned and replied that he would be with him then. He had just discovered the trail of what they were looking for. Once they were done with all this, they would have to make a few visits. Han Wu, having completed his preparations, sent his slightly thin skeleton army straight to the werewolf kingdom. The war lasted only 5 days. The werewolves, lacking an effective weapon against the revival of the undead and protection from the Black Death virus, were unable to repel Han Wu's invasion. As a result, 12 million werewolves joined the skeleton army, and the werewolf kingdom itself sank into oblivion. The Minotaur kingdom, witnessing the tragic fall of the werewolf kingdom, was so terrified that it severed all ties with the Holy Order and completely surrendered to Han Wu. The protagonist approached the leader of the Minotaurs and asked so they were afraid. If they weren't willing to fulfill the conditions he proposed during the negotiations, then he had nothing to talk to them about. Destroying another kingdom was nothing to him. The Minotaur replied that they were ready. They would do whatever he asked. He reflected on how he shouldn't have listened to those damned werewolves and joined the order in the first place. That old patriarch hadn't lifted a finger while the undead were destroying the werewolf kingdom. After some time, the protagonist collected all the runes and noted that all 10 rune words bestowed upon him were of the highest category, but his abilities in this regard were limited, so he would have to choose only the most useful ones. He kept the Emperor rune, which grants body effects, the ability Emperor's Aura, and increases the effectiveness of all skills mastered by the wearer by 100. The War Fury rune, which grants body effects, the passive skill War Fury. The more creatures he kills, the greater the increase in his physical strength. The upper limit is 1000%. The Scarlet rune, which grants body effects, a comprehensive improvement of all the wearer's attributes by 500%. The Nature rune, which grants body effects, the passive skill Voice of Existence. He gains the ability to communicate with any living being. MC began to think that higher runes were on a completely different level. He could literally feel himself becoming much stronger. After a while, he indicated to the skeletons that they were attacking the Harbor of Light again. They'll wash away the shame of last time. This time, Shute won't get away with it. After that, they invaded the Harbor of Light, but the city was nothing but ruins. Qingyan, looking around, said in disbelief that he couldn't believe it. Not a single living soul remained. What even happened here? The protagonist examined the body of the dead church saint and noticed that these people looked like they'd been beaten to death. Could these really be Steel Knights? Suddenly, the wounded patriarch inquired, "He's the Lord of the Undead, right?" MC ran up to him and asked where Shute was. He replied that he'd left. He'd plundered the Holy Order's treasury, taken all the accumulated dimensional sources, and ordered his Steel Knights to kill all the Order's servants. He wanted revenge. Qingyan said that he himself had let the wild wolf into his house. The protagonist said he now understood why the Order hadn't reacted when he invaded the werewolf kingdom. Shute had already destroyed the entire Order by then. The guy replied that it was too late to do anything. Now they could go in search of the miracle. All that remained of the Order were ruins. MC said no, they couldn't leave empty-handed. They would at least grab the light crystals. After some time, they set off and wandered into the forest. Qingyan said there was no telling how many traps lurked in these ruins, so it was best for them to remain vigilant. He had previously asked his Volperas to mark all the particularly dangerous spots so they wouldn't have to wander blind. By then, there were arrows on the trees pointing the way. Suddenly, a monster emerged from the bushes. The protagonist abruptly used the Emperor skill and brought it to its knees. Qingyan happily asked if he had already mastered the power of the Supreme Rune. The Emperor's aura was simply amazing. He grabbed his hand and pulled him along. After a while, they encountered monsters again. MC used his nature skill and said they were only here for a test and had no plans to destroy or plunder this place, so they should sit quietly aside. The monster only responded with aggression. He began attacking and shouted, "Can't they understand this peacefully?" Then they may leave him no choice. The protagonist destroyed one monster, when suddenly another one appeared. It grew in size and killed another. By this point, they were surrounded by monsters. The protagonist summoned skeleton knights, and a battle began between them. Qingnian summoned Volperas and also ordered them to attack. After that, they ran to the stairs, and he thought it was a good thing he decided to take Hanwoo with him, otherwise he would have been crushed to dust. After some time, they arrived at the right place. Qingnian, pointing his finger at the runes, exclaimed, "Here is a miracle, the ones they've been searching for. If they could pass the prepared trials, they would not only ascend to demigodhood but also receive the corresponding secret rune words." Suddenly, the gates closed behind them. The protagonist noted that there was no turning back anyway, so they had to go. Qingnian ran to one portal and declared that this rune suited him better than the others. He shouldn't linger either. The protagonist remarked that he'd chosen rather quickly. Well, it was time for him to enter. He entered the portal and found himself in a world of parched land. A system window appeared, stating that these lands were engulfed by the curse of famine. He would have to constantly consume something to survive. MC thought that was a very appropriate name. His stomach was already starting to churn. Thankfully, he was able to establish a connection with his divine sphere. He certainly wasn't going to die of hunger. He tried to get food from the sphere, but it was no use. The protagonist exclaimed in disbelief. Was he really unable to connect with his divine sphere in this dimension? Suddenly, strange sounds were heard behind him. He turned around and wondered what the hell was going on. Starving ones appeared before him. Undead creatures born from the bodies of creatures who had died of starvation. The test subjects would have to find food by fighting off the starving ones. The protagonist nervously considered that this dimension was a complete wasteland. There was no one here except these starving ones, so they were both enemies and food? So to survive, he had to constantly devour these creatures? Suddenly, the starving ones began to attack him. He summoned skeletons and planted plant seeds, dahlia flower, dragon grass, and fusion ghost vine. MC considered that he could kill a human, but never eat one. First, he would summon suitable plants to nourish his body with the local soil's nutrients. The skeletons would tend to the starving and ensure his safety. Energy expenditure in this dimension was astronomical, so he would have to hibernate for 30 days. He hoped nothing unexpected would happen. Meanwhile, Shute captured the human kingdom and exclaimed that it was now his, the lands of the Holy Order, the human kingdom, and the kingdom of the Minotaurs. The Steel Knights had destroyed all obstacles in his path. He mused that the Elven Kingdom was still holding out thanks to its magical barriers, but their happiness would be short-lived. At that moment, the Steel Knights captured Niu Fang and brought her to him. Shute, with a mischievous smile, said that this was an unexpected surprise. He hadn't expected to receive such a bonus during his campaign. Did she really think she could hide from him in the Minotaur Kingdom? How naive. Now she belonged to him too. The girl nervously replied that they would see if he continued to behave like this when Hanwoo returned. Shute, with a sly smile, exclaimed that he wouldn't return. Did she really think he didn't know that he and Qingnian had gone in search of ancient divine relics? Even if he didn't die there, he would be greatly weakened or even seriously injured. In this state, he wouldn't even be able to defeat his blood demon. She thought he still had a chance of escaping this world alive. Let the knights lock her in the dungeon. Niu Fang shouted that he wouldn't get away with it. A steel knight approached him and reported that Lily, as he had ordered, had pushed Shuang back to the mountain gorge on the kingdom's border. Shute noted with a smile, as expected from a girl known for her obsession with money. She'd take on any dirty work, as long as she was paid enough. This time, Shuang wouldn't be able to escape him. Sometime later, near the gorge, a fight broke out between steel knights and stone golems. Shuang, watching, remarked how lucky she was that they were locked in combat. Even if he lost to her, at least she would have time to escape. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rang out. Confused, she asked what was going on. Shute approached her and said that she had indeed been there. His creatures had reported to him that Lily had targeted her for some reason, so he had rushed to her aid. She needn't worry about it anymore. He had already driven her away. Shuang nervously thanked him. He replied with a sly smile that it was no use. It was a piece of cake for him. She approached her bird and said that she would be leaving then. Shute asked, perplexed, was she already leaving? Perhaps she would stay with him after all? Why don't they unite their armies and crush all the remaining powers of this rune world? They would divide all the resources they obtained equally. How did she like this proposal? He thought about how he'd spent a fortune on Lily to stage this scene of rescuing the princess, so he couldn't just let her go. Shute had met with Lily a little earlier. She said she'd done as he'd asked, and drove Shuang back to the ravine, so let him transfer the second half of the payment to her. He replied that she had done well, but that was not all. To make their scene perfect, she needed to do one more thing. Then she would get the other half. She would have to let his steel knights completely destroy her army of stone giants. The girl exclaimed furiously. Was he mocking her? She'd summoned 2 million of her creatures. Did he even realize how many dimensional sources she'd spent on this? And that wasn't their agreement. Shute wondered if perhaps he should summon 30 million of his knights and destroy her army himself. Only then would she lose more than she gained. Lily said that in that case, he should let her take at least 500,000 stone giants, and yes, he'd have to double the other half. She thought she couldn't simply refuse his offer. Her giants were strong, but he had a vast numerical advantage. If she could negotiate favorable terms, the deal would still be profitable. The boy agreed with a sly smile. Shuang said she appreciated his help, but she had her own ideas and goals, so she'd leave it at that. Shute asked, wasn't she looking for Hanwoo? He was sorry to disappoint her, but he was already dead. His blood demon had finished him off. The girl nervously replied that she didn't know what he'd done there, but she didn't think Hanwoo could have died at the hands of some demon. Moreover, she already knew he'd summoned an entire army of his skeletons into this world. He said that his army of boneheads was nothing compared to his army of steel knights. Shuang replied that she didn't want to continue this conversation. Suddenly, steel knights appeared and grabbed her bird. She anxiously asked what he was doing. Shute asked with a mischievous smile. Didn't she understand? Then he'd explain it in layman's terms. Now he's the strongest in this world, so she, like everyone else, will only do as he says. Otherwise, she won't even be able to escape this ravine. He grabbed her by the neck and asked if she would stop resisting. Shuang tearfully said, let Hanwoo help her. At this point, the protagonist woke up from a dream about a girl calling him. He said he was curious about Shuang. It had been a while since they'd seen each other. The protagonist looked at his hands and wondered in disbelief how he'd managed to lose so much weight. So that's what it was. 30 days had flown by unexpectedly quickly. He'd taken the hunger rune, which allows its owner to control the energy metabolism of beings, and had reached the rank of demigod. A portal appeared behind him, and MC thought it was time to get down to business, and here was the exit from this unwelcoming dimension. He returned to the real world and said he needed to check how the rank increase had affected his stats. A system window appeared, stating that his divine talents were Chosen Son of Heaven, Rebel, Divine Abilities, Growth Acceleration, Life Sacrifice, Directed Mutation, Gene Lock, and Famine. Skills, Crushing Strike, Dark Attribute Mastery, Rebel Dragon, Black Dragon Transformation, Plant Fusion, and Emperor. Divinity points 9 with 5 divinity points being absorbed. If he accumulated 10 divinity points and absorbed them, he could reach the level of a perfect demigod. Divine power points, 39,700,000 obtained independently and 322,740,000 obtained from divine realm beings. Power of faith, 49,080,000. God realm core level, level 10. The level 3 sacred artifact Gluttony, the level 2 sacred artifact Poisonous Mist Pearl, the level 2 Ghost Vine, and the level 1 sacred artifact Goblin Bow. The protagonist asked in confusion. They only gave him one new divine ability for achieving demigod status? That's not much. Fortunately, at least his natural-born warrior had been promoted to rank 2. Well, that's not important. The important thing is that he managed to reach the demigod rank in the outside world. He could hardly wait to get home and calmly absorb his divinity points. He couldn't wait to reach the rank of a perfect demigod. Suddenly, Qingnian tumbled out of a nearby portal, hitting his head and saying that he seemed to have become a demigod. The protagonist remarked that he had finished faster than he expected. Well, he was no use now, so he should get some sleep. He tossed him into the god realm and stood up. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard from the exit. The protagonist came outside and, seeing Lily, asked what she was doing there. She replied with a smile that she'd heard he was getting along with Shuang. She just happened to have some very important information about her lying around, a matter of life and death. She'll tell you for 10,000 measurement sources. MC transferred the required amount and told her to let her talk. The girl was surprised that he'd agreed so quickly. She should have asked for more. She told him that his precious Shuang was currently trapped in a gorge on the kingdom's border. He understood that Shute had done this. She wouldn't be able to free herself. He nervously assumed his dragon form and flew into the gorge. Upon arriving at the right place, the protagonist began shouting her name and wondered if he needed to find traces of her aura. Damn it, he couldn't detect her aura at all. Suddenly, he noticed a feather and, looking down, realized it was a golden thunder sparrow. MC activated the Supreme Rune Emperor's aura and tried to pierce the Steel Knight, but it didn't. After that, he used the unique rune Hunger and instantly destroyed it. Meanwhile, the golden sparrow continued to peck at the Steel Knights. The protagonist nervously exclaimed, "Stop admiring those rusty buckets and take him to Shuang." They couldn't waste time. After a while, they arrived at the cave where the girl herself was being held hostage. Shute began to harass her and, with a sly smile, asked, "Is she still playing hard to get? Hasn't she had enough yet?" The protagonist, seeing this, angrily kicked a stone straight at his head. He asked in disbelief, "Who dared enter here without his permission? Wait, how could this be? Isn't he dead?" MC furiously punched him in the face and said he didn't know where he got that idea from, but he was the one who would die. Shute shouted that he was even glad that he could now get rid of him with his own hands. With a smile, he cast the unique Hunger rune and aimed it at him. The boy clutched his stomach in confusion and asked why he was so hungry. Let them give him food. No, that was impossible. He vomited and, in sheer shock, said he couldn't have become a demigod. The protagonist, drawing his demonic sword, declared that his iron-blooded demon, whom he had dispatched for his soul, had become his humble slave. Now he would allow him to experience its power firsthand. He stabbed him with the sword and approached the girl, then declared it was over. Shuang thanked him, and they began to leave the cave. Steel Knights were waiting for them at the exit, but they had lost control and were unable to do anything. MC noted that now that Shute was dead, his creatures could find no trace of their god's aura or will. They were now nothing more than spineless puppets, left without their puppeteer. They climbed onto a golden sparrow and flew away. During the flight, he asked how she was feeling. Shuang replied that yes, much so. So he really had become a demigod? The protagonist agreed with a smile and asked if she had felt it too. He could take her to those ancient ruins if she wished. He suggested she gather more dimension sources so she could summon enough of her creatures. Then nothing would stop her from ascending to demigodhood. The girl replied that the 4 kingdoms had already been destroyed by Shute. Only the Elven kingdom remained standing, though it was in a dilapidated state. Where could they obtain so many dimension sources? He smiled and told her to remember that there were still abandoned lands in this world. He suggested she try her luck there. After some time, they arrived at the desired location. MC, seeing the crystals, happily noted that here were the sought-after mines. They would collect everything and extract the necessary components using the disintegration mechanism. Suddenly, a powerful roar came from the ground, emitted by a huge bear. He said with a smile, "Don't let him roar. He's not going to share the dimensional ore. Let her wait here. He'll figure it out." Shuang asked excitedly, "Why should he risk it alone?" She snapped her finger, and instantly another flock of birds flew in and began attacking the bears. The protagonist summoned skeletons and directed them to attack. After some time, they destroyed all the monsters and descended to the ground. He noted that they would have to linger here for a while to collect all the ore and extract the dimensional sources. She wouldn't mind his company, would she? Shuang blushed slightly and replied that she did. 10 days later, the resource extraction continued. She nervously said that 10 days had already passed. They had collected enough sources, perhaps they would head to the ancient ruins? The protagonist asked with a smile, why is she in such a hurry? After all, she had only just recovered from all her wounds. Suddenly, Qingnian appeared, happily saying he'd slept well. Shuang noted with surprise that they hadn't seen each other in a while. The guy looked around in confusion and asked where they were, and when had they two managed to get along? MC thought he was a damn bummer. As always, such annoying people showed up at the most inopportune moments. He said with a serious face that he didn't think he had time to worry about them. While they were inside the divine ruins, Shute had destroyed almost all the local kingdoms and managed to kill his beloved princess of the human kingdom. In addition to this, the elf queen is also in a deplorable state. Qingnian, in complete shock, asked, what did he say? How did that bastard manage managed to mess everything up in just a couple of months? Well, the dead couldn't be brought back, so his first priority was to help the Elf Queen. After all, he was very close to her too. They'll see each other again. After that, he set off. Shuang said she didn't think he was so caring. But just how many girlfriends does he have anyway? The protagonist replied, don't worry about it. Qingyan often hits on girls. It's better for her to focus on her recovery. They'll be heading to the ruins in a couple of days. The girl said that, by the way, he killed Shu Te. She's sure his family will be looking for ways to get revenge on him when they return to the academy. He asked if she really thought he'd leave him alone if he hadn't killed him. He was more concerned about the academy's punishment. After some time, Lena contacted them and said she asked them to return to the academy as soon as possible. It was very important. MC, with a serious face, told her not to worry because he was with her. Meanwhile, at the academy, Shu Te's father furiously shouted that bastard Hanwoo must pay for killing his son. The protagonist, standing near the portal, said that her wounds had only just healed. Now was not the time for trials. She shouldn't force herself for his sake. He wasn't afraid of the Shu family. Shuang asked with a smile, who said it was for his sake? Becoming an official student at the capital's academy and reaching demigod status before that had always been her dream. He shouldn't worry so much. He'd already told her all the information about the divine ruins. She would definitely pass the trial. After that, the girl entered the portal. The protagonist said he would wait for her then. He sent skeletons with her and instructed them to protect her. A month later, the MC came to the same place and asked that 30 days had already passed. Why hadn't she come out yet? The skeletons he'd sent hadn't returned either, so perhaps she was in danger. There was no point in waiting any longer. He entered the portal and found himself in a dimension filled with enormous monsters. The protagonist transformed into a dragon and shouted for them to get out of the way. He destroyed all the monsters in an instant and, approaching the portal, said that the portal leading to the trial dimension was apparently closed and couldn't be opened from the outside. The protagonist tried to break the portal, but after unsuccessful attempts, he asked if those who had already passed the trial couldn't re-enter. He combined 3 runes and delivered a powerful blow, causing the portal to crumble. Inside were numerous different portals. MC wondered which trial dimension Shuang had gone to. He thought he needed to calm down. He simply needed to find the residual traces of the girl's aura and follow her to the trial dimension. Suddenly, Shuang herself tumbled out of one of the portals and into his arms. The protagonist joyfully asked if she was injured. Suddenly, he tripped and came very close to her face. The girl shyly pushed him away and told him to let her go quickly. She happily showed off a thunder rune, which increases the effectiveness of all thunder element abilities by 500% and grants the active skill Thunder Domain, and declared that she had finally broken through. MC smiled and remarked that her energy seemed poised to break through the Lord tier and reach the Monarch tier. Suddenly, Lena contacted them again and said that the Academy's leadership demanded Hanwoo return to the Academy immediately. At that moment, a portal appeared in the wall. Shuang took his hand and said she would go with him. After a while, they entered the portal and found themselves in the Academy's room. The school principal, seeing them, nervously ordered the guards to seize him. The girls screamed that Shu Te had tried to harass her, which was the only reason Hanwoo had stood up for her. The boy's mother exclaimed, "That's a blatant lie. Why is she defending this murderer?" She replied that they could read her memories. There was no way she could have faked that. The school principal agreed and reviewed all of her memories, then said they were free to go. Although Hanwoo had good intentions, he had nevertheless crossed the line, for which he must be punished. He was suspended from classes until the official entrance exams. Shuang excitedly said that suspension was a very serious punishment. MC replied with a smile that it was okay. He just wanted to take a vacation to properly absorb his divinity points and establish himself at the demigod level. She shouldn't worry about him. 15 days later, he came to the Holy One and said he had reached the demigod stage and absorbed 10 divinity points. So he, a student, humbly requested that he be promoted to a perfect demigod of their deity realm. The Holy One silently granted him power. The protagonist joyfully exclaimed that this was divine light. Apparently, this meant his petition had been approved. A system window appeared, stating that divine light contains energy capable of directly influencing the world. It not only tempers the body, but also nourishes the owner's divine sphere, further unlocking their true potential. He inquired if his skill had improved. His aura was so powerful. He felt as if he now possessed monarch rank powers, even without transforming into a black dragon. Suddenly, a system window appeared, stating his name was Hanwoo, the source of mutations. Rank, divine being warrior with a 2nd level supreme gene. Divine talent, chosen son of heaven, rebel. Divine abilities, growth acceleration, life sacrifice, directed mutation, fusion, genetic lock, blessing of life. Skills, crushing strike, monstrous slash, darkness attachment, dragon slash, emperor's aura, plant fusion. Fusion, using his divine energy, he can combine any compatible objects and power. His title is rank 5 rebel, and his current awakened divine technique is the soul devouring eye. Blessing of life, he can bestow a blessing on his creatures, extending their lifespan using divine energy. MC gleefully declared it incredible. After becoming a demigod, his title reached a whopping level 5 and granted him the soul devouring eye. He also, for some unknown reason, received the title of rebel. Does fusion mean that this is his divine energy? He merged several abilities and instantly transformed into a new dragon form. The protagonist remarked in surprise that fusion was simply incredible and deserved its unique rank for a reason. And what should he call this fused premium? Let it remain the black dragon transformation. Since he can combine not only power but also objects, he should try it on his creatures too. He fused with the locust and dark energy, causing the creature to grow in size. MC remarked that it was wonderful. He'd reached hero rank in the blink of an eye. He was confident that in battle, this locust would be no weaker than a hero from the demonic Minotaur tribe. He truly had become much stronger. However, fusion consumed too much divine power. Just a couple of actions consumed several million divine power points. Incidentally, one such flame crystal costs approximately 1,600,000 divine power points. He created this through fusion, spending just over tens of thousands. If he created one such crystal a day, he could earn enough for a divinity point in a year. He had a new way to earn money. At that moment, Hu Hai, a true god, approached the academy. A guard stopped him and said that outsiders were not allowed. He thought to himself, he is a true god, but how dare he? Okay, he needs to calm down. This is the capital's academy after all. In a place where even elder gods roam, the true ones won't surprise anyone. He needs Hanwu's disciple, the guy one of the master's followers mentioned. He needs to find a way to infiltrate the academy. Nearby, Shutei's mother said that they can't just let that little bastard Hanwu go. Hearing this, Hu Hai greeted them with a smile and said that he believed fate had brought them together today. Could they help him with something? He promised that the reward for their help would not disappoint. It just so happens that Hanwu is also his target. After a while, they entered. Shutei's mother exclaimed that this guy is killing his classmates. Will the academy really do nothing? Lena replied that they had already determined the cause of death. Their speculation was pointless. Hu Hai secretly snapped a photo of the protagonist and with a mischievous smile, wondered what he'd found. He was the thief who'd stolen their lord's relic. If he brought it back, their great god would reward him generously. But how could he get him out of here? Shutei's father furiously wished for the protagonist's death. Lena warned him that the academy was no place for their antics. They should get out. Hu Hai grabbed him by the shoulder and motioned for him to leave. In the hallway, his father nervously said that they'd let him in, just as he'd asked. Were they really going to let Hanwu go unpunished? The boy replied that he was his concern. They would receive just retribution, as long as they didn't interfere. After that, the parents left. He went to the door and began to peek. Meanwhile, inside the office, Lena told him to ignore their words. Shutei was to blame for his own death. He was protecting a defenseless girl and himself. That wasn't a crime. The protagonist replied that she shouldn't worry about him. Their attacks only spurred him on to become stronger. She smiled and said that these were the words of her disciple. Now that he had reached the rank of a perfect demigod, he should focus on increasing his divine rank. And don't forget about his exams. If he failed even one, the Capital Academy would expel him on the spot. She had a pass to the ancient ruins of one of the outer worlds. He could try his luck there. Let him immerse himself in the demigod competition. It would be very useful in the future. MC took it and replied that he would live up to her expectations. Hu Hai, standing in the hallway, thought, ancient ruins then? Then they would meet there. After a while, the protagonist went outside and asked if this pass could be used for one more person. In that case, going to the ruins alone would be a waste. He contacted teacher Tian, who asked how he was doing at the Capital Academy. MC replied that he was doing well, having recently reached the rank of a perfect demigod. Speaking of which, would he like to explore the ruins of one of the outer worlds with him? The teacher asked in surprise, when did he become so strong? Of course he would. The protagonist replied with a smile that they would meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. at the capital's transportation hub. Sometime later, he returned home and noted that another dangerous adventure would begin tomorrow, so he needed to prepare well and select useful relics. The protagonist took out the artifacts, the Law of Gluttony, the Stone of Revival, the Book of Clones, and the Thunderbolt, and then declared that this time he would yield to no one. He remembered Shuang and mused that the return would likely take months. She would probably soon immerse herself in meditation to absorb divinity. That same night, MC came to her home. The girl, perplexed, left and asked why he had come. He should hurry and come inside. He replied that no, it wasn't necessary. He was leaving for the outside world tomorrow, so he came to say goodbye. He was afraid she might have already immersed herself in meditation. Shuang excitedly noted that they had only just returned. The protagonist said he thought she would have become a perfect demigod by the time he returned. Well, it was time for him to go. He was saying goodbye to her. She took his hand and suggested they take a short walk. After a while, the girl remarked that it was good she had delayed her meditation. Otherwise, they would never have said goodbye. The protagonist chuckled and asked if this could be called a soul connection. Shuang noted that all outside worlds were dangerous, and ruins even more so. Was he really ready? Although this shadow seal had many limitations, it was useful. Here, let him take the level 4 sacred artifact, which, when integrated into the core of the divine sphere, transforms fallen beings into spirits. He reflected that his divine title of rebel required him to absorb souls through the soul eater technique. The more energy he absorbed, the faster his progress would be. This would definitely come in handy. MC took it and thanked her. Shuang hugged him and told him she couldn't go with him this time, so he should be careful. Suddenly, he silently grabbed her shoulder and kissed her. He was glad that she didn't push him away, after which she clung to him, and he told her not to worry, he would be back soon. She finally told him to be careful, and the next day he met with teacher Tian. He asked why he came so early and he answered that he couldn't sleep, so he decided to come here early and wait for him. It was time for them to move. Hanwu took out this thing. They both bit their fingers until they bled and dripped on it, after which a portal opened in front of them. They were transported to an ancient battlefield. The man led them to a temporary dwelling and said that if they had any questions, they should contact him. He would provide them with a full range of services. MC looked around the dwelling in shock and exclaimed that the conditions here are primitive. And that's all? Just a shabby tent? He furiously told him to find them something else, but he ignored him and left. Tian Wen patted his disciple on the shoulder and told him to take his time. They needed to see what was inside first. When they peered inside, they were greatly surprised. The tent looked much larger than the outside. Hanwu said that there was a real hidden cave inside. He noticed a book on the table and picked it up, saying that this tent concealed them from the ancient battlefield's will scanning. The training ground here allowed them to summon their creatures, but tournament rules limited their number. He threw the book back in a rage, saying that there were some strange conditions here again. He thought his entire fighting style was built on numerical superiority. How would he fight if they limited the number of creatures he could summon? The teacher told him to calm down. The instructions said they could connect to the tent's control system. He suggested he try, and he opened the system window. His battlefield level was minimum, and the available training area was 0.5 square kilometers. He has 3 summoning options to choose from: 500,000 elite locusts, 50,000 super elite locusts, 5,000 heroic type locusts, and 5 lord rank locusts. The second option is 3 million regular skeleton warriors, 300,000 elite skeleton warriors, 30,000 super elite skeleton riders, and 3,000 heroic type skeleton warriors. And the last option is 3 lord type skeletons, 1 wind sword clan lord, and 1 sage clan lord. He had to choose the option with the maximum number, and Tianwen also summoned creatures. The system warned them that only key creatures previously summoned in the tent are subject to control. Key creatures lost outside the tent are not automatically replenished. They must return to the tent to replenish their troops. Divine title fragments can be found on the ancient battlefield. Rare fragments have increased value. Identical divine title fragments can be combined into a single divine title. Divine titles can be exchanged for other divine title fragments or tent upgrade materials. MC was delighted and said that once they collected the divine title fragments, they would upgrade the tent. Afterwards, they went to the battlefield, and Tianwen said that he had researched the location before arriving. Divine title fragments appear after defeating the deities roaming the field. In short, to obtain a fragment, they need to defeat a deity. The deities here are divided into ranks, distinguished by the aura beneath their feet. The lowest rank has a white aura and grants level 1 fragments, while the blue one grants level 2 fragments. The most dangerous are the deities with a scarlet aura, which grant level 5 fragments. Suddenly Hanwoo heard something. He immediately told his teacher to stop and hide, then told him to look ahead. There was a deity, a white aura beneath its feet. The teacher noted with a smile that although the aura was white, judging by its brightness, it was a fairly powerful representative of a lower-ranking deity. MC told the darkness locust to come out, and it pounced on the deity, but he immediately noticed and blocked the attack, breaking its arm. The locust momentarily taken aback, and then sharply swung its claws, attacking the god. The darkness crept up to his feet, enveloping his entire body, preventing him from moving, and then the locust pounced on him and pierced his core. The god's body immediately shattered, leaving behind fragments of a divine title. The teacher told him to collect them. Even though they were fragments of a first-level title, 8 of them were quite a lot. Hanwoo took them and asked, could this really be the divine title sealed within the fragments? He confirmed this and said that the titles assembled from these shards imbue them with divine spells, which they can activate when fully equipped. The title, Indomitable Valor, though only level 1, possesses an extremely useful spell. Therefore, its value is twice that of regular title shards. They can exchange it for twice the resources. MC said he was right to invite him to the team. The hunt would definitely go faster with him. At that moment, a small locust flew towards him, indicating that they had found new targets. Very soon, the locusts surrounded a group of deities, and Hanwoo said that these were all small fry. They were unlikely to receive as much as the previous deity. The teacher said that even a fly is meat, such prey should not be missed. MC smiled and suggested that in that case, they destroy every single one of them, after which their creatures rushed to attack, and an explosion was heard. The deities died, and Tianwen said that only 30 shards had fallen out of a dozen deities. Even with 1 second-tier shard, they wouldn't have enough. Hanwoo noted that at this rate, they wouldn't be able to obtain a single top-tier shard anytime soon, and a locust flew up to him and told him something. The teacher asked if they had found anything. He replied that there were 2 unknown beings behind them, and they were watching them closely. The teacher said that they most likely planned to take everything they had collected. What would they do now? He looked at him with a smirk and told him not to worry. He would teach anyone who dared to covet their treasures an unforgettable lesson. Meanwhile, the guys watching them began to discuss everything, and one of them said that those 2 had too few creatures with them. It was immediately obvious that they were beginners, so they would be easy to deal with them. So far, they've only killed a couple dozen wandering lesser deities. The loot isn't much, so they need to keep an eye on them and wait for them to accumulate more, but then they'll take it all from them. His friend said it was a brilliant plan. He's on top of things as always. Meanwhile, the teacher cautiously surveyed the area and asked if maybe they should return to camp. They needed to process the shards they'd collected. MC hugged him and told him not to worry. Everything was under control and to just trust him. The dark locusts were informing him of the 2's every move. He smiled awkwardly, thinking he was the teacher being reassured by a student. Hanwoo ordered the locusts to continue their reconnaissance earlier, and they soon reported something to him. It turned out they discovered a divine being with a purple aura beneath its feet. Tianwen was overjoyed and said that this meant it was a deity with at least a 3rd level shard. MC rushed forward, saying their chances were high. They soon reached the deity. There were many bodies in the area. Tianwen, cautiously peeking out from behind cover, said that judging by its battered appearance, this deity had just emerged from a fierce battle. This deity had destroyed several creatures. It was clearly a master of the wind element. His rabbits should be able to hold it off for a while. The teacher said they could try to wear it down in a protracted battle, have it use its creature's ability to clone and detonate themselves, while he fired carrot rockets at it. Sooner or later, they would exhaust its strength and finish it off. MC smiled mysteriously and said that this deity wasn't worth wasting so much time, and the teacher asked what his plan was, after which he transformed into a dragon and exclaimed that he would attack it head-on. The deity noticed him immediately. He waved his fan, attacking Hanwoo with a gust of wind, and Hanwoo meanwhile pointed his finger forward and struck him back. A cloud of darkness swirled near his stomach. Meanwhile, MC took out his sword and swung it, then struck. The deity immediately crumbled into 3rd level shards. Those 2 guys pocketed them. One of them noticed that they got as many as 8 of them, and his friend told him not to pay attention to it. He had seen with his own eyes how strong this guy was, so they were no match for him. They already got 3rd level shards for free, so they needed to leave. But Hanwoo blocked their way. He called them insolent and asked how they dared stretch out their paws to what belonged to him. They looked at him displeased and said that this was an ancient battlefield. The fragments of divine titles that fell to the ground belonged to those who picked them up first. What proof does he have that this divine title fragment belongs to him? He waved his hand, smiling, saying that they don't value their lives, and then unleashed a dragon strike on them, which immediately shredded them into pieces. MC took their fragments and wondered how they even dared to attack him, being such weaklings. He handed some of the fragments to the teacher, who said with a smile that if they sold them at the camp, they could upgrade their tent. After a while, they returned to the camp. It turned out that Lu Letian and Zhang Gang were also on the battlefield. Letian said that he was truly incredible, he was able to obtain even such a rarity as a pass to an ancient battlefield. He replied that it was a trifle for him, after which he thought that since he received a reward from a great deity for providing information, he had no shortage of such resources. They noticed some acquaintances nearby. Hanwoo was discussing with his teacher that if they could obtain a couple more of these divine titles, they would be allowed to expand the tent to a radius of 2 kilometers. He suggested that he hurry up and start hunting. He was eager to see it. Then they noticed the two of them. Tianwen immediately stepped forward and said that he didn't expect to see them here. Letian gave him a displeased look, and Gang forced a smile and said that meeting him here with this disciple was truly lucky for them. He turned to Hanwoo and asked if he knew how diligently he had been looking for him since they had missed each other at the divine ruins. He smiled and told him that he didn't understand what he was talking about, then thought, how did he know it was him? After all, he was wearing the mask that Teacher Tian had given him back then and was trying to get rid of all traces of it. Although he probably didn't have direct evidence, so he would deny it to the very end. Gang said that perhaps he really was mistaken. However, his progress was too impressive. He was supposedly the same age as his son, but he had already reached the rank of a demigod. He gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction and thought that it was this idiot who had destroyed the core of his son's divine realm, and because of him, he was destined to never raise his rank and gain power. Tianwen said that he and the student had business to attend to, so they would leave, and that would be their farewell. He cast a suspicious glance at them and thought that he should leave here. Otherwise, they would start a fight right now. After they left, Letian asked if he was really just going to let this guy go. He was the one who had crippled his son. He told him that there was no need to rush. If he didn't leave the ancient battlefield right now, they would definitely meet again. Letian chuckled and noted that he was right. They would crush them with their creatures as soon as they brought their tent up to a proper level. He would never believe that a newly minted demigod could do anything against them. Meanwhile, they entered the tent and Tianwen said that since they were here too, they would definitely cause them trouble. He had only recently become a demigod and had practically no command of divine spells, so he couldn't handle them now. He suggested that they not rush into trouble and leave the ancient battlefield as soon as possible. MC asked why he was downplaying their strength and praising the enemy. They had arrived before them, so they should have an advantage. He didn't see anything special about them. He told him that he knew too little about the gang. He heard that he had recently received support from a very important person and was able to raise a monarch-type creature. Hanwoo said that he knew better than him how rare the chance to go to the ancient battlefield was. He wouldn't give up this opportunity because of the gang, so he asked for understanding. The teacher exclaimed with displeasure, why was he born so stubborn? He only wishes him well. His disciple ran to the exit of the tent and enthusiastically answered him that that's why they urgently need to become stronger. Time passed. To be able to confront the gang, MC, using the Eye of the Soul Eater, significantly increased his divine title, Rebel, over several days. After 6 consecutive experience boosts, his title finally reached its maximum, opening the possibility of evolution for him. That's when Hanwoo received his long-awaited divine spell. He must choose one of 2 options. The first is the Rebel spell, a sword. With this, he can summon a weapon that converts physical damage to magical damage and vice versa. It can merge with other swords while maintaining the effect. The second option is the Rebel firearm. It converts long-range physical attacks to magical ones and vice versa, and can merge with other firearms while maintaining the effect. He wondered why he had to choose only one option, and what should he do? Follow the path of a swordsman or a gunslinger? Of course, he chose the sword. He has many abilities related to swords, and his favorite weapon is still the giant blade. Therefore, the Rebel sword is definitely the best fit for him. The true purpose of the Rebel sword is to expand the wielder's capabilities in long-range combat. The sword's form can transform by absorbing the souls of representatives of different races. Currently, thanks to the divine title of Rebel, the blade is in the form of a longsword. MC took this and thought with a smile that now everything is clear to him. This means that if he absorbs more different souls, the sword's form will change again. After that, he left the tent, assumed a fighting stance, and tried the sword in action. With just one swing, he cut down a tree and was very surprised. After all, he simply swung the sword and did not use any of his attributes. So how is this possible? He decided to check it again. As soon as he swung his sword, he cut down a tree behind him, and thought that he had deliberately imbued the sword with the attribute of decay, but for some reason the effect did not manifest itself. He decided to test the sword again. He swung it, causing pieces of stone to fly in all directions, and he thought that now he struck as if it was not a sword, but some kind of giant hammer. What is wrong with this weapon? He looked at it with a smile and said that it brazenly ignored even his attribute of darkness. The sword absorbs the power he pours into it, but it does not exhibit the properties of the attribute. Apparently it is not a rebel's sword for nothing, but for feints, this sword is simply ideal. It will work in any situation. Tianwen distracted him from his training. He approached him and said that he sold all the fragments of divine titles. Now they can upgrade their tent. He looked at the devastation around him and, perplexed, asked what he was doing here. He told him that he had created an interesting divine spell that perfectly suited his style. In short, it was a complete rejection of accepted rules. He told him everything, and he exclaimed, "What kind of spell is that?" Hanwoo slung his sword over his shoulder and said that if Gang tried to provoke them again, he would immediately dispose of him. The teacher advised him to be at least a little more careful, but he ignored him and suggested that he go and see how their tent had been transformed. When they entered, the system congratulated them on the tent's improvement. Their training area now occupied 4 square kilometers. The two of them looked around the tent with delight, and MC exclaimed that it was magnificent. Now they would be able to summon more of their creatures here. Tianwen suggested that he not waste time, and they immediately got down to business. After several days of training, the experience for the divine title Rebel increased significantly. Meanwhile, Tianwen had also achieved considerable success, raising one of his creatures to Lord rank. They serenely rejoiced at their success, unaware of the impending danger. Hu Hai arrived on the battlefield and thought that the thief who had stolen the great master's relic was indeed Hanwoo. This time, he wouldn't escape. He would personally drag him to the master's feet. Shu Tai's parents emerged from the portal after him and asked if he could really kill this vile boy. He replied that since he had brought them here, it meant he guaranteed them the opportunity to avenge their son. After that, Letian and Gang emerged from the portal. Letian was excited to hunt Hanwoo and said they had already placed him under surveillance surveillance. When would they begin? Hu Hai told him to take his time. They needed to survey the situation first. He thought that he, the true deity, and 4 other demigods would have to deal with a boy who had barely reached the rank of demigod. How absurd. However, this was the Grandmaster's order, and he couldn't let him down. Now Hanwoo couldn't escape. Time passed, and Hanwoo and Master Tian went hunting. Their locusts and rabbits skillfully slaughtered all the deities in the area, and MC, looking at the fragments, said that their hunting was not in vain. After upgrading the tent, they were able to summon many more of their creatures. Now that their combat power had increased, it was much easier for them to collect fragments of divine titles. Tianwen agreed with him and said that yesterday, he had successfully reached a new stage of his energy body, which could already be considered an impressive achievement. But he didn't stop there, and in just a few days, mastered 3 divine spells. Suddenly, Shutei's parents appeared out of the mist. Hanwoo noticed that the 2 of them had apparently decided to visit him, after which he immediately pounced on them, thinking that they had clearly come for revenge. If so, he wouldn't waste time on words and would simply strike them first to gain the advantage. The man drew his sword and blocked the student's attack, causing his blade to crack. He then called him a vile brat and exclaimed that he had killed his son and destroyed a valuable sacred artifact, for which he would tear him to pieces. MC chuckled and said that since he missed his son so much, he would send him to him soon. He transformed his body into an energy body, and they thought this little idiot had only recently reached the rank of a demigod. How dare he acquire power comparable to that of a monarch class being? They must get rid of him, otherwise, soon they will be unable to oppose him. They summoned their steel warriors and ordered him to kill him, to which Hanwoo only smirked, and Tianwen summoned his rabbits to help him. Shutei's parents, meanwhile, summoned a huge warrior, and MC ordered his locusts to come out as well. After that, they clashed in battle, but the locust was immediately defeated, and the man exclaimed with a joyful smile that this is exactly what happens to arrogant puppies. He can't get above his head. But that was only the beginning. Hanwoo summoned more locusts, and they quickly defeated the steel warrior, leaving them defenseless. They both became wary. MC glanced at them with a grin, then instantly appeared behind the man and struck him. His wife immediately attacked him, but Tianwen arrived in time and struck her with his sword, preventing her from getting close. That's how they died. MC thanked him for his help, and he nervously said that they needed to leave right away, but Letian and Gang, riding wolves, blocked their way. Tianwen cautiously asked what they were planning this time, and Letian, looking at the pile of fallen steel warriors and bodies, said that apparently they had strengthened quite a bit since then, since they were able to destroy 2 demigods without a scratch. Hanwoo, meanwhile, assessed the situation. They had many creatures in reserve, and they were full of strength, but his and his teacher's creatures had already suffered some losses. It would be disadvantageous for them to engage in combat right now. He wasn't going to underestimate his enemy like so many others had done. Tianwen told him he would now summon most of his creatures to try to break through their encirclement, but he only needed to break free from their grasp and fly as high as he could. Then, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. MC realized he was willing to risk himself to protect him, and Tianwen said he would only have 1 chance, but he couldn't take more. Hanwoo took his hand and told him the situation wasn't so dire that he needed to resort to such desperate measures. He could handle it, so he should just trust him. The teacher agreed and told him to be careful, while Letian smirked and asked if he'd misheard, or if he'd actually said he could handle them. It was just a laugh. 40 million of their creatures against the battered remnants of their army. He's too confident for someone who's 1 step away from death. Gang turned to teacher Tian and said that they came here only for Hanwoo, and if he agreed not to interfere, he personally would not attack him. He firmly replied that as a teacher, he would not simply stand by and watch his student be killed. They could consider this his teaching duty. Letian asked if he thought he was some kind of noble hero. They would see if he still had the strength to talk about moral principles and other nonsense after they had slaughtered every last one of his creatures. Gang smiled and said that he had hoped that he would be a reasonable person and not interfere, but he had disappointed him. He should not blame him for what happened next. He ordered the wolf riders to attack, while Tianwen summoned his rabbits and directed them to bombard them. The wolves immediately tore the poor rabbits to pieces, and Tianwen felt uneasy at the sight, while MC ate some fruit, after which he used the mutation on the rebel sword and turned it into a sickle that collected souls. He ordered the wolves to approach, then began to kill them one by one. Tree roots began to grow from their bodies, which were already attacking other creatures. Gang gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction and thought that he had quite a few aces up his sleeve, but he had an ace up his sleeve too. He summoned the Lord of the Wolf Riders, and Hanwoo thought he was caught, after which he dealt a few blows and wished them death. In an instant, he appeared in front of the men. Gang extended the amulet forward, and a dome immediately covered them, protecting him from the blow. He exhaled in relief and thought it was a good thing he had brought the protective artifact the master had given him with him. At that moment, blood spilled. He saw Letian's head fall and froze in shock. MC meanwhile noticed that his hand was shaking. This meant that the gene lock time was almost up, and he could no longer maintain the influence of the ghost vine. His teacher said that they needed to escape from here, but Gang stopped them and asked, he killed so many of his wolf riders and decided to just run away? Does he really think he would let him do that? After that, he summoned Fenrir and ordered it to stop them. The wolf's huge claws attacked them, and from the injuries received, Hanwoo's body returned to normal, and he fell with the thought that it was very painful. This is bad. The gene lock effect has already worn off, and he will not be able to use it for the next 10 days. He looked up at the teacher to check on his condition, but he did not move at all. Fenrir slammed his paw on the ground, causing the 2 of them to be thrown into the air, and Gang thought that if he didn't kill him now, he might not have the chance later. Hu Hai arrived just in time, calling out to him with displeasure and asking what he was planning. He had said they needed him alive, after all. He smiled nervously and said he had misunderstood. He was just about to bring him to him. Hu Hai picked up Hanwoo by his clothes and said he was sure their master would reward him for his work, and he thanked him for the opportunity. After that, he glanced at Tianwen and thought that killing this demigod would be enough for him. Then he could absorb his god realm core. MC realized what he was up to, and found the strength to threaten to kill him with his own death if he touched the master. The man didn't believe him, and Hanwoo firmly said that he would do it if they harmed the master. He started using his power on himself, and Hu Hai excitedly ordered Gang not to touch the man and just follow him. The man cast a displeased glance at Tianwen and thought that he would not kill him, and whether he would survive or not depended only on his luck. After that, Hu Hai dragged Han Wu to the portal and said that they needed to return to his excellency immediately, unless of course he wanted to incur the wrath of the supreme deity. But before they went through the portal, Gang said that even if they teleported, their journey would still take several days. Was he going to carry this guy all that time? Hu Hai threw Han Wu into the portal and said that he had blocked all his power, so he could stop wasting his energy on useless resistance. Let him sit quietly in his god realm, his followers would take care of him. After that, MC was transported to the desert, and when he looked up, he saw a tiger warrior in front of him. He nervously put his fingers together to use his abilities, but it didn't work. He really blocked all of his abilities and divine power. Now he understands why he dared to lock him inside his sphere. He doesn't pose a threat to this place. He nervously glanced at the tiger. Then he abruptly handed him a bowl of water, and he thought, so these are his creatures? Huge beastmen. He better be on his guard. But what should he do now? He told the tiger that he wouldn't drink, and then he grabbed him by the clothes and forcibly gave him water. Han Wu exclaimed that he said he wouldn't drink, and Hu Hai said that his tiger is deaf and dumb. It can't hear what he says. He won't poison him or anything like that, so let him just be a good boy. MC wiped his mouth with his hand and thought that it still wouldn't hurt to be careful. At that moment, the source of the mutation emerged and offered to help him. Han Wu was overjoyed to see him and asked if he hadn't been sealed. He replied that he had his own secrets. Incidentally, if he transferred his accumulated divinity points to him, he could evolve the source of the mutations and help it regain some of its powers, then he would be able to easily escape from this place. He thought this sounded encouraging and decided to take the risk. The mutation source warned him that he was starting, and he asked him to do it without him noticing. Otherwise the plan would come to an end. Meanwhile, the gang told the true god that in 3 days they would already stand before his power. What does he think he will reward them with this time? Hearing this, MC nervously asked the mutation source to hurry. They only had 3 days left. Will he definitely have time to do everything? He didn't answer him, and the energy inside his body began to swirl. He warmed up and thought that he couldn't even imagine how the mutation source would change his body. At that moment, he informed him that he was finished with his evolution. Now he had become a 3rd level gene warrior. He inquired about what advantages this gave him, and he answered him that during his evolution, he received a new ability, gene combination. This allows him to combine different genes, changing the structure of the target without damaging the original genes. He asked how to use this thing, and at that moment the tiger handed him a dumpling, and he smiled awkwardly at it. After that, he suddenly grabbed his hand and started feeling it, which made him feel uneasy. MC smirked and thought that it really worked. Physically, he became much stronger. Although improvements are probably limited to approximately the hero's level, for now this is quite enough. The tiger became very angry. He screamed, calling for the others, and they immediately came to him. The white tiger called out to him angrily, asking what he was doing, and MC thought it was another test subject. He wondered if he could fix the defects of one creature by borrowing the genes of another. He grabbed both of their hands, used a combination of genes, and the red tiger's ears grew, while the white tiger's disappeared. The white tiger was shocked. He didn't understand where his ears had gone, but his comrade began to hear. Han Wu smiled and thanked him for giving him something to drink and a snack, so he gave him these new ears as thanks. The tiger immediately fell to his knees before him, and he thought, does that mean the followers of other deities can be converted into his believers too? Does that mean he can gain even more believers here and attack the divine core of the idiot who locked him up here? The white tiger, enraged, ordered him to give back his ears, and MC, glaring at him, kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. He turned to the other tigers and told them to stay back, but his new believer was already ready to help him. Han Wu grabbed his hand, took the genes from his former comrades, and handed them to him. The old tiger shouted that he was a heretic, a blasphemer, and a traitor, and ordered the steel ones to grab him, and MC smirked. The tiger immediately stood up for him, and shouted that anyone who dared to approach his god would die at his claws. After that, he dealt with his former comrades and, kneeling before Han Wu, asked him to accept him as a follower. He agreed and said that he should help him escape from here. First, he needed to find out where the core of the divine sphere was. He promised to help him find it and warned him that the core was guarded by truly powerful creatures. He said that first, they would find the core, and then they would act according to the situation. At that moment, several creatures appeared near them. The tiger ordered the others to grab them, but MC was not the least bit afraid, because now he had a new loyal follower and new powers. He gave him a signal, and they began to attack. Suddenly, they abruptly disappeared from the spot, causing them to become confused, and then they began to strike, and when there were very few of them left, they knelt before Han Wu and began to beg him for mercy. He said that if they wanted to become his followers, they had to obey him unquestioningly, otherwise he would simply get rid of them. They excitedly exclaimed that they agreed, and he thought that now more than ever he needed loyal followers, so he would have to accept them. From that moment on, he began actively recruiting followers, changing their bodies with his new ability, studying the divine sphere of his kidnapper, and he did this until, eventually, he found the location of the divine core. Tiger said that they found out that the divine core is hidden in a forbidden zone outside the city of the Tiger Kingdom. The core is guarded by several dozen monarchs and more than 100 lords. They kill anyone who tries to get close to it. MC noted that this greatly complicates matters. Even if they try to infiltrate, there is no way to remain unnoticed. But he had a plan. He ordered them to catch several birds and shrews for him. He will need their genes. After some time, he gave the tigers wings, and they flew toward the city. He implanted them with the genes of birds and shrews, so they could fly and dig underground tunnels, making them harder to detect. The tiger informed him that the divine core was now directly beneath them. Han Wu glanced at the creatures guarding it and said that they were of the monarch rank, and they were unlikely to be able to deal with them now. The tiger said that tomorrow, the city would hold its annual festival of life, during which the Tiger King usually makes sacrifices to the deity. The guardians of the Forbidden Zone would probably also go to the city to observe the celebration. MC turned the tiger around and said that then they would wait for the festival and then act according to the circumstances. The next day arrived. Hanwoo climbed a cliff overlooking the city and, looking at the tower with the core, began to keep an eye on the guardians. 2 left, 1 remained, and he thought that this was better than 3. After that, he directed the tigers to attack and flew there himself. Upon seeing them, the guardian immediately raised the alarm and his eyes began firing lasers at the winged tigers, and MC ordered his follower to turn left to evade. They began to descend, and he ordered him to delay him for a while, and he would try to deal with the core. After that, they landed on the tower and split up. He thought that finally the shrew genes that he had implanted in his arms would also find a use. The guardian ordered him to stop, but he was immediately attacked by a tiger. Hanwoo, meanwhile, began searching for the core. He glanced at how they were fighting and thought that he needed to hurry. His follower was unlikely to hold him off for long. Finally, he found the core. It was located right under the tower. He immediately used his shrew arms, shouting that he should not have messed with it, and then delivered a powerful blow. Because of this, the crystal only cracked and he thought, is this still not enough? He had already added strong tiger claws to himself through genetic modification. Huhai found out that he was doing something bad and entered his god realm, shouting, what is he doing here? After that, he thought, how did this guy even end up in his forbidden lands? Now it makes sense why he felt his life core trembling. Seeing him, MC laughed loudly, which made Huhai confused, and then the core cracked, and Hanwoo said that he didn't think he would come here to help him complete his plan. The man became nervous and thought that this was impossible. He used his own power to destroy the core. After the crystal broke, MC thought that, although he destroyed his divine core, he can't escape right now. If he gets outside, he will run into Gang and Huhai. He still had their seal on him, so he wouldn't be able to deal with them, and for now, it was better for him to find a safe place. He jumped on the tiger and thanked it for buying him time, then thought about what his newly made follower had mentioned, that the Tiger King was supposed to present some kind of gift to the deity today. Perhaps it would be useful to him. Now the king had just placed the 4th tier wind boots on the altar. These boots allow the user to run through the air as if on solid ground. The sprinter effect increases the speed of movement and also slows the rate of physical strength expenditure. The accompanying divine technique, like the wind, summons strong gusts of wind. The second accompanying divine technique, Summon Whirlwind Eagle, summons a creature that does not obey the commands of its master. The power of the Whirlwind Eagle depends on the amount of divine power invested in it by the master. Hanwoo grabbed the boots, and the king exclaimed that he was an insolent scoundrel. How dare he steal an offering to their god? Let him return the artifact immediately, and then they will grant him a painless death. He smirked and told him that this wasn't a very attractive offer, then dripped his blood onto his boots, turning them into his artifact. And immediately, using his new abilities, he escaped. Huhai shouted that he wouldn't escape him, and he looked at him, thinking that he couldn't defeat him now. He would have to use the Blood Arena. He immediately teleported there, and thought with a laugh that he knew the title of heir to the Blood Arena would come in handy someday. He could teleport here anytime. After that, the system informed him that he had been challenged to a duel by another demigod-ranked heir called the Fire Whirlwind. Was he willing to accept his challenge? 3 refusals of challenges or 3 defeats in duels would result in the loss of his status as heir. He refused the duel and thought that the seal was still on him, so he couldn't contact his divine sphere or use his divine skills. What should he do about it? At the same time, another heir challenged him to a duel, but he refused, and then he received another duel offer. He became nervous and exclaimed, when will this end? This was the 3rd time in a row. Are they trying to drive him to the grave? This irritates him so much, but he will have to take the risk. After that, a girl appeared in the arena and said that she was glad to meet him. She is the Night Shadow. What is his nickname? He looked at her and thought, so this little girl challenged him to a duel? He told her his name was Locust, and she exclaimed that it sounded stupid, but it didn't matter because he was about to die. After that, she summoned her creatures, and he thought that this was the first time he saw someone who, like him, relied on the number of their creatures. He smiled, and she asked with a laugh, was he afraid of her? Let him tremble before her true power. If he didn't want to be sucked dry by the bats, then he shouldn't waste her time and just give up. Seeing the bats approaching, MC rose into the air and instantly appeared behind her, saying that he was familiar with such tactics, so they wouldn't scare him. She immediately turned around and kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying, causing him to hit his back against the wall. She then asked with a smile why he thought close combat was her weak point. She had undergone more training than he could ever imagine. He recovered from her blow and thought that he was still no match for her in a head-on collision, so he had no choice but to switch to those bats, but killing them one by one would be too much of a chore. One of the bats bit him, and he activated his gene recombination ability and bit the bat back, which the girl clearly didn't expect, and exclaimed, is he crazy? Seeing him smiling and draining the power from her bats, she froze in shock. But then she pulled herself together and summoned an Everblood, a lord-type creature. The vampire opened his eyes and immediately pounced on Hanwoo, starting to suck his blood, but since he now had the same abilities, he grinned, showing his fangs, and decided to drink his blood. As soon as his teeth touched his neck, he used gene recombination and took his abilities, after which, the vampire died. He turned to the girl and asked what she would do now. She got angry and ordered her bats to drink all the blood he had, after which she summoned several more vampires and said that she would see how much longer he could remain so self-confident. As soon as the vampires approached him, he dealt with them all, and the girl, seeing his grin, stared at him in shock, and then declared that she gave up. MC was about to bite her, but stopped in time and said that it was commendable that she correctly assessed her strength. She looked at him more closely and asked if he was by any chance a student of that academy. And then Hanwoo remembered the academy. He started asking her about the entrance exams, whether they had started, and when she said that they had already ended 10 days ago, He froze in shock and thought that this was bad. He was so absorbed in farming on the ancient battlefield and Huhai that he missed the entrance exam and did not pass the final assessment of the preparatory course. Perhaps he had already been removed from the list of the capital academy. He quickly left, and the girl shouted that next time she would definitely beat him. After some time, MC reached the gates of the capital academy, but the guard stopped him and asked who he was. He quickly introduced himself and said that he would like to meet teacher Lena. He said that there were no preparatory course students left in the academy this year, so he should not lie, and he will not let him through because he knows the name of teacher Lena. Suddenly, someone called out to Han Wu. It was his friend. He asked in surprise where he had been all these days. Did he have any idea how worried they all were while looking for him? He told him that he urgently needed to meet with teacher Lena, but they didn't want to let him in. The guy smirked and told him not to worry. He would take him straight to her office. After that, he snapped his fingers and opened a portal, and when MC disappeared through it, he tiredly grabbed his head and thought that he needed to tell Shuang about this. Meanwhile, Hanwoo explained the whole situation to Lena about how he was attacked, kidnapped, and sealed. After his story, she exclaimed that she never thought that someone would dare to openly attack a student of the Capital Academy like that. He didn't need to worry about these people. The academy itself would sort everything out and restore justice. As for the seals on his body, they were placed by a true deity, so even she, being a deity of the same rank, cannot remove them. They need to turn to mentor Shuhai for help. After that, she closed her eyes contacting him, and very soon, Shuhai teleported to them. He looked over his student and said that he saw that he had been dealt a severe blow. To return unharmed, considering that his access to the divine core had been sealed, is truly a miracle. He will personally speak with the principal about this matter. They will definitely achieve justice for him. Lena said that because of this incident, he missed the final exam of the academy entrance course. They need to think of some way to allow him to return to his studies. Shuhai agreed with her and said that their academy adheres to certain rules and maintains justice and impartiality whenever possible. His potential and strength are undoubtedly not inferior to any official student of the Capital Academy, but the problem is that he has not passed either the first or the final exam of the academy's entrance course. From a bureaucratic standpoint, they simply cannot accept him. However, he should not worry about it too much. He is his disciple, on whom he places high hopes, and he will definitely do everything in his power to help him. MC thanked him, and the mentor patted him on the back, asking why he was standing on such ceremony. First, he will remove all the seals from him, and then they will take care of everything else. After this, Hanwoo felt a connection with his divine realm, and Lena said with a smile that this light blow to his back burned 3 billion points of divine power from his mentor. He smiled and said that now is not the time to count those points. He should quickly return to his divine realm. He was absent there for so many days. There are probably already many matters piling up there that require his attention. He thanked them for their help, and then returned to his divine realm, but it was in complete chaos. His creatures were fighting each other, and the locusts had disappeared. When he found his locusts, he was horrified. There were many more of them, but at the same time, they had weakened him greatly. They no longer even looked like elite creatures. He decided to deal with each problem one by one. First, he needed to sacrifice all the useless ones and keep only those who fit his old standards. He used the sacrifice method, and in the end, he had only a few super elite creatures left. Upon seeing their deity, the creatures were overjoyed and immediately knelt before him, paying their respects. The skeleton that had previously commanded them reacted strangely to his arrival and quietly fled. MC didn't notice this, and the system told him to choose the power gained from the sacrifice. First option, Ice Emperor. First rank divine title, Freeze. The second option would give him 50 divinity points, and the third would give him the 5th rank divine title, Destruction. Since he currently lacked a divine title, which would add to his combat power, he chose the third option, thinking that once he perfected the title, Rebel, he would be able to absorb destruction and become even stronger. Moreover, he had recommendations for obtaining the divine title, Death. Suddenly, the palace where his divine core was located began to shake, and he realized that someone was trying to destroy it. He immediately arrived at the crystal and saw those who dared to oppose his will. Near the crystal were a dragon and a skeleton of the monarch type. The protagonist shouted that he had treated them all well, but why had he decided to turn against him and destroy the divine core of his realm? The skeleton replied that no, he hadn't turned against him. He had decided to destroy his divine core, as the great deity needed only him. He didn't need to look for other beings. He wondered, perplexed, what he was even saying. The protagonist replied that he didn't care about his reasons. He couldn't stay in his divine realm any longer. He wouldn't kill him, just let him go to Dolong City. He sent the skeleton out of the real world and approached the crystal, then reflected on how he had trusted his followers too much, which was why he had allowed this to happen. He needed to add protective measures to his divine realm. After that, his entire army shouted that they swore to serve their deity until death. They would never, ever betray their god. The MC thought that things in the divine realm were temporarily settled. Teacher Tianwen and his followers were still at the ancient battlefield. He couldn't just abandon them. After a while, he teleported to the academy and told Ling that he needed something. Shuang, seeing him, joyfully approached and said, "He's finally back." Qing Nian told her he was back, and she rushed over immediately. Teacher told her everything. He couldn't even imagine how worried she was. The protagonist smiled and told her to calm down. He was back, and he was fine. The girl told him she'd heard from her classmates that teacher Letian had fallen in battle. He asked if Ling still had tickets to the ancient battlefield. He needed to go there to bring back teacher Tianwen. Shuang took his hand and said that this time she would go with him. After a while, they arrived at the site and began to inspect the tents. Entering one of them, the protagonist noticed that it seemed Tianwen still hadn't returned. The ancient battlefield contained no resources other than divine title fragments. Furthermore, it blocked communication with her divine realm. Staying there for too long could easily lead to death. He spawned locusts and instructed them to find him information about his master. Afterwards, they went outside, and MC exclaimed that he sensed a connection with the Windsword Emperor and needed to check. Shuang said she thought the signal was coming from underground. He directed the locusts directly into the ground, creating a hole through which they then entered. A huge gate appeared before them. The protagonist touched it and noticed a powerful spatial energy. The Windsword Emperor and his other creatures must be trapped behind this gate. Shuang said she better do it. She used her magical energy and instantly opened the gate. They entered and were immediately attacked by scorpions. The protagonist began to destroy them, and upon death, the scorpions began to drop runes. The girl remarked that the situation seemed extremely suspicious. MC said he felt as if they were deliberately jumping out just to die. She exclaimed that the door had disappeared, and now they had no way back. He nervously noted that everything was clear to him now. They were deliberately draining their strength. There was no connection to the divine realm here, so they couldn't even replenish their supplies. If this continued, they might simply die of starvation. Shuang summoned a firebird and said that first, they needed to get a sense of the situation around them. They climbed onto the bird and flew off to explore. After a while, the protagonist noted that they had been flying for quite some time, but had seen nothing but desert. Would they really be stuck here? Wait, he's detected the Windsword Emperor's aura. They're already very close. Meanwhile, the Windsword Emperor himself, along with the locusts, was fighting monsters. MC, seeing them, flew to the attack and shouted that he would help them. He instantly destroyed the enemy and approached them. The Sword Emperor happily noted that he had returned. The protagonist agreed and asked if he knew where teacher Tianwen had gone. He explained that they had fought shoulder to shoulder with him all this time and destroyed numerous deity fragments. But 3 days ago, these enormous sand creatures appeared. They kidnapped the teacher and didn't have time to save him. The protagonist, with a serious face, said that it was nothing to worry about. Did he remember in which direction teacher Tianwen was taken? They would definitely save him. The Sword Emperor pointed and said that they were heading that way. Sometime later, they arrived at the sand city. Hiding behind a rock, MC noticed that the area was full of these sand giants. They were probably keeping teacher Tianwen here. Suddenly, a cactus came to life next to them and began attacking them with its needles. He shielded the girl and warned her to be careful. Shuang noticed that their numbers were growing. The protagonist asked with a smile, do they think they can overwhelm them with their numbers? He summoned his locusts and ordered them to attack the enemies. The insects gnawed through all the cacti in an instant. After this, the protagonist ordered the locusts to scout out the situation inside the city. He used the single vision skill to see through the eyes of the insects, and seeing a huge wolf, wondered if there were other werewolf-like creatures in the city. Besides, the other monsters act as if they are afraid of these werewolves. Suddenly, MC noticed Tianwen tied up and nervously exclaimed, "This is bad." Shuang asked what was going on. He shouted that it looked like they were going to sacrifice the teacher. There was no time to explain. He would try to save him, and she should stay here and inform him if anything happened. The protagonist ran into the city with a serious face and thought that there were too many unknown factors in the city. He couldn't expose Shuang to such a risk. He summoned an army of locusts and ordered them to raze the city to the ground. Suddenly, birds appeared in the sky and began fighting off the insects. At that moment, Shuang flew up to one of the birds on a golden sparrow and shouted that he wouldn't get rid of her so easily. Actually, she had also come here to save teacher Tianwen. They had decided to save him together, right? So why was he trying to leave her behind? The MC took her hand with a smile and said that they would do it together then. After that, they began fighting the monsters. Suddenly, a huge sand monster appeared and began attacking the insects. In response, they instantly destroyed the monster. The protagonist smiled and thought that the fewer wolves left at the altar, the better their chances of saving Master Tianwen. He unlocked the gene lock and transformed into the king of the black dragons. His body assumed the peak form of a monarch-type creature, and he became covered in thorns. The protagonist began attacking the werewolves and shouted that he would save the master. As the beasts attempted to surround him, he created a protective ball of thorns and repelled all attacks. After this, MC approached the master and freed him. Tianwen, in shock, asked if he was seeing things. He replied with a smile that it was safe to say so. He had come to pull him out of this protracted nightmare. The protagonist called out to Shuang and noted that he had rescued the master. It was time for them to retreat. She took his hand and they flew to safety. The girl asked how he was feeling. Tianwen replied that she shouldn't worry. He was almost fully recovered. He only remarked that they had both reached the rank of demigod. He congratulated them. Shuang smiled and said that she had been able to become a demigod, largely thanks to Han Wu. But they had better think about how to escape this cursed place. The teacher explained that while he was captive, he heard from those beings that their master possessed a mirror that allowed them to travel through space. It could help them escape this isolated fragment of the world. Moreover, he suspected that this was the only way out. The protagonist noted that those wolves possessed an extremely powerful aura. How powerful, then, was the being they called their master? Shuang said that if this continued, sooner or later they would simply lose the beings they had laboriously nurtured. Tianwen pulled out a bag and said that, unfortunately, all his summoned creatures had been killed by the local creatures while he was here, so he wouldn't be able to help them with that. However, he hadn't wasted any time and had managed to collect quite a few divine title fragments. Perhaps this will be useful to them. The protagonist, smiling, spawned the fragments and replied that they had also collected some while searching for him. They would definitely find a way out of here. Shuang excitedly noted that there were only scattered fragments here. They wouldn't even be able to assemble a single, more or less decent title, and they couldn't absorb the various ones yet due to their rank restrictions. And they wouldn't be able to sell them while they were here either. MC, smiling, replied that he thought about that too, so they needed to try fusing it all together using his divine ability. Fusion. In an instant, the fragments began to merge, and a 5th-ranked divine title appeared. Tianwen, shocked, exclaimed that it was incredible. How did he do it? He hadn't even thought such a thing was possible. The protagonist replied with a smile that now wasn't the time to discuss such matters. He would try to create a few more titles suitable for them as quickly as possible, and then they would go look for the mirror. 2 days later, they were fully prepared. Suddenly, sand monsters began attacking them. Shuang joyfully declared that it was time to test the power of their newfound divine titles. She created a thunder her spear, weapon, and readied her birds to attack. The protagonist stopped her and told her not to rush in and throw her thunder spear. Giant gods like him possessed immense regeneration. Simply throwing the spear at him now would have no effect. The girl asked what they should do then. He replied with a smile that he would somehow strengthen her spear with his rebel divine technique. MC cast a spell and shouted that everything was ready. Let her throw. Shuang threw the spear and pierced the monster, and after such a powerful blow, it completely dissipated. Suddenly, werewolves began attacking them. Tianwen smiled and said, "Let them leave them to him." He created a multitude of spikes and stopped the beasts. At that moment, the girl used the skill Myriad Lightning Surge and instantly finished off all the opponents. Afterwards, she happily remarked that they were lucky that his new divine technique had been effective against this giant. Now they had nothing more to fear in this desert. Suddenly, a sand vortex appeared, from which the Scorpion King spawned. He immediately began attacking them with a sand wind, which immediately began to blow away all the birds and locusts. MC transformed into his dragon form, and creating a shield, motioned for them to stand behind him. He used pure energy body, divine rebel technique, rebel sword, and soul-severing sickle. At that moment, the Scorpion King began to attack him. The protagonist, with a serious expression, responded with a dragon strike, and everything around him shook. He withstood the blow and retreated a little. The Scorpion King, smiling, said that no one had ever survived his attack before. It was quite amusing. He tried to attack him with his stinger, but the protagonist used the ghost flicker skill and instantly dodged, then hung in the air. The Scorpion King, perplexed, asked, "Did he manage to dodge?" He counterattacked with lightning speed and separated his body from his legs, then exclaimed that he couldn't see them now. They needed to pounce on him with everything they had. The teacher and Xuan began to assist him and finished off the Scorpion King. After that, the MC said with a smile that they did it. They shouldn't relax. There are still creatures there. The werewolves, seeing this, ran away in fear. Tianwen asked if they would chase them. The protagonist replied that they shouldn't. There were quite a lot of them. They would only waste their energy. Suddenly, he abruptly fell to his knees. The girl worriedly asked what was wrong with him. The protagonist replied with a smile that everything was fine. He just spent too much divine power. He needed to rest for a while. Let them check the fragments of divine titles that fell from the scorpion for now. Maybe there was something useful among them. After a while, Shuang happily returned to him and said that they had found the 5th rank divine title, Golden Spear, the 5th rank divine title, Emperor, the 5th rank divine title, Sandstorm, and the 5th rank divine title, Scorpion Lord. These might be useful. He asked with a smile if she liked the spear. The girl replied that he was right. The spear would allow her to unlock the power of her lightning attribute. MC smiled and said, "Then let her keep it." She asked if he was sure. This golden spear was simultaneously a divine artifact, a sacred relic, and a divine title itself. If he kept it, he would undoubtedly become much stronger. He said he already had a rebel sword. He could enhance it and change its form by absorbing the souls of his defeated enemies. That was enough for him. He felt the divine title, Sandstorm, was more fitting for a teacher. Tianwen took it and thanked him with a smile. The protagonist remarked that it was time for them to go to the city, as they needed to find a mirror. First, they needed to check the sacrificial altar. After a while, they arrived at the place. He had blasted a hole in the rock with his magic and created a passage. Inside the tunnel lay a single mirror. MC summoned a locust and told it to scout out the area. As soon as the insect flew toward the mirror, it was sucked inside. Shuang, perplexed, noticed something was wrong with the mirror. He replied that there was nothing dangerous. The thread of faith that connected him to the locust was still in place, meaning it was safe. It was time for them to return home. Afterward, they used the mirror to return to the real world. The teacher joyfully exclaimed that they were finally back. Suddenly, Lena contacted him and said she sensed his aura. He should come to her office immediately. She had something to tell him. MC apologized and said that the teacher wasn't particularly patient. Tianwen, smiling, replied that he should go now. He also needed to rest a bit and freshen up. Sometime later, in Lena's office, she said that the academy had already completed its investigation into his abduction by the true deity Hu Hai. The high god behind him had verbally apologized and sent him this as compensation. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Is this a gift from a high god?" He couldn't even imagine what it could be. He picked up 2 cards and wondered if this was the same bankrupt high god who had invested hundreds of billions of divine power into creating a mutant breeding farm and lost his entire fortune. The first card contained a divine orb, and the second a photograph of Hu Hai. Lena, with a serious expression, said that it was true. It was the same guy. The high god had said he had acted without authorization, so he had imprisoned him and handed him over to him to punish him himself. MC remarked that it seemed Hu Hai's life was worthless to him. He had devotedly served this high god for half his life, and in the end, he had become nothing more than a gift as an apology. Wait, so this divine sphere originally belonged to Hu Hai? The teacher replied that he should understand how valuable the entire body of a true deity could be. He should be careful not to waste it needlessly. He said he understood completely. Shuang inquired if he could definitely absorb the body of a true god. The protagonist asked if the teacher could tell him exactly what he should do with his body to utilize it most effectively. Lena mockingly asked, "He's not one to mince words, is he? Fine, she'll teach him one way. He'll absorb this Hu Hai's body and create a clone of himself of the same rank from it. If he decides to spend resources on it later, he could become even stronger." The protagonist happily thanked her and remarked that he hadn't even imagined such a thing was possible. Lena pulled out a scroll and added that the fact that the highest god had personally apologized to him meant the kidnapping was over. However, the academy's leadership hadn't yet made a final decision on his return to school. Some of the teachers were quite displeased that he'd managed to get himself into such serious trouble even before officially enrolling as a freshman. MC took the scroll with a smile and replied that he would prove everything to those who were dissatisfied with him with his strength. She shouldn't worry, he could handle it. The girl happily said she believed in him. Now let him go. He needed to quickly seize this opportunity and create his clone. After a while, they approached a filthy house. Shuang, perplexed, asked if he would really be living here now. The protagonist replied that he hadn't been accepted back into the academy, so naturally he was forbidden from staying in the dorm. She shouldn't worry. Everything would be resolved once he created his clone. She said with a smile that she would wait. He noted that she wouldn't have to wait too long. After a while, MC used the scroll and absorbed the card's contents. Afterward, an identical clone of himself appeared appeared before him. He said with a smile that from today on, his name was Han Wen. It could be said that he would become what he lacked. Now, time to look at his stats. A system window appeared, stating that his rank was True God. Divine talents: wind, forest, fire, mountain. With each rank increase, his physical stats doubled. Divine abilities: wind speed, increases movement speed; forest protection, summons wooden armor; fire attack, unleashes a fire wave; mountain split, grants the power to split mountains. Divinity, 42 points. Divine titles: martial arts, summoning, tiger man; martial artist, true warrior's heart. Skills: instant kick, roundhouse kick, fierce tiger fist, mountain splitting kick. Total skills: 187. Divine power utilization rate 40%. MC was surprised to hear that he really was a true god. He had a whopping 42 divinity points and so many skills. This would help him combine all his skills and divine titles. The protagonist thought about how all existing skills were combined into 2 unique skills. The divine warrior's powerful kick, capable of crushing anything with a kick. The divine warrior's instant attack. In martial arts, nothing is more important than speed. Some divine titles are combined into summon messenger of falling leaves and saint of chaos. Saint of chaos, race, elemental giant, type monarch. Talent: chaos force, fusion of the 4 elements, wind, wood, fire, and earth. Skills: level 5 hurricane, level 5 giant forest, level 5 flame, level 5 earthquake, level 6 chaos attack. Some divine titles are combined into true tiger god. The target of this title takes the form of a true tiger god. Their physical attributes are significantly enhanced, their ability to control their body is permanently increased, and they are also guaranteed to master at least 1 martial arts skill. MC, surprised, said, "Let him use this title on him. He wants to see its effectiveness." The clone immediately used the skill and placed the title on him. A system window appeared, indicating that he had mastered the level 3 skills, Crushing Claw and Swift Claw Strike. The protagonist exclaimed with a mischievous smile, "Let him try attacking him." Han Wen assumed the form of Holy Chaos and attempted to attack. He countered with a Crushing Claw Strike and repelled the attack. After that, the protagonist said he could step away from him. He mused that if his clone used this skill on him, then in the future, he would be able to easily face monarch-type creatures even without his black dragon transformation. MC smiled and said that he had dealt with the clone, meaning now he needed to decide what to do with the new divine realm. Even though he had already destroyed the core, many creatures belonging to Hu Hai were still inside. He said that he ordered him to assume this guy's form, enter his divine realm, and subjugate his creatures. Han Wen instantly transformed into Hu Hai and teleported to his divine realm. The protagonist contacted him and asked if he was alright. He agreed, but suddenly the creatures approached him and asked who he was. One of the tigermen wondered in disbelief. Had their god really returned to them? No, he'd worked so hard to convince the other tigermen that he'd taken their place. He couldn't let him ruin all his plans. He exclaimed that this was an evil deity and let the others seize him. In an instant, the remaining tigermen began attacking him. MC asked, "Dare they attack their god? Have they really forgotten the one they're supposed to worship?" The tigermen shouted, "Don't fall for the evil deity's wiles. He's trying to cloud their minds. Don't trust the words of this monster." The protagonist pointed out that he shouldn't fight them personally. Instead, he should summon the Envoy of Holy Chaos. Han Wen created the Envoy of Falling Leaves and Holy Chaos and intimidated all the beasts. The tigermen fell to their knees and cried out that they begged him for forgiveness. He said that if they found their former king and brought this pathetic traitor to him, he would personally punish him. After some time, they approached the castle. The Tigerman King ordered the others to stop them. The powerful aura of the Holy Chaos Envoy terrified them. The Tigerman tried to use the ruler's aura skill, but it absorbed all the energy and weakened him. MC thought that if he finished him off, no one would be able to stop him from becoming a true deity of this world. He said that now he could give him a punch. Han Wen launched a lightning-fast divine warrior attack, sending the traitorous Tigerman flying into the wall. Everyone else knelt and asked him to spare his ignorant servants. They swear to serve him faithfully until their deaths. The protagonist indicated that he should now send them to his divine sphere. This would increase the flow of faith points. Han Wen immediately created a portal nearby. The Tigermen, seeing this, began to climb into the portal, shouting that it was the aura of their god. After some time, a special Tigerman flew towards him on wings. Han Wen wondered why this creature emanated the power of his god. He pointed to the portal and noted that it had keen eyes. His god was already waiting for him, so let him go. After this, the Tigerman entered the portal and found himself in the protagonist's world. He joyfully exclaimed that he was glad to be alive. Suddenly, Lena contacted him and told him to come to her office immediately. It was urgent. Sometime later, MC came to her office. The teacher explained that her colleagues, after reviewing his situation, had decided to show him leniency and allow him to enroll in the academy, but on one condition: he must pass a test. The protagonist replied with a smile that he was ready. She should just tell him what he needed to do. Lena explained that he would be sent to an unknown outer world to gather intelligence. The danger level, for obvious reasons, had not yet been determined. If he collected sufficiently valuable intelligence within a year, the board would allow him to enroll in the academy as an official student. The difficulty of this test was impossible to estimate. Moreover, during the test, he would not be able to enjoy the benefits of their deity realm. It was up to him to decide whether to accept it. The protagonist replied with a smile that no matter how dangerous this test might be, he was willing to undergo it, as long as he could enroll in the capital academy. He reflected that, beyond being a deity realm resident, he had many other advantages. He was confident that his genetic modifications and other abilities would be more than sufficient. Lena excitedly noted that he had already achieved something even second-year students at their capital academy could not even dream of. If he continues training diligently, his progress will be no less than that of the academy's students. Why take such a risk? He could just wait until next year and reapply. MC replied that he didn't want to keep anyone waiting. The teacher immediately remembered Shuang and said with a smile, "Then let him do as he please." She wished him patience and good luck. She was confident he could pass this test. And yes, he was leaving tomorrow. The protagonist replied that he understood. He would do everything in his power. After some time, he arrived at the right place and climbed out of the capsule. Suddenly, wolves began attacking him. Confused, the protagonist began to fight them off and noticed that they were ordinary creatures. They must have been attracted by the sound of his landing. He instantly destroyed all the opponents, and life essence began to fall from them, which then flowed into the protagonist's body. Confused, he asked, "What is that?" A system window appeared, stating his level was 10. He had the iron title of Wolf Slayer Slayer. The Wolf Slayer title was earned by killing 10 wolf-like creatures. Its effect was to increase damage dealt to wolf-like creatures by 10%. All wolf-like creatures were initially hostile to him. Did he want to wear the title? MC agreed and asked, "So in this world, everything is tied to titles?" After that, he wondered, what's that smell? So, any wolf who smelled it would know he'd killed their kind? Another system window appeared, stating that the iron title could be upgraded. The upgrade was achieved by killing one bronze rank wolf-like creature. The protagonist asked with a smile, "Is that all?" "It's that easy." 3 hours later, he'd been killing a lot of wolves and said he'd already killed 300, but hadn't spotted a single bronze wolf among them. But a bronze-ranked wolf is still just a wolf, just a little stronger. Well, nothing to lose. The protagonist approached another pack of wolves and used the gene fusion skill. In an instant, the multitude of wolves merged into one large one. He killed it with a single blow and asked if it dared snarl at its creator. A system window appeared, stating the protagonist's level was 16. Bronze title, Wolf Slayer. Damage to wolf-like creatures increased by 20%. All wolf-like creatures are initially extremely hostile toward him. MC noticed it worked. After a while, he approached the teleporter and began to look around. Seeing a multitude of creatures, the protagonist began to wonder if they were all flocking to this teleportation gate. Was this some kind of hunting ground or something? Do all these creatures come here to kill wolves, level up, and earn titles? He understood the point of leveling up. It made him stronger. But what was the point? He'd been leveling up all night and managed to reach level 16, yet he felt no change in himself. What was the point of this level anyway? Fine, he'd ask someone. As the protagonist approached, one of the guys tripped him and started staring at him. He wondered, confused, what was wrong with this guy? Suddenly, at that moment, he was surrounded from behind. They started attacking him, but MC transformed into a black dragon and took on a new form. The bandits, seeing this, were terrified and ran away. He wondered why they'd chickened out right away. Well, that was even better. After a while, the guys killed a man and started robbing him, then ran away. The protagonist, watching this, realized these guys specialized in murder and robbery. Apparently, this place really is made for hunting and leveling up. He took the token from the corpse and thought that he still didn't understand what these levels were for. But that wasn't a problem. He'd just follow them and gather more information. After a while, the bandits came to a cave. The protagonist, following them, wondered in disbelief why they'd even come here. Suddenly, huge spiders emerged from the cave and immediately began spinning webs at him. The MC nervously exclaimed that this was unexpected. Could these creatures really be connected to the wolves? How did they smell him? He delivered a powerful blow and thought, even if they forgive him, he won't let some spiders devour him. After killing the spiders, a system window appeared, stating that he had earned a new iron title, Spider Slayer. The title was ready to be equipped. Suddenly, a scream rang out from behind him. The protagonist turned around and saw the bandits being caught by another spider. He thought that he couldn't let this cannon fodder die until he found something new or learned something useful. It was time to try out his new toy. The protagonist used a fire strike and instantly incinerated the spider. A system window appeared, stating that the iron title, Spider Slayer, had been upgraded to bronze rank. He smiled and thought that he was starting to like this world. MC tried to use the fire strike again, but it was unsuccessful, and a system window appeared, notifying that after use, the title goes on a 1-minute cooldown. He blew up another spider, after which a system window appeared, stating that the bronze title, Spider Slayer, had been upgraded to silver, and a new skill had been added, summoning a spider wolf. The protagonist smiled, noting that that was a different matter. He thought that even if he saved them, they shouldn't know it was him who did it. The protagonist set fire to the spider threads, causing all the bandits to fall to the ground. One of them killed the wolf and exclaimed that there was another one here with excellent equipment. So he wasn't alone. They were lucky. MC, watching them from around the corner, thought that was disgusting. Apparently he'd have to give up his meat shield, after all. He flew out of the dungeon and began charging. One of the bandits asked, "Is it him again? How did he even get here?" The protagonist ordered them to shut up and instantly destroyed one of them. After that, he assumed his dragon form and killed another one. The protagonist flew up to the last one and told him to behave decently. Otherwise, he would guarantee his death would be far more terrible than those of the other two. What kind of place is this anyway? The bandit replied fearfully that this was the realm of the title civilization, where, under certain circumstances, one could obtain various titles, which could then be upgraded. The lowest title ranks were iron and bronze, higher up were silver and gold, and the highest were platinum and diamond, and they were currently inside the place where these titles were upgraded. MC inquired about the rules for upgrading. The guy explained that by killing local creatures, like those spiders and wolves, one could level up. When he reached level 100, his title would be upgraded. He mused that if he could obtain a diamond rank title, it would probably be enough for a good report to the Academy's top brass. However, in all his time here, he had only managed to rise to level 40. He was still a long way from reaching the diamond rank. The bandit added that titles earned through hunting creatures weren't particularly valuable. Truly powerful titles were held by great families. Commoners like them would never receive them. The protagonist asked in surprise, were there really such damned rich people in every world who monopolized some kind of power? And what was that iron plaque he had? He replied that it was an identification card, required for anyone who came here to level up. Commoners received iron ones, but those from great families like the Blue Bloods, or those possessing exceptional strength, received badges made of higher quality materials. These granted greater freedom of action and movement throughout the world. MC wondered if he could obtain such a badge, he could perhaps infiltrate other places as well. The bandit, seizing the opportunity, tried to escape, but the bandit swiftly dismembered him and told him that he had told him to remain quiet. The protagonist took the badge from him and, after a while, came to the teleportation gate. Suddenly, bandits appeared next to him, shouting, "Where did he get that badge?" He started to run, thinking that he shouldn't reveal himself right here. If he showed his true strength here, they might send much stronger hounds after him. The men started running after him, but the protagonist killed them in an instant, and noted that it looked like leaving this place wouldn't be easy. He couldn't waste too much time here. He needed to quickly obtain useful information. He needed to finally return to the capital academy, because Shuang was still waiting for him. He had an idea. If leaving the usual way wasn't an option, he just needed to cause a little commotion and escape during the chaos. After a while, MC created a wolf spider and shouted for it to show him what it was capable of. The creature instantly broke through the wall, and he joyfully exclaimed that now was the perfect moment. A system window appeared stating that the level would be completed and the player would be promoted to bronze rank. Could he please choose the next location on the map to level up? The protagonist inquired. Is that all it took to level up? He chose a random location and said, let it be so. Instantly, he was teleported to the Greenland forest region. Suddenly, a guy approached him and asked with a smile, are you new and a loner too? They already had a warrior, a marksman, and an assassin. All they needed was a healer. Could he heal? Another guy approached them and asked if he'd like to team up with them. The MC replied no, he wasn't interested. He considered being in an unfamiliar place surrounded by a crowd of strangers. He'd be a complete idiot if he went anywhere with one of them. A merchant nearby shouted out that he was selling the gloves of decay, which came with the destroyer title. The gloves easily decompose corpses into the necessary materials. The protagonist smiled, thinking that he didn't have a storage ring, but these decomposition gloves should solve his loot storage problem. He said he'd take it. The man happily replied that he'd owe him 2,000 gold coins. MC exclaimed in disbelief. So expensive? He considered the fact that he barely scraped together 1,000 gold from those bandits' pockets. He wondered if he could just have one glove then. The merchant, perplexed, replied that he'd never sold one before. The protagonist smiled, saying he should think about it. Why would he need two if one glove could handle decomposing a corpse? He was sure people would buy it more often if he sold it individually. After all, 1,000 coins wasn't 2,000. The merchant thoughtfully remarked that it sounded quite logical. MC took the glove, thanked him, and then headed out. Sometime later, he came to a dense forest, heard a strange sound, and wondered what it was. Suddenly, a gang of goblins surrounded him and began attacking. The protagonist reflected on how long it had been since he'd fought such insignificant creatures. He activated the aura of a monarch creature and mused that the title he'd earned by killing the spiders apparently had the ability to summon them, so he should give it a try. The protagonist spawned spider wolves, which instantly destroyed all the goblins. A system window appeared, stating that he had killed more than 10 goblins and received the iron rank title Goblin Slayer. Did he want to use it? The first ability was to summon a wooden club. The second ability was that all goblins were initially hostile to him. He asked in confusion why he hadn't received a badge yet. Suddenly, a system window appeared, stating that he had received an iron token. MC wondered, so he should have just asked? What kind of crazy system was this? He put on the gauntlet and said he would try to get every title he could get. Maybe it would come in handy someday. The protagonist sorted the goblin corpses into materials and continued his journey. After some time, he was attacked again by a gang of goblins. He summoned a club, and a small stick appeared in his hands. The protagonist asked in confusion, is that all? He killed the goblin in a flash, terrifying the others. After that, the MC killed everyone else and sorted their corpses into materials again. Suddenly, a group of warriors approached him. One of them shouted, let them see. This newcomer has made quite a fortune here. The protagonist, looking at them, thought about the warrior among them with a silver token, while the other three had bronze tokens. The guy pointed a sword at him, and with a smile, told him to leave all his loot and get out of here. Otherwise, he'd lose his head. He thought about how strong these people were. The protagonist, with a sly smile, asked if he had a storage ring. The warrior, smiling, replied that he was the holder of a silver title. Of course he did. He had a storage ring with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. He'd probably never even seen one like that. He pulled out a club and remarked that 10 cubic meters wasn't much, but still better than nothing. After that, the MC attacked him with lightning speed. He exclaimed, what does this pathetic iron-ranked rookie think he is? He would pay for his overconfidence. The boy parried the attack, but the powerful blow sent his sword flying into his ally's head. He was shocked to think that it was simply the recoil from his own blow. How could an iron-ranked rookie be so strong? The warrior exclaimed furiously, why are they staring at him like idiots? Let them fight. One of them tried to attack, but the protagonist deftly dodged and stabbed him with his club. The silver-ranked warrior shouted that it couldn't be. He thought in horror that he himself wasn't sure he could have dodged that fireball. Could this guy really be a wandering disciple from some noble family? Meanwhile, the protagonist finished off everyone else and approached him. The warrior fell to his knees in horror and cried out that he, a blind, wretched thing, hadn't immediately recognized its power. He begged him to show mercy and let this pathetic little bug go. He replied with a smile, let him give away his spatial ring, and indeed everything he has. After a while, the boy ran away in fear. MC, having collected all his belongings, reflected on how much he had. He picked up the scroll and smiled, noting that it looked expensive. The scroll itself stated that if the warrior could collect the remains of 10 gold rank monsters, they would receive the title hidden within it. If the warrior surpassed 10 gold rank monsters or higher, they could upgrade this title. The owner of this scroll gained the ability to automatically identify gold rank materials. The protagonist happily declared himself lucky. Now all he had to do was find these gold rank monsters. After some time, he found a thunder goblin, a gold ranked monster, and remarked that he would be the first. MC began killing all the low-level goblins and shouted at them to get out of here. They were just getting in the way. He reflected on how much easier it had become to collect drops from monsters. System windows appeared, indicating that he had reached level 76 and that his Goblin Slayer title had risen to silver rank. This title granted him new skills. The first skill was rock throwing. When used, a solid rock formed in his hand almost instantly. The second skill was magma throwing. When used, a solid chunk of magma formed in his hand almost instantly. He used magma throwing and said it was time to try out his new skills. Several low-level goblins died from this attack. The thunder goblin began to furiously attack him, using electricity. MC remarked that it had quite a bit of skill. He grabbed one goblin and said they would first test his lightning on his own kind. In an instant, the sky clouded over and powerful bolts of lightning appeared. The protagonist reflected that his lightning wasn't deadly, but it did slow him down considerably and put him into shock. The thunder goblin, with a sly smile, shouted that he was going to die. At that moment, the silver-ranked warrior told Jin everything and added that this bastard had killed his comrades and robbed him of every last penny. He asked him to finish this guy off. He would repay him later for his help. Suddenly, they saw a powerful bolt of lightning in the sky. Jin, perplexed, asked, was it the Thunder Goblin's lightning? Had someone decided to test their strength against this creature? The silver-ranked warrior exclaimed that this was the one they needed. He asked with a smile that he was so arrogant as to take this lightning head-on. Looks like he won't even have to do anything. That idiot is already dead. Lightning struck him directly, but it didn't cause any harm, and Jin was greatly surprised, not understanding how this was possible. He simply took the thunder blade on himself without even faltering. Han Wu, meanwhile, thought that this pitiful lightning bolt from this goblin was no match for the thunder of his beloved girlfriend. It wouldn't even penetrate his passive defense. He took his stick, hit several goblins on the head, and then decided that enough experiments were enough. He still needed to exterminate a couple hundred goblins to raise his title and level. The goblin became very nervous and prepared to attack, and at that very moment, the system informed MC that the silver title Goblin Slayer had reached the maximum level. He shouted that it was his turn, and before the goblin could hit him, he disappeared somewhere. The small purple monster began to scan the area, searching for him, but Han Wu was already behind him and struck him hard on the head with a stick. Blood gushed from the wound, and the goblin fell exhausted, saying he didn't want to die, and MC immediately struck him. After that, all the goblins in the area scattered, and the system informed him that he had successfully reached level 100, and his Goblin Slayer title had risen to gold rank. He gained the Thunder Blade summoning skill, which allows him to summon lightning for a short time. He also received the remains of a gold rank monster, the Goblin Hide. He glanced at his new blade and said that he finally had a decent weapon. He only needed to obtain a couple more gold rank monster remains and he would be able to improve this title. Meanwhile, the two hid in the bushes. Jin said that he'd better forget about his revenge, after which Han Wu passed by and immediately ordered him to hide. Otherwise he would notice them, but it was too late. MC had already noticed them, and, cutting down the bushes, ordered them to get out. Seeing the same guy, he asked, is it him again? Did he decide to enlist the help of someone stronger to get revenge on him? He nervously answered him that this was not the case, and Jin, carefully backing away, exclaimed that he didn't know him, he was just passing by. Han Wu didn't believe him and, threatening him with his weapon, said that since he had come here, he should hand over all his equipment to him and not forget about the drops from the monsters. Just no nonsense. Otherwise, he would use force. Jin had no choice but to give him everything, and MC asked, where is the spatial ring? Let him get it. The man became very nervous and thought that his ring contained all the savings he had managed to accumulate over the past few years. He should try to preserve at least that. He said that in such matters, you need to leave some room for maneuver. After all, he didn't know what might happen in the future. Han Wu discontentedly ordered him to shut up and hand over his spatial ring to him, and not make him repeat it a third time. The man looked at him nervously, hesitating to do this, and then MC lost patience and cut off his hand, after which he exclaimed that he would give him everything. Having acquired new things, Han Wu was very happy, but he was puzzled by the scroll. Meanwhile, the guys took Jin to the shelter and treated his wounds, and he ordered them to immediately gather all their guys and find traces of this guy. Just don't let them bother him themselves, but just report to him, and that's all. He will definitely return everything he dared to take from him. After this incident, MC went to the demon cat's habitat, killed everyone as usual, and received a new title, Enemy of the Demon Cats, which gives the following effects: increased speed and hostility from the demon cats. He thought the effects were, of course, so-so, but for the sake of this title, he could endure it. To obtain the platinum rank of Slayer, he needed to combine 3 diamond titles belonging to different races. He didn't really like this, but there was nowhere to go. The system said that one of the activated effects was a slaughter weapon. It could take various forms and had only one ability. When he killed a creature with this weapon, it absorbed 1,000th of that creature's power. For each diamond title associated with a certain race absorbed, this ability could be improved or new effects could be added to it. Han Wu smiled and thought that sounded better already. He simply had to get this title. Suddenly, a huge shadow of a creature covered him. When he turned around, he saw an enraged cat attacking him, and he immediately jumped aside, thinking that it must be their leader. Lightning flashed in the sky. MC imbued his new weapon with sparks, and then dealt with this poor cat and said that it asked for it. After that, the cat scattered, and the system said that since he killed the Demon Cat King, a gold-ranked monster, he received a poison sac. He immediately took it, and thought that his current strength was not yet enough to openly hunt diamond-ranked monsters, but instead, he could use a combination of genes. After that, he created his own platinum-ranked cat, which immediately pounced on him, and he dealt with it and increased his rank to platinum. So he continued to resurrect and kill the poor cat until his title was promoted to diamond. He was overjoyed that he had finally succeeded, and the system informed him that he had gained new abilities: increased agility, cat claws, increased combat power, and the ability to summon a gold-rank poisonous cat demon to support him in battle. He was disappointed that the rewards were so few, and then thought that he needed to quickly collect 3 diamond titles and obtain the Slayer title. This would make him significantly stronger, and so he continued to exterminate all the monsters around him. Using his gene combination ability, he successively tracked down and killed the diamond-rank goblins and minotaur he had created himself. As a result, he not only obtained 3 diamond titles, but also accumulated 10 gold-rank monster remains. As a result, he was able to obtain the gold title of Monster Hunter. This title has 3 effects. The first effect significantly increases the individual power of the title holder, and the second allows the summoning of gold-rank monsters absorbed by the title. Third effect: by constantly sacrificing golden monsters to this title, it can significantly strengthen the title holder for a short time. Han Wu thought this was already much better, after which the scroll in his hand began to dissolve, and he finally received the title of Slayer. A new weapon appeared in his hand, which could change its shape at his will, and at that moment, Jin came for revenge. MC immediately noted that the strongest of them were at most silver rank, so he had nothing to fear from them, and the man asked why he had suddenly fallen silent. Was he not so brave anymore? Let him give him everything of value he had, and not make him repeat it twice. MC smirked, noting that his hand had already healed, and the man whistled in anger, saying that he was too confident. Now they would knock all the arrogance out of him. After that, they summoned monsters, but this only played into Han Wu's hands. He just wanted to try out the new weapon in battle. He pulled out his enormous sword of slaughter, pounced on the monsters, and seeing how easily they died, wondered if this was all they could do. Jin became very nervous. He told them not to approach him and to attack him from a distance, but his men valued their lives more, and they started to run. MC snapped his fingers, summoning a gold-ranked monster, and they all immediately blocked their path. He began to approach the man threateningly, and asked if he still had the desire to take something from him. They became very nervous in front of these monsters, and began to beg him to let them go, but he quickly dealt with them and left, thinking they were somehow weak. He had already outgrown this place, so it was time for him to check out the higher leveling zones. After that, he went to the Heavenly City, the Gold Zone. The man who was there asked if he was new or something. What was his rank? Where had he managed to do any chores before? He replied that his story wasn't that interesting, and he didn't have much to tell. He'd better tell him what reward he could get for going through this place. The man smiled, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that no one had ever managed to get through the Heavenly City. An entire race was locked on each floor of this zone. But if he was so interested, they say that whoever manages to get through this zone will receive a blessing and a diamond title. He smiled and thought, a 7-level tower with 7 different races? That's quite interesting. The zone manager immediately arrived and was very displeased with his arrival, exclaiming that an iron ranker had forgotten himself here. He should leave. This was no place for someone like him. The man who greeted him laughed and asked if he was only iron ranked, and he even dreamed of conquering the Heavenly City. He should not confuse dreams with reality. Hanwoo scratched his head and asked, is there any rule that prohibits low-ranking people from entering here? After that, he went to get a silver-ranked badge and thought that he had wasted a lot of gold on this trinket. Suddenly, he heard someone selling a platinum-ranked title scroll, and people immediately crowded around the merchant wanting to buy it. Some man shouted that the great Peng troop would buy this scroll. Who would dare dispute that? The man next to him laughed at him and said that they were all so important. He even wondered if his fierce tiger troop would have enough strength to compete with them. The merchant said that this flower was their family heirloom. They would never have sold it if they weren't in a desperate situation. A man from the Great Peng troop told him to stop playing on his pity and name a price. How many gold did he want? He replied that he didn't need gold. He would only exchange the scroll for one thing. He needs the crystal ball of divination, which is in the hands of the Lord of Light on the 3rd floor of the Celestial City. They were surprised, because this crystal ball only drops when the Lord of Light is killed, and the merchant said that he would bow and hand over this platinum scroll to whoever brings him the crystal ball. Thinking this guy was crazy, the crowd began to riot and asked him to show them if it really was a platinum scroll. The merchant had nothing to hide and easily opened the scroll, revealing all the information about it. This platinum rank title is called Spatial Wanderer. It grants the user a personal subspace and allows them to conceal it at any time and in any place, ignoring any barriers. It also allows teleportation to any zone the user has already visited. Energy consumption is proportional to the distance. This scroll can also be used to teleport precisely within space. The specific contents will only be revealed after receiving the title. The buyers were very pleased with the effects of this title, as was Hanwoo, and after that, they all headed to the 3rd floor. MC followed them and thought that he should at least try to get this title. If he succeeded, then great, but if not, then no big loss. In a pinch, he could just take it by force. Soon, he was already on the 1st floor of the Heavenly City. He looked around and seeing a flashing shadow next to him, immediately stopped and thought, what the hell is that? A huge man with a fish tail crawled out from behind a column. MC didn't stand on ceremony with him and immediately hit him with his weapon, after which the system informed him that his progress in completing the 1st floor was 0.1%. He was indignant, because this monster could easily pass for the boss of the previous zones he had been to. The progress bar had barely moved. How many monsters would he have to kill to reach the verifier of light? After that, several more similar creatures appeared, but this time, they had skills. They started shooting lightning at him, and he jumped aside, surprised by this, then looked at his opponents and, summoning his creatures, asked, did they think he was easy prey since he came alone? His loyal assistants appeared behind him. He ordered them to deal with these creatures, and soon they were all finished. He looked at their bodies and thought, is this all they can do? The system informed him that the number of Nagas killed on this floor reached 100. He received the silver title, Naga Slayer. With it, he can transform into a Naga, and now all representatives of this race treat him with hostility. Hanwoo immediately decided to try it out, after which he grew a tail and thought that now he can instantly activate his skills. In addition, his transformation into a black dragon improved. In this form, it will be much easier for him to cut down the monsters in his path. Soon new opponents appeared in front of him. He pointed his sword at them and told them to approach. It turned out that King Bakal himself had arrived, and his subjects informed him that the intruder had killed more than 100 of their kin, to which he remained silent. He stepped forward and forbade them to fight him until they figured out who he was and what he wanted. MC looked at him and thought with a smile that he was so big. His aura and strong body made him completely different from the previous Nagas he had fought. This meant that if he finished him off, his progress bar would skyrocket. He immediately attacked him, and he touched his chest and covered his body in lightning, but Hanwoo also had something similar. After that, they clashed in battle. Because of the bright light, MC could barely see anything, but this also worked against his opponent. He thought that he needed to have time to move behind him, while Bakal was amazed by his incredible speed. At that moment, Hanwoo appeared behind him and thanked him in advance for leveling up. But the king of the Nagas was not so simple. He waved his tail, forcing him to step back, and in the meantime, he activated the effect of transforming into a Naga. Bakal thought that he was clearly a human, but the blood of a dragon flows in his body. He suggested that he stop this useless battle and calmly discuss everything, but MC did not believe him and asked, does he take him for an idiot? The king told him not to doubt his sincerity. For safety reasons, Hanwoo asked him to order his subordinates to move away 100 steps and thought that he did not look like someone who would resort to any tricks, so he would be able to listen to him. The Nagas were worried about their lord, and he ordered them to do as he said, not to worry about him. When they moved away, he bowed to Han Wu and said that he would like to ask him to help them. He was slightly taken aback by his actions, and then asked what exactly he needed help with. Bakal said that he wanted him to help him and his people escape from this prison, that is, from the Sky City. Their race is the fruit of the union of several races at once, and they sincerely revere the blood of dragons. That's why they have been locked up in the Sky City since birth. Getting all the Nagas out of prison has always been his most cherished dream, but he is well aware that he does not have enough strength to make it come true. However, his incredible fighting talent and the dragon blood that flows through him gave him hope for the salvation of their kind. MC was surprised and wondered if he could feel it. He returned to his human form and said with a smile that he was ready to listen to him. What does he want to do? He said that if he agrees to lead his people out of captivity, he will swear allegiance to him and serve him. He asked in response, isn't he afraid that he will turn out to be some kind of liar? He could simply kill him when he let his guard down. He replied that he admitted that was a possibility, but he had no other choice. As a ruler, he was willing to sacrifice his life even for the slightest chance of getting out of here. Hanwoo thought it didn't seem like he was just pretending, and Bakal said that if he agreed to help them, he would share with him the secret associated with the diamond rank title. MC agreed, and he told him that the heavenly city was actually alive. He was greatly surprised by this news, and the king continued, saying that no adventurer who entered the city would be able to understand it until they received recognition. Hanwoo remembered the merchant's words about how if someone could perfectly complete all 7 floors of the tower, they would receive the blessing of the heavenly city itself, and he thought that he hadn't attached any importance to those words back then. He asked, so the rumors about a blessing for perfectly completing all 7 floors are true? The king confirmed this, and said that in order to receive this blessing, he needed to kill the strongest representative of each floor on the first try. If he killed him, he would receive the achievement, perfect clearance of the first floor of the heavenly city. MC remained silent, thinking about this, and then asked with a gloomy face, so what if he got this achievement? There were still 6 floors ahead, and the rulers of other races were unlikely to voluntarily ask him to kill them. The king answered him with a smile that everything was fine. He felt that the dragon blood within him would soon awaken. If he killed him, he would be able to improve his title. Then the rulers of the races of the other floors would no longer be a problem for him. Hanwoo frowned and thought that he was truly willing to accept death, if only to make himself stronger and ensure the future of his people. He was a strong, and most importantly, a wise leader. He didn't particularly want to kill a potential subordinate with such intelligence. He said that in order to complete the clearing perfectly, he needed to kill the strongest representative of each race, right? He answered that it concerned his life and the salvation of his people from captivity. He would not lie to him on this matter. MC smirked and said that then the problem could be solved without killing him. He had a way to create a Naga that would be stronger than him. Bakal hesitated, as he didn't understand how such a thing was possible, and he said it would require sacrifices from his people. However, he guaranteed that the casualty count would be kept within double digits. He could think about it. The king said that he could simply take his life, and Hanwoo exclaimed in response that he needed him alive right now. Bakal fell silent, considering this, and then one of his subjects approached him and declared that they were ready to sacrifice themselves so that their relatives and future generations could live in freedom. He said that their people would never forget their sacrifice, and then Hanwoo got down to business. He used a combination of genes to create a diamond rank Naga, and when they saw this creature, they were very surprised. MC immediately shredded it to pieces, and the system informed him that the title of Slayer of Nagas had been upgraded to the diamond rank of Hope of Nagas, and he could transform into a black dragon, since his blood had fully awakened. All Nagas now adored him. After this, Hanwoo immediately used this title, transforming into a black dragon, and the system informed him that the first floor had been successfully completed, and teleportation to the next level was in progress. He looked at the king, and promised him that when he returned, he would grant them freedom, and he, slightly bowing his head, said that they believed that he would certainly return and free his relatives from their long imprisonment. When MC found himself on the 2nd floor, he saw shadows emanating from the building and suspected that some creature was hiding there. He froze in front of the entrance, thinking that he should ask Bakal about the other floors, but now it was too late to think about it. He would just be more careful. As soon as he went inside, he found himself in complete darkness, and immediately lit a flame in his hand to light his way. In front of him, he saw 3 absolutely identical passages, and now he was faced with the question, which one should he enter? He summoned monsters to send them on reconnaissance, and they entered each passage. After that, he closed his eyes and thought that everything was going well. He began to feel an aura on the other side. It seems to be spirits, but his gold-ranked minions would deal with them without any problem. After that, he received the silver-ranked title of Spirit Exorcist. The title has a passive ability, Gift of Spirits, which allows him to randomly receive one piece of equipment that the spirit used in life after exercising it. The second effect is the trust of the spirits. All spirits are now friendly towards him. He was slightly surprised by this and thought that this had never happened before. Why does their attitude towards him improve as they are destroyed? Maybe they are some kind of masochistic spirits? He snapped his fingers to bring his creatures back and see what was going on, but he was surrounded by the same spirits that had scared him so much. He took out his weapon and thought that he didn't know how they got there, but they weren't a threat to him. But the spirits didn't attack him, and when he dealt with them, they just scattered around with smiles, and he thought that they really were masochists. They were happy as if he had saved them, not killed them. Maybe they're locked here too, unable to find peace? He noticed the progress had reached 11% and understood everything. All he had to do was find the strongest boss on this floor and deal with him. He approached the door, leaving a mark on the wall, then ran into the passage and thought, if you don't know where to go, then choose at random. The most important thing is to leave marks and move on. Sooner or later he'll find what he's looking for. But the further he went, the more spirits there were. But that wasn't much of a problem for him thanks to his creatures. He left another mark on the wall and thought it was good that he'd thought to mark where he'd been. Otherwise, he would have definitely gotten lost in these dark corridors. Time passed, he noticed his own mark on the wall and wondered how he'd ended up here again. He froze in the center of the hall, thinking about all this, and then decided to take a different corridor. Seeing a light ahead, he was overjoyed. He thought it was the exit he'd been searching for so long. But when he reached the end of the corridor, a huge shadow immediately attacked him. It threw him against the wall, and he hit his back. Afterward, he caught his breath and thought that it had hurt. He transformed into a black dragon and rose into the air, then looked at his opponent and thought, what the hell is this? The creature's light touch sent his soul into incredible pain. Fighting this creature head-on wasn't an option. Even 10 of his kind wouldn't be able to handle it. So, he decided to begin the sacrifice, and the system informed him that the third effect of the Monster Hunter title had been activated. He sacrificed gold-ranked creatures to temporarily increase his own power many times over. Feeling the power filling his body, he smiled, after which the ghost attacked him with energy whips. He grabbed it, tore it away, and ordered the enemy to come here. But this time, the ghost decided to flee. Hanwoo rushed after it, and delivered a powerful blow that pierced the ghost's body, and he thought that now it should die. The system informed him that he had successfully killed a diamond-ranked creature, his title of Spirit Exorcist having reached the diamond rank. He passed the second floor of the heavenly city. He returned to his human form and thought, so this was the boss? And a diamond rank at that. No wonder it was so difficult to kill. The system gave him a diamond rank pendant capable of resisting mental influence, and he immediately put it on, thinking that although he didn't know where he might need it, he'd better take it with him. Immediately after that, his fatigue completely disappeared, and even his breathing became easier. This pendant turned out to be a very useful thing. After that, he went to the third floor and hoped that the Lord of Light hadn't been killed yet. Seeing a crowd of people on the third floor, he realized that he hadn't been killed yet, otherwise they wouldn't be here. Turning around, he saw the Spirit of Light in front of him and thought, what's this? He decided to ignore it and ran on, thinking that the Lord of Light was more important now. Seeing him, the man exclaimed with displeasure that the third floor was already occupied by the Great Pen Squad, so let him get out of here. He smiled and thought that even from here he could feel this guy's strength. He was a gold rank, but that wouldn't stop him. He ignored his warning and rushed past him, after which his comrade immediately lit his fist with flame and exclaimed, are you deaf? He said the floor was already occupied. If he didn't want to die, then he should get out of here immediately. He wouldn't repeat it a second time. After that, he threw a fireball at him, but he activated the Slayer title and swung his sword, easily finishing him off. This guy's friend became very nervous from this sight and decided to quickly run away, but MC caught up with him and asked if he wanted to tell the others about him. The guy fell down in fear and told him not to kill him, otherwise his older brother would find him. MC didn't listen to him and immediately finished him off, after which he thought that the Slayer title justified its name, and what he acquired on the last floor could somehow improve this title. He combined Slayer and Exorcist, after which the system reported that Slayer had been improved. His attacks would now be accompanied by spiritual damage of 5%. He was glad that he had become stronger again, and at that moment, several glowing spheres flew at him. These were photon attacks. Small living balls pounced on him, and he dodged their blows, thinking their attacks couldn't hurt him, but they were blocking his path, which was starting to irritate him. He transformed his weapon into a machine gun and shouted that since they didn't want to let him through, he'd make them all learn what suppressive fire was. After that, he opened fire on the creatures, but it didn't cause any damage, and they began to taunt him. But that wasn't all. Suddenly, the creatures fell, and he said that ordinary bullets naturally couldn't harm them, but fortunately, his bullets were capable of striking the soul itself. Light spirit cores fell from these creatures, a crystal capable of absorbing enormous amounts of light energy to enhance its owner's combat power. He also received the silver title of Light Spirit Reaper, which imbues his weapon with the properties of light, increasing damage, and now all light spirits are hostile to him. He put the core in a spatial ring, then flew on, and thought that this was not bad. He had another embryo of a diamond title, which could be developed quite well. Meanwhile, people were still scouring the floor, searching for this Lord of Light. Hanwoo passed by them, and one of these people recognized him. He told the others that this was the same guy who finished off a dozen people in the bronze leveling zone. He was even put on the wanted list. If they captured him, they would receive a considerable reward. They immediately surrounded him, and Hanwoo threatened them with a machine gun, telling them to leave if they wanted to live. The guy called him an insolent puppy, and told him not to think that everything here would be the same as in that bronze garbage dump. MC clicked his tongue in displeasure, then opened fire on them, finishing them all off in a second. Those who survived started running, and he asked with a grin why everyone started running after their own threats. He even felt bored. He ran after them and opened fire again. One of the wounded fired a flare, and platinum-ranked adventurers immediately ran up to Hanwoo. Realizing that they wanted to surround him, he turned around and started shooting at everyone. But they all defended themselves. Their shields didn't let a single bullet through. After that, it was their turn to attack. They all pounced on him at once, and he, dodging the blows, thought, is that all? He rose into the air, and someone threw an ice crystal at him, hoping to deprive him of his wings, but MC took out his gun again and aimed. Realizing that he was about to shoot again, the guys scattered, but some of them were still hit. Soon Hanwoo finished them all off. He landed and said that he was wondering how this gun was different from a machine gun. It turns out that it uses up its own energy. A flash appeared behind him. He immediately turned around and wondered how he managed to miss someone.